Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4SL Chapter 125. The guy is here again. What is this flat snake? After the cute chopper checked Usopp, he turned his attention to the eel at Sanji's feet. It's flounder, because it's flat. Luffy nodded affirmatively. This is the flounder. Chopper's eyes sparkled as he lay on the edge of the boat, curiously staring at the eel that Luffy called the flounder. Usopp on the side trembled a few times, then jumped up with a shout. Wow. You're so annoying. What happened this time, Usopp? Sanji jumped off the fish and asked impatiently. There seems to be something in my pants. Usopp shuddered and screamed, pulling a fish out of his pants. What a bad luck. A drop of cold sweat dripped down Robin's face, and he said speechlessly. Isn't this the sorcerer fish, the wonderful fish recorded in Rolando's diary? I think it evolved into various shapes because of living in the empty sea without an ocean floor. Zoro nodded and said, so it's either a balloon or flat. Yes, it's to make it lighter because the buoyancy of the seawater here is weaker than on the ground. Robin nodded and answered Zoro. However, during this process, Luffy stuck out his tongue and snatched the sorcerer fish from her hand. Nami put her hands on her hips and said in agreement, no wonder their scales look like feathers, and their carnivorous mouth is also very strange. I tried frying it. Sanji took the empty fish from Luffy and fried it as quickly as possible. Then he gave it to Luffy as a test subject. Luffy swallowed it directly without any preparation, and kept shouting that it was delicious. Su Chen shook his head and glanced at Sanji speechlessly. The fish should have been taken out from Usopp's crotch. This was really speechless. Just at this moment, a guy wearing a mask and riding a skateboard came over from a distance. With half of his upper body naked and a cannon on his shoulder, he was gliding quickly across the sea of clouds. After seeing the hull of the Mary, it rose into the sky in silence. Stop, what are you doing? After Sanji saw the man clearly, he scolded him directly. Advertisement, destroy you. The man's eyes narrowed and he kicked Sanji directly, but the next moment, he saw Su Chen, who seemed to be smiling, and his pupils contracted, and the figure flying in the air stopped instantly. Whoosh! After rolling backwards for a few times, the man rushed directly below the clouds. Without stopping, after a few breaths, the figure disappeared from the area. What does that person mean? Sanji scratched his head and looked at Su Chen with a puzzled look. It seems like that person was so scared after seeing Su Chen that he turned around and ran away. Swish! Before Su Chen could answer, a figure appeared in the sky again and everyone hurried over to look. Under the sunlight, a figure stood on the body of a big bird and rushed down. He was wearing silver armor and holding a knight's spear in his hand. He was still an old man wearing a black cloak. But the next moment, after seeing the figures on the boat clearly, he immediately turned around and ran. A cry of surprise could be heard faintly from his mouth. That guy, here he comes again. The big bird even grew 4 hooves in an exaggerated way, and it started running around in the air in a panic. After a few breaths, the surroundings returned to their previous silence. The two events that happened in succession made everyone look at Su Chen in an extremely strange way. This guy, I wonder if he has looted Sky Island completely, otherwise why are people here so afraid of him? Ahem. Why are you looking at me? Su Chen's eyes moved up and down, and he didn't look back directly. The weather is good today, let's hurry up and get on the road, haha. After saying this, he ran directly towards the rudder. I think he must be hiding something from us, Nami muttered quietly. Hearing Nami say this, everyone else nodded. It was such an obvious change of subject that even Luffy, who hated thinking the most, could see it at a glance. However, since Su Chen refused to tell anyone, there was nothing they could do. Advertisement. After a while, the Mary was moving quickly in one direction under Su Chen's control, and the clouds ahead underwent some wonderful changes. Some clouds became much denser, forming wonderful river-like channels. The clouds before were like streams of water, constantly flowing through these channels. After Luffy tried it out for a while, he jumped up and started playing. Chopper saw it and jumped up as well. In the end, even Usopp, who had suffered a loss, couldn't help but join in the fun. Stop playing around, we're ready to ascend. Su Chen directly grabbed Luffy and others and pointed at the things that appeared in front of him. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed, their pupils shrank, and their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. A vast river of clouds hung down from the sky, forming a wonderful waterfall. The orange sunlight in the sky shone directly down. The dreamy scene was reflected in everyone's pupils. Everything seemed like a dream. Below it, there stood a portal gleaming with golden light, just like the gate to heaven. It's a pity that the bumpy marks on the top make people feel unexpectedly out of place. It feels as disgusting as accidentally picking up a cockroach while eating. Have we arrived in heaven? The cute chopper grumbled, then immediately said, why are there so many holes on the door? Could heaven also fall into disrepair? Well, I guess he was poached by someone. Su Chen touched his nose and said embarrassedly. The gate of heaven? Plus those potholes and marks, it's really unlucky. It feels like I'm going to die. Usopp recognized the words on the gate and shuddered subconsciously. No, maybe we are really dead. Zoro made a rare joke. This time Sanji nodded, so that's how it is, then all the strange things here can be explained. Nani, are we all dead? Chopper widened his eyes and shouted in horror. He was so naive that he believed what Zoro and Sanji said the first time. Ha ha ha, heaven, I can finally go there next. Luffy grinned widely, not paying any attention to their conversation. As they teased each other, the Mary slowly stopped at the inner passage of Heaven's Gate. A figure walked out from the side of the passage. After everyone took a closer look, they found that she had a pair of small white wings and her cheeks were covered with crooked wrinkles. She is still an old woman in her 70s or 80s. Chapter 126 Angel Girl, Conus. I'm Amazon, the monitor of Heaven's Gate. Are you here for sightseeing? Or for fighting? Amazon's voice was a little low, and he pointed a strange camera at Su Chen and others. It can't be called sightseeing, Nami said awkwardly. What she thought more about was the Golden City that Su Chen mentioned. We're going to Sky Island, Luffy shouted loudly, then asked, is Sky Island behind this door? It doesn't matter. If you want to go there, everyone has to pay an entry fee of 1 billion IK. Amazon spoke to himself, not caring about the surprise of Luffy and others. 1 billion IK. 1 billion for one person, 8 billion for 8 people. Robin directly said the total. I've never heard of so much money required to enter a country. This old woman is probably blackmailing me. Before Usopp could finish his words, Nami covered his mouth with her hand. Paying the money was no problem, but it was such a huge amount that made Nami feel a little sad. So she asked with some anticipation, may I ask about this entry fee? What if it is just a hypothetical situation and there is no money? You can go in or not. I'm not a gatekeeper or guard. I just want to see what you think, Amazon said calmly. Luffy simply nodded and said, let's go, we're going to Sky Island. We may not have any money, but we went in anyway, mother-in-law, Usopp echoed. Oh, so there are 8 people in total, right? Amazon asked. Luffy nodded, indicating that there were indeed 8 people. But how do we get to Sky Island? As soon as the words came out, the left and right sides of the Mary were grabbed by a pair of huge crab claws. What is that? Everyone became very panicked. That's the White Sea's specialty, the express shrimp. Following Amazon's explanation, the express shrimp grabbed the Mary and rushed out directly, rushing towards the White Sea further above at a very fast speed. Everyone hold on tight. Nami yelled loudly. With Luffy cheering and Usopp Chopper yelling, the Mary quickly disappeared at the end of the Heaven's Gate. At the back, Amazon suddenly smiled sinisterly and said to the sky. From the Heaven's Gate supervisor, inform the Almighty God and the priests that there are 8 people who have illegally invaded the kingdom of God. Please punish them with the punishment of heaven. Advertisement, is there a problem with that Amazon just now? On the Mary, while speeding along, Robin looked at Su Chen and asked his questions. The supervisor just now only said that they could come in, but did not say what the consequences would be. It was as if he was deliberately leading them not to pay, it was too obvious. That old woman should recognize me. Su Chen smiled at Robin, then said indifferently, it doesn't matter, it doesn't affect anything anyway. I haven't been here for so long, I guess many people have forgotten me. Just then, cheers suddenly came from the front. The Mary instantly crossed a portal and was brought to a vast sea of clouds and stopped. It's an island. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pointed ahead and said, it's Sky Island. Is this Sky Island? Everyone looked at the paradise-like island in front of them, their expressions full of anticipation. Before my eyes was a sea of white clouds, with houses scattered around and clouds decorating the sky on both sides like flowers. When the Mary approached the shallows, Luffy excitedly jumped in. The ground was as soft as marshmallow, and the feeling of walking on the clouds made Luffy jump with excitement. Seeing Luffy's excitement, Usopp and Chopper also jumped down, and then the 3 of them rolled around on the clouds like children, looking like they were about to be beaten by their mother. Seeing this, the rest of the people also got off the boat. Sure enough, the clouds were as thick as the ground, and softer, making people unable to help but take off their shoes and walk slowly. Su Chen walked directly to a cloud-made recliner and lay down. In this place, he always wanted to sleep. It was still early now, so he might as well just take a simple rest. Just at this moment, from afar came an exceptionally ethereal sound of piano music. Everyone looked at each other and looked in the direction of the piano sound. Between white clouds and scorching sun, a girl with blonde hair, wearing a light pink short skirt and a pair of white wings on her back, was playing the piano gracefully. The girl had delicate features and looked particularly holy under the sunlight. Hasso. While everyone was stunned, the girl stopped what she was doing and looked over with a smile. Advertisement, Hasso? Everyone looked at each other, not understanding the meaning of this sentence. You are from Shanghai. The girl slowly walked in front of everyone, fixed the strange coconut in Luffy's hand, and handed it back. My name is Conus, and I live on Angel Island. Shanghai? Angel Island. Everyone realized that in the eyes of the people on Sky Island, they were just from Shanghai. And seeing as Conus has wings, it is right to call this place Angel Island. Then you can see a cloud-like island looming. If there's anything you need help with, please just let me know. Conus held Yu in his arms and looked at everyone tenderly. Sanji was the first to react and immediately said, well, your gaze burns my heart. Bang. A simple punch knocked him down. Don't get in the way. Nami kicked Sanji again, then turned to Conus with a kind smile. There are so many things we want to know. Although my companions have said some, there are still many things here that are incredible to us. Hi, feel free to ask. Conus also smiled at Kaido. I don't know why, but girls always get together quickly. After Nami said a few words about how nice Konus's skin was, the two of them started chatting away. Konus introduced the scenery of Sky Island to Nami, and Nami told her about her adventure in Shanghai. Just at this moment, a middle-aged man riding a strange motorcycle came at lightning speed. Is something coming? Zoro looked around and saw an uncle coming speeding towards him. Ah, this is my father, Pagaya. When the uncle saw Konus, he shouted, Konus's daughter, Hasso. Hey, Hasso, father, Konus responded with a smile. However, everyone's attention was obviously not here. Their eyes were fixed on the motorboat driven by Uncle Pagya. What is that? The one he drove? Nami asked excitedly with his eyes wide open. Konus heard it and immediately responded, ah, that's Viba. Weiba. The one Su Chen was talking about. Luffy's eyes glowed with golden light. This thing is so cool. Advertisement chapter 127 Su Chen's experience. Then Luffy borrowed vibrato from Uncle Pagaya and rushed out. But the next second, he flipped over and sank into the sea. Luffy. When Chopper saw that Zoro and Sanji had no intention of saving people, he jumped into the sea in a hurry. Seeing this, Zoro jumped down quickly. After a while, Zoro came up dragging the dying Luffy, while Usopp dragged Chopper. Luffy complained speechlessly. Why is it so difficult? The hull of the Viba is very light, so even the slightest wave can affect the steering of the rudder, so even the people on Sky Island find it difficult to control it. After Pagya explained, he immediately said, it's all my fault for not telling you in advance. As an apology, I invite you to my home to taste the delicious food of Angel Island. Is it that difficult? Everyone thanked Pagya and then asked. Yes, I just learned to drive recently too. Anyway, it will take about 10 years to receive training. Konus and Pagya each explained. However, just as they finished their words, they saw Nami riding Weiba back and forth on the sea with great ease, looking extremely happy. Marvelous. Konus and Pagya were stunned for a moment. They had lived on Sky Island for decades. This was the first time they had seen someone who could completely control Viper right away, except for that person at the beginning. What's more, she is from Shanghai, which is really incredible. It's so amazing, it's really hard to imagine, Pagya said with admiration. Luffy's eyes widened and he couldn't close his mouth for a long time and complained. Why can she drive such a difficult thing? It does take some skill to pilot it. You can't do something this delicate, Luffy. While controlling Viper, Nami winked playfully and made a face at Luffy. Luffy gritted his teeth and yelled angrily, Hey, Nami, we're going to the uncle's house, come down quickly, idiot. Don't be jealous of others. Sanji kicked Luffy on the head. Luffy paused, then yelled again, Idiot, be quiet, it's too noisy. Su Chen, who was woken up, shouted loudly. Advertisement. He instantly stood up from the recliner, appeared next to Luffy and punched him. He finally managed to get a nap, but was woken up by this idiot. Now he was unexpectedly angry. You are? Lord Su Chen. Konus was stunned for a moment as he looked at the figure that suddenly appeared, and then a look of special surprise appeared in his eyes. Oh, it's Konus. Su Chen rubbed his hazy eyes, looked at Konus who was full of surprise, rubbed her head and said, Calculate the time, we haven't seen each other for a few years, you have grown so big. Master Su Chen, we haven't seen each other for 3 years and 43 days. Konus recalled, looked at Su Chen with burning eyes, took out a piece of glittering jade from his arms and asked. You said at the beginning that as long as I practiced hard, you would come back here one day. You came back this time to defeat. Konus seemed to have some reservations and did not say the following words. Su Chen took the jade, and with a faint light flashing, the jade turned into an exquisite necklace. With an exceptionally gentle smile, he put the necklace on Konus and said, Ah, yes, sorry to have kept you waiting. Everyone around was looking at Su Chen with curiosity, wondering in their hearts about the relationship between Su Chen and Konus. Only Sanji looked at Su Chen with grief and anger, as if accusing him of something. Feeling the gradually changing atmosphere around him, Su Chen patted his forehead speechlessly and hurriedly explained. You guys know I've been to Sky Island, right? I had just mastered teleportation magic at the time, so there was a little problem. Su Chen's voice was filled with memories. If he hadn't met Konus at that time, he would probably have died on Sky Island. At that time, he had not yet engraved magic patterns inside his body, and the magic he mastered was only some elemental magic. I had just learned how to teleport, so the problem that occurred during the teleportation was not just a small one, but a very big one. The fierce conflict of magic power in his body, coupled with the thin oxygen in Sky Island, made him fall directly in front of Enel in this terrible situation. The most important thing is that the fruit had already been eaten by Enel, and he remembered the time wrong. The consequence was that he and Enel bombarded each other for 3 or 4 days. Two godlike figures were running around above Sky Island. The fierce confrontation was like a natural disaster, and everyone was trembling with fear for the fish pond to be affected. In the end, after 3 days of fierce fighting, Su Chen could no longer suppress the conflict of magic power in his body. He had no choice but to use teleport again. The body that was already on the verge of collapse was completely unable to suppress the magical conflict within the body, and after casting a magic to conceal the breath. Advertisement. Su Chen fainted without even knowing where he was. At this time, Konus picked him up. After that, just like the cliched story of a hero saving a beautiful girl, she took care of Su Chen for a whole year until he fully recovered. That's what happened. After Su Chen glanced at everyone, he continued. After I recovered, I fought Enel a few more times, but basically I couldn't do anything to him at that time. Even if I could suppress him, I couldn't kill him. Logia's elementalization is really disgusting. After fighting him for more than a month, I couldn't stand it anymore, so I made a pact with him. What agreement? Everyone asked curiously. Konos looked at everyone and said angrily, the gods used us as a threat to force Lord Su Chen to leave Sky Island. It's really despicable. Looking at Konos's indignant look, Su Chen felt a little ashamed. Could he say that it was because he treated Enel as a sparring partner and challenged him to fights every other day, and Enel couldn't stand it anymore and had to resort to this desperate measure? Cannot. Now that the misunderstanding has occurred, let's keep it this way. Yeah, that's right. In the end, I collected a few things in anger and left Sky Island. When talking about collecting things, Su Chen subconsciously touched his nose, and his tone sounded a little guilty. He simply omitted some unimportant things, such as his relationship with Konos, and why the people he met before turned and ran away when they saw him. Well, not important. After listening to Su Chen's explanation, everyone nodded angrily. Nothing unusual was found about him. So this time it all depends on you. If I take action, Enel will take action against ordinary people. Su Chen's heart moved, and a half-smile appeared on his face. He looked at the indignant crowd and said, he is just a weak magician, he doesn't have any bad intentions. Yoshi, leave it to us. Luffy immediately and loudly agreed. The others nodded as well, thinking about how to defeat Enel. Only Robin looked at Su Chen thoughtfully. She always felt something was wrong. Chapter 128 Absolutely Prohibited Area. Everyone, and Lord Su Chen, please follow me. Konos smiled and greeted everyone, then said, excuse me, let's go somewhere else and talk slowly. Afterwards, at Konos's invitation, everyone walked towards her home. Nami didn't have enough fun, so she decided to stay and play for a while. Hey, is that a construction site? Usopp pointed to a location and asked with some confusion. Uncle Pagya took a look and explained, yes, that is a construction site that specializes in mining and processing clouds. Can clouds still be mined? Everyone was very surprised. Although Su Chen had said before that clouds and shells were the basic living supplies for the people of Sky Island, they were still full of curiosity. You came here through Yunhee, right? Yunhee? Zoro stroked his chin and continued, are you referring to the winding sea route? That place is artificially made using the island clouds cut out here. There are two types of natural clouds that originally existed. Uncle Pagya narrowed his eyes and slowly explained, the clouds you are sailing through were sea clouds, and the clouds that float so lightly that you can walk on them are island clouds. No matter what kind of cloud it is, it's not an ordinary cloud. Zoro glanced at Luffy and the others who were having fun nearby, and said with some sigh. It's because the condensation nuclei that create the clouds are somewhat different. I heard that there is a special mineral called sea stone in Shanghai. Uncle Pagya said as he walked. Sea stone? Is it related to the formation of this cloud? Robin was a little curious about the sea stone. Yes, it contains keratin particles called electrothermal fluid. When it comes into the air through volcanic eruptions, it gets water and forms sea clouds and island clouds because of the difference in density. Soga, it turns out to be that one. After Uncle Pagya's explanation, Luffy nodded in understanding. Yes, that's right. It's that thing. Usopp nodded and started to talk. I used to play with it when I was a kid. Keratin particles. However, this obvious lie was immediately exposed by Sanji. Ah, the scenery here is so beautiful. After walking for a while, Luffy looked back excitedly. Advertisement, yeah, we can see Nami too. Chopper saw Nami from a distance and said excitedly. Hearing Chopper say this, Luffy thought again of his previous car accident. Why is Nami able to drive so easily? Sink. Looking at Luffy's childish appearance, Su Chen shook his head, opened the door and walked in. After pouring himself a glass of water, he lay down on the sofa on the balcony. He had been to Konos's house more than once. This feeling is just like returning home, it's so familiar. After Konos invited everyone to sit down and introduced some basic supplies, he ran to Su Chen with a wind shell and blew gently for him. Well, she has also gotten used to serving Su Chen like this. Luffy and the others were attracted by the novelties in Konos's house and didn't pay any attention to Konos's current actions. As for Sanji, he was also attracted by the novel kitchen utensils and fresh ingredients. Only Robin looked at Su Chen with a strange expression. Is there something wrong with the relationship between these two people? Not long after, Sanji brought a pile of food that exuded an enticing aroma and placed it in front of everyone. This smell made Luffy and the others instantly put down the novelties in their hands and start swallowing the food in big mouthfuls. Konos ran in at this time, took a portion of Su Chen's favorite food and ran back. After Su Chen seemed to fall asleep, she put the things down gently, fearing that she would accidentally wake him up. Uncle Pagya didn't care about his daughter's actions at all. In his opinion, it is a very normal and honorable thing for Konos to serve Su Chen, a god. What's more, Su Chen protected them under the command of God. It was only at this time that Sanji discovered Su Chen's special treatment. His pupils contracted and his mouth could not close for a long time, as if he had seen something incredible. Is this the power of Weeba? Luffy came out with a large piece of meat in his mouth and looked at the wind shell in Konos's hand curiously. Lie. Konos immediately put her finger to her mouth and took 2 steps to the side with Luffy. Yes, this is a wind shell. Install it at the stern and it will drive the light boat. Robin raised his eyebrows, and became even more certain in his heart that there was definitely something wrong with these two people. "Ah, that's great, Weeba." Luffy said this in a somewhat depressed tone, looking towards the sea in the distance. Advertisement. Where's Nami? On the sea surface composed of white clouds in the distance, there was no shadow at all except the layers of constantly surging sea clouds. Oh no, she won't break into the Island of Gods. Konus's expression changed and he looked towards the sea ahead. The Island of Gods. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Could this be the place where Enel was that Su Chen mentioned before? Yes, the island where the gods live, Arpayado. Konus's speech speed obviously increased a bit, and he immediately continued. If she accidentally breaks into the Island of God, she will be punished by God. God's punishment? Well, this country belongs to God, and is ruled by God Enel. At this point, Konus looked at the sleeping Su Chen with extra tenderness, although because of Lord Su Chen, our lives have become much better than before. But God Enel is still omniscient and omnipotent, he knows everything about us. Even now, he is still watching us. This sentence made everyone particularly shocked. The idea of being omniscient and omnipotent is really scary. Then Miss Konus, have you ever seen the god living in Arpayadori? Sanji asked doubtfully. Yes, although I have never set foot in an area that is even absolutely forbidden. When Lord Su Chen and God were fighting in the sky, we all saw the true face of God. Konus looked at Su Chen with admiration and said, if Lord Su Chen is the embodiment of the elements, then God Enel is thunder. When they were fighting, the entire Bye Sea was trembling under their kamui. If it weren't for Master Su Chen giving up fighting the gods for us. We have already sunk into the Qinghai Sea. Listening to Konus talking about Su Chen every 3 sentences, Sanji's expression became even more depressed. Wow wow wow. Luffy's eyes sparkled, and the phrase, absolutely forbidden area, filled him with interest. Even though Usopp warned him loudly, he still looked fascinated. He definitely wants to get in. Chopper and Zoro complained silently in their hearts at the same time. Luffy's behavior was so obvious that as his partner, he could tell at a glance. Chapter 129 10 times the fine, if it's God, he should forgive us even if we go in. Luffy said to Konus while eating. Konus shook his head and explained, no, as long as you break the rules, it is a blasphemy against the gods. If he could really forgive, Lord Su Chen would not have fought with God in the first place. Shug, but it doesn't matter, it's all the same anyway. Luffy swallowed the food in big mouthfuls. Sanji usually wouldn't be willing to make such delicious food. No, it should be said that after it was made, it was given to Nami and Robin to eat first. Chopper's forehead was covered with sweat, and he complained silently in his mind, so, even if he won't be forgiven, he plans to go in. So, what are the consequences if you enter the absolutely forbidden Arpayado? Robin asked, holding a glass of red wine elegantly and turning it a few times. Then you won't be able to come back alive. Konus was silent for a moment, and finally said. Everyone thinks so, except for Lord Su Chen, everyone died in that area. It's really worrying, Miss Nami. Pagya glanced out the window worriedly, I hope she's not near that bad area. Everyone was startled by what Konus and his daughter said, and they all looked out the window nervously. In that case, let's go and find Nami, Luffy shouted excitedly, then ran directly in the direction of Angel Shoals. Seeing this, everyone followed suit. Only Konus paused and walked to Su Chen who was still lying motionless on the balcony. My lord, guide them to Arpayado, is that alright? Ah, just follow that guy's previous rules. Anyway, I came back this time to settle this matter. Su Chen turned over, squinted his eyes and muttered something. If you don't sleep now, you won't be able to sleep later. Okay, Master Su Chen. Konus nodded, put a blanket on Su Chen, and quickly ran towards the shallows. Private Marseille, the wind is headwind now. It will take you a long time to get to Arpayado. I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier. Advertisement Pagya stopped Luffy and others somewhat embarrassedly. Konus also ran out of the house and walked silently to Pagya's side. So, how long will it take to get there? Sanji asked quickly. I don't know the answer to this question. Maybe I can only ask the wind, Pagya said embarrassedly again. Hearing what Pagya said, Luffy took out the damaged viper from the boat regardless and rushed directly into the sea. Unfortunately, it sank in just a moment. This idiot, everyone complained speechlessly, after pulling Luffy up. Seeing Wei Ba, Pagya's heart moved and then he said. Is this your viper? I can try to fix it. Everyone looked at each other happily and immediately thanked loudly. Thank you for your help, uncle. As long as they can get to Arpayado, a thank you is nothing, even if they have to kneel down and beg. For Nami's safety, Luffy and the others can do it. Just at this moment, a group of strange guys wearing white hats appeared in the distance. They crawled over little by little on the ground, and this strange movement attracted everyone's attention. Yo, Hasso. Hasso. After the white berets greeted Konus and his daughter, they looked directly at Luffy and the others. You are the people from Qinghai who entered the country illegally. A middle-aged man at the head stood up and said with a serious look, I am McKinley, the captain of the white berets. I am now officially informing you that you must either pay 10 times the fine or accept God's punishment. Illegal entry? Everyone looked at each other, somewhat confused. They still remembered that when they came up, the old supervisor did not mention any illegal entry. And the 10 times fine, could it be the 10 billion tax? If they really have to pay 10 times, wouldn't it be 10 billion? If there are 8 people, the fine would be 80 billion? Illegal immigrant. Konos and Pagya looked at each other and immediately took a few steps back in fear. Yes, this is indefensible. We got the evidence from the Heavenly Kingdom's supervisor, the photos taken by cameraman Bay. McKinley pulled out a stack of photos from his pocket, which clearly showed Luffy's appearance. Advertisement. The images of other people are also displayed on it one by one. But what was strange was that Su Chen's photo showed a colorful black figure. The exchange rate between Ick and Bailey is 10,000 to 1, so each of you has to pay 1 million Bailey, and the total for 8 people is 8 million Bailey. McKinley took the photo back into his arms and said mercilessly. After hearing the exchange rate and the amount to be paid, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was a lot, but it turned out to be just a small 8 million Baileys. Su Chen doesn't have to pay for this money. There is more than 8 million Baileys in Nami's small treasury alone. Thinking of this, everyone looked at each other and a relaxed smile appeared on their faces. Seeing the actions of Luffy and others, McKinley raised his eyebrows and felt a little uneasy. Do these people have the money to pay the fine? Hey, our money man isn't here. Usopp stood up and said in a relaxed manner, if it's just 8 million Baileys, please wait a moment. She will hand it over when she comes back. McKinley's face froze and he subconsciously glanced at Konos next to him. After this accident happened, he didn't know what to do. However, Konos on the side pointed implicitly at the tattered weeba next to him and nodded slightly. When McKinley saw this, a hint of realization flashed in his eyes. He shouted, no, this weeba is yours, right? I remember there is no such thing in Shanghai. You have committed the crime of theft. Besides, there are 2 people missing here. In addition to the crime of theft, you are also suspected of escaping. Nani. Luffy and the others got angry after hearing what McKinley said. The guy's tone was like he was deliberately provoking them, which made people very angry. It's so annoying. Be careful or I'll beat you up. Luffy was so angry that he walked up to him and said something back. McKinley's mouth curled up slightly, and he immediately said, you are threatening me. This is undoubtedly a crime of intimidation. You be **************** D. Zoro slowly placed his hand on the long sword, with a murderous look in his eyes. This person was obviously looking for trouble on purpose, and the deliberate feeling was so obvious that even Luffy could sense it. Ha ha ha. Listen to my explanation. Usopp was sweating profusely as he tried to explain, and he tried to pull Zoro aside and said, they just like to joke around, there is absolutely no such thing as intimidation. Chapter 130. The trial begins. At this moment, the sea clouds rolled in the distance. Nami came speeding in the Waiba, a sky-blue air current surrounded her and a long cloud was left behind her. It seems that her current speed has broken the sound barrier. It's Nami. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Nami. Usopp immediately waved and cheered in surprise. Great, Nami, you're back. Everyone, don't get into conflict with these people. Nami looked at everyone anxiously, and then shouted loudly, I just saw something terrible, you must not do anything rash. Then Nami, you should quickly take out your private money and pay the 8 million Bailey fine for entering the country illegally. This amount of money should be a drop in the bucket for you. Usopp had a relaxed expression on his face, and it looked like Nami also agreed to pay the money. Great, so all I have to do is pay the fine. Nami showed a relaxed expression on his face at first, but then when he heard the full 8 million Baileys, his face suddenly darkened. Bang! Wei Ba crashed directly into the shallows, leaving a hole more than 10 meters in size. Nami leapt high into the air and kicked McKinley directly in the face. Just a moment. McKinley, the captain of the White Berets, flew out and hit a pile of sand in the distance, splashing a large amount of dust. Team leader. The remaining team members hurried over to check the situation. Uncle, thank you for lending me Waiba. Nami pushed Waiba out of the sand pit somewhat embarrassedly and placed him next to Uncle Pagya. When Biba crashed into the beach, she still slowed down a little bit, so the damage to Biba was not particularly serious, it was just about to fall apart. Pagya's mouth twitched as he looked at Konos, but he still forced himself to smile, suppressing his unhappiness. Ha ha ha, it's okay, as long as you like it. Pagya said this with gritted teeth. Nami looked at the old man sheepishly and quickly ran to Luffy and the others. Let's go quickly. As long as we get involved with their gods, we'll be in big trouble. Nami said anxiously. Advertisement. Just now when she was approaching the island, she saw Enel striking people with thunder, which frightened her. But it was obvious that Luffy didn't listen to what Nami said at all, instead he was full of excitement. How dare you attack us? You're dead. McKinley, who was lying on the ground, got up and excitedly shouted to Luffy and the others, you are now class 2 criminals and must be punished by the trial of God. Take them down. Yes. After hearing the order, the White Berets excitedly rushed towards Luffy and others. They had already become impatient waiting. What was the point in saying so much? It would be more important to get started as soon as possible and complete the task that the adult had ordered. The next moment, everyone was thrown backwards by Luffy's fist. He's been putting up with these guys for a long time. These guys are just looking for trouble on purpose. If it was just the crime of illegal entry, it would be fine, but the messy charges that followed were completely incomprehensible. Even though he didn't like to think, he could clearly feel that these guys did it on purpose. God's trial, is it very powerful? Luffy clenched his fists and said angrily, if he wants to come, let him come. Seeing Luffy's changed expression, the others nodded. Their captain has already made the decision, what else can they say? Just fight. Luffy, we still can't be careless. I just saw something happen on the island over there. Someone broke in and was evaporated by a huge pillar of lightning. It was done by God. Nami thought for a moment and pointed in the direction of Arpaio. See Gui, I really want to meet him. He seems like a very interesting guy. Luffy's eyes lit up and he clenched his fists. After hearing Nami's description, he couldn't wait to go to the forbidden area. No, now our position has been exposed. Nami punched Luffy on the head and continued, if we stay here any longer, it will cause trouble for Kanis and the uncle. The first thing we need to do now is to change positions. Then we'll consider whether to go to Arpaio. Let's go everyone, get ready to sail. After saying that, Nami took the lead and walked towards the Mary. Advertisement. While walking, she couldn't help but stop and look around. Why did she feel something was wrong? That's right. Where's Su Chen? Quote. Finally, Luffy went back to pack the remaining food, Usopp prepared to get some parts to repair the ship, and Sanji was responsible for calling Su Chen who was left behind. Hey, looking at Luffy's expression, he will go no matter what. Nami on the boat thought about Luffy's excitement and couldn't help but complain. That's it. Luffy can't be persuaded. Even if everyone objects, he will go. Zoro spread his hands and walked to where he usually slept and sat down. Oh, forget it, just go. It's not the first time anyway. Nami sighed helplessly. She was almost used to encountering this group of bad guys. Next second, the Mary shook violently, and a huge black shadow appeared under the hull. Before everyone could react, the waves rolled and a huge super-fast shrimp emerged. Its pincers clamped onto both sides of the Mary and dragged it away into the distance. What? Everyone on the boat was shocked, but it was too late to react. The super-fast shrimp was so fast that it left Angel Shoal far away in just a few moments. Oh no, something happened to the Mary. At Kanis's home, Usopp was the first to notice something strange outside. The Mary was moving away quickly, and they hadn't even boarded the ship yet. That's the super-fast shrimp. Kanis's face showed a complicated expression, and she subconsciously took 2 steps towards Su Chen who had woken up. Those who offend God will be punished by God. The place where Super Express Shrimp took them to is the altar of living sacrifice in the north of Arpaio. They are the objects of living sacrifice. Living sacrifice. Are Miss Nami, Miss Robin and the others going to be sacrificed? Sanji gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. That B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** gasped D. After saying this, Sanji glared at the surroundings with murderous eyes. Wait, even though it's a living sacrifice, it's more of a hostage. Paigeia came out quickly and began to explain. In other words, it is you who are truly undergoing the trial. Us. Chapter 131 The Omniscient and Almighty God. Yes, you guys. Paigeia nodded, looked at Luffy and said, you need to enter Arpayado from the port of Angel Island. If you want to get your companions and the boat back, you have to go in head on. Usopp swallowed nervously, sighed and said, is this the trial for us, the punishment of heaven? Yes. Paigeia Kaido. There are 4 terrifyingly powerful priests in a paired. What, isn't it easy? Luffy grinned and said, hey, let's keep it simple, just beat those priests away. Ahahaha, this is getting more and more interesting. Kanis glanced at the laughing Luffy and a knowing smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Come on, I'll take you to the port of Angel Island, where there is the ship I used before. Ha 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 ha, thank you then, let's go. Afterwards, under the leadership of Kanis, Su Chen and other 3 walked towards the port of Angel Island. The bustling island looked particularly dreamy. There were many people like Kanis on the streets, each with a pair of small wings on their backs. But the strange thing is that after seeing Su Chen and his group, these people subconsciously took 2 steps forward. Then they seemed to have thought of something and retreated one after another, as if they were avoiding something. They are so strange. They seem to want to get close to us, but they seem to be afraid of something. Usopp said subconsciously. Sanji frowned and looked left and right without saying anything. He also noticed something was wrong and always felt that these people seemed very contradictory. There seems to be something in the middle of the road. At this time, Luffy saw a strange building not far away and ran up to it. It looks so strange. What is this, a sea dog? Huh, the marks on its head look so familiar. It looks like a strange clay doll, probably a religious belief of some kind, Sanji said thoughtfully, this carving looks very familiar. Usopp's eyes lit up, and he immediately said loudly, idiot, this is art, only I can understand it. This is Bath, something that Sky Island residents will always yearn for. Kanis was filled with memories, and her eyes unconsciously glanced at the Chingling logo above the clay doll, and then unconsciously glanced at Su Chen next to her. The port is over here, please follow me. Oh, okay. Advertisement. Luffy said with regret, ignoring the familiar engraving and following Kanis towards the port. Not long after, Kanis led everyone to the port. Pointing to one of the many entrances ahead, he said to Luffy and the others, over there is the entrance to Arpayado, the island of the gods. You can just take the boat in. Far away from the crowd, the people of Sky Island were looking at each other excitedly. Great, that's Lord Su Chen. One of them lowered his voice and asked the figure next to him. The figure next to him nodded affirmatively and said, yes, yes, that's the gentleman. Ah, I'm dead, Master Su Chen is so handsome. One of the Sky Island girls cheered excitedly, and then fainted on the ground. Lie. McKinley jumped up from the ground and explained to the rest of the Sky Islanders, the master is going to the Island of Gods. Everyone pretend not to know him. Don't let his friends find out. Do you understand? After listening to McKinley's explanation, the others nodded excitedly. I barely suppressed the excitement in my heart. We have a boat, we have a boat. On this side of the port, Luffy looked at the large and small ships around him and roared excitedly. But then, Kanis pointed to a dark crow ship and said, that's it, Crow Maru. This is what I used until I couldn't fly the vibrator. Although it's not as fast as the Viper, it's also equipped with 2 wind shells. Please use them as you wish. After saying this, Kanis had a gentle smile on her face. What? I'm not going. Looking at the crow in front of him, Luffy felt a little dejected. After a long moment, Luffy pointed to a handsome ship nearby and said, I want that one. It looks particularly handsome. Bang. You ungrateful guy, apologize now. Apologize to Miss Kanis from the bottom of your heart, you scumbag. Sanji, who understood what was said, kicked Luffy on the head and stomped on him viciously a few times. Sorry. Luffy, who was kicked and bruised, apologized to Kanis. Advertisement. But then, his face turned serious and he asked, hey, Kanis, are you hiding something from us? You've been shaking since the beginning, right? Kanis's heart trembled, and she subconsciously glanced at Su Chen. At this time Sanji and Usopp also looked at her, they had already noticed something was wrong. Su Chen nodded implicitly. Seeing this, Kanis's heart moved and he said, I can't help it. I'm sorry. You have committed a crime. This is how Sky Island used to be. Knowing the whereabouts of the criminals, we have the obligation to guide them to the Island of God to accept God's punishment. Otherwise you will be regarded as harboring criminals and punished by God. You should leave quickly. I'm sorry. After Kanis finished speaking, he sat down on the ground. After rubbing my eyes vigorously with my hands, tears slowly seeped out. She was scared, excited all the way, but was eventually discovered by Luffy and the others, so she had to tell them everything that had happened. She said it. It's over, it's over. God will punish her. The Sky Island residents who followed from afar covered their mouths and tried hard to show a terrified expression. It was as if something horrible was about to happen. Luffy and the other two were stunned and their expressions changed instantly. Sanji, in particular, felt his heart melt when he saw Kanis crying. I was the one who called the Super Express shrimp. Kanis couldn't stop crying, and seemed to be in a good mood. She said loudly, I took advantage of you not being on the boat and lied to them that there was a current going to the end of the cloud. Let them weigh anchor, that's the signal for the super fast shrimp. This is the duty of the citizens. If we don't do this, God's punishment will be to kill us. Woo woo woo, woo woo woo. After saying this, Kanis felt a surge of sadness in her heart, and thinking about her previous life, she really cried. Then why did you tell us this? Luffy yelled, placing his hand on Kanis's. Since this is the duty of every citizen, now that Kanis has told them, isn't it? Thinking of this, Luffy immediately looked up. There, streaks of white light gathered in the sky, and pillars of lightning reaching the sky fell down in an instant. Chapter 132, The Altar of Arpiado. Boom. Angel Island Harbor. A huge pillar of lightning dropped from the sky and struck Kanis directly below. A pale blue light flickered, illuminating the port and revealing Kanis's face with a hint of fear below. However, after seeing Su Chen not far away, the remaining fear on Kanis's face disappeared and a smile appeared on his face. Luffy saw the lightning column falling from the sky, hugged Kanis and flew out. The next moment, like a homing missile, a huge pillar of lightning instantly hit the two of them. The ground of the port bulged up instantly, and a bottomless pit appeared in the center. Luffy, Miss Kanis, Usopp and Sanji exclaimed at the same time. The people around also took a deep breath. After such a long time, I finally saw this kind of thunder that was like a punishment from heaven again. It's useless. Almighty God, Enel is watching everything. This is God's punishment, the crowd said awkwardly. However, Sanji and Usopp obviously didn't notice it, and now they were looking at the big hole in the middle with worried expressions. They're fine. When the smoke and dust cleared, an old man in white armor riding a strange Pegasus flew out of the cave. Luffy and Kanis were rescued by him. It was Gon Full who ran away when he saw Su Chen before. I'll take her away first, and I'll return your companions to you. Gon Full simply dropped Luffy, his mouth twitched, and he looked at Sanji and Usopp and said, I will not watch her being killed by Enel. You have understood the nature of this country and the power of God. Now what are you going to do? What happens in the country is none of our business, but we have our friends on God's island. Luffy said with a grin as he dusted himself off. Really? Then I wish you good luck. Gon Full looked at the smile on Su Chen's face behind him, twitched, turned around and ran. He is clearly there, but he still insists on acting himself. What a bad taste. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, feeling a little surprised. It's just that I took some things from Sky Island. Is there any need to hold such a grudge? He ran away without even saying hello. He is a god after all, but he is so stingy. Advertisement. Let's go Su Chen, let's go find Nami. Luffy and the other two climbed onto the boat and turned around and waved to Su Chen. Well, let's go. After they were ready, they drove the boat towards the river of Arpayado, the island of God. At this time, in the north of Arpayado, there is a living altar. Zoro and his group were looking around in amazement. Where the hell is this place? Chopper stood on the edge of the Mary and looked around curiously. Nami examined the patterns on the altar and answered casually, it is certain that this is the interior of Arpayado. This is like an altar for living sacrifices. As an archaeologist, this type of altar is uncommon, but not completely unheard of. Altar of living sacrifice. Nami sighed, somewhat helpless. Chopper was attracted by Robin's words and turned back curiously and asked. Nami, what is a living sacrifice? It means sacrificing living people to God. Nami answered Chopper's question. I see. Chopper breathed a sigh of relief, then said, I thought we were going to be boiled alive. But it's not far off. Robin at the back smiled wickedly and said, no matter what method you use, you will sacrifice your life to God in the end. Robin's words startled Chopper, causing him to roll off the edge of the boat. Chopper. Zoro, worried about Chopper, quickly jumped off the boat and followed. At this moment, a huge shark jumped out from the sea of clouds and bit Chopper, who was rescued by Robin. Zoro was caught off guard, and although he quickly drew the long sword from his waist, he was still dragged into the sea of clouds by the huge impact force. After a while, Zoro was taken into the air with a knife against the shark, and then fell down. Zoro. Chopper and Nami shouted worriedly. Could he have been eaten? Nami said with some confusion while looking at the sea of clouds. Hearing Nami's words, Chopper's heart trembled, and he shouted in despair. Ah! Zoro was eaten. If it was eaten, the clouds would be dyed red. Advertisement. Robin thought for a moment and said very seriously. How can you say such a terrible thing so calmly, Robin? Nami's mouth twitched and he roared through clenched teeth. If this was said by someone else on the boat, she would have punched him. The next moment, the huge sky shark flew up directly. Zoro, who was a little annoyed, knocked it down with one punch and walked up the stairs slowly. You must have knocked the shark away, you're obviously a swordsman. Nami put her hands on her hips and couldn't help but complain. Where is the dignity of being a swordsman? Are you annoying? You keep saying one thing after another. Zoro said angrily to Kaido. While Nami and the others were arguing with each other, sky sharks appeared again in the surrounding sea of clouds and surrounded the Mary. It seems that we have been taken to a very strange place. Zoro twisted the wet clothes on his hands and said solemnly, Chopper, find a way to fix the boat first. That super fast shrimp just now actually damaged the bottom of the boat. Luffy and the others will come looking for us anyway, so let's use this place as our base while I explore the surroundings. What the hell, you'll definitely get lost. Nami threw new clothes to Zoro, trying to discourage him. This guy has been lost several times, and he will definitely not be able to find his way back if he goes out alone. Yeah Zoro, what else can you do after you go to the forest? Hey, isn't there a god on this island? I'm going to go meet him. After changing his clothes, Zoro put his hands on his hips and was eager to try. After passing Alabasta, he, who had already broken through the iron-cutting realm, was particularly looking forward to finding someone to chop him with. Nami glanced at him disdainfully and said, forget about it. It would be strange if you could find it. You will definitely get lost. No road race. I'm leaving. This place is so small, I'll find it eventually. Zoro grabbed a vine and swung out, howling. He didn't want to pay any attention to this damn woman at all. Can I go with you, Mr. Swordsman? Robin shouted loudly, stopped Zoro and said, this altar has been built for at least 1,000 years. I am eager to make a move. The longer the history of a place, the more heritage it should have. Even if we only pick up a few broken gem fragments, it should be enough to compensate for the damage to the ship. I want to go too. Hearing Robin's words, Nami's eyes lit up and he yelled loudly. Afterwards, after asking Chopper to guard the boat, Zoro and his group headed into the forest. Chapter 133 Getting Ready. Luffy, I found Nami and the others. After entering Arpayado, Su Chen lay on the edge of the boat, supporting his head with his hands, looked in one direction and said. Nani, where are Miss Nami and Miss Robin? Sanji's eyes lit up when he heard it and he asked excitedly. That direction. Su Chen pointed in a direction and replied, I'll go over first. Stop playing and come here as soon as possible. I promised Kanis and the others that I would help them get rid of this guy who has been bothering them for a long time. After saying that, Su Chen's figure flashed and disappeared on the small ship. Hey Su Chen, take me with you, Sanji shouted loudly, but unfortunately, Su Chen's figure had disappeared. Ha ha ha, that's perfect. I think the trial of the ball looks really fun. Luffy smiled and patted Sanji, who was a little jumpy, and looked at the 4 passages that appeared in front of him with excitement. Now that Su Chen has gone there, he can have a good time this time. Usopp said in distress, didn't you say we can't play? It doesn't matter. Su Chen is here anyway, Luffy grinned, his face full of excitement. And at this time, deep in the island, Nami and the others were exploring the surroundings curiously. Robin squatted on the ground and pinched the dust, then stood up with a serious expression and looked at Nami and the others. That's wrong. This is soil. Sky Island shouldn't exist. Nami asked in surprise, is there something wrong? This is the ground. After clapping his hands to shake off the dust on them, Robin began to speak. Don't forget, this is Sky Island. Logically, there shouldn't be any soil here. And isn't Sky Island built on top of the island cloud? Well, the ground here doesn't feel soft either. Zoro stamped his feet and said with a sigh. This is Gaia Island, but it's a different part. Su Chen's voice came from above. His figure emerged from the void and stood on a big tree. After greeting Nami and the other two below, he pointed to a place not far ahead and said. Look over there. Nami and the others looked in the direction Su Chen pointed, and their eyes narrowed. What is that? Advertisement. As if wanting to confirm, Nami ran over quickly. What appeared before everyone was an old house with only half of it left, covered with dense vines and pieces of strange moss that covered the entire house. Even so, when the unique and familiar shape appeared before their eyes, Nami and the others looked at each other. At the same time he said, the other half of the Wembrano Kulik house. This wonderful feeling made everyone break out in cold sweats, even though Su Chen had already told them about it in advance. But the fact that they saw it with their own eyes still shocked them. Who could have imagined that such a strong ocean current could actually push a huge island into the sky, more than 10,000 meters above the ground? It's really too amazing. It seems that this is not just a legend. We saw this familiar house this morning. Nami placed her hand on the wall of the house, feeling the familiar layout, and said excitedly. This island called Erpeo is another part of Gaia Island. A smile slowly appeared on Robin's face. The feeling of unlocking history was so wonderful. Golden Town, Shandora, hehehehe. After confirming the truth, Nami's eyes glowed with gold, and then he prayed loudly. Almighty God, please bless me to find the treasure, and don't be a stingy person like Su Chen. Looking at Nami like this, Su Chen shook his head speechlessly. As expected, it was a good idea not to teach her the magic of turning stone into gold. Let's go, there are enemies on Chopper's side. After Su Chen gave a reminder, he walked towards the direction of the living altar. Judging from the time, Chopper should be fighting Shira, one of the 4 god-tier officers at this time. Who are you? Chopper, who has transformed into a humanoid, is confronting a man riding a large bird and wearing a pilot's hat and goggles. Just now when he was repairing the Mary, this guy suddenly attacked him. Although he reacted quickly, the mast of the Mary was set on fire by the strange weapon. I am Shira, the Sky Knight, one of the 4 god-tier officials. I am in charge of the rope trial with a 3% survival rate. You have violated the law of God, so prepare to be judged. Shira spoke loudly, as if he were a god looking down on all living beings from high above. No matter who you are, if you attack the Mary again, I will make you pay. Although Chopper was still a little scared, he couldn't let everyone down since they had asked him to help guard the boat. Advertisement. Oh yeah, who can you hold back? As soon as he finished speaking, the huge knight's spear stabbed into Chopper's body fiercely. A burning breath surrounded the spear, as if the air was burning. Bang! A deer hoof collided with the spear, making a crisp sound. The next moment, Chopper felt an intense burning sensation, and the fiercely burning flames instantly spread across his body, making crackling sounds, and a smell of burning fur appeared around him. Ah, that hurts. After letting out a scream, Chopper rolled out. The fire could cause great damage to a deer. But then, Chopper's appearance changed and he turned directly into a beast form. A green scent of grass and wood surrounded him, and the moment he transformed it disappeared without a trace under the diffuse flames. You guy, don't you know that fire is very harmful to animals? Chopper roared loudly, then rushed towards Shira who was jumping on the big bird. When Su Chen, Nami and others returned to the vicinity of the Mary, they saw a scene like this. Shira, riding on a big bird, and Chopper engaged in a fierce battle in the air. Vines emitting the fragrance of flowers formed an unbreakable giant net, trapping Shira within a certain range. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before Chopper won. Bang! An enlarged magic wand hit Shira's head directly, knocking him directly down into the sea of clouds. Su Chen quickly put away the magic wand in his hand. He didn't take action just because he couldn't wait any longer. Everyone, you're back. Looking at the people who appeared, Chopper was surprised to turn back into his tiny form. Well, Luffy and the others still have some time before they get here, so let me tell you about the current situation. Su Chen produced a marshmallow and stuffed it directly into Chopper's hand. This was his reward for guarding the boat. Then he took out the map and explained to everyone. We are at the altar in the north of Arpaio, where Enel is located. Whether it's because of what I promised Canis or whether we broke his laws, we have to go to this place. Get ready to do it. Chapter 134 Another person on the Mary. Not long after, although the fat man with red hair caused them some trouble, under Sanji's threat, Luffy and his friends quickly broke through the trial of the ball and came to the altar. Yahoo! Everyone, we're here to pick you up. Luffy waved his hands excitedly. Usopp put his hands on his hips and shouted with pride on his face, are you scared? Now that I, Captain Usopp, am here, you can rest assured. Ms. Nami, Ms. Robin, sorry to have kept you waiting. Sanji's eyes were full of hearts, and his mouth couldn't close for a long time. I passed the love test. Well, they seem to be in good spirits. I can finally rest assured. Nami spread his hands, sighed and said. Next, Usopp nearly died on the spot after he saw that the trick rod was gone after getting on the ship. However, after hearing what happened to Chopper, he did not blame him, but went to repair the boat. Since the mast is broken, even if we want to return to Angel Island now, we have to wait for the ship to be repaired, otherwise there will be problems. Sanji lit a cigarette, looked around, and pointed to the empty space next to him and said, anyway, let's set up camp in the forest first. Luffy didn't quite understand why, so he asked directly. Although the mast of the Mary was broken, the cabin should still be habitable. Can't you use your brain? What if someone attacks? Fighting on the ship will destroy the Mary. Usopp answered Luffy's question in distress. Besides, it should be more convenient to fight on the shore. It will also be convenient for cooking. Sanji looked at the empty space and nodded in satisfaction. Yoshi, I approve of camping. Ooh. Yay, camping. Let's have a party. Chopper and Luffy heard Sanji talking about cooking and jumped up and down in excitement, not hearing what they were talking about fighting. Afterwards, around a campfire, everyone told each other what they knew. Gold, let's go check it out. After hearing Nami excitedly talking about the Golden City, Luffy immediately became interested. When I was in Qinghai before, I heard from that Bamie that it was a legendary existence. This time when I encountered it, I had to go and see it no matter what. He, that's right, everyone has the same goal. Nami blinked playfully. This time, Luffy was particularly to her liking. Advertisement. The opportunity to make a fortune has finally arrived. Luffy, you can go, but have you forgotten the warning from those gorillas? Usopp didn't play devil's advocate this time. Even though he had always been timid, some courage surged in his heart after facing the temptation of the Golden Land. It doesn't matter, they won't stop us. Su Chen interrupted. The enemy of that group of Shandia warriors is Enel, and they will not do much to stop Luffy. After all, the goals of both parties are the same. Oh, one more thing. There seems to be a historical text here as well. Su Chen glanced at Robin who had been absent-minded, and added with some amusement, Pirates King Roger also seems to have carved some marks on it. Nani, Luffy and Robin exclaimed at the same time, and asked in disbelief, are you telling the truth? There really is a historical text. Faced with the questioning, Su Chen rolled his eyes unhappily and nodded. Is he the kind of person who cheats people? Yeah, ha. Seeing Su Chen nod, Luffy stood up, clenched his fists and shouted excitedly, Yoshi, it's decided, let's go find gold. That's right, so no one has discovered the truth in 400 years. How long can you hold out, Mary? After letting out a terrified wail, Usopp thought he had encountered a monster and fainted. A huge skull island appeared in front of everyone. In the fog, a black figure was constantly knocking on the hull, as if he was repairing the boat. Nami excitedly put her hands on her hips and proudly said to everyone, Adventurer Rolando described the entire picture of Guy Island, but only the teeth of Qinghai Island are left. In the excitement, after eating and drinking their fill, everyone set up their tents and prepared to rest. It's okay, I have a way to let you continue sailing, but you may have to change the hull later. Su Chen nodded, gathered the magic power in his hands, and rays of fluorescent light merged into the hull of the Mary. Look, this is the island that the adventurer Rolando saw 400 years ago. Advertisement. Everyone enjoyed dinner around the fire and discussed tomorrow's plans. Among a large amount of information, Robin said the most important thing. Nami suddenly had an idea and put the map of Gaia Island and the map of Arpaioto together, then said excitedly. In that case, then the legendary Golden City is in the right eye of this skull. Usopp excitedly tapped the skull's right eye and looked at the people around him excitedly. That's it. Nami seemed to have seen the gold waving at her, and her eyes completely transformed into the shape of Bailey. As Luffy made up his mind, everyone nodded. Later, Robin also brought back some high-purity salt crystals, and Usopp returned to the Mary to repair the ship. Everyone nodded thoughtfully. After seeing Zoro dragging Usopp back, his eyes turned to the transparent figure under the ship. Soon after, Usopp seemed to need to go to the bathroom due to eating too much. Sanji continued to cook dinner for everyone, and asked Nami to condense a small piece of cloud to get some clean water. At this time on the Mary, Su Chen was lying on a lounge chair. The spirituality that he nurtured from time to time could actually have been condensed long ago, but in order to transfer this spirituality to the future Sunny, he had been suppressing it. Next we just need to move in this direction. There is a lot of gold waiting for us over there. After asking for help from everyone in vain, he came to the vicinity of the Mary alone. At this moment, bursts of knocking sounds came from the altar in the middle. Later at night, Chopper and Zoro went to collect some ingredients. In the story of North Blue, Rolando's last words were, I saw gold in the right eye of the skull. It's a skeleton. This trip to Sky Island could no longer be suppressed due to his momentary negligence. But it doesn't matter. After going down from Sky Island, we are not far from the Seven Water City. He had already prepared for how to deal with the Mary. So that's how it is. So it was impossible for anyone to solve this mystery. But, clang, 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 we solved it. For a long time, there was no response. Wisps of green breeze surrounded him, as if telling something. Nami is awesome. Chopper cheered excitedly. Chapter 135. First encounter with God Enel. The night passed quickly. Everyone returned to the Mary together, all with confused expressions on their faces. It is true. I saw someone repairing the hull yesterday. Usopp looked around excitedly and shouted to everyone, I thought there was a monster, but you didn't believe me. Yes, even the broken ghost pole has been repaired. Nami touched the ghost pole in surprise and looked at Su Chen. Did you repair it? Su Chen shook his head, a wicked smile appeared on his face and he said, maybe the Mary repaired itself. Tisk, Su Chen, what are you talking about in your sleep? How can a ship repair itself? Everyone expressed disbelief. After all, this matter was even more incredible than the legend. Forget it if you don't believe me. Since we have decided to take the risk, let's go. Su Chen curled his lips and moved the Mary directly above the sea of clouds. After everything was ready, Nami gathered everyone together with a map. She has no interest in what happened to the Mary. Gold is the most important thing. Here, everyone, look at the map. Our route is this. Luffy and Su Chen, you guys go to the right eye and bring back any gold you see. I'm not going. Su Chen touched his nose awkwardly and rejected Nami's suggestion. Gold has absolutely no appeal to him. I'd love to, especially since there's a history essay contest. Robin nodded beside her, indicating that she could go. Luffy next to him asked curiously, don't you want the gold? Why don't you go by yourself? That's right, Nami is really weird. She obviously wants it, but she refuses to take the risk. Chopper, who was assigned to the ruins, complained. But the next second, Nami's eyes changed and she glared at Chopper fiercely, scaring him so much that he didn't dare to say anything more. When you guys are heading to the ruins, we will be in charge of driving the Mary to the coast near the ruins. It's also very dangerous, okay? Don't be ungrateful. Seeing Nami's somewhat embarrassed and angry expression, the others had no choice but to nod. Anyway, it's better not to provoke Nami now, because she looks like she wants to eat people. Yoshi, let's go. Luffy simply put on the backpack that Sanji had prepared and ran straight into the depths of the jungle. Advertisement. Behind him, Zoro, Robin and Chopper followed closely. After they left, the Mary, under Nami's control, moved along the Cloud River out of the jungle. Su Chen, why don't you go? While controlling the airflow to blow the sail, Nami complained, they only have a few people, so they can't move much gold. If you go, you can definitely move all the gold away. I'm feeling a little unwell. Ha ha ha, let's discuss the gods and priests of Arpayado. Su Chen changed the subject somewhat awkwardly and spoke with a mysterious look on his face. HMPH carrot. Nami snorted angrily, expressing her dissatisfaction. Okay, let me tell you why they say that the omniscient god is watching everything. Su Chen spread his hands and threw out a topic that they were more interested in. After seeing that the attention of the others had been drawn, he continued. That's a skill they call hard net. In Qinghai, we call it observation hockey. Hard net, observation right, what is that? Nami, Sanji, and Usopp spoke at the same time, looking at Su Chen with curiosity, who had a mysterious look on his face. Enel is one of the best. Because of the devil fruit he ate, he seems to be able to gain a stronger mind network and can directly sense the entire Sky Island. Of course, this is just one of the functions of observation. Don't worry, I used a special method to conceal my existence. All he saw was a black shadow. Su Chen comforted Nami in a mischievous way. Sanji took a long drag on his cigarette and looked towards the distant jungle with some worry, we shouldn't be able to escape after the previous attack at the port. Conquerors is relatively rare among them, and it is also relatively rare in the Grand Line. There are 3 types of hockey. Conquerors, armament hockey, and observation hockey. What about us? Nami grabbed Su Chen's collar and shook him hard a few times. Ah, doesn't that mean he's looking at us now? Before Su Chen's words faded away, a white lightning flashed and fell from the sky. Advertisement. Su Chen had a wicked smile on his face, as if he had seen Luffy and the others running away screaming. I seem to have heard of the name hockey. Sanji said with some surprise. Well, to put it bluntly, that guy has been watching our movements the whole time, right? I guess so. That guy probably wants to play games. After all, he hasn't played this kind of game for a few years since he made the agreement with me. That's a means of sensing. For example, right now, I can sense that Luffy and the others are being chased around by a python and have been separated. I only know armament hockey. I stole this from a guy with black wings. I'll tell you about this when I have time. That guy refused to give it to me at first. This guy actually didn't help them cover it up. Landed on the deck of the Mary. But armament hockey and observation hockey are very common abilities in the Grand Line. Whether it's Marines or pirates, if they want to become strong, they will practice these 2 abilities. A knife hit Nami on the head. Cough, 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 do you still want to listen? After pulling Nami down and throwing it aside, Su Chen coughed vigorously twice. Usopp was silent for a moment, then asked carefully, then Su Chen, do you have such ability? The corners of Su Chen's mouth curled up slightly. That was after he left Sky Island. Nami was stunned. With such terrible ability, do they still have a chance to grab the gold? Enel appeared in front of everyone holding a golden stick. What's more, they can even predict the future and hear the sounds of all things. I accidentally fell into Wano Kuni. This guy, how come he has become so strong now? Su Chen looked at Sanji in surprise. Have you heard of the reason of the Vinsmoke family? Then how do you sense the situation of Luffy and the others? Nami asked curiously. Bang. You said so, Enel. As a magician, how can he use long-range magic to attack people if he doesn't have the ability to sense others? Su Chen looked at Nami with some disappointment. It would be fine if others didn't know, but didn't she, a girl who inherited the wind element, understand? He has long earlobes, a white scarf on his head, a naked upper body, and a few small thunder drums on his back. Chapter 136. Enel's defense breaks. Crack. A bolt of lightning flashed from the void and struck Su Chen directly. The air exploded and a burnt smell surrounded the surroundings. In just a moment, the thunder began to jump wildly on Su Chen's body. Su Chen. Nami and the others exclaimed in worry. Sanji, who reacted the fastest, kicked Enel directly. However, the next moment, another bolt of lightning flashed and struck Sanji directly. Whoosh. Sanji was held in Su Chen's hand and appeared in another location. As for the thunder, it turned into sparks and scattered before it got close. Don't be anxious. We haven't seen each other for 3 years, right, Enel? Su Chen showed a bright smile on his face, and his white teeth reflected the sunlight. Su Chen. Looking at Su Chen's expression, Enel clenched his fists tightly. Why did you come back this time? Enel asked solemnly. Su Chen spread his hands, walked to his front and said, Don't be so angry, we haven't seen each other for a long time, can you be happy? Crack, sizzle, sizzle, boom. Thunders fell rapidly, and huge clouds of dust filled the sky above the Mary. A breeze blew by, revealing everyone intact. You really can't take a joke at all. I remember you weren't like this at first. Su Chen lowered his raised arm and looked at Enel's finger, and had to add again. Do you remember what I said when I left? As long as you defeat the Qinghai people I brought back, I will return to you double the gold I took away before. Hearing Su Chen's words, Enel paused. You must be kidding. I will take back what's mine myself. Huge thunder condensed in the air, forming a lightning column that was more than 10 meters long. The pale light illuminated everything around, as if a strange sun was falling straight down. Hey, why don't you understand? Su Chen sighed helplessly. He is no longer the same person he was a few years ago. Whether it is the armament hockey he snatched or the magic that is gradually approaching perfection, they are all powerful weapons to restrain Enel. But looking at his current state, it was obvious that he didn't take his words to heart. I thought he hadn't made any progress over the years. Su Chen's figure disappeared instantly and appeared behind Enel. Advertisement. The enlarged magic wand was covered with a layer of strange light and smashed hard on Enel's waist. In just a moment, Enel, who had no time to react, flew out and hit the lightning pillar that fell from the sky. Bang! Boom! A huge explosion occurred in the air, and gusts of wind swept in all directions. After a long time, Enel appeared on top of the Mary again. This time he did not attack. He held the golden stick in one hand and covered his lower back with the other. He asked with a pale face, What is that? Why can it hit me? Didn't you hear just now? Armament hockey, you Logia's nemesis. Su Chen put a smile on his face again and explained to him nonchalantly. Armament hockey. Enel paused for a moment and then said, I am here to inform you that the survival game has begun. Once this game begins, it will not stop. Only the winner will be eligible to get the large amount of gold. You can hear the noisy noise, right? I'm also a contestant, so I'll let you go this time. I'll settle with you next time. Points of lightning danced on his body, and the pain in his waist gradually dissipated. Is it possible to hit his power directly? That's interesting, but it will be fine as long as you don't get close to him. Oh, do you still have gold? Su Chen asked mischievously from behind. Enel's figure staggered, and he glared at Su Chen fiercely. With a flash of lightning, his figure disappeared on the Mary. Don't worry, what you took away was only a small part. Enel's somewhat angry voice was heard in the air. Gold. Nami came up to Su Chen in an instant, and asked with golden eyes, how much of the gold he mentioned did you take? Probably only a few tons. Su Chen took a step back. Such a Nami made him a little scared. Hand it over. Nami had a ferocious expression on his face, his huge mouth opened like some ferocious beast, and the golden light in his eyes extended several meters away, almost scaring Usopp Sanji next to him to death. Change. A puff of smoke flashed by, and the orange cat appeared in front of everyone again. Ms. Nami. Sanji looked particularly sad as he hugged the orange cat that fell from the sky, but the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. Nami, who was turned into a cat, couldn't refuse his hug. Meow. Advertisement. Sniff sniff. Ouch. Sanji howled miserably. Nami's sharp claws swung quickly, leaving several large cuts on Sanji's face. She can't afford to offend Su Chen, but can't she offend Sanji? Then, Nami jumped out of Sanji's arms, walked awkwardly in front of Su Chen, and signaled her to calm down. Seeing that Nami was giving in, Su Chen gently tapped her with his magic wand. The smoke flashed away, and Nami regained his human form. HMPH carrot. Nami turned her head away, not wanting to pay attention to Su Chen, this guy who didn't understand romance. After realizing that she was no match for him, Nami had no other choice but to express her dissatisfaction in this way. At this moment, bursts of strange horns sounded from a distance, and a strange ship came from a distance. Adult Su Chen, Hasso. Kanaz's voice was filled with joy, and she waved her arms in greeting. Wow, Miss Kanaz, you're here. Sanji didn't care about the wound on his face that was still bleeding, and hearts appeared in his eyes. Kanaz, uncle, why are you here? The sound of the horn is terrible. Nami widened her eyes, looked at them in disbelief, and then immediately shouted loudly. Also, who is this kid? Nami came closer to Aisha and looked at the little girl with curiosity. She was wearing a khaki hat, a light orange dress and bare feet. I'm really sorry, this child's name is Aisha. Uncle Pagya replied. Don't come near me, you be asterisk 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 D Qinghai man. Aisha was obviously very alert, holding up a shell on a stick and threatening. I will destroy you, I am a Shandia warrior. Hey, do you want to fight? I won't be polite. Nami took out a wooden stick with a sinister look on her face and pointed at Aisha. She was going to take revenge on the little girl Aisha for the anger she had just suffered from Su Chen. Let's talk business first. Uncle Page took the repaired Viva and said to Nami, we have made a new road with Yunbei, which leads directly to the Bye Bye Sea. This is your Viper. I fixed it as well. No. The moment Nami took over the Viper, Aisha screamed loudly, covered her head and fell on the deck. Chapter 137 Golden City, Shandora. At the same time, there was a loud thunder in the distance. In another place, the slashing attacks were rampant, and large trees fell down madly, splashing up clouds of dust. What's wrong? Are you okay? Nami hurriedly ran up and asked with concern. Aisha raised her head in tears and said fearfully, the sound, so many people disappeared. Can you still hear me? Su Chen tapped Aisha's head with his finger, and a strange symbol merged from his finger into her head. Aisha's eyes widened with tears, and she raised her head in great surprise. All the sounds on the island disappeared. Don't worry, nothing happened to them. You have great talent, but it's still too early for you now. Su Chen stretched out his hand, stuffed a colorful lollipop into Aisha's mouth and said, I set a switch for you. Listen when you want. What do we do now? Uncle Pagya saw that Aisha had stopped crying, looked at Su Chen respectfully and asked, Master Su Chen, do we still need to proceed according to the plan? Enel should be ready to leave. Su Chen pondered for a moment and said, no, just let it be. Then let's drive the boat to the agreed place first. As long as the four of them get together, nothing will happen. Nami said after thinking for a while. Well, there are no foursomes on the island. I've heard that. Aisha hid behind Su Chen, stretched out her little head with a lollipop in her mouth, rubbed her eyes and said softly. Su Chen nodded and said, well, they got separated, but it's nothing serious. Are you crying again? Nami came closer to Aisha again and asked playfully. I'm not crying. Idiot Qinghai people, idiot. Aisha immediately denied it loudly. Kanaz stood silently behind Su Chen and explained, Aisha's vibrator seemed to be broken. We happened to pass by when she was attacked by the sky shark. What on earth are you planning to do? Nami was a little annoyed that such a young girl ran to such a dangerous place. I don't know. I can't just do nothing. Thinking that her friends were still in danger, Elsa licked the lollipop twice more and suddenly felt even sadder. Lackey. Everyone. At this moment, a huge python rushed over from a distance. Advertisement. The trees on both sides fell down wildly as it moved, forming a winding road. That idiot Luffy was swallowed by the python just like in the original book. What the hell? What the hell is this? It's so big. Sanji's mouth dropped open, eyes wide. The python in front of me looked to be nearly a kilometer long, and I couldn't see its tail from the head. It was really scary. Nami, Su Chen, hurry up, that guy is coming. Usopp was so scared that he was shaking and stood behind everyone. But the next second, the python stopped moving instantly after seeing Su Chen. After a pause, he rolled over in pain and looked at Su Chen with pleading eyes. I told you to eat randomly, open your mouth. Hiss. The Lord of the Sky looked at Su Chen with gratitude, blinking his eyes and opening his mouth wide. Su Chen appeared directly above its head and slapped his open palm downwards. Luffy, wearing the crown, flew out of the Lord of the Sky's open mouth and crashed into the mast of the Mary. Gold. Luffy. Nami and Sanji exclaimed and moved closer. But their goals seemed to be different. The moment Luffy saw Sanji, he shouted loudly, Sanji, I'm hungry. Several hours had passed since he was swallowed by the snake, and since he lost his backpack, he had not eaten for a long time. Hey, wait a minute. Sanji nodded and walked towards the interior of the Mary. Okay, let Xiaoming take you to the Shrine of God later. I'll go find Robin first. She seems to need help. Su Chen spread his hands towards Nami, indicating that he was ready to go first. Wait, who is the little python? Nami grabbed the crown tightly and stopped Su Chen. Unexpectedly, the most unreliable Luffy actually brought back a harvest, which made her very happy. Su Chen snatched the crown and threw it into the mouth of the Lord of the Sky. Then he said wickedly, that's it. You can negotiate with it for the gold you want. Let's go. A very obvious passage appeared in front of Robin. She asked with a puzzled look in her eyes, but why is there a dug road here? Who is it? I am the commander of the divine army, you are the enemy of God. She pulled Su Chen and ran directly to the stairs in the center. The air was filled with smoke and dust, and the remains of the city of Shandora collapsed bit by bit under this attack. Afterwards, Su Chen, who failed to show off, and Robin, with a smirk on his face, walked towards the city center of Shandora. Advertisement. While walking, Robin would occasionally hold a book for reference. Could this guy have been here? Quote. Quote. In order to protect the remains of Shandora, she was forced to use the power of the fruit to withstand the attacks, so she now looks particularly embarrassed. This woman was able to stand up even after being beaten so many times by him. Robin stood up and wiped the bloodline from his mouth, saying disdainfully, "You really have no intention of respecting the footprints of our ancestors at all. Well, it would be better if you came down from the inscription. Do you know who Lousy is?" Su Chen touched his nose unnaturally and jumped down. He clenched his huge palm into a fist and smashed it hard at the woman who had humiliated him. Robin looked at Su Chen suspiciously, and then jumped down as well. His figure disappeared in an instant. The feeling of doing something and running away was really exciting. Bang! Sure enough, we can go down here. The divine soldier twitched his arms a few times, and when he realized that he couldn't move at all, he roared in horror. Could it be that I shouldn't be too late? Most of the ancient buildings and roads have been eroded by plants, but one can still easily see the prosperity of the past. Some of the very obvious potholes make Robin a little confused. Maybe someone has been here before. Robin stepped on the island cloud under his feet, and a bold idea suddenly came to his mind. Ah, Su Chen, you be ***************. At this time, Robin was being chased by an extremely fat divine soldier. According to the records in the books, Shandora should not be what it is now. The size and terrain are completely different. Only stupid people would be like you. How long do you plan to protect this withered city? Asked the captain of divine soldiers with some surprise. Miss, do you need my help? The captain of the divine soldiers was stunned, and instantly felt humiliated. A bad voice came out from the smoke and dust, and a figure appeared in front of the divine soldier and stepped on his fist. He kicked him away with a flying kick, and Su Chen looked at Robin beside him. Chapter 138. Battle of the Giant Bean Vine. Sure enough, there is another layer underneath. After jumping down, Robin said with a sigh, "This is clearly the ruins of Qinghai, but there is a layer of island clouds, so I feel weird. The city above is the upper part of the city that has been eroded by the island cloud. Just as I thought, there really is something beneath the island cloud." After saying this, she excitedly ran towards a passage that was shining with light. Slow down, it's very high ahead. Su Chen was stunned and immediately shouted loudly. Robin was at the end of the passage, staring outside in a daze. The sun shone through the island clouds. The ancient city ruins stood quietly in the light. Strange statues and plants were intertwined, full of a strange sense of harmony. 800 years ago, Shandora suddenly perished. I didn't expect that after so many years, it is still so spectacular. Robin took a deep breath and said to Su Chen excitedly, "This is the Golden City, Shandora. Well, this city is quite ancient. Now that we have finished looking around, let's leave quickly," Su Chen suggested from the side. He had been here several years ago and there was nothing noteworthy about the place except some stone carvings. Why are you in such a hurry? Didn't you say there is the historical text here? Robin asked curiously, then she walked down the stairs next to her. This guy has been quite suspicious since he came down, and has been trying to lead her in another direction. Hey, wait for me. Su Chen hurriedly followed. Not long after, Su Chen pointed in a direction and said loudly, "Look over there, gold." Robin glanced at Su Chen and walked in the opposite direction without any concern. How could there be such brand new gold in this city that has been abandoned for hundreds of years? He really thought she was a fool. Seeing Robin's actions, Su Chen showed a disappointed expression. Wait a minute, isn't this guy's performance a little too obvious? Robin stopped walking, glanced back at Su Chen, and then walked directly in the direction he had pointed. Sure enough, behind the huge piece of gold, there was a stone tablet engraved with ancient characters. We convey the truth to the heart. We are the ones who weave history. With the bells of the great belfry. Su Chen was here. It seems like something strange has gotten in. Robin smiled and looked at Su Chen with twinkling eyes. Advertisement. But at this time, Su Chen's figure had appeared on a building dozens of meters away. He pretended to take out a booklet seriously and began to study the stone slab. Su Chen, explain it to me clearly. Robin smiled very gently, crossed his hands in front of his chest, and silently said. 6-wheeled flowers bloom. One arm after another grabbed Su Chen, who was pretending to be serious, and pulled him in front of her in an instant. With a strange smile and flickering pupils, Robin pointed at the stone tablet and asked, "Explain what this string of words means." Private Marseille. Su Chen said it from his heart seriously. Robin now doesn't look like someone who is easy to mess with. Snort. After putting Su Chen down, Robin pondered for a moment and walked towards the bell tower in the center of the 4 altars. The cause of Shandora's demise was the battle with other people. The historical text was moved to this city, and the big clock tower recorded on it must have preserved the real historical text. If her mind had not been more attracted by the main text of history, she would not have let Su Chen go so easily. While Su Chen and Robin were heading towards the center of the ruins, everyone else was gathering towards the huge bean vine in the center. It's the Lord of the Sky. Should we stop it? The Qinghai people are on top of it. Capture them and don't let them get near the shrine of God. Damn it, why would the Lord of the Sky help them? A group of divine soldiers were hanging far behind Luffy and the others, not daring to approach or stay too far away. Ha 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 ha, this is really fun. Luffy stood on top of the little python, watching the scenery passing by quickly, and cheered with great excitement. Shut up. Forget about the people behind you, why are you so annoying? Nami punched Luffy on the head because Su Chen threw the crown into the little python's stomach, and she was particularly annoyed. These guys didn't take him seriously at all. Immediately following. However, the huge kinetic energy directly bounced them off the python and landed on the long-abandoned city. Luffy, you guys are finally here. You guys, be serious. Idiots. Not only will you not be able to escape, but you will also die in here. A divine soldier looked at everyone mockingly. Advertisement. Zoro held the long sword and blocked the vice admiral's attacking weapon in midair, saying disdainfully, such an attack can't kill us. He didn't come out until he saw Zoro. Aisha, why are you with them? Weber asked with wide eyes as he looked at Aisha next to Nami. The priest named Ohm laughed loudly and said. That Ohm was so ferocious that he was scared and used the magic patterns on his antlers to hide himself. Man. A layer of white thorns formed a cage, surrounding everyone inside. The man let out a scream and was killed immediately. It was this guy just now, chattering non-stop, it was really annoying. Luffy dusted himself off and looked at Chopper strangely. This is the true face of the Iron Trial. Now that everyone is here, let's begin. When? Just at this moment, only those who are alive are worthy of leaving here. Chopper seemed to realize that Luffy had forgotten about him, and he immediately burst into a swear. Idiot. Didn't I tell you to gather here? You idiot. Then he exerted a little force with his arm and chopped Tien back directly. At the same time, Zoro also asked, Luffy, why are you with Nami? Ohm looked at Luffy and the others who didn't care, swung his arm, and the sharp iron cloud slashed directly at everyone. Even if you don't trap us, we won't escape. Zoro looked back at Ohm. Bah, Weber, run away, stop fighting. Mantis just told me that Enel is in the woods. He is the lightning itself, revered as a god by people since ancient times. Weber fired directly. To him, no matter whether they were from Qinghai or Sky Island, they were all untrustworthy. But the next moment, Weber kicked him directly onto the white thorns. The huge Lord of the Sky roared and helped Nami and others block the shot. Hey, Chopper, you're here too. However, she didn't seem to dare to go into the python's belly to look for gold. Just then, a Shandia girl rushed over from a distance and stood outside the white thorns. Chopper carefully ran out from a corner. Chapter 139 The last 3 minutes. Crack, sizzle, a flash of lightning passed by. Enel appears behind Lackey. Are you talking about me? Enel smiled, with the corners of his mouth rising unconsciously. Weber grabbed the white thorns with both hands and shouted loudly, Lackey. Watch your back, get out of there. Looking back, Lackey's pupils shrank and he subconsciously raised the spear in his hand. Don't attack, Lackey, don't attack him. Weber shouted anxiously. Bang, bang. Startled by Weber's voice, Lackey subconsciously fired 2 shots. The bullets instantly penetrated Enel's body, leaving 2 holes with electric light flickering. You fool. Weber's voice was hoarse and his pupils vibrated violently. Drops of blood dripped down the thorns. Squeak, crack. A flash of lightning passed by, and Lackey only said, run away, before falling in front of Weber. Ahahaha, women are warriors too. Enel looked at Weber inside the white thorns and said with great disdain, as long as someone challenges me, even if they are lambs, I will not discriminate. You must go and don't die, Shandia warrior, Weber. As soon as he finished speaking, Enel turned into a streak of lightning and disappeared. It's okay, I'm a doctor, I'll go save her right away. Chopper ran to Weber's side, transformed into beast form and crashed into him. A bluish-white air current surrounded him, and his erect antlers were like sharp swords, tearing off the white thorns that the priests had high hopes for in just a moment. Damn it, we can't let them out. Priest Ohm shouted loudly. As he roared, the divine soldiers quickly gathered towards the gap. However, at this time, Luffy and others had no intention of leaving. Instead, they directly blocked the way of the divine soldiers. Even the little girl Aisha stood next to Luffy and others, trembling. Chopper is rescuing people and can't be disturbed by them. As for the remaining Shandia warriors, they all stood guard beside Chopper. At this moment, everyone's goal finally became consistent. Advertisement. ... The golden city of Shandora should have a golden clock in the center, but it's not there. Robin walked to the center of the city and looked around in confusion. This city was destroyed to protect the historical text, so the historical text must be on top of the clock tower. But where exactly? After searching for a while and failing to find the clock tower, Robin had to look at Su Chen who was standing on the strange track again. This guy clearly knows the answer but just won't say it. He really has such a bad taste. Hey, has this track ever been used to move things? It looks pretty new. Yahahahaha. Wonderful stuff. Enel sat cross-legged on a broken wall, proudly tossing the apple in his hand. Even if it is washed up to the clouds, the magnificent city of Shandora still exists. The idiots of the previous generation didn't even discover this city. You must be an archaeologist from Shanghai. It took us several months to find this relic, but you found it so quickly. If he hadn't brought you in, you would be really amazing. No, since I'm an archaeologist, it's normal for me to understand ancient texts. Robin turned around and said calmly. Enel took a bite of the apple and said with a smile, but you came a few years too late. The gold is gone. Gold. Actually, I didn't see it. Did you move away? Robin recalled that he didn't see anything except the piece of gold that Su Chen took out. That's a fine thing. Only I am worthy of those shining metals. Enel bit the apple with a crunching sound, then looked at Su Chen fiercely, but part of it was taken away by the guy next to you. Seeing Enel's actions, Su Chen spread his hands helplessly. What about the golden bell as well? Robin's heart moved, and he asked pretending to be indifferent. Golden bell. I'm very interested. Enel seemed to remember something and ate the apple in a few bites. Looking at Enel's actions, Robin was stunned and looked at Su Chen suspiciously. Could it be that she had misunderstood, and Su Chen didn't know where the golden bell was? I want to go and do something about the huge golden bell and the bell tower that Shandora is so proud of. Then she could only say helplessly, but if you don't know, it shouldn't have followed Shandora to Sky Island. Advertisement. No, wait, that one exists, it has come to the sky. When the island took to the sky 400 years ago, the sound of the bells could be heard throughout the country. An excited expression appeared on Enel's face. He didn't expect that there was still gold left. As long as he found it, he wouldn't have to bet with that guy Su Chen. I can't give you that. Su Chen interrupted Enel's speech and then said. Also, I'll ask you one last time, Enel, are you sure you don't want to go to Qinghai? No, you guy, don't try to shake my mind. Enel replied disdainfully, then raised his eyebrows and looked in another direction. There seems to be a small bug on the edge of the island. His arms were raised upwards, and streaks of lightning flashed. What do you want to do? Crack. A huge bolt of thunder shot up into the sky, but was stopped in midair. A transparent light shield appeared upside down above the ruins, blocking the lightning column and then disappeared. You're taking action while I'm still here. Isn't that a bit too much, Enel? Su Chen lowered his raised arm and showed a sly smile on his face. You. Sizzle. Lightning flashed violently, and Enel took 2 long puffs before saying, forget it, call it God's mercy. The final plan is about to begin anyway, so letting a little bug go is acceptable. Lightning. Enel's entire body glowed with amazing light. Immediately afterwards, there was a flash of lightning, and he raised the golden stick in one hand to the sky. A big hole suddenly appeared in the cloud, and Luffy and others fell quickly under this sudden attack. The wreckage of cities collapsed rapidly, splashing clouds of dust in Shandora. In this situation, Enel laughed wildly. Yahahaha, let's move on to the finale. Ha 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 ha. Nami, this is so funny. Luffy laughed as unbridled as Enel. When they were falling, Nami controlled the wind to form a buffer airflow around them, so they flew directly down. No wonder Luffy was so excited. After all, he couldn't fly. Even with the magic pattern, he could only float. Robin looked at the people who had fallen down with a look of surprise, not quite understanding what was going on. When the smoke and dust cleared, everyone was exposed in front of them. Welcome everyone, the game isn't over yet. Chapter 140 The Beaten God. Enel stood up and said to everyone. You're lucky to be here alive. There are 82 people in this survival game, including me, and there are still 3 minutes left. God's prophecy will never go wrong. So, who among you will disappear? Do you guys do it yourself, or should I do it myself? Enel was full of pride and looked at everyone with disdain. Spreading his hands, Su Chen showed that he posed no threat. He walked to the hiding Nami and Chopper and looked at them with a smirk on his face. Damn it, don't come over here. Nami lowered her voice and pushed Su Chen twice. This guy, doesn't he know that God is scary? He even came here to expose them on purpose. Oh, Nami, why are you here too? I didn't notice you yet. Su Chen deliberately spoke in a loud voice, as if he was afraid that others couldn't hear him. Nami and Chopper, who looked like they had lost all hope in life, could only slowly move out and walk to the crowd. How could this be possible? They were clearly hiding well. Wouldn't it be better for them to come out after Luffy and the others beat the god away? It's all Su Chen's fault. Regardless of Nami and Chopper's antics, the rest of the group looked at each other, raised their weapons and pointed at Enel and said at the same time, it's decided, you disappear. Ha 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 ha, interesting. You really have the guts to ask me to disappear. Enel laughed heartily, and then said, you are indeed the survivors of the game, but you seem to have not yet understood the meaning of the word God. The warriors who have always wanted to take back their homeland, the StrawHat Pirates who have their eyes on gold. It doesn't matter what the lambs want in this troubled world, but there is something wrong with this country itself. What is your purpose? Shandia warrior Weber asked loudly. It's back to the palace. Enel turned his back to the crowd and looked up at the sky. Once God has completed his journey, he will return to where he should go. I also have a place to go. On the Sky Island where I was born, people believed that was where God existed. They called it the Infinite Land. Only there is the dream place I pursue. It is extremely stupid to fight for the fur land of Arpeado. Listen carefully, there must be a deeper reason for your fighting. Think about it carefully. You are not a cloud but you were born in the sky. You are not a bird but you live in the air. This country rooted in the air is against nature. The earth has its own destiny, humans have their own destiny, and gods naturally have their own destiny. Luffy stretched lazily out of boredom. This guy's long speech really made him sleepy. Don't be so cocky, Enel. Advertisement. The name God is just a title for the leader of this country. Ganfer finally appeared at this time, riding on a Pegasus. He fell from the sky and landed in front of Enel. Old God Ganfer. Yes, it was like this before I showed up. Enel scratched his ears, not caring about Ganfer's appearance, and said disdainfully. My goal is to get these things back on track. After all, this is a natural choice. Damn it, UB asterisk 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 D. In this world, there is no god who controls others. Ganfer roared loudly and rushed forward with a spear in hand. At the same time, Enel nonchalantly raised the golden staff into the air, took a shot from Ganfer, and flashed to his side. 5 million, 10 million, 20 million volts. Discharge. The violent thunder was compressed into a long and thin line of lightning, accompanied by a burst of strong white light. Ganfer fell directly to the ground. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Su Chen looked at the old man on the ground speechlessly. Was this guy coming here just to get killed? Didn't I tell him a long time ago? Just leave everything to him. Thunder. Nami's eyes flickered and she shrank her neck. She was well aware of the power of thunder. Although she didn't use it very often, when she did, it was basically a decisive blow and very few people could withstand it. Are you scared? Su Chen put his hand on Nami's shoulder and looked at her with an amused expression. No road race. No, I wasn't. I was just thinking about gold. Yes, that's right, I was thinking about gold. Nami turned her head away, somewhat afraid to look at Su Chen's face. Well, time is running out. I didn't expect there are still so many people left. It seems I have to take action myself. Enel showed an exceptionally cruel smile on his face. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. The thunder drum vibrated, and a huge ball of lightning formed into a strange Thunderbird, which rushed towards the unprepared people. The electric current surged, and waves of numbing sensations appeared in everyone's body. Advertisement. Nami, feeling somewhat guilty, was unable to dodge and was electrocuted into an afro on the spot. Her face was burnt black and she exhaled a puff of black smoke. Nami. Chopper shouted loudly. Then he rushed over to check on her and found that apart from being frightened, she was not seriously injured. This strange situation made Chopper's eyes widen in shock. He was struck by lightning but nothing happened. Seeing Chopper's fuss, Su Chen explained with a bit of amusement. She's almost turned into the wind, how could she be in trouble? Clang. Zoro immediately counterattacked. A slash flew out from the long sword, instantly passing through Enel's body and cutting him in half. He has now mastered this sword skill. Although he cannot cut a ship as easily as Hawkeye, if he cuts hard, he can still cut Creek's ship in half. After breaking through the iron-cutting realm, the effect of Su Chen's training on him finally began to show. It's useless. I'm a god. How can I be killed by a blow? Enel's severed body instantly recovered and he looked at Zoro with a strange look. Although the slash had no effect on him, it was already quite good in terms of attack power alone. Ah, my hair. At this time, Nami, who was sitting on the ground, let out a scream and touched his head in despair. I'm going to kill you. Angrily, Nami stood up and instantly appeared behind Enel. The wooden stick in his hand, wrapped in a bluish-white airflow, smashed hard on Enel's head. And one of her feet, flashing with a strange color, kicked him in the vital part without any warning. Huh, Enel turned his head slightly in surprise. These pirates from Shanghai are moving at such a fast speed, it's quite amazing. But using direct physical attack, is this looking down on his abilities? Bang. There were no signs. Enel instantly let go of the golden stick, covered his crotch with his hands, and had an extremely distorted expression on his face. He was then smashed directly to the ground by Nami, forming a huge hole. Hiss. With such great force, the men around subconsciously took a breath of cold air. Woo woo woo. Enel rolled back and forth in the tunnel holding his lower body, letting out sharp howls. Chapter 141 The Determined God. Well, you deserve it. Nami said bitterly, with a look of disdain on her face. Before leaving, he did not forget to pick up the golden stick on the ground. Bang. Sizzle. A hand stretched out from the tunnel and grabbed the other end of the golden stick. Enel's figure appeared awkwardly next to Nami, and the flashing lightning directly struck her and sent her flying. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. In midair, a thunder wolf instantly condensed and pounced fiercely at Nami who was flying backwards. This damn woman actually dared to attack him there. Wow, help, Luffy, Nami shouted in panic with his claws and fangs bared. Enel's sudden counterattack startled her and she completely forgot that she could fly directly along the force. Her coolness lasted only 3 seconds. But the next moment, the flying thunder beast dissipated instantly, and Nami was also caught by Robin's ability. Weber hugged Enel from behind at some point, and the sea stone on his feet completely rendered his abilities ineffective. Die, Enel, attack. The unexpected blow sent him flying, and the huge recoil force caused Weber's arm to go limp instantly. Blood was oozing out from all over his body, but he didn't care at the moment, his eyes fixed on Enel who was lying in the distance. Sizzle, sizzle, there was a flash of lightning, and Enel's stopped heart began beating again. He stood up, wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, and looked at everyone with an extremely serious look. He was careless, but he won't make such a low-level mistake again. Both the Qinghai man and the Shandia warrior Weber have some means of threatening him, not to mention that it is still unknown whether that guy will take action. He struck the thunder drums on both shoulders at the same time, and the violently beating thunder exploded, forming a thunder dragon several hundred meters long. Lightning flashed and the air exploded. Like a flash of lightning, it instantly passed through everyone's body. The speed of lightning was not much different from the speed of light, and coupled with the lock of Enel observation hockey, the crowd had no time to react or dodge. Sizzle. Advertisement. Except for Luffy, everyone was lying on the ground. Even Su Chen pretended to be unable to bear it and lay down next to Robin. Yes, that's right, he was also struck by lightning. As a magician with a weak physique, it is normal that he can't withstand the lightning strike. Everyone. Ah, I'm going to knock you away. Luffy looked at everyone lying down, and his anger instantly surged up. He kicked Enel hard with one foot, but Enel still watched Luffy rushing up without caring. As a god, how could he possibly avoid being attacked? The next moment, Luffy kicked Enel directly with one of his legs. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Enel's mouth, and his body instantly bent in half and fell directly to the ground. Oh my god! Huh! Ha ha ha! Seeing Enel being beaten again, Su Chen, who was lying next to Robin, twitched with joy. Why doesn't this person learn his lesson? It's okay that he was beaten by Nami, after all, she was the first one to learn the armed color. After being hit, he took Luffy's kick without dodging. How stubborn he is. He really admires such a warrior. He can't help but admire him. Bang! Crack! At this moment, thunder flashed in the sky. Enel, who was lying on the ground holding his stomach, appeared in midair. At the top, accompanied by a large mass of dark clouds, a strange spaceship appeared, followed by the sound of countless thunder explosions. The thunder flashing with pale light fell like raindrops, plowing the surrounding earth repeatedly. Dust flew everywhere, accompanied by vibrations. The ruins of Shandora seemed to have fallen into the end of the world. All the buildings and plants were instantly shattered, and the whole of Arpaioto was shaking. Ha 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 ha, you guys really did a great job. You guys have finally exhausted my patience. Enel's figure flashed and appeared above the ark. I was born in Burka, and my only goal was the infinite land, so I destroyed Burka and came here. It doesn't matter what kind of heaven or gods there are. It's ridiculous to think that I would be shaken by your invitation a few years ago. But now, I have decided that I will destroy this place and put an end to all this ridiculousness. Advertisement. Lei Ying. Enel stood on top of the ark, staring at Su Chen below. The surrounding dark clouds began to expand rapidly, gradually covering the entire Sky Island. This time, he will not waver at all. Freedom and the strong men in Qinghai are nothing compared to the yearning for the infinite land in his heart. The people below stood up at some point. The Thunder Dragon just now did not cause much harm to everyone due to Su Chen's deliberate blocking. As for why he was lying there and didn't get up, it was just Su Chen's bad taste. I really didn't expect that after Enel was kicked by Luffy, he actually discovered what Luffy had done. Lightning flashed, and everyone saw a huge spherical cloud. After flashing a few times, it formed a lightning ball like a meteorite. An incomparable and enormous pressure loomed in everyone's heart, like the calm before the storm. All around was the crackling sound of lightning. You still chose this path. It seems I was overthinking it. Su Chen's heart moved, and he said with some sigh, after 3 years, you still decided not to go to Qinghai, Enel. Superior. Annihilation. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Chen slowly raised his right hand, and dense strange lines spread out, forming a magic circle not much bigger than his palm. A black beam of light flew out from the magic circle and shone from the ground onto the huge ball of thunder. Boom. The next moment, everyone widened their eyes and looked up in shock. The thunder ball, which was full of oppression and seemed to destroy the world, exploded like bubbles in an instant. Endless thunder spread inside the dark clouds, and after jumping a few times, it turned directly into air. The warm sunlight shone on everyone again the moment the dark clouds disappeared. This shocking ending frightened everyone so much that their mouths remained open for a long time. Come on, Robin, I'll take you to the historical text. Su Chen put down his raised right hand and glanced at the stunned Enel. It's really boring. I played the role for so long in vain, but in the end he still chose to reject me. Luffy, it's all right, I'll take Robin to find the golden bell, and I'll leave the rest to you. No, I want to go. Luffy rejected Su Chen's proposal and looked up at the huge bean vine with longing. The golden country is not a lie. I want to tell the uncles down there that the golden country is in the sky. So I'm going to ring the golden bell. Chapter 142 The Escaped God. I see. There's really nothing I can do about you, Luffy. Su Chen pondered for a moment, spread his hands, and pointed to a cloud in the sky. See it? The golden bell is just above that cloud. If you want to ring it, defeat Enel quickly. Otherwise I'll go knock on it. What a joke. This kind of thing only makes sense if we, the descendants of Shandia warriors, ring the bell. Weber roared loudly and rushed towards the giant bean vine. Enel is now in the air, and the only way to reach the top of the arc is to climb up. Hey, let's have a competition. Guomo no pistol. Luffy grinned, his arms instantly stretched out and placed on the edge of the arc, pulling himself up directly. Gold. Nami, who was standing by, looked up at the sky with great excitement after hearing this. She saw a gust of air and subconsciously wanted to chase after it. But the next moment, a huge golden slab fell between Nami and Su Chen. With a sly smile, Su Chen looked at the stunned Nami with particular amusement. You want it? Yeah, Nami nodded quickly. The yelling, cough cough cough, sorry, it just came out of my mouth. After coughing twice in embarrassment, Su Chen continued, there is one condition. If you agree to it, the gold will be yours. Hey, Uncle Su, just tell me what the conditions are. It's not impossible for me to do that. Nami blinked her eyes and licked her tongue seductively. Hiss, be normal, okay. First officer, please give me your orders. Nami, with golden light in his eyes, said nonchalantly. You have already mastered the armament hockey, right? After things here are over, you will help train the others. And, besides that, you have to let me check your body. Quote. Quote. The people around showed disgusted expressions and then took a few steps back. Quote. Quote. Hole. I was talking about a proper checkup. Didn't you see she was fine even after being struck by lightning? Hey, we got it. Then Su Chen, do I need to have my body checked together? Robin pulled his clothes down seriously and asked with a sinister look. We were struck by lightning just now, but it seems nothing happened. Advertisement. Quote. Quote. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. How could he explain this? Crack. Ziz, boom. At the same time, a huge dark cloud spread above the arc, and bolts of lightning struck Weber on the bean vine directly. He was shot down directly under Enel's special care. As for Luffy, he fell directly from the arc holding a huge ball of gold in his hand. Ha ha ha, it's on top, right? The seriously injured Enel appeared above the arc, bleeding and looking at the cloud with the golden bell. I forgot about it, I won't fight you anymore. As long as I leave here, I will still be a god admired by everyone. Bang! Luffy's figure fell, and Enel's figure disappeared into the clouds. Luffy, are you okay? Zoro ran over and pulled out all three long swords. Since the captain wanted to ring the golden bell, as a crew member, wasn't it his duty to help the captain achieve his goal? In one life, there are 36 troubles. In 2 lives, there are 72 troubles. In 3 lives, there are 108 troubles. 3 swords style. 108 trouble wind. The vast sword energy swept across, forming a tornado-like whirlwind that instantly soared into the sky. Clang! The sword energy surged and the air exploded, as if a violent storm was sweeping across the sky. The flying slash cut Enel in half at an extremely fast speed. With a flash of lightning, his body reappeared. This kind of cutting attack was not enough for Logia, unless Zoro could comprehend the addition of armament hockey. Enel glanced coldly at Zoro below, and with a wave of his hand, a beam of lightning flashed by. God's judgment. A huge thunderbolt suddenly struck from the sky, and a huge pit appeared where Zoro was. At this moment, Su Chen's figure appeared above Enel. My pupils shrank and a bad feeling surged in my heart. Enel shouted loudly. 200 million volts Thor. The diffuse thunder shrank instantly, and his body turned into a god several dozen meters tall amidst his roar. This was his hidden skill. He had used this skill to force Su Chen to escape. Now he used this skill again. But the next moment, as if it had lost its breath, the huge thunder and lightning spirit slowly dissipated, and Enel once again became what it was before. You're welcome. This is what we should do. Behind him, Su Chen's figure floated in the air and slowly retracted his fingers, smiling at him very kindly. Advertisement. Ah, it's so frustrating. It's really so frustrating. As a god, Enel hasn't killed anyone for several years. He finally started the game this time, but it turned out to be a show by Su Chen. And what about this group of people from Shanghai? Did thunder do no harm to them? Bang! He kicked Enel back onto the arc with enough force to drop the ship dozens of meters. If it weren't for the wind blowing shells below, the arc would have crashed. Enel spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already seriously injured by Luffy, and after he received the kick, he could no longer suppress his injuries. However, at the last moment, he turned into a ray of lightning and soared into the sky with the arc. Since nothing can be done, he might as well leave. Su Chen lowered his raised arm. He did not stop Enel's Kulu. Gone. We won. The people below were stunned when they saw Enel disappearing. Hurry, Chopper, save them. Nami held the golden slate and yelled, Zoro, Chopper, come quickly, Zoro can't take it anymore. Doctor, woohoo, Weber is dying too. On the Shandian side, Aisha hugged Weber and cried loudly. Lackey, who had been rescued by Chopper before, supported Mantis and slowly walked over with the other Shandians. Wow, Lackey, Weber was struck by lightning, and he looks like he's dying. I'm a doctor, don't lie on him. Chopper simply treated Zoro's injuries and ran over quickly. Little raccoon cat, can Weber be saved? Wow, Aisha looked at Chopper with tearful eyes and asked expectantly. I'm a reindeer. Look, I have horns. Chopper pointed loudly at the antlers on his head, and then said to Aisha in a comforting tone, Don't worry, he's fine, we can just take care of it. Practice makes perfect. With the experience of treating Lackey before, Chopper quickly treated Weber's injuries. At this time, Luffy was dragging a huge block of gold and came to Su Chen, who had returned to the ground again. Su Chen, help me up there, I want to ring the bell. Then you'd better hold it firmly. Su Chen's mind moved, and he grabbed one of Luffy's hands and threw it out. Accompanied by a strong wind, Luffy soared into the sky. The right hand wrapped in gold twisted and smashed towards the golden bell. When. Chapter 143. It's over. The ethereal sound of a bell rang. The sound waves spread from Shandora to Arpayard, then to the entire Sky Island, and then spread to Qinghai. When Weber heard the bell they had been looking for 400 years, he couldn't help but burst into tears of excitement. Lackey, Mantis and other Shandia warriors couldn't help but burst into tears. They finally heard the voice that their ancestors heard 400 years ago. At this time, all the people on Angel Island and Sky Island also stopped what they were doing. Lord Su Chen fulfilled his promise. When the bells of Shandora sound, he will drive away the spirit that has taken away their freedom. The Shandians and Sky Islanders will live together in harmony. So now they put their hands together, and their mood suddenly became calmer than ever before. What a beautiful sound. Robin had a smile on his face and was also moved by this ethereal sound. He did it, that brat did it. Usopp on the Mary shed tears of excitement. This promise spanning 400 years was so romantic. As this the sound Rolando heard. It's really good. Sanji beside him also nodded, and then said, let's go, when the agreed bell rings, we will go find them. Good. After. Under Su Chen's mediation, the Shandia people and the Sky Island people reached a settlement. Although Weber was still somewhat reluctant, he accepted the current situation since everyone else was already tired of fighting. 400 years is really too long. It is great to be able to lay down our weapons. The following evening, in this dreamy golden city, everyone held a grand banquet. Luffy stuffed meat into his stomach frantically, while Zoro endured the occasional pain in his body and poured wine into his mouth like a gust of wind. Sanji next to him was completely immersed in the gentleness. Usopp was bragging to the residents of Sky Island about how great he was. As for Chopper, he was jumping and dancing around a fire with some people. Nami has fallen asleep now, and in her dream she is drooling over the golden bell that was knocked down by Luffy. These guys don't look normal at all. Putting the clothes in his hand on Nami, Su Chen looked at Robin below. Well, I told you, the history recorded here is not the 100 years. You believe it this time. Advertisement. Well, but what do those words next to it mean? Robin asked with tenderness in his eyes, tilting his head slightly and pretending to be confused. What? Su Chen appeared beside Robin in confusion, without noticing anything wrong with Robin. Are there ancient characters that she doesn't recognize? After seeing clearly what Robin was pointing at, Su Chen spoke awkwardly. Quote. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Six-wheeled flowers bloom. Several arms instantly grew out from Su Chen's body and held him tightly. Dear Deputy Captain, why are there words? Lord Su Chen was here, above the main text of the history. And it was written on the Pirates King Roger on the side. Can you explain it to me? Robin walked to Su Chen in a dangerous manner. A seductive smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were like a pool of autumn water, looking at Su Chen in front of her captivatingly. Well, I can explain that. Crack. The sound of bones breaking came from the joints all over Su Chen's body. Before he could finish his words, his neck was broken and he fell to the ground. From a distance, Chopper watched Robin's actions, covered his mouth tightly, and dared not make any sound. In horror, he turned his head and slowly backed away, drops of cold sweat dripping rapidly along his fur. Su Chen was killed. Crack. There was a sound of branches breaking under his feet. Chopper's body suddenly stiffened. The horror in his heart made him slowly turn his head to look. In the distance, Robin was staring at him intently, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Su Chen was killed by Robin. Bang, 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 bang. The frightened Chopper rushed towards the crowd recklessly, knocking away the trees and rocks that blocked his way with his horns. Advertisement. Hiss, you really have the guts to do that. Su Chen covered his neck and climbed up with a helpless expression on his face. Who told you to destroy cultural relics? Including the last time, this is the second time. Robin snorted, not wanting to pay attention to him. The ancient weapon with the name of God, Poseidon. I never thought that something this dangerous is still sleeping somewhere in this world. Unfortunately, I don't want to know this. Robin, the truth you are looking for may be very heavy for this world. After Su Chen stood up, he twisted his neck a few times, gently stroked the historical text and said, the truth about the devil fruit, the curse of the sea, the lost 100 years of history, and the D-clan, the natural enemy of God. The truth hidden in this ocean may be very heavy. Are you sure you're ready for this? Of course. Do you know the truth? Robin's voice suddenly changed, and his eyes flashed with surprise. Su Chen is so mysterious. He has even been to Sky Island a long time ago. Moreover, he can even read the true meaning of the historical text. Can we say that he has read that blank history? No, I don't know. Su Chen shook his head and denied Robin's guess. I just went to some places and saw some strange things. What this sea hides may be more terrifying than what it reveals. As that's so, it's okay. I've long been prepared to die for the truth. Robin was slightly stunned, then smiled and lifted his hair, and said very seriously. Besides, you were the one who tied me up, so you should be responsible for me. Su Chen stared at Robin blankly, looking at her smile that was full of open-mindedness and yet a little naughty. Is he being teased? Yes, it must be. Ahem, then I will reluctantly tell you what I know. The next scene is that Chopper leads everyone over in horror and sees Su Chen, who should have been dead, sitting on the steps of the Golden Bell with Robin, talking and laughing while pointing at the sea of clouds in the distance. Next to them, Nami was sleeping quietly while holding gold, and laughing from time to time. Ah, the corpse is pretending to be dead. I feel dizzy. Chopper yelled loudly and fell to the ground fainting. At this time, everyone else was very rational and didn't say anything. After looking at each other, they carried the unconscious Chopper and walked in the direction they came from. How could the good atmosphere here disturb Lord Su Chen's good deeds? Chapter 144 Gone, Canis. Let's go. After a long time, Su Chen carried the sleeping Nami on his back and motioned Robin to follow. No conversation along the way. Only Nami would mumble a few words in his dreams from time to time. The people of Sky Island then held banquets for 3 or 4 days in a row to thank Luffy and the others. Plus with Sanji's superb cooking skills, they naturally ate until they were full. Just like that, one night. In the middle of the night, after everyone else had fallen asleep. A figure quietly approached the crowd. Us. Luffy's voice woke up Nami who had fallen asleep, and signaled her not to make too much noise. Luffy, what are you doing up in the middle of the night? Hey, have you forgotten what we do? Let's secretly take the gold and leave here. Gold. Hey. Quick, wake everyone up. Then Nami and Luffy quietly woke everyone up. Brothers, now is your chance to make a fortune. Nami stood in the middle of Luffy and his group with her hands on her hips and said loudly, there is a lot of gold in the belly of that python. Now that it's asleep, it's the perfect time to take the gold. Luffy's future rations, Zoro's future drinks, Usopp's 8,000 men, and Sanji's locked refrigerator, including your medical book, Chopper. With this gold, we can go shopping to our heart's content. Quote exclamation mark. Quote. The few people mentioned by Nami were breathing heavily, with a strong golden light in their eyes. We saved Sky Island, so it's only natural that we'll be paid in gold. Besides, these are all unclaimed items. What are you waiting for? A bright future awaits you. Go, empty the gold from the python's stomach. Let's leave here under the cover of night. Everyone looked at each other, and there was nothing but passion in their eyes. Hey. Looking at Luffy and others excitedly rushing into the little python's belly, Su Chen shook his head and walked towards the direction of the Golden Bell, where someone was waiting for him. These guys are really picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. Don't want the huge golden pillar, go pick up the things in the little python's stomach. Master Su Chen, are you leaving? Canis had been waiting next to the Golden Bell. She had already guessed that Su Chen would leave. Advertisement. You are. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. Yeah, I can't stay here forever. Quote. Sir, will you come back? I mean, will you still remember me? Canis put his hands in front of him, his voice choking a little. What nonsense are you talking about? Your parents' memory is not that bad. Su Chen stepped forward, walked to the opposite side of Canis, reached out and rubbed her head and said, what I should say is, do you still welcome me back? Yes. I will always welcome Master Su Chen. Canis was confused at first, then showed a surprised expression. We too. Sky Island people appeared one after another from the surrounding jungle. They had long regarded this man who appeared in the most difficult times as a godlike belief, and compared to God, he was warmer and more approachable. The leader, Gonfor, held a long sword in both hands and walked quietly in front of Su Chen. I should have given you this 3 years ago. Angel Island will always remember your contributions, and we will always welcome you, like family. Su Chen looked at the people around him who were looking at him expectantly, and a sly smile appeared on his face. Don't be so sentimental, Gonfowl. I don't want to become a god at such a young age. Besides, it sounds unlucky. Go. Su Chen kicked Gonfor away with a flying kick, then glared at the people around him fiercely. After seeing this, the others hurriedly fled. Hee, Master Su Chen, you are indeed the same as before. Canis looked at the people running away, and her sobbing voice suddenly changed into an exceptionally happy laugh. Su Chen's eyes were filled with memories, and he said thoughtfully, don't call me sir, call me brother. Brother Su Chen. Canis tilted her head and called out in a deliberately coquettish tone. Quote. Quote. A chill flashed past him, and Su Chen shivered as he felt goosebumps gradually appearing on his arms. No, just call me sir. Okay, brother Su Chen. Where's Su Chen? Let's go quickly. It's not his first time coming to Sky Island anyway, so don't worry about him. Advertisement. Go. Sanji said angrily. Damn it. That guy Su Chen went to see a girl without even calling me. How about you stay and wait for him? After putting everything away, everyone began to take stock of their gains. At this time, Kanis caught up on the boat with the horn. Behind her, Su Chen was sitting there looking like a big boss. Nami looked at the full warehouse of gold, laughed and said, "With this gold, we don't have to worry about many things in the future." After packing the gold, Luffy and the others looked at each other, somewhat confused about the situation. Not long after, with one hand, she held up Luffy, who had fainted and had a big bump on his head. Her eyes were shining with blood red, and she spoke to the others in an extremely calm tone. "Haven't you been worried before?" Usopp said subconsciously, a little confused. Nami, who was leading the group, shouted loudly and punched Luffy on the head. The Mary slowly sailed towards the end of the clouds. Nami glanced aside, snorted angrily, and turned and left. Nami glared at him. "Take care, brother. Never mind, let's go back to the boat first." Nami's eyes flashed, and she immediately decided to ignore Su Chen's decision for the time being. Hurry up and leave. They were clearly there just now, but it turned out that they just crawled into the belly of the python and disappeared. Luffy jumped out and objected. "No, how can we abandon our friends?" Snort. "Let's go, Kanis." Further behind, some Sky Islanders and Shandians caught up in boats. With Su Chen as their money bag, when have they ever been short of money? After Nami shouted loudly, a gust of air appeared above the sail, and the Mary whooshed straight out. Seeing this situation, Su Chen spread his hands helplessly, and his figure instantly disappeared behind Kanis. With Luffy's experience as a lesson, everyone shut up. "Oh no, we've been discovered." Kanis looked at the disappearing Mary and said silently in his heart. Robin said mischievously, "I think I saw him meeting that girl from Angel Island. They were very affectionate." "Yeah, Nami, we took the gold away. What if they catch Su Chen?" Chopper also appropriately raised some concerns. "Sorry, we admit we spoke a little loudly. Quote. Quote. Chapter 145 Long Chain Island. Swish. The Mary fell instantly in a straight line. "Ah, we are 10,000 meters above the ground." Usopp and Chopper hugged each other and cried out in fear at the rapidly changing clouds outside. 10,000 meters. Everyone was suspended in the air above the Mary, looking down in horror. The scenery in front of them was changing rapidly, and their falling speed was still accelerating. If they could not think of a solution quickly, they would definitely be smashed to pieces like the previous ships. "Oh no, we're dead if this continues." Zoro's mind moved, and he immediately looked at the somewhat panicked Nami and shouted, "Nami! Quickly control the ship and fly." "Yes, can't the Mary fly?" Everyone's eyes sparkled and they looked at Nami expectantly. "Now is the right time. Even if we can't fly down directly, we can greatly slow down the descent of the Mary. Soga, watch me." Nami showed a smile of realization on her face and took out the wooden stick from her waist. But at this moment, a strange whistle sounded from above. The next moment, an extra-large octopus appeared, and its 8 legs firmly grasped the Mary. Immediately, the Mary's descent speed slowed down, and it slowly descended in the air like a hot air balloon. Saved. Everyone fell heavily on the deck, but still cheered while enduring the pain. "It feels so good not to have to die." Usopp's eyes widened, he touched it curiously and said, "What is this?" "It looks like an octopus. So big." Chopper's face was filled with shock, as if he had seen some monster. "This is Sky Island's specialty octopus hot air balloon. Just like its name, it can help ships descend safely to the sea surface like a hot air balloon." Su Chen said with amusement. "Octopus hot air balloon. Safe landing. Amazing." Usopp, Chopper, and Luffy's eyes sparkled with gold as they excitedly looked at the octopus that had grown larger above their heads. Advertisement. They had never seen such a magical creature before. Luffy couldn't hold back his curiosity and jumped directly onto the octopus's hot air balloon and started playing on the trampoline on the octopus's back. "So soft and comfortable. Me too. I want to play, too." Seeing Luffy's amusement, Chopper shouted excitedly. Then he climbed up directly and started playing like Luffy. "Stop playing, the sea is visible below." Nami glanced down, and after making sure they were almost there, she shouted to Luffy, "Come down quickly, we don't know what's going on yet, don't go too far." Luffy grumbled in displeasure. Hey, Nami is so stingy." "Yeah, Nami is so stingy, we haven't had enough fun yet." Chopper, standing behind Luffy, also said something. Hey, is the octopus body getting smaller?" Usopp's pupils shrank and he exclaimed. "Yo, I saw it sweat." Robin held onto the edge of the boat and said something mischievous. What? Under such circumstances, everyone looked up hurriedly and saw that the giant octopus was shrinking continuously. The falling speed of the Mary also began to slowly increase under such circumstances. The next moment, the octopus hot air balloon made a muffled popping sound, and the air in its body completely disappeared. It fell directly from the sky. Ah! Everyone screamed again and began to descend rapidly. "Hurry, Nami!" Sanji was also getting anxious at this time, and pointed in a direction and quickly said to Nami, "Use the magic pattern to control the ship, there is an island in that direction, let's fly directly there." At this time, Nami reacted extremely quickly and swung the wooden stick violently with a strong airflow. A sky blue bird leapt out from the top, circled around the Mary a few times, and then flew forward quickly. The Mary's downward movement suddenly changed, moving quickly in the direction Sanji was pointing. After a while, the Mary fell from the sky and stopped next to an island. It's an island. Luffy and the others shouted excitedly when they saw the island. Although rappelling at an altitude of 10,000 meters is thrilling, it is also extremely stressful. It would be great to have an island to rest. So except Su Chen, everyone else jumped off the boat. Advertisement. As this grass, it's so soft. Usopp, who got off the boat first, touched the grass and exclaimed. Hearing this, Luffy and Chopper also touched it and said in surprise. It's really soft, just like the clouds on Sky Island. Then the three of them rolled around on the grass like children, completely forgetting that they were here to rest. Aren't you going to visit the island? After Robin took 2 steps, he turned back and asked in confusion. After flipping through the book in his hand, Su Chen smiled and said to Robin, you guys go ahead. I'll stay and look after the ship. Thank you for your hard work, Su Chen. The others answered immediately after hearing it, and then walked towards the interior of the island without thinking. It is a good thing that someone takes the initiative to guard the ship, and this person is the strongest Su Chen. After walking a few steps, everyone saw a long rabbit walking leisurely past them. What a long rabbit. Ah, is this a rabbit? Luffy and the other 2 who were running in the front were so shocked that their mouths opened wide and their eyes became round. What the hell? What is going on? This island is a little strange. Nami and others at the back were also shocked and their eyes widened, saying in disbelief. Not only that, not long after the rabbit walked past, a dog with a body that was 5 meters long also walked over leisurely from the side, without any sign of fear at all. Hey, this island is a little weird, right? Everyone looked at each other, their curiosity was completely aroused. The strange appearance of these rabbits and dogs filled the crowd, who originally just wanted to take a break, with curiosity. In this case, they quickly walked towards the interior of the island. Su Chen watched everyone leave, then retracted his gaze and turned to look in another direction. After the Long Chain Island, there was a person who made Luffy and his friends suffer. Should they pretend to be defeated this time? Only by pretending to be unable to defeat him can Luffy understand the importance of strength. At this moment, a huge sailing ship was sailing towards this side quickly. A huge pirate's flag can be clearly seen above the observation deck. It's the flag of the StrawHat Pirates. Ha ha ha, there's going to be one more flag for our Fork West Blue Bandits. There were roars of excitement coming from the huge sailboat. Figures were moving together, and the moment they saw the Mary, they all shouted loudly. Chapter 146 Admiral Kuzan. Watching this sailboat approaching slowly. Su Chen remembered. Before meeting that person, Luffy and his companions also met a group of pirates. However, everyone in this group of pirates seemed to have some serious illness, which was very annoying when I read the original work. I thought we wouldn't encounter it this time since we landed directly on Changlian Island, but it still appeared. It really is haunting. Thinking of this, a magic wand instantly appeared in Su Chen's hand, and he gently waved at the sailboat. A huge gale swept across, and the sails on the Fokker West Blue Pirate Group's ship suddenly turned upside down. It rolled over and flipped at an extremely fast speed, and in just a moment, the huge sailboat disappeared in the sea. Shortly after the sailboat disappeared, Su Chen was attracted by a figure slowly appearing in the distance. Above the sea, I saw a tall man wearing a white suit jacket and vest and with a strange afro riding a bicycle on the sea. Behind it, there is a long straight ice surface, shining brightly under the reflection of the sunlight. Admiral of Headquarters, Aokiji. He was heading straight towards the Long Chain Island where Luffy was, but unfortunately, judging by his speed, he would miss Luffy and the others perfectly. A smile appeared on Su Chen's face. As expected, after he used all his strength to cover his entire body with mental power, even the Marine Admiral could not detect his presence. Shortly afterwards, Luffy and the others returned to the Mary. Chopper, Usopp, and Luffy excitedly surrounded Su Chen and told him about what happened on the island. They saw many kinds of animals, but they either had very long bodies or very long necks. In any case, there was always a part of their body that was very long. Even the fruits and vegetables on the island are the same. I also met an old man named Dongjit and a white horse named Shirley. After listening to the old man's story, they learned that this island was called Long Chain Island. Because of the special climatic conditions, all the food chains here were particularly long. The reason he stayed on the island was because the stilts he was standing on were too high and he was afraid of heights. So his companions abandoned him, leaving only the white horse named Shirley who waited for him for 10 years. Su Chen pretended to be extremely surprised and looked at Luffy and others, then showed a regretful expression. It seems to be saying that it is a pity not to see it. Such performance made Luffy and the other 2 smile happily and complacently. Their vanity was greatly satisfied. They kept saying that they would let Su Chen go to the island next time and they would stay to guard the boat. After that, the Mary set sail again. More than 10 days later. The weather is exceptionally sunny. Advertisement. The group sailed to an unnamed island. Because Chopper was running out of herbs, everyone decided to get off the boat and help Chopper find herbs. After a simple search, the harvest was quite good. This unnamed island is rich in vegetation, but a long trail on the road in the dense forest puzzles everyone. Walking out of the dense forest along the road, the view suddenly becomes exceptionally wide. A strange black plant was growing on a rock, and Chopper ran over excitedly. What is this? A tall man wearing a white suit jacket and vest, with a strange afro and a green eye mask, was sleeping. The strange plant just now was his head. Cat. Kuzan took off his blindfold and looked at Chopper, questioning. I'm a reindeer. I even have horns here. Chopper was very angry because he was misunderstood every time. He pointed at the 2 deer antlers on his head and explained. Are you okay, Chopper? Seeing Chopper fall to the ground, Luffy ran over and asked in confusion, who is this guy? What happened? What's wrong, Luffy? Zoro and Sanji followed closely behind, and were also confused when they saw Kuzan. Usopp scratched his head curiously and asked, who is that tall guy? Is this guy an ordinary person? How can he be so tall? What does that person do? Nami asked curiously. When Robin, who was at the back, saw Kuzan, his eyes widened, his pupils shrank, and he fell backwards. However, before he touched the ground, he was hugged by Su Chen, who was following closely behind him. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Su Chen's voice was very calm, as if he could solve any problem. Unexpectedly, Robin continued to tremble, staring at Kuzan in front of him, and said in a crying voice. Don't go, you will die. Don't fight him. Seeing Robin's performance, Luffy and others instantly became alert. Robin, who is he? Robin. Sanji looked at the violently shaking Robin solemnly and asked, what's wrong, Miss Robin? Advertisement. Why are you so scared? Usopp asked tremblingly. Is the person who can make Robin so scared an enemy? Robin replied tremblingly. He is a marine, and one of the most powerful admirals in the naval headquarters, who possesses the Logia frozen fruit, Aokiji. Admiral, everyone exclaimed. You said he was the admiral, how powerful is he? Sanji asked again nervously. Nami yelled in fear, supreme combat power. Are you stupid? Well, you don't have to be so nervous. Kuzan adjusted the eye mask on his head and continued, the weather is very good today. I just came out for a walk. Don't get so excited. After saying that, he stretched lazily and looked at Robin while yawning. You've grown up too, Nico Robin. Kuzan's words made Robin's pupils tremble violently, and he seemed to have no strength left in his body. If Su Chen hadn't held her tightly, she would have collapsed to the ground. The rest of the people were also stunned and breathed a sigh of relief. Luffy wanted to say something, but his mouth was immediately covered by the people around him. At this time, a group of refugees came out from the jungle nearby. They were ragged and pale, and it looked like they had not eaten for a long time. There were also several children among them, all of whom looked hungry. Seeing the appearance of these people, Sanji and Usopp hurried back to the Mary to get food. As for Chopper, he started treating everyone. The frog can freestyle. Normal frogs should be able to do the breaststroke. So interesting, I want to see it too. The refugees' stories surprised everyone, but Luffy was extremely excited. This kind of thing was extremely attractive to him. Yes, that's right, we drifted to this island and lived without food for a month. When we saw someone appear, we were ecstatic, but we found that person was riding a bicycle on the sea. The leading refugee explained their experience. Then Kuzan told them that there was an inhabited island not far away and asked them to prepare to set off. Luffy was stunned for a moment, then shouted loudly. Hey, don't listen to this guy, he's a marine. Chapter 147 Ice Age. Quote. Any questions? The people in distress were silent for a moment, then looked at Luffy with strange eyes, as if they didn't understand what was wrong with trusting Marine. That's right, this is the correct way. Luffy suddenly had an idea, and he clapped his hands with his right fist and said in a daze. To ordinary people, Marines are their own people, and we are the bad guys. You can still laugh. Usopp stepped forward and hit Luffy on the head with a knife. He said he wanted to help everyone. Luffy pointed at Kuzan and said with a nonchalant smile. Usopp recalled and asked, even if he said that, does he have a ship? There are no other ships on this island except us. Chopper held up 2 deer hooves and answered Usopp's question. There's no boat, and no record pointer. Usopp couldn't think of any way to get to another island, and couldn't help but say doubtfully, it's really not convincing at all. Yes, if it's him, he can do it. Seeing that Kuzan really didn't do anything, Robin gradually calmed down. It's okay, just prepare some food and water for them. Leave the rest to me. Kuzan walked towards the beach with an indifferent look on his face. After looking at the sea, he squatted down and put his hands into the sea. Everyone looked at Kuzan in surprise, and then asked, what are you doing? Freeze the sea. Su Chen muttered to himself. I wonder which one is better, the devil fruit developed to the admiral level or his magic. Roar. A huge sea beast jumped out from the deep sea, and after discovering Kuzan, the dessert that came to his doorstep, it started to bite him from top to bottom. Kuzan below seemed unaware, still keeping his head down and staring at the sea. Careful, Luffy exclaimed loudly and swung his arms to attack. Even Zoro subconsciously put his hand on the long sword and pulled out a section of it. Ice Age. Advertisement. The next moment, before anyone could make a move, Kuzan calmly recited the moves. Crack. In front of him, an endless expanse of white cold air filled the air. The sea was instantly frozen into ice. The huge sea beasts stopped moving and were covered by a thick layer of white frost. A chilly cold air permeated Kuzan's body, and the temperature around him dropped to zero in an instant. Letting out a light breath, Kuzan pulled his hand off the ice. It should be able to hold out for a week. Just walk slowly in that direction. You should reach an inhabited island in 4 days. He turned his head and pointed in a direction. His body covered in ice gradually returned to normal. He then added, "It's a little cold though. Remember to keep warm." As this, a dream. Everyone nodded mechanically after hearing Kuzan's instructions. This scene was really unbelievable. Apart from agreeing stupidly, there was no other reaction at all. After a long time, after confirming that what they saw was real, everyone excitedly expressed their gratitude to Kuzan, who turned around. After seeing everyone off, Luffy and his crew headed towards the island, but at this time Kuzan was sitting on the ground, unexpectedly blocking their way. "Well, you look a lot like your grandfather, Monkey D." Luffy. Looking at the giggling Luffy in front of him, Kuzan had a strange expression on his face. "Grandpa, Grandpa." Luffy's pupils trembled and he shrank his head subconsciously. "Grandpa, Luffy's." Usopp subconsciously turned his head to look at Luffy and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Luffy, why are you sweating all over?" Nothing. That. Hearing Kuzan's intention, Luffy was the first to shout, "You guys are really coming for Robin, believe it or not, I will just go and beat you up." Su Chen shook his head. If the Marine Admiral could be killed so easily, then how could the Marines still have any shame? They really thought that others got to the top through connections. These guys got to their positions through fighting. It's really too much. The blow was so heavy. As a criminal with a bounty of 79 million since the age of 8, betrayal, escape, flattery, and exploitation are your specialties. This group of guys is the place you chose to hide this time. Haha, this is not to sow discord. So far, all organizations related to her have been destroyed, and she is the only one who survived. Why is that? Nico Robin. Kuzan ignored Luffy's yelling and continued. Obviously, Kuzan's last words about their deep friendship touched Robin's sensitive nerves. Advertisement. The bounty is not only a measure of strength, but also represents the threat that person poses to the government. Luffy was flustered and at a loss, as if he wanted to explain something, but he just couldn't say it. "I see. It seems like you have a very deep friendship with them." He pulled out a few blades of grass from the ground, threw them into the air, and then blew a breath of cold air from his mouth. "You guys are quite dangerous. Although your number is not large now, your growth rate is really too scary. What on earth do you want to say? If you want to arrest me, just do it." Arms quickly grew out from behind Kuzan and grabbed his entire body tightly. The huge force caused Kuzan's body to bend slightly. "Now that I think about it, it would be better for you to die here." "Shut up. Are you trying to provoke us on purpose?" Chopper's eyes widened and he let out a terrified cry. As soon as these words came out, Luffy and the others were instantly alert, but Kuzan continued to speak without caring. "How could it be that simple? Shut up. This has nothing to do with what happened before." Luffy yelled at Kuzan. "I have received a lot of care from your grandfather in the past. I came here just to take a look at you and Robin, and to understand the purpose of that guy." Waving his two front hooves vigorously, Chopper shouted fiercely at Kuzan. "Robin is our important partner now, you are not allowed to say bad things about our partner." "Wah, my whole body is shattered to pieces and I'm dead." Robin showed no mercy and twisted his entire body. The cold air current could only freeze the grass into an ice knife. "Ice saber. Especially you, Nico Robin." Kuzan also came alive directly. Kuzan, holding an ice knife, swung it directly and slashed at the stunned Robin. The next moment, the ice on the ground condensed into an ice sculpture. Hook. 30 rounds of flowers blooming. Kuzan spread his hands indifferently, and then said, "Compared to the past, now is more important." Sanji said harshly, he was almost ready to kick someone. Having said this, Kuzan slowly stood up, staring at Robin intently. Chapter 148 The Duplicity Guy. Faced with Kuzan's quick counterattack, Robin, who still had his arms crossed, couldn't react at all. In just a moment, the ice blade flashing with frost was close to her head. She closed her eyes subconsciously. Next second, a long knife firmly blocked Kuzan's swinging ice knife. Zoro, holding the knife in both hands, stared at Kuzan and confronted him. Meat kick. Sanji appeared in front of Kuzan with a roar, kicked the ice blade in his hand away, and kicked Kuzan's waist with his other foot the moment he landed. At the same time, Zoro also cooperated by swinging his knife towards Kuzan's neck. After growing together for so long, although they still quarrel from time to time, they are still able to cooperate in battle. Besides, their strength is much higher now than in the original book. Bang! Kuzan turned into ice again in this situation. After Zoro cut off the head, Sanji kicked the remaining torso away. When the torso was in midair, Luffy swung his battle axe from the sky and smashed the rest of the torso into pieces. "Here you go," Usopp shouted excitedly. In his opinion, it is impossible for a person to be resurrected over and over again. That would be too outrageous. Careful. When Usopp roared excitedly, Nami's pupils shrank and he immediately shouted loudly. Kuzan appeared from behind the three of them, his arms condensed with a large amount of cold air, and he directly grasped Luffy and the other two. Luffy reacted and turned around and fired a rubber pistol. The cold air raged and condensed into ice. One of Luffy's arms was frozen in the ice, and he lost consciousness completely. Seeing Luffy's miserable appearance, Zoro and Sanji subconsciously wanted to leave the spot, but they were immediately grabbed by the arms and thighs by Kuzan, who followed closely. A strong chill flashed through them, and the two fell down directly. After discovering that Luffy and the others were indeed quite strong, Kuzan was quite considerate and showed some of his strength. Directly freeze most of their bodies. Seeing the rapidly changing situation on the field, Usopp and Chopper were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. Advertisement. Damn it. Whirlwind. Nami roared, then immediately pulled out the wooden stick from his waist. The air current rolled, and the three people on the ground and Robin instantly appeared behind Nami and landed in front of Chopper. Quick, Chopper, check if they're okay. Yes. Hearing Nami's anxious voice, Chopper immediately jumped up and began to treat the injuries of Luffy and others. If this kind of rapid freezing injury is not treated quickly, the frostbitten area will rot. You have some good company. Kuzan smiled meaningfully and looked at the stunned and trembling Robin, but you are still you, Nico Robin. Are you going to betray your friends and run away again this time? I can leave you alone. Shut up. Robin is not what you say he is. Wind dark clouds of the sky. Nami interrupted Kuzan and stirred the stick in her hand vigorously. As the stick was swung, a bluish-white-blue bird flew out and rushed directly into the air. A few seconds later, invisible air currents surged, thick dark clouds covered the entire sky, thunder flashed, and the originally sunny weather changed in an instant. This change in climate made Kuzan look at Nami in surprise. Interesting, the weather goddess. It does have that flavor. With some admiration, Kuzan asked in confusion, what's the use of this? On rainy days, my ability will be even more terrifying. Oh, really? But who says it will rain when there are dark clouds? Nami said something strange, and then suddenly pointed the wooden stick at Kuzan. Judgment. Crack. Ziz. Ziz. Boom. A huge bolt of lightning fell like a cylinder, and a huge deep pit of more than 10 meters appeared instantly with Kuzan as the center. I don't know why, but the thunder released by Nami always has a familiar feeling, as if I had seen it not long ago. Not only him, but everyone else also fell silent. Beat. Kuzan's heart moved, and he said in a teasing tone, who would believe that a guy with world-class strength would be willing to play house with a group of children? Even Nami couldn't last more than 5 rounds. Advertisement. This guy clearly had no intention of killing anyone, but he had to pretend that he wanted to kill everyone. Was it to get a better report when he got back? It was the same last time on Gaia Island, and it was also this time, we relied on Su Chen to cover our retreat. We really need to step up our training after this time. Let's go. Let's get out of here first. How could he not believe Su Chen? He just wanted to become stronger. As the captain, Luffy looked at Kuzan dully and led the way towards the Mary. You're a duplicity guy. Do you want to fight him? The sky, which was already covered by dark clouds, looked even darker at this time. The blowing air current seemed to be biting. Luffy, who had been making a fuss about hitting Kuzan away, fell silent unusually. A gust of cold air blew over, and the smoke and dust in the air turned directly into ice crystals and fell like snowflakes. I'll stop him. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and said lightly. Kuzan did not stop Luffy and the others from leaving, and said thoughtfully, Robin found a good group of companions. Snowflakes were flying, and the temperature in the air was dropping rapidly as Kuzan spoke. It may also be accompanied by lightning. After a while, a thin layer of frost covered Su Chen's body. Su Chen patted the frost off his body nonchalantly and looked at Kuzan with some teasing. The occasional flashes of lightning split the ground into cracks, and above the pits, the dust formed a thick smoke that did not dissipate for a long time. It's still a little early for Luffy and the others to fight Kuzan now. Except for Nami, who has already learned the armament hockey, the others are not even qualified to fight. That's amazing. It almost hurt me. In the center of the pit, Kuzan's figure slowly appeared. As he spoke, he slightly bent his body, stepped on the ice crystals that were gradually covering the ground, and jumped directly in front of everyone. Magician, Su Chen, I thought you wouldn't interfere. After all, you only consider them as a temporary shelter. The people on the side also cheered, this guy must be finished. Hey, it seems your words have no effect on them. Okay, Nami, take them back to the ship first. Then Chopper carried Zoro and Sanji, who were half frozen, and Nami pulled Robin, and they quickly left in the direction of the Mary. It looked like he was totally unharmed. Nami breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Kuzan disappear, and said with a playful wink and sticking out her tongue. Chapter 149 Ice and Magic. The sky was thick with frost and snowflakes began to fall from the gloomy sky. The temperature was getting colder and colder, mixed with a hint of hostility, and the atmosphere between the two was so depressing that it made people vomit blood. Looking at the extremely mysterious guy in front of him, Kuzan's originally lazy attitude gradually turned into seriousness. This guy is not so easy to take down. Your purpose has always been what we want to find out. Unfortunately, the intelligence department has never found out your specific origins. Su Chen had a helpless look on his face, and spread his hands and said, if I say I'm from another world, would you believe me? And I don't have any special purpose. Does it count as looking around as a traveler? However, Su Chen still said silently in his heart. All that was left was to help the revolutionary army, provide them with some talents and give them some books. Kuzan stretched lazily and said lazily, "It doesn't matter where you are from. I am just doing this for the sake of my job." As soon as he finished speaking, a chill that penetrated into his bones hit him instantly. The snowflakes stopped at this moment, and were then swept more rapidly by the air, and everything around them was covered with a layer of frost. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen's lower body was frozen, and then spread upwards. Crack. The next moment, Su Chen's body shook slightly, and the ice crystals on his body cracked and then exploded directly. Hey, even if you're pretending to fight, you still have to fight. Kuzan's palm opened, and a snow-white ice saber reappeared. His figure instantly appeared in front of Su Chen, and he swung the saber in his hand directly. Why not just pretend you didn't see us and clock out like that monkey? Su Chen grinned evilly and pulled out his wand to block the blade. Crack. The magic wand and the ice saber collided, making a crackling sound of ice colliding. Bits of broken ice scattered from the saber and the magic wand, floating in the air waves like snowflakes. Kizaru. That's not okay. Kuzan glanced at Su Chen thoughtfully, and replied calmly, and you have a wealth of information. You even know the admiral's personality. Freeze the moment. As soon as he changed his words, his body instantly turned into a piece of ice, merging with the ice saber in his hand and directly covering Su Chen's body. The incomparable cold swept through, and even the air made a crackling sound of freezing. Advertisement. In just a blink of an eye, Su Chen turned into an ice sculpture. This horrifically low temperature seems to have frozen time. Not to mention humans, even the gigantic sea kings can only wait quietly for death in this situation. Sizzle, sizzle, despicable, really too despicable. Su Chen's voice came from another direction, his words full of contempt. Marine Admiral, you suddenly attacked while I was talking, I despise you. Kuzan, who had regained his flesh and blood, looked at the ice sculpture in front of him in confusion, and then looked at Su Chen who appeared on the other side. An interesting smile appeared on his face. You are pirates. As a marine, there is nothing wrong with me doing this. Kuzan answered Su Chen nonchalantly, then his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. The whistling cold wind drove the snowflakes, and everything within the field of vision was white, as if it was a snow-white world that had existed since time immemorial and was not suitable for any living thing to survive. The next moment, a snow-white ice army knife emerged from the air behind Su Chen and slashed down fiercely from top to bottom. With a slight misstep, Su Chen dodged the knife and appeared on Kuzan's right. Crack. A layer of disordered ice appeared on Kuzan's lower body and the ground in front of the ice saber at the same time. While emitting cold air, the ice exuded a natural beauty. Ice. Kuzan looked at his lower body in wonder and asked in particular confusion, you're using ice against me? That's right, the ice that suddenly appeared on his lower body was not caused by him. At this time, a layer of magic patterns was attached to Su Chen's hands, and wisps of cold air spread from it, freezing Kuzan's lower body and the ground together. Ice shape. Doll Girl Garden. A wicked smile appeared on Su Chen's face, and magic power surged in his hands. The icy cold instantly swept over everything around him, and Kuzan subconsciously used elementalization. Seeing this, the smile on Su Chen's face became even more meaningful. The magic circle in his hand expanded rapidly, covering everything around in an instant, and a garden made of ice and snow began to emerge on the ground. The thorns are dense and the roses are in bloom. The winding roads formed a complicated maze, with a small pavilion standing in the center. Kuzan, covered in ice and snow, appeared in horror on the ice bench in the middle, with a teapot in front of him emitting cold air. He was originally in the elemental state but was forcibly condensed. When the garden was formed, he also appeared in the small pavilion. Advertisement. Su Chen looked at the tall girl covered in snow in the pavilion from a distance and smiled wickedly. Interesting. Shaping magic has an extremely interesting effect on elemental natural fruit holders. Kuzan also found it interesting. His observation hockey was trapped inside the garden and he could not sense any trace of Su Chen at all. She was not in a hurry, but just curiously reached out to check the teapot in front of her. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. With shock in his heart and pupils dizzyingly trembling, a mirror formed of ice crystals appeared in front of Kuzanzi. A beautiful girl with sunglasses on her forehead, curly hair, and ice nails on her hands appeared in the mirror. Ah, even the admiral let out a cry of extreme fear when faced with this situation. The delicate Kuzanzi was enveloped by ice crystals. After twisting a few times, the ice and snow on her body disappeared and she turned back into him. Bang! Everything around him exploded, and Kuzan, who originally just wanted to act, was now filled with murderous intent. The exploded ice blocks formed large flakes of snow, making the already dark sky look even darker, and the area more than 10 meters away looked blurry. A startling chill was brewing throughout the garden. Kuzan narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked in one direction after a moment. I found you. 2 ice crystal spears suddenly appeared behind him, and with a wave of his arms, they shot out towards Su Chen. Su Chen, who was still laughing, was stunned for a moment, and a transparent shield immediately appeared on the magic circle in his hand. The 2 hard spears collided with each other, creating violent ripples. Su Chen was forced to step back a few steps. The serious Kuzan was not so easy to deal with. Then Su Chen's hands were wrapped in orange-red flames. Under his control, the flames formed a pair of huge wings, which slapped Kuzan in the distance. Fire again. Kuzan's eyes were serious, and a thick wall of ice appeared in front of him. There wasn't much he could do under such a quick counterattack. Bang! Sizzle! The flaming wings instantly hit the ice wall, and the terrifying force directly created cracks in the ice wall. The terrifying power exploded, and Kuzan flew backwards. Then the flames and ice intertwined, evaporating bursts of hot air. Chapter 150. The Weak Magician. Bang! 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 Kuzan flew backwards for dozens of meters and stopped only after hitting a frozen sea beast on the sea surface in the distance. Huh! Kuzan exhaled and stood up, looking a little disheveled. His already strange hairstyle became even stranger. After being burned by the flames, it looked like it had been bitten by a dog. It's in pieces, all over the place. Looking at Su Chen walking slowly towards him from a distance, Kuzan was now filled with solemnity and vigilance. As for this guy, the estimation made by the general staff was correct. He has already reached the top of the world in terms of strength. Even for him, it would not be so easy to take him down. But it's not completely without chance, as long as you work hard. Before his leg was broken, Kuzan had a mysterious confidence in his own abilities. Frozen time capsule. As he spread his palms, fierce cold air gushed out, and an extremely long ice crystal road formed between Kuzan and Su Chen. Su Chen, who was still walking, was covered by the cold air in an instant and turned into a lifelike ice sculpture. Shave. Then Kuzan's figure instantly appeared on the right side of Su Chen, who had turned into an ice sculpture. He opened his palm, and his 5 fingers emitted a crystal and deep blue light, grabbing Su Chen's arm directly. Crack. With a shattering sound, Su Chen, who had turned into an ice sculpture, shattered the ice on his body surface. He turned his head with a grin and looked at Kuzan. His snow-white teeth seemed to be saying that ice was useless to him. Ice Age. The air was silent, and the wind around them had stopped blowing. With Kuzan's arm as the center, everything around was covered by this terrifying cold current. Su Chen froze in a grinning posture, with the sunlight shining on his neat row of teeth, making them look particularly eye-catching. Call. After feeling that Su Chen was really frozen, Kuzan took a breath and looked slightly relaxed. He did not hold back. The coldness contained in this ice age was several times that of the previous frozen sea surface. He was confident that he could freeze even someone at the same level as him. His eyes flickered and Kuzan lowered his raised arm. He wants to let Su Chen go. No. The next second, he kicked Su Chen's waist hard with one foot. This guy actually dared to turn him into a woman, how could he let him go so easily? Bang. Advertisement. The long legs collided with the ice sculpture, making a sound like an explosion. The ice sculpture shattered under the huge force. In just a moment, cracks covered the entire ice surface. Like an explosion, the shattered ice formed large pieces of ice debris that scattered in all directions. Kuzan's pupils shrank, and he raised his right hand high, with a chilling cold air about to burst out. The next moment, a left hand with strange patterns on it emerged from the ice chips and directly grabbed Kuzan's raised right hand. Hiss, it's really cold. Didn't we agree to stop here, Kuzan? Su Chen still had that smile on his face, without any sign of injury. Strange lines appeared on the surface of his body, completely isolating the terrifying cold air from before. His mouth was grinning, revealing his neat teeth, as if he was making fun of Kuzan for not keeping his word. You can also take my attack. After all, you can get your job done after this. The body is slightly sideways, with the right hand clenched into a fist. Super Meteor. Countless colorful lights bloomed on Su Chen's right fist. Dense lines appeared from the void like rivers, quietly floating behind his fist. Kuzan became very alert and instantly broke free from Su Chen's control and retreated dozens of meters. The cold air surged, and layers of ice condensed in front of it, forming a deep blue ice wall that was tens of meters thick. Then he pressed his hands tightly against the ice and kept injecting cold air into them. This time, he really tried his best. Crack. Bloody. In an instant, the air exploded and the void shook. The fist wrapped in dreamy colors drove Su Chen, crossing the void like a meteor and directly hitting the thick ice wall. Collapse. Su Chen paused and roared, his body and fist suddenly shaking. His figure flew backwards several hundred meters under the huge reaction force. On the ice wall in front, a fist shadow composed of countless colors instantly broke through the dozens of meters thick dark blue ice wall and imprinted on the waist of the shocked Kuzan. Whoosh! A shooting star appeared in the sky. At the same time, this unknown island also began to sink into the sea as Kuzan disappeared. I think he won't die. Advertisement. Well, it shouldn't be possible. He is just a weak magician. How powerful can his fists be? Su Chen glanced somewhat embarrassedly in the direction where Kuzan disappeared, and prayed silently for him in his heart. At this time, a shout came from a distance. Su Chen. On the cracked ice surface, Nami waved at Su Chen excitedly. Everyone else also came out from their hiding places, except Robin and Chopper. They were not the kind of people who would abandon their companions and leave. They left before just because they didn't want Su Chen to be restricted. After all, after testing each other, they found that Kuzan was not someone they could afford to offend. At least not now. Where are Robin and the others? Also, Didn't I tell you to go back to the Mary first? Su Chen felt warm in his heart and questioned Nami in an angry manner. Nami stuck out her tongue, not caring about Su Chen's attitude at all and said, Robin and Chopper are on the Mary. As for us, we are worried about you. Looking at the worried eyes of the crowd, Su Chen felt warmer in his heart. He waved his arm and led everyone directly back to the Mary. Su Chen, I want to become stronger. After a short rest, Luffy and others found Su Chen sleeping on the deck with his head covered with a book. Chopper raised a hoof and hopped around, saying, yeah, me too. I want to protect everyone. Although the rest of the people didn't say anything, their attitudes undoubtedly spoke volumes. Well, it's about time. Su Chen took the book off his head and put it aside. He stood up and stretched lazily, then took out an ordinary booklet from his arms with the word, emission, written on it. Hey, remember what I said about hockey? This is how to practice armament hockey. Let Nami lead you in training. After throwing it directly to Nami, Su Chen continued to add, but don't give up your physical training because of this. You must know that the stronger your physique is, the greater the power you can exert. The main thing is, don't forget your basics. After hearing Su Chen's words, everyone was stunned for a moment, as if they were thinking about something. Sanji subconsciously looked at his legs, and Zoro also touched his long sword. Especially Luffy, his heart moved and his eyes flickered. The most basic thing about yourself. Chapter 151 The Frog in the Train. As for Usopp, his eyes flickered before he ran into the cabin. You should know that he is the person who got the most equipment from Su Chen. As a result, when he encountered an enemy that looked very strong, he immediately fell into fear and didn't even dare to attack. This was really too embarrassing and he felt unworthy of his equipment. Nami was also wondering if she had added the armament hockey before, would she have been able to hurt the Marine Admiral? So the group fell silent in their thoughts, with only the sound of the Mary breaking through the waves. 3 days later, after simple adjustments, everyone resumed their former activeness. Sanji's eyes lit up as he rushed out with a plate of food that exuded an alluring aroma. Ms. Nami, would you like to try my newly made fried mashed potatoes? It's delicious. Nami, dressed exceptionally coolly, held the plate and tasted a piece elegantly with a fork. This thing is still somewhat useful, at least it can cook. Sanji raised his hands excitedly because of Nami's praise, waking up Zoro who was sleeping on the edge of the boat. Shut up. B***********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
can't you let me sleep? Hey, I'm sorry, Cactus. Sanji spread his hands nonchalantly, without even looking at Zoro. What did you say? Seeing the two of them arguing again, Robin, who had calmed down, shook his head and unconsciously revealed a charming smile on his face. After discovering Robin coming out, Sanji instantly dropped the confrontation with Zoro. He turned around and asked Robin in a flattering manner what he needed. He even paid full attention to Luffy, who came over to smell the scent. Then, give me a cup of coffee. By the way, Mr. Chef, are you feeling better? Robin asked gently, holding the railing with both hands. During these 3 days, apart from basic daily life, she followed Su Chen to learn magic patterns and did not leave the cabin at all, so she was not very clear about the injuries of Luffy and others. Woo, Miss Robin, are you concerned about me? Don't worry, I'm completely healed thanks to Chopper's treatment. Sanji made a monkey-like sound, then patted his chest and ran towards the kitchen. Advertisement. He did not forget that Miss Robin needed a cup of coffee, and the group of guys who smelled the fragrance were crying out for it. Robin smiled gently and said to Chopper, "Thank you so much, Dr. Chopper. You are really amazing." Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. I'm not very happy. UB asterisk 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 D. Chopper's pupils trembled, and he danced on the deck as if he had lost his own weight. No, it was that he had lost weight. His antlers were emitting luster, and after wrapping his whole body, he was spinning in the air, looking extremely happy. More than 10 minutes later, Luffy and the others got their share of mashed potatoes and happily enjoyed them by the side of the boat. There was also Usopp bragging next to him. It was really cool. What is that? Zoro, who was swallowing mashed potatoes, was attracted by the dark shadow in the distance and asked in confusion. Everyone looked in the direction he was looking, their pupils trembling. I saw a huge frog swimming in a very cool way. What was surprising was that it was swimming freestyle. After all, it was a frog. Luffy, who noticed this, jumped up instantly, called everyone together and started paddling. In Luffy's words, this frog looks delicious. Ding, buzz. Just as everyone was approaching the frog quickly, a huge whistle sounded from a distance, attracting everyone's attention. A rapidly approaching sea train appeared in sight. It passed directly over the stern of the Mary and headed for the free-swimming frog. In front of everyone's eyes, the frog stopped facing the sea train. After assuming an attacking posture, he jumped high and attacked the train in a special way. The next moment, "Hi, I'm Zimoni, this is Kunping the cat, and she's Grandma Kokura. Ha ha, you're so funny. Ooh, Usopp is awesome. Oh no, it's the pirates, Grandma. The pirates are coming." After taking a closer look, Nami immediately shouted loudly, "Turn the rudder. There's a house over there." Not far ahead, a tall lighthouse stood quietly. Next to it, there was a staircase that looked like a platform, and behind it was a house. Everyone, who had been wary because of the little girl screaming, now breathed a sigh of relief. Advertisement. Everyone looked over. Real. Yeah, I've killed plenty of those free swimming frogs a long time ago. Usopp's eyes rolled, and he patted his chest and said loudly. Afterwards, after Luffy took out mashed potatoes to share with them, the drunken station master and the little girl let down their guard and greeted everyone. Chopper, who was sitting next to him, looked at Usopp with eyes wide open and sparkling in admiration. She has brown-green curly hair and wears a webmaster's hat on her head. After watching it, everyone nodded excitedly. Nami showed an expression of disbelief. The group of people in distress on the island did not deceive them. There really were free swimming frogs in the Grand Line. What the hell, there's actually a free swimming frog, and what the hell is that train? Even trains can run on the sea. We have come across an island again, and now we can have a good rest. Meow. Really? Luffy raised his hands and shouted excitedly, this is incredible, this is so cool. Hee hee, it's just so. Next time I'll take you to kill frogs together. Zimoni, holding mashed potatoes, excitedly introduced the cat that was obviously a rabbit to Luffy and the others. The huge inertia of the sea train directly knocked it away. Chopper's adoring voice made Usopp particularly satisfied, so he immediately made a promise without knowing the depth of the matter. She looked a little fat, with dense wrinkles all over her face. Such a strange frog is no match for Usopp. Hey, what's that over there? The old woman was drunk and mumbled something incoherent. My name is Luffy, and I'm the man who will become the king of pirates. After everyone docked the boat next to the platform, a little girl with goat braids shouted something loudly towards the house, and then an old woman and a rabbit immediately came out.
Hurry, hey, what was I going to say? Hurry. Luffy immediately stood up, crossed his arms and looked at the two of them, and said very seriously. Turns out he's just a drunkard. Kokora, who was drunk, held the bottle of wine and looked at Luffy and the others uncertainly and said, Are you pirates? You don't look like it. I'm the station master here, Kokora. Chapter 152-7 Water City, Zimone, was that really a sea train?
Nami, who was standing by, did not forget the business and asked curiously. The presence of a station master means this is the station. So what we just saw must be a train, but a train that can travel on the sea is really incredible. Yes, it's incredible. The little girl Zimoni looked at everyone excitedly, took a bite of mashed potatoes and continued. That's the Smoking Tom sea train. It took the boatman Mr. Tom and his 2 apprentices 10 years to make it. It's one of a kind. As the only train in service in the world, it is propelled by a steam engine and moves along tracks in the sea. Track. After hearing this, Nami tilted her head in confusion. Yes, the track is not deep below the sea surface. Zimoni said, pointing to the sea water below. Nami glanced at the track below the platform and exclaimed, It's incredible, strange frogs, magical sea train. That's Hengang. It loves to compete with humans in strength and always wants to beat the sea train. It won't be killed by the collision just now, so it will appear again after a while, because it will collide with the train and cause trouble for many passengers. Zimoni waved his arms, as if trying to describe the power of Hengang. So that's how it is. Then I decided not to eat it. Luffy nodded thoughtfully, clenched his fists and roared, I won't eat stubborn animals. Ha ha, you are really interesting. So where are you going? Kokora drank with big gulps and introduced enthusiastically, there are many islands nearby. The most famous ones are the carnival town of Falter, the food town of Butch, and the capital of the Spring Queen, Saint White Sun. Luffy pretended to be silent for a moment, then shouted, Is that so? Let's go to Gourmet Town. Bang! Nami slapped him on the back of the head. This guy has nothing else to do besides eating in the Pirate's King. Hey, Granny, is there a place to repair ships around here? Since there are so many islands, there must be some great shipwrights. Nami asked after taking a worried look at the Mary docked behind. In that case, do you know the 7 water cities? The 7 water cities. Advertisement. Everyone looked at Kokora in confusion. Only Chopper's eyes lit up and he shouted loudly, Marshmallow. He remembered Su Chen told him that the marshmallows in the 7 water city were delicious. Everyone looked at Chopper strangely, not knowing what the 7 water city had to do with marshmallows. He was so scared that he ran behind Su Chen, leaving only his small head exposed to observe secretly. Ha. Yes, the cotton candy over there is quite famous, but what is even more famous is its world-renowned boatmen. They have the best boatmen in the world. If that's the case, then let's go to the 7 water city. Luffy and others quickly reached a consensus. Whether it is repairing the Mary or finding a shipbuilder partner, they have to head towards the 7 water city. Well, here you go. This is a brief map of the island and a letter of introduction. You can go find someone called Iceberg. I believe they can help you. It's a big place, don't get lost. Also, mashed potatoes go really well with wine. I'll buy you 2 drinks next time we meet, ha. Kokora went into the house and wrote a letter, then handed the map and the letter to Nami with a big laugh. Really? Thank you so much, mother-in-law. I look forward to seeing you again. Nami and everyone else hurriedly expressed their gratitude. The Mary then headed north along the planned route. Luffy, leave the search for the shipwright to me. Sanji, who was sitting on the railing with a cigarette in his mouth, added excitedly, I will definitely find a stunning beauty. Idiot. Since you're a ship repairman, you must find a tall and strong man. It has to be 5 meters tall. Luffy immediately rejected Sanji, and then described the shipwright in his mind with longing. Usopp complained speechlessly. The Mary wouldn't be able to handle a 5-meter tall person. Luffy, are you an idiot? As long as you have the skills, it doesn't matter what it is. Zoro, who was standing nearby, spread his hands and added, the key question is there such a guy who dares to board the pirates' ship? After hearing this, the others glared at Zoro fiercely. Their boat is so much fun, how could no one want to get on board? What Zoro said was simply like an idiot. Supporting his cheek with his hand, Robin looked at everyone with a gentle smile on his face. I haven't felt this kind of security since I was 8 years old. Advertisement. As for Nami, she was now angrily crumpling up the simple map drawn by Kokura and smashing it to the ground. That thing is simply not something that humans can understand. After picking it up and taking a look at it, Chopper solemnly complained that the painting was almost at the same level as Luffy's. Smiling and shaking his head, Su Chen withdrew his gaze from the crowd and concentrated on steering the boat. The city of 7 waters is similar to Venice, and I have some expectations for it. After that, during the conversation among everyone, Nami gave everyone some pocket money. A strange island appeared in front of the Mary. That's right, after coming down from Sky Island, the finances of the Mary were completely controlled by Nami. With a large amount of gold, she is now very wealthy. She even ignored Su Chen. Wow, what a beautiful island. Luffy and the others exclaimed in amazement as they looked at the island that was slowly appearing in the distance. I have to say, it is worthy of being the place where the best boatmen in the world gather. The overall structure of Water 7 is completely based on the sea. The scattered waterways divide the entire city into different areas. There are many bridges between the houses. The unique street style makes Luffy and others excited. It's really romantic and spectacular. This city full of special flavor did not disappoint everyone at all. Following the ocean current, the Mary docked at a port with the help of passers-by. Everyone was eager to fold the sails, ready to enjoy the city and find the shipwright they needed. Even Robin was very excited to get off the boat and take a stroll at this time. In such a big city, there should be a lot of clothes to sell. If you have money, of course you have to buy a lot of clothes. It's such a wonderful thing. But before that, they need to exchange the gold they brought down for Bailey. Nami was prepared for this. She was wearing a blue short-sleeved shirt, a tie, and a short skirt, looking like a social elite. Luffy, Usopp, you two who are the most active, take the gold and follow me. Nami smiled confidently and added her plan loudly. Now we have to find a man named Iceberg to help us repair the ship, and we also have to find a gold exchange. As for the others, leave one of you to guard the boat, and the others can go shopping. As that's so, Luffy nodded in understanding. Chapter 153 Landing. Soga, let's go. Hearing that someone was going to stay behind to watch the boat, Sanji and Zoro looked at each other hostilely, then immediately turned over and jumped down. When the others saw what they did, they jumped down in the same way, leaving Su Chen, who looked confused, on the boat. Didn't they tell him last time to go down and take a look while they stayed behind to guard the boat? This bunch of idiots really don't take what they said seriously at all. In this way, the only person to guard the ship was determined. Nami and the other two went to the money exchange to exchange Baileys and look for a shipwright while Robin took Chopper shopping and Sanji went shopping for fresh ingredients. With anticipation, everyone left the Mary quickly in groups, fearing that Su Chen would settle accounts with them. Su Chen couldn't help but smile and shook his head. I'm used to it, but it's a good opportunity to separate the ship's spirit from the Mary while he's alone. After all, after she automatically condensed once at Sky Island, it was impossible for her to continue nurturing it. Thinking of this, Su Chen slowly walked to the deck where the magic pattern was first engraved, opened one hand and faced downwards, and whispered softly. Spiritual essence peeling off. Magical power surged like the abyss, and an obscure wave swept across the entire body of the Mary. Layer upon layer of magic patterns spread rapidly from the deck, covering the entire Mary in an instant. Shoo! After a few heart-like beats, a sky-blue bird flew out from the center of the magic pattern. The bird quickly circled the ship and landed on Su Chen's hand with joy. After a slight change, a small model of the Mary appeared. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled slightly. Things went more smoothly than he expected. He then placed the model on the deck, fixed it in place, and looked inside the Water 7 city. Just now, a guy with a special aura approached Robin. Judging from his senses, that guy was quite powerful. Not knowing what that guy said to Robin, she deliberately sent Chopper away and followed that guy in another direction. Frowning slightly, Su Chen pinched his forehead in distress. Didn't I tell her not to worry? Oh, this is really a headache. Advertisement. His thoughts changed rapidly, and he touched the small model of the Mary with his wand, and his entire figure disappeared instantly. The little Mary flashed a few times, and a transparent cover formed above it. A street in the city of 7 waters. Robin was silently following the masked Blueno. Before they knew it, a figure appeared on the roof above. Looking at Robin below, Su Chen's heart moved. An extremely strange wave flashed by, and his body gradually became transparent, and his existence completely disappeared. Since Robin chose to sacrifice herself for the safety of Luffy and the others, let her see what Luffy and the others can do. This is also a way to completely resolve her heart knot. As for safety, with him following quietly, nothing could go wrong. Robin looked up subconsciously, then his body sank slightly. The endless sky seemed empty, with seagulls flying by from time to time with fish or shrimp in their mouths, and it looked calm. However, in the distance, the airflow is slowly accelerating, indicating that this is just the calm before the storm. What's wrong? Blueno in front felt that Robin paused and felt a little strange. Robin was stunned for a moment, then said hoarsely, "Nothing, remember your promise, let's go." "Don't worry, as long as you cooperate, nothing will happen to them." Wearing a mask, Blueno lowered his voice and said, "As long as they don't come to us on their own initiative and by a boat and leave here peacefully, I can guarantee that their lives will at least not be in danger." After saying that, Blueno reached out and tapped the wall. A portal appeared, motioning Robin to follow, and he stepped in without hesitation. Robin's eyes flickered, and he nodded silently and followed. Turning the corner in the distance, Sanji was somewhat surprised to see Robin, but when he ran over, Robin had already disappeared. On the other side, Luffy and the other two found a place to exchange gold. Under Nami's threat, they got a full 300 million berries, even though Nami secretly hid some gold. After sailing on Sky Island, Nami really made a fortune. She, who had always been greedy for money, actually took the initiative to give pocket money to everyone without any conditions. Advertisement. Luffy patted the suitcase full of Baileys and excitedly said to Nami and Usopp beside him, "Yoshi, now all we have to do is find a shipwright to repair the Mary." "Well, with so much money, the Mary will surely shine." Usopp looked forward to it, as if he had imagined the Mary sailing across the sea. "Let's go, I remember there are a lot of shipwrights at Dock No. 1. Nami jumped directly onto Blue with a box of Bailey, signaling Luffy and the others to follow quickly. Afterwards, Nami and the other two quickly returned to Dock Number 1 with the money. Usopp glanced around, breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Great, those guys who were causing trouble just now are gone. Anyway, let's find that person first, what's his name?" Luffy froze for a moment, as if he couldn't remember who he was looking for. "Mr. Iceberg." Nami behind him quickly added a sentence for him. "Excuse me." After hearing this, Luffy nonchalantly climbed over the fence and prepared to take a look inside the dock. "Wait, are you from out of town? Let's talk outside first." A guy with a square nose stopped Luffy and explained, "Unrelated personnel are not allowed to enter the factory." "What can I do for you?" Nami quickly took out the envelope, handed it over and said, "We want to meet Mr. Iceberg. This is a letter of introduction from the mother-in-law at the mobile station. Do you know him?" "I see. Mr. Iceberg is well known in this city. He is the mayor." Kaku, who was wearing a baseball cap, checked the envelope and said in a daze, "You should be looking for him to repair the boat." "Where is it docked?" "Over at the Rocky Bay." "Okay, I'll go over and take a look at the situation. This will make it easier to talk to Mr. Iceberg when we meet." Kaku put down the tool on his waist, stretched it for a while, and then rushed out in an instant, leaving his faint words in the air. "You just need to wait for me for 10 minutes, I will be back soon." Whoosh. Amidst everyone's surprised gazes, Kaku jumped off the cliff, and then his figure flew high into the sky. After a few breaths, he was covered by the house. The speed was extremely fast. After Kaku disappeared, Bingshan and his secretary walked out of the dock. Appeared next to Luffy and the other two. Chapter 154 Dock No. 1. "Don't worry about that guy. He can run freely in the city." Iceberg smiled and greeted Luffy and the other two, then explained, "People call him Shanfeng, but his real name is Kaku, and he is the foreman of Carrera Company's No. 1 dock. It takes more than just average physical fitness to build a strong and fast ship, right, Khalifa?" Having said this, Bingshan turned around and looked at his secretary. "Yes, Mr. Iceberg, here are their data. The total bounty of the Straw Hat Pirates has reached 429 million Baileys. They formed in East Blue and now have 7 members and a pet reindeer." Khalifa, with her brilliant blonde hair, adjusted her glasses. Her hot body looked particularly attractive in her professional attire. "That's right, welcome. Who are you?" Nami and the others asked in confusion. "I am the Iceberg you are looking for. I heard the conversation between you and Kaku just now." Bingshan nodded with a smile and continued, "And this mouse we just picked up, its name is Tyrannosaurus. We need to prepare some food and a cage for it." Khalifa held up his glasses and said competently, "Don't worry, Mr. Iceberg. We are ready." "Well, that's good." Iceberg nodded in satisfaction, looked at Luffy and the others and said, "Kaku has gone to help you check the ship. Anyway, I have some free time today, so I'll take you around the dock." "Okay, then let's go to the shipyard." Luffy shouted excitedly after hearing this. "Thank you so much." Nami quickly thanked him, saying that things were going really smoothly. Usopp, who was standing at the back, was also a little excited, but he immediately realized that he should bring money with him. Looking back, I saw a few guys dressed strangely quietly taking the boxes and preparing to board the ship to escape. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Usopp was horrified and immediately shouted loudly, "Stop! Damn thief, that's our money." What? Bailey was robbed. After hearing this, Nami immediately turned around and looked at the people who were running away with the boxes, with murderous intent in her eyes. But it's obvious. Advertisement. It was obvious that this group of people came prepared. After snatching the boxes, they boarded the boat at a very fast speed and left the shore in just a few breaths. Usopp, who had chased after them, could only watch this group of weirdos leave, totally unable to do anything. And Luffy didn't know why he didn't use his ability to catch them directly, but just watched. But at this moment, a boatman who was being chased jumped off the bridge and kicked the gang directly into the water. After seeing this, Usopp asked expectantly, "Great. Is that your company's ship repairman?" "Yes, Iceberg," the mayor nodded. "Hey, that boatman. Sorry to bother you, the money belongs to us." Usopp, who heard Iceberg's answer, shouted at the man. "Huh, money." After Usopp's reminder, the man on the boat's eyes lit up with excitement. He never expected that such a pie-in-the-sky thing would happen to him. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. The man was wearing a top hat and a white vest. The most noticeable thing was a strange pigeon standing on his right shoulder. Hey, what are you doing? Let go, my ears are about to fall off." Lucci grabbed Barry's ear and answered directly, "Don't think about using other people's money to pay off your debts, idiot." "What? I picked up all this money. I just happened to take advantage of this blue." "Stop talking nonsense, the guests are still waiting at the dock." The serious Lucci drove Blue back. The reason why Luffy didn't take action just now was because he said he would go. "The interior of the dock in front of us. I'm really sorry." Although he's a little off base, as one of the 5 foremen in each shipyard, Barry's skills are still quite good. Wow, this is too big. Everyone followed Iceberg into the dock. As the host, Iceberg introduced Luffy and others with great enthusiasm. After Barry and Lucci separated, he looked at Nami next to him, his pupils trembled and his eyeballs almost popped out. As Nami felt uneasy, Luffy patted his chest loudly and made a promise. "Everything is full of harmony and special beauty." Advertisement. "Come on, let's go in and take the money with us this time, although there should be no thieves in the factory." Nami on the side also grabbed the other side and shouted angrily. Barry handed the box to Luffy and said excitedly, "Would you like to give me a tenth of it?" He shouted loudly. "And your legs, why is such a long section of them exposed? Is it a big deal to have long legs?" "Shameless woman. Ha ha ha, that guy is also a weirdo." Luffy looked at Barry's reaction and laughed, holding his stomach. Later, Lucci and Barry had a fight over this incident, but everyone discovered that it was not the pigeon that was speaking, but Lucci who was speaking with ventriloquism. Luffy quickly took the box, not even hearing Barry's words about giving him 10%. "You are so shameless. You are wearing such revealing clothes in a men's workplace. Don't talk like it's none of your business, idiot." Usopp grabbed Luffy's cheek and pulled it hard. "Okay, leave it to me. That's right. That's 200 million Baileys. Why didn't you rush out and grab it back the first time?" "Mr. Iceberg, I brought this guy back." Lucci threw Barry to the ground and immediately said to him seriously, "Goo goo goo goo. Apologize to the guests, Barry." Nami was a little confused at first, but after listening, she showed an extremely satisfied smile on her face. This is a compliment to her, right? It must be. Long legs are amazing. "Ah, thank you." This feeling of regaining what was lost made Luffy very happy and he said, "Ha ha ha, that's great, Usopp." Luffy and the others were attracted by Iceberg's words, their eyes widened, and they exclaimed in shock. He has a very good impression of this kind of weird guy. This money is used to repair the Mary. This dock number 1 is the workhorse of Carrera, and the work is the hardest part of shipbuilding. Usopp was carrying 2 boxes, and after admitting his mistake, he added, "Hey, Luffy, you better protect me from now on." Huge gears rotate rapidly under power, and various tools and materials are quickly assembled together under the help of people moving things. Mayor Bingshan smiled and said a few words, then led the way into the dock. "See those workers? They are all the best shipbuilders. Countless ships have been built under their hands. It was my fault for being careless and causing you trouble just now. Hey, you must be the owner. Even if there was any left, it would be used to buy meat for him. How could it be shared?" "Wait, what's wrong with you, woman?" Chapter 155. The storm is coming. And the other side, Sanji, who was out shopping, ran into Chopper who was looking for someone. "I'm sorry, it's my fault that Robin got lost because I was too engrossed in reading." Chopper turned back into a deer and sat behind Blue, saying guiltily. "Huh." Sanji lit a cigarette in silence, exhaled and said, "You don't need to apologize, I thought it was you who had turned into a human being that was with Robin. I hope she's okay. I'm always a little uneasy." "Ah, then do you want to take medicine?" Chopper's eyes widened as he was about to take out the healing medicine from his backpack. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. "I'm not sick. I don't need to take medicine." Speechless Sanji glared at Chopper fiercely and yelled loudly. "I mean, I remembered what that Marine said. We're going to regret this or something. Anyway, let's go back to the Mary. I hope my hunch is wrong." "Oh, so that's how it is." Chopper nodded in realization and looked at a familiar green head next to him. "Is that Zoro?" Where? The green algae-headed bee asterisk 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 D is lost again. Hearing Chopper's words, Sanji excitedly followed his gaze. Sure enough, in the crowd not far away, a conspicuous green-haired head was walking back and forth, as if it had encountered an air wall and could not get out of that small area. Ha ha ha, he really is a green algae head. Let's go and laugh at him. Sanji's eyes lit up, he put Robin's matter aside and jumped directly from Blue to the shore. Chopper at the back looked at Blue hesitantly, then jumped up as well. Whoosh. After inspecting the Mary, Kaku dropped from the air and returned to Dock No. 1. Then he told everyone about the situation of the Mary. What? You said the Mary is completely beyond repair. Luffy's eyes widened, and he asked anxiously, why? He was fine before, and Su Chen even told us not to worry. Don't you have a great shipwright? We have plenty of money. Advertisement. After saying this, Luffy placed 3 boxes in front of him, indicating that as long as the Mary could be repaired, it didn't matter how much money it cost. This is not a matter of money. No matter how much money you pay, there is no way to fix it. Kaku sat on the pile of wood and continued to explain, do you know the keel? When I went to check, I found that the keel of the ship was beyond repair. The soul of a ship lies in its keel. If there is a problem with the keel, it will be difficult for the ship to continue sailing. The keel of your ship seems to have lost its essence and will break at the slightest touch. To be honest, I am shocked that you have been able to sail for so long in this condition. That's really remarkable. Then just replace the keel, Luffy said loudly. Barry, holding a cigar in his mouth, spread his hands and said helplessly, there is no other way. Replacing the keel is as difficult as rebuilding a ship. And even if it succeeds, it won't be the same ship anymore. Nami looked at everyone and asked anxiously, why? There are no identical ships in the world. Even if we build similar ships, you are the ones who can feel the difference the most. Goo 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 goo. Lucci sat back and explained to Nami using ventriloquism. How could this happen? Is it true that the Mary can no longer sail? Nami asked loudly, wanting to hear something different from everyone. Yes, either wait for it to sink to the bottom of the sea, or tear it down. Bingshan and others said mercilessly, not giving Nami any hope. No, I don't believe it. It was sailing fine this morning. How could it suddenly stop sailing? You must not know how strong it is to say that. Luffy shook his head and shouted loudly, as long as it is repaired, she can definitely continue to sail, absolutely. You have to wait until it sinks to the bottom of the sea before you give up. How willful and irresponsible. Iceberg looked at Luffy with some disappointment, and then continued, it's really speechless. Are you really a captain? Forget it. We've already said what we need to say. Think about it yourself. If you want to buy a boat, come to me again and I'll help you. Khalifa, give them the price list. After Bingshan finished speaking, he gestured to his secretary. After Nami received the price list, she was moved and immediately asked Kaku, by the way, when you were judging the ship, did our companions who stayed on the ship say anything? After all, his knowledge of the Mary is better than ours. Crew. Advertisement. Kaku recalled and asked in confusion, there is no one on your ship. There are only some messy footprints and traces around. It looks like some people were thrown away by a huge force. What? No one. Nami and Luffy looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Logically, Su Chen should stay on the boat, how could there be no one there? Did something happen? Thinking of this, Nami and Luffy picked up the boxes and prepared to leave. However, the moment they picked up the boxes, Luffy keenly felt something was wrong. Sure enough, after opening the boxes, he found that they were just 2 empty boxes. After a series of quarrels, Luffy realized that it was the Frankie family who kidnapped Usopp and ran away. He had just promised Usopp to protect him, but not long after that, something happened to Usopp. Luffy felt deeply guilty about this. After Luffy ran out, Nami's eyes narrowed and a strong anger enveloped her whole body. With one hand clenched into a fist, he walked out of the dock with a box full of Baileys in the other. Bingshan and others around her were frightened by her and took a few steps back. With such a terrifying aura, can she still be considered a woman? Then Nami jumped onto Blue and controlled Blue to drive in a direction sensed by the blue spirit on his arm. Soon after, she found Usopp lying in the middle of a large crowd, seriously injured. Usopp, are you okay? Ahem, I'm so useless. I've become so much stronger. Usopp, who was lying on the ground with serious injuries, was full of tears. He looked at Nami in front of him and said with a sob, all that money was taken away. Nami. We could finally repair the Mary, woo-woo. I really don't have the face to see you all. Woo-hoo. Nami's pupils contracted, and she became extremely angry at the sight of Usopp. Gusts of air surrounded her as she grew angry, and the already dim sky became even darker. It looks like a storm is coming. Come on, I'll take you back. You dare to steal my money, you are really tired of living. A cyan air current surrounded Usopp, and his body was moved by Nami above Blue. Chapter 156 Disagreement. Isn't Su Chen on the boat? Chopper and Sanji took the lost Zoro back to the Mary. After a careful search, they found that there seemed to be no one on the Mary. I guess he went out shopping. This place is really big. Zoro leaned against the edge of the boat and said with admiration. This capital city must be really big, as it took him so long to get out. Sanji put away the things he bought and walked out. He just happened to hear Zoro sighing. He rolled his eyes speechlessly and said, "Do you think everyone is as unreliable as you, you green algae-headed B asterisk 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 D? A asterisk hole, are you challenging me, you stinky chef?" Zoro stood up and retorted fiercely. Chopper looked at the two people who were about to fight and felt a little helpless. Normally, Nami would just give them a punch and they would calm down, but now that everyone is away, what should I do? Want to learn from Nami's ways. Thinking of this, Chopper looked at his two front hooves and became eager to try. Bang! Before Chopper could implement his idea, Nami suddenly appeared from the sky and punched Zoro and Sanji. The two men who were hit hard fell to the ground instantly, with big swellings on their heads. "Chopper, Usopp is injured, take him in for treatment first," Nami said calmly. Then, Usopp, who had fainted, slowly rose from under the Mary. Yes, Chopper was frightened by Nami's dead eyes, and quickly transformed into Admiral Usopp, hugged her, checked her injuries and ran directly into the cabin. "You two, I have something to tell you." After seeing Chopper and the other man enter the cabin, Nami squatted down and stared at Zoro and Sanji. "What?" After listening to Nami's story, Zoro and the others exclaimed, quickly covered their mouths and asked in a low voice, "Are you serious? The Mary can't be repaired." Yes, this answer is the result of the common diagnosis of the best shipbuilders. Now we have only one option, to change the vessel. Nami sighed and glanced back towards the cabin worriedly. If Usopp knew about this, we would be in big trouble. Advertisement. But we have to change ships, and we can't hide it any longer. Plus, he's injured, it's a double blow. I hope nothing serious will happen. Hey, why do accidents happen one after another? First, Miss Robin disappeared, then when we came back, we found that Su Chen was also missing, then Usopp was seriously injured and his money was robbed, and finally even the Mary could not continue sailing. What AF asterisk 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 G day? Everyone sighed, and a rare silence fell on the Mary. They were waiting for Luffy, Su Chen and the others to come back, and also waiting for Chopper to treat Usopp. Not long after, Luffy came back from a distance. He has defeated everyone in Frankie's house and even demolished the house. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late. Frankie took Bailey and left the island on the sea train. If they wanted to get Bailey back, they could only wait for him to come back. After listening to Luffy's explanation, everyone fell silent again. Usopp hasn't woken up yet, and Robin and Su Chen are nowhere to be found. Even though Nami kept using Xing Ling to control the airflow to search for their traces, she found nothing at all. For the first time, the atmosphere on the Mary became so depressing, completely different from the previous noisy atmosphere. Hey, Usopp is awake, Chopper yelled and ran out of the cabin, shouting excitedly to everyone. Very good. Finally there was some good news, and everyone rushed into the cabin. Because Usopp is much stronger this time than in the original book, the Frankie family attacked him particularly hard this time. If it weren't for the sneak attack, Usopp would not have been kidnapped without any resistance. Luffy took the price list from Nami and flipped through it, pointing to a ship and saying, "So I checked, and it says on the price list that 100 million berries can buy an older ship that's bigger than the current one." Only Nami muttered that it was her money that was stolen, a full 200 million. Luffy was silent for a moment, then he looked up with a bright smile and said, "I've decided to change the ship." Usopp wiped his tears and said to Luffy, "You know, we finally found a first-class shipyard. For future voyages, we have to make the Mary more solid." Usopp's eyes widened, and he immediately shouted, "What did you say?" "Stop kidding. Sure enough, it's because I lost the 200 million Baileys that the repair fee is not enough." The rest of the crowd looked at Luffy and Usopp who were arguing, and pulled the two apart out of concern. Wow, sorry everyone. Apparently, Usopp believes it was his fault that the Mary could not be repaired. Well, Usopp, advertisement. Usopp asked excitedly, "Why is that? Are you saying that just to comfort me? Even if the money is stolen, we still have 100 million Baileys." After hearing this, Usopp smiled and said, "You are kidding me, right? Well, I was really fooled by you. Okay, stop blaming yourself. It's true, the Mary can no longer accompany us on the voyage." Usopp coughed loudly a few times, and blood began to seep out from under the bandage. Usopp was wrapped in bandages all over his body and apologized to everyone tearfully. Nami and the others answered Usopp disappointedly. "Baga, how is that possible? What nonsense are you talking about, Luffy?" Luffy, who was held by Sanji, shouted loudly, "That's what they said. Those great shipbuilders said it themselves. The Mary can no longer be repaired." After saying this, Usopp was confused. "No, that's not the case," Luffy denied anxiously. "Ahem. Don't get too excited, Usopp. Your body can't handle it right now. It's sheer nonsense to say that the Mary can't be repaired. Yes, don't be too sad. At worst, you can just wait for Su Chen to come back and ask him to turn it into some gold again. Then why did you say such ungrateful words as changing the ship? You know, that was the Mary. The Mary that accompanied us through all kinds of adventures." Wait a minute, I didn't. This has nothing to do with money. I watched helplessly as those people took away the money. I really am too ashamed to face you guys, woo woo woo. The Mary can no longer be repaired. Everyone looked at Usopp's self-blaming expression and spoke in a comforting manner. Everyone fell silent in an instant, and a breeze blew in from outside the cabin, as if to comfort them. I'm sorry, but is it only 100 million Baileys that can repair the Mary? We are here thanks to the Mary. She has completed her mission. Stop arguing. Calm down and talk it over. Chapter 157. Complete Fallout. No, impossible. Usopp obviously didn't believe what they said at all. In other words, he simply didn't believe that the Mary had lost the chance to continue sailing. Well, since the repair fee is not enough, let me repair it like before. He spread his hands pretending to be relaxed, and with a stiff smile, he endured the pain and continued, everyone, come and help. Oh, we are running low on wood, so we need to go buy some. I'll be busy next. Luffy stood in front of Usopp and stopped him with a gloomy look. Calm down. According to the judgment of the shipwrights, the Mary can no longer sail. Besides, you're not a shipwright, Usopp. As soon as he finished speaking, Usopp, who had heard Luffy's words, seemed to be stimulated and grabbed him fiercely. You should calm down. The Mary has accompanied us through so many adventures so far, I will never abandon this ship. Usopp yelled loudly, then grabbed Luffy by the collar. I misjudged you. Don't act like a captain. The Luffy I know would never abandon the ship. After hearing this, the people around wanted to persuade him, but it was obvious that Luffy had no intention of listening to them at all. After stopping Nami and the others from saying anything, Luffy shouted at Usopp seriously, I have already made up my mind about this matter. No matter what you say, I will not change my mind. We need to change ships. Say goodbye to the Mary right here. Usopp glanced at Luffy with disappointment, and then said with self-mockery after thinking for a while. Haha, abandoning a wounded companion is really a matter of course. Don't talk nonsense. Even if they are companions, ships are different from people. Luffy frowned and retorted. Don't say anything different. You should only be interested in the new ship now, right? Usopp said this with an extremely mocking tone. That disdainful look made Luffy angry. It's really hard for you to pretend to be reluctant to leave the Mary. Bang. Luffy was so angry that he pushed Usopp onto the deck. Don't be so harsh. Don't think you're the only one who's sad. Everyone is actually the same. Ignoring the worried looks of Nami and the others, Luffy shouted loudly. Advertisement. Then why did you decide to change ships? Usopp didn't care that he was pinned to the deck. He glanced at his tightly grasped shoulder from the corner of his eye, then turned his gaze to Luffy's face. Haha, how hypocritical. For him, Luffy now just wanted to abandon the Mary. Coupled with the 200 million Baileys he lost, Usopp felt so guilty that he couldn't listen to anyone. Well, since you are not satisfied with my decision, then, from this ship. Bang. Before Luffy could finish his words, he was kicked away by Sanji next to him. What do you want to say? Sanji glared at Luffy fiercely and shouted loudly, wake up and stop talking nonsense. Get out of here, okay. You finally said it. Usopp's pupils shrank, and there was no trace of a smile on his face anymore. You must have prepared this sentence for a long time. If you abandon your useless companions, you can continue to sail freely. If you want to abandon this ship, abandon me with you. Usopp, don't say that. Everyone stared at Usopp and said worriedly. I'm not talking nonsense, this is something I've been thinking about for a long time. Usopp slowly stood up from the ground, looked at everyone with a reluctant look, and then said with great determination, to be honest, I have never been able to change my cowardly habit. Even if Su Chen gave me so much equipment, I still can't even protect 200 million Baileys. I can't keep up with you, so it's only a matter of time before we go our separate ways. That's it, Luffy. You're going to be the king of pirates one day, but there's no need for me to go that high. Our fate ends here. If we don't share the same ideals, we can't work together. After saying this, Usopp glanced at everyone, put his belongings on his back and walked out of the cabin. Where are you going, Usopp? Chopper asked worriedly as he looked at the injured Usopp. I am free to go wherever I want. Usopp endured the pain and jumped off the Mary, saying without looking back, I want to quit this pirates group. Wait a minute. Advertisement. Don't do this. Come back soon. Don't leave. Usopp. Nami and the others who followed him out of the cabin shouted loudly as they watched Usopp gradually leave. Chopper, in particular, burst into tears after realizing the seriousness of the matter. I can't go on adventures with you, Luffy. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. After walking a certain distance, Usopp stopped, turned around and said, strictly speaking, this ship does belong to you as the captain. So fight me, and if I win, the Mary will be mine. Monkey D. Luffy. Everyone's pupils shrank and they looked at Usopp with incredible eyes. I will be back here at 10 o'clock tonight, and then I will duel with the Mary as the stake. Regardless of the outcome, my fate with you ends here. After saying this, Usopp walked away from the area with a determined step. Luffy returned to the cabin in silence and lay down on his hammock. Why did you agree to Usopp? Nami beside him clenched her fists and said loudly in annoyance, can't we give each other some time to calm down? Usopp was just angry for a moment. It's useless. There's no turning back now. Luffy pulled the straw hat down on his head, trying to hide the annoyance on his face. No, as long as you apologize to him. Then sit down and have a good talk, and everything will be fine. Nami denied impatiently. There were so many upsetting things happening today that she didn't know what to do. Su Chen and Robin are still missing, and now even Usopp is about to leave the pirates. What is going on? I've already said it, there's no going back now. Luffy explained in a low voice, very irritably. He is not stupid enough to gamble his life for a moment of anger. If talking would solve the problem, he wouldn't do it. Do you understand? Go away and leave me alone. Listening to the hostility between Zoro and Sanji and Chopper's crying voice outside, as well as the disappearance of Su Chen and Robin, Luffy closed his eyes. This team, founded in East Blue, seemed to be on the verge of disintegration. Chapter 158 Battle Under the Moon. The night is shrouded in darkness, and the bright moonlight covers the earth. Under this beautiful moonlight, the residents of the Seven Water City fell asleep one after another. At 9 o'clock in the evening, two cloaked figures quickly crossed the air and passed through different buildings. One of them was wearing a mask and his appearance could not be seen clearly. The other person was the missing Nico Robin. Who are you? Bingshan, who was still working, looked at Robin who suddenly appeared with surprise on his face. He didn't understand why she suddenly appeared here. Have you thought it over and are ready to buy a boat? But how did she get in? Bang, bang, bang. Faced with the surprised iceberg, Robin fired a few shots without saying a word. Under deliberate control, the attack did not hit the vital points, as if his life was deliberately spared. Let's go. The masked man behind the iceberg walked over and nodded expressionlessly, motioning Robin to follow. He was the one who fired the other two shots, which was a necessary measure to ensure that Bingberg was completely unable to resist. Nodding, Robin followed in silence. But what was strange was that the moment the masked man turned around, a barely detectable airflow swirled around the iceberg several times, and then floated back to Robin. A faint voice sounded in Robin's heart. Don't be afraid, I'm always here. Luffy and the others will definitely not let you down. As Robin and the masked man disappeared, only the iceberg that twitched from time to time remained in the room. 10 o'clock at night. The area where the Mary was docked. After Luffy strictly ordered everyone else to stay on the ship and not interfere, he came to the open space in front of the Mary and waited quietly. Soon after, Usopp, wrapped in bandages, appears from a distance. You have come here without any fear. No matter what the result is, don't regret it when the time comes. Luffy crossed his arms over his chest and said seriously, you asked for this duel. Stop talking nonsense, just come at me, I will make you pay the price. Usopp took out the slingshot from his waist bag and said in an extremely calm tone, I already have a way to deal with you. Advertisement. We've been together for so long, I already know your abilities very well. When Luffy and the other man were swearing at each other, everyone on the Mary was looking at them worriedly. They had never imagined that things would come to this point. Take that, shore move. Flaming star dance. Under the worried gazes of Nami and the others, Usopp quickly took out 3 dark red flame patterned pellets and shot them at Luffy in a 3-dimensional pattern with the slingshot in his hand. However, these 3 bullets are slightly different from the previous ones, and the patterns on them seem to have just been painted. Below the flame pattern, the pattern on each bullet is different. One had a frost-like pattern, another had a lightning-like pattern, and the one on top was glowing white. The bullet quickly flew through the air and appeared in front of Luffy in an instant. Luffy recalled the power of this dark red flame pattern ammunition, took a slight step, and quickly dodged to the side. It's not just Usopp who has become stronger. How could such a direct attack possibly defeat him? Burst. Usopp was not panicked at all when he saw Luffy flash past, and he uttered a word softly. Bang. The top bullet exploded instantly. The powerful explosion emitted a scorching white light, illuminating a large area of the sky over the nearby sea, as if a small sun had suddenly fallen. Faced with this sudden change, Luffy's eyes were irritated and tears flowed down. Even Nami and others on the Mary covered their eyes out of shock. The other 2 projectiles landed directly on Luffy, who was covering his eyes. Wearing goggles, Usopp calculated the time and reached into his waist bag. 2 seconds later, the remaining 2 projectiles exploded instantly. The frost dispersed and the thunder jumped. The 2 types of ammunition interacted with each other and produced a strange reaction, causing Luffy, who was originally immune to lightning, to feel a shock. The next moment, however, Zoro and the others did not notice the movement at all, as they were completely attracted by the battle in front of them. Even his former companions were the same. This time he was fighting for the Mary. Nami and his companions who were on the boat grabbed the edge of the boat and looked at the diffuse smoke with great concern. Advertisement. Luffy screamed as he was thrown high into the air and then dropped heavily. Since he couldn't open his eyes, he was completely unprepared for this attack. He took the blow and lay on the ground. He smiled, and his smile was particularly proud. Behind them, the model of the Mary that was fixed on the deck by Su Chen was shaking violently. Is this how you fight your enemy? Sympathize with your opponent. Luffy. It seemed like Usopp would fall down in the next second. Shore kill explosive dragon flame bomb. Poochie. A dark trajectory streaked through the air and landed on Luffy who was unprepared. With a barely perceptible sigh, Luffy narrowed his eyes and slowly stood up. After Usopp's continuous attacks, he also became serious. Nami even controlled the airflow to blow away the smoke and dust in front of him, just to make sure whether Luffy and the other person were in trouble. But what is puzzling is that Usopp did not seem surprised at all, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As expected, the fist hit Usopp's chest, and a large amount of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The current situation is not the time to show mercy. Usopp. Bang. He was seriously injured, but that didn't mean he had completely lost his ability to move. In addition, his eyes were slowly recovering, and although his vision was still a little blurry, he could now see the surrounding scenery clearly. The shock wave caused by this huge explosion caused the surrounding sea surface to fluctuate, and under the splashing sea water, the sheep head of the Mary seemed to be crying. Looking at Luffy, who missed the opportunity due to carelessness, Usopp took out the ammunition engraved with the skull pattern. The clenched fist smashed out at an extremely fast speed. It was because of his carelessness that the 200 million belly were snatched away in a surprise attack. This time, he will never stop until Luffy is completely defeated. The powerful explosion was accompanied by rolling heat waves, and the violent shock wave spread instantly. I will show no mercy in order to recapture the Mary. Be prepared, Luffy. The air exploded and the wind from the fists roared. Coupled with the strange changes caused by the previous 2 bullets, he was injured, and seriously so. I will never make the same mistake again. With a flash of his figure, Luffy disappeared from his original position in an instant and appeared directly in front of Usopp. First he was frozen and then struck by lightning. He felt his strength weakened and his defense reduced. The most important thing was that Usopp really attacked him without any hesitation. Chapter 159 Big Events in the Seven Water Capital. You've been fooled, Luffy. Usopp smiled smugly and slapped the armband he had been holding directly onto Luffy's arm. Sure move. Super gravity pressure. Dark Star. With a slight movement of his fingers, Usopp tapped the armband that was pressed against Luffy's hand. Bang! A huge pressure enveloped Luffy's whole body. Under the influence of gravity, he was instantly pressed to the ground by the force transmitted from his arms, and Luffy smashed a big hole in the open space on the shore. Ahem, how naive you are, Luffy. Usopp stared at Luffy in front of him and said in a cold tone, if that's all you are, I'll take the Mary. After that, he stopped talking and turned to walk towards the Mary. That's it. Luffy's voice came from behind him. The next moment, his figure appeared behind Usopp. The armband on his hand was still shining. He also had this thing. This was specially made by Su Chen for them to use for training. It can double the pressure on the whole body and is very useful for improving physical fitness. Logically speaking, there are safety measures on it, and the pressure applied will definitely not exceed the body's tolerance level. However, after Usopp's modification, the security measures of this armband were removed. Usopp turned around in surprise when he heard Luffy's words. Luffy covered his arm and slowly stood up from the hole. Bullets! Luffy roared. An afterimage spread out, and the figures of Usopp and Luffy overlapped instantly. The next moment, Luffy's fist smashed out again, and the slightly shiny fist directly knocked Usopp flying backwards, hitting him hard on a large reef. Usopp. Chopper on the ship looked at Usopp flying out and screamed in fear. Nami covered her head and closed her eyes in pain. Trample, tramp, tramp. From the direction of the reef, slow and weak footsteps were heard in the smoke and dust. Usopp's body slowly walked in front of Luffy as if unconsciously. He covered his stomach with one hand and clenched the other hand into a trembling fist. Advertisement. It hit Luffy lightly, but very firmly. Bang. His knees touched the ground, and he fell to the ground after hitting Luffy severely. You fool. This punch seemed to hit Luffy's heart, and he also collapsed to the ground. How can you beat me? Yes, how is that possible? Even if there are all kinds of props provided by Su Chen, if Usopp's own physique cannot keep up, no matter how many props there are, they will be useless. After all, Usopp is not the only one who becomes stronger. Bang. You can do whatever you want with the Mary. We will buy a new ship and continue sailing. Pulling off the armband from his hand and throwing it in front of Usopp, Luffy stood up, picked up the straw hat on the ground and put it on. Goodbye, Usopp. Luffy paused for a moment, then continued, I'm touched and happy that you're together. Usopp. Chopper shouted loudly and immediately jumped off the Mary. Hey, don't go, Chopper. Sanji behind him grabbed him and said loudly, think about it carefully. You still want to be sympathized after losing a duel. There is nothing more humiliating than this for a man. That kind of careless kindness is more painful than rubbing salt into the wound. Use your brain. He was mentally prepared before issuing the challenge. Sanji's words made Chopper's body tremble, and tears mixed with snot fell quickly. Chopper understood, so he suppressed his impulse as a doctor. He could only cry and was powerless to do anything else. Luffy walked over to the Mary with a gloomy face. He gritted his teeth, as if this duel had made him grow up a little, and also made Luffy understand what the word captain meant. This is it, Captain. Zoro, who was always calm, said dully, don't be confused. If you are undecided, who can we trust? Move the stuff out. We won't be coming back to this ship again. The next day, an extremely shocking news came from the Seven Water capital. Advertisement. Mayor Bingshan was assassinated in his office by unknown persons last night. After waking up, Iceberg accused the assassins of being members of the Straw Hat crew. The residents who received the news organized themselves spontaneously, pasted portraits of Luffy and others all over the streets and alleys of the city, and took up weapons and launched a citywide search. Crunch. In the hotel on the back street, Sanji opened the door to the rooftop and walked up. I finally found a hotel to stay in, but there was no one in the room. It seems that everyone is unable to sleep like me. Looking at Chopper, who was looking forward to it, and Luffy, who was sitting above in a daze, Sanji sighed and said, "Where have you been, Sanji?" Chopper asked immediately after seeing Sanji. "I spent the whole evening looking at Rock Bay. I wondered if Miss Robin would come back." Sanji lit up the cigarette and took a puff, then said sadly, "Where did she go? She didn't even leave a word. And the same goes for Su Chen. We have completely lost track of him. Something big has happened. We are wanted by the whole city." At this moment, Nami, wearing a short skirt and a suspender top, rushed out with a newspaper. After taking 2 breaths, she said loudly, "The whole city is talking about it now. Mayor Bingshan was assassinated last night. We are the ones who assassinated him." This is what Mr. Iceberg said after he woke up. He said that he saw Robin before he passed out. What? Ms. Robin? Sanji first looked at Nami blankly, then immediately shouted in shock. "Ms. Nami, are you saying there is news about Robin?" "Yes, but the most important thing now is that we are wanted." Nami opened the newspaper in her hand, pointed at the portrait on it and said to everyone, "If we want to find Robin, we must find the guy with the mask above. So, let's get dressed up, otherwise we will be hunted down by the residents here." Hearing this, everyone nodded. She was right. Although it sounded interesting to make an enemy of a city, the most important thing now was to find Su Chen and Robin. There was no need to seek trouble. "Hurry. The Straw Hat crew is on the rooftop, don't let them get away." Noisy sounds came from downstairs, and residents approached quickly with weapons in hand, led by the hotel owner. "Come on, I'll go see what's going on." Seeing this situation, Luffy covered his straw hat and jumped directly from the rooftop to a distance. Since he didn't know anything, he decided to go and see for himself. He didn't believe that Robin would assassinate that nice-looking guy for no reason. Chapter 160. A step late. "Wait, Luffy, I'll go with you. I always feel that Su Chen and Robin should be together." Nami's heart moved, and a pair of transparent wings appeared behind her, and she instantly caught up with Luffy, who was bouncing between the houses. "Chopper, let's go too," Sanji said to Chopper. Then he immediately flipped over from the rooftop and jumped to the house next door. Behind him, Chopper followed closely. No matter what, it would be better to avoid the residents who are chasing them. Even if you want to find the truth or look for the missing Robin, you have to see the assassinated iceberg first. As for those residents who spontaneously hunted them down because of the citywide wanted notice, just ignore them. Afterwards, Luffy confirmed from Iceberg that Robin was the assassin, and he gathered with others somewhere, feeling a little lost. Even Zoro, who accidentally got lost when he went out in the morning, was found and brought back by them. We need to confirm one thing. Is Robin, who assassinated the mayor, an enemy or an ally? Zoro sat cross-legged and looked at everyone, then said seriously, "This sudden change always gives me a feeling of conspiracy. Remember the masked man that the stinky cook mentioned earlier? I carefully recalled Su Chen's image, and the man wearing the mask doesn't match Su Chen at all. So, Robin might have his own reasons, right?" Everyone nodded in sudden realization. "It's possible, but it's also possible that she really betrayed us." Shaking his head, Zoro added seriously, "After all, if we want to determine the truth, we will definitely go to the residence where the iceberg is located again. As long as she really assassinates Bingshan after we show up this time. We have completely confirmed the identity of the mastermind behind this." After saying that, Zoro lay down on the spot. He said with some surprise, "If something is going to happen, it must be tonight." "Want to go to the scene?" Luffy replied firmly. "Go." He decided to go and see for himself that night. His intuition told him that although the iceberg did not lie, there must be something he didn't know about. And now there is only news about Robin, and there is still no news about the disappeared Su Chen. This is really strange. Advertisement. Night falls. Luffy and his companions, who had been hunted for a whole day, dispersed again. Luffy and Nami stayed on top of a house, their eyes fixed on the house not far ahead. Iceberg, who was seriously injured in the assassination, stayed inside at this time. After the meeting during the day, the guards outside the house seemed to become tighter. A large group of spontaneously organized residents stayed outside, staring intently at various hidden corners, fearing that someone would come to assassinate Bingshan again. It looked like a den of dragons and tigers. Nami seemed to want to say something, but Luffy's action instantly disrupted her plan. Luffy yelled and jumped down from the house. It seemed that it didn't care at all about the residents outside who were protecting the iceberg, and it just rushed inside. "Look, it's Straw Hat Luffy. Catch him. He's the Mr. Iceberg that they assassinated. Go ahead, everyone, go ahead together, don't be afraid." The moment the crowd saw Luffy, they were quiet for a second and then immediately started roaring loudly. For them, after knowing that Luffy was the murderer behind the assassination of Mr. Iceberg, the anger in their hearts had long been uncontrollable, not to mention that this guy actually dared to come here again. Nami, who was on top of the house, slapped his forehead speechlessly. She knew that this guy would never play by the rules. At the same time, something had already happened inside the house. The people guarding the iceberg fell in a pool of blood one by one. The solid protection seemed to be made of paper and was easily broken through from the inside by a few figures. What a surprise, I knew you would come. But why did it appear from there? Bingshan half leaned on the bed, looking at Robin and the masked man with great surprise. Bang! I have eaten the demon fruit power of the door fruit. Any wall I touch will become a door, so it is normal for me to come and go freely here. The masked man then explained. Why? He raised his head quickly and pointed the gun at Robin. Robin was startled and asked subconsciously, what are you doing? I haven't heard the signal yet. Robin, who also pointed his gun at the iceberg, asked confusedly. The masked man shot iceberg directly and indifferently, as if he didn't care about his life at all. Advertisement. Judging from the current situation, their plan is being implemented quite smoothly, and everything is proceeding in the expected direction. I pirated the design drawings, no need to thank me. Su Chen said shyly and mischievously. Then he said sarcastically, it seems that I made a mistake. The Straw Hat Boys really have nothing to do with this matter. Robin watched the masked man disappear, then turned his gaze back to the iceberg lying on the ground. A magic wand as thick as a wrist hit Bingshan on the back of his head, knocking him unconscious. Su Chen's figure condensed from the void, and with a smile, he handed a stack of strange drawings in his hand to Robin. Ahem, is this what CP9 does? The masked man glanced at Robin and replied nonchalantly, it is necessary to make the target lose the ability to resist in advance. Don't worry, as a professional killer, he will not die now. Crack, thank you for the compliment. These are what we must do in order to get the design. Not long after, Lucci returned to Iceberg's room. No need, he asked so easily, obviously he still has the ability to resist. Looking at the deadly rose-like woman in front of him, Bingshan added dully, to kill you. As a descendant of Ohara scholars, you should be able to interpret the historical text. Nico Robin. The masked man turned and walked out the door, saying as he walked, after we find the blueprint, we will kill Bingshan and put all the blame on the Straw Hat crew. Iceberg's eyes were serious, and he said coldly, the woman who can revive ancient weapon, I must get rid of you before you decipher Pluton's design and destroy the world. Crack. Bingshan lowered his head and said in a strange tone, I have been looking forward to meeting you, just for. Then there was a flash of air, and his body disappeared into the air again. The mission is accomplished. I'll leave this guy to you, Nico Robin. The voice behind the mask sounded somewhat smug. After they left, Bingshan's injuries recovered quickly. A gunshot rang out. At this time, Luffy and others also rushed in from outside the door. This sudden appearance and disappearance left Robin stunned. Bang! After discovering the design drawings in Robin's hand, he surprisingly fired a few shots at the iceberg on the ground and quickly left with Robin. Bingshan, who was shot, fell off the bed and coughed while lying on the ground. Chapter 161 The Approaching Tsunami. And Chopper. At this time, he also jumped in from the window with Zoro. As for Sanji, he seemed to have discovered something on his way here and left secretly on his own. Chopper exclaimed as he looked at Iceberg lying in a pool of blood. Wow, he's dying. Then he quickly took out a bottle of medicine from the small bag he was carrying and stuffed it into Bingshan's mouth with force. Please move aside for a moment. I need to perform surgery on him. Chopper yelled and pushed Luffy and the others away. He held up a scalpel that looked particularly sharp and said, he's the only one who knows the news about Robin and Su Chen. We can't let him die. After saying that, he quickly treated Bingberg's injuries. This guy is so strange. Judging from his injuries, there are at least 7 or 8 bullets in his body. But 2 or 3 bullets hit the same place. Logically, with such injuries, he should have died long ago. But the strange thing is that he is still alive, and even his condition changes instantly after the bullet is taken out. It was as if he was asleep, and he didn't look injured at all. No, get out of here now. Nami turned around a few times, frowned, sensed it carefully, and then shouted loudly. Boom, bang, bang. There was a violent explosion, accompanied by flames coming out from under the house. The scorching flames instantly spread to the entire house, and the wood that supported the house also made a violent burning sound in the flames. That was a close call. If it weren't for your quick reaction, Nami, we would have been buried in the flames. Chopper patted his chest, his face full of relief, and said gratefully while looking at the house burning fiercely in front of him. Indeed, this strong explosion and flames will not kill us, but it will cause us considerable injuries. The most important thing is that the severely injured iceberg will definitely die in this explosion and fire. Zoro tightened his grip on the hilt of his knife, his tone becoming exceptionally cold. This was a trap. If Nami hadn't used the wind to blow them out, they would be in big trouble now. Ahem. The iceberg on the ground coughed twice, then woke up in a daze, holding his head. Because of the emergency situation just now, Nami didn't have time to adjust their landing posture. Advertisement. For Luffy and the other normal people, the sudden landing just required them to adjust themselves, but for Iceberg who was still unconscious, it was considered a good thing that he just had a big bump on his head. I'm not dead. Hiss, but why does my head hurt so much? Bingshan touched his body up and down in disbelief, and after making sure that he was not dead, he took a deep breath. With his head buzzing, he looked at everyone and asked curiously, why am I here? And what's going on with you guys? We saved you. Nami smiled sheepishly, then took out a photo and asked, you said before that Robin attacked you, right? We also want to ask, besides Robin and the masked man, have you seen him before? Bingshan looked at the photos carefully and his pupils shrank. Yes, he had seen the figure above. Before he passed out, he saw this man who liked to stab people in the back. Magician Su Chen, your other partner, right? After taking a few quick breaths, Iceberg continued, he appeared from thin air and knocked me out. I don't know what happened after that. But there is one thing I want to tell you. Your companion Robin must have been forced into doing what she did. Are you sure? Everyone asked in surprise. Well, I'm sure CP9 threatened her in some way, so she decided to sacrifice herself so that you can leave here safely. I was knocked unconscious before I could ask for the specific truth. You'll have to find the answer yourself as to what exactly happened. Nami and the others looked at each other and clenched their fists excitedly. But I was also relieved. It's great that Robin didn't betray them, and with Su Chen by her side, her safety shouldn't be a problem. But why didn't Su Chen leave any information at all? Don't you know they will be worried? The other side. After receiving the news that a tsunami was about to come, Usopp, led by Frankie, came to an abandoned shipbuilding warehouse. After hearing his story, Frankie was deeply moved. He offered to dismantle the Mary for free. After a quarrel, Frankie was stopped by Usopp after dismantling the ship for a while. During the process, Usopp discovered the model of the Mary on the deck. A bright light flashed by. Advertisement. How come you only discovered the message I left at this moment? In front of Usopp, Su Chen, who was shining brightly, smiled and said, forget it, it's later, let me explain briefly, the Mary is not really scrapped. What? You are telling the truth. His pupils trembled violently, and Usopp excitedly grabbed the light curtain in front of him. In that case, there is no need to change ships, and the Mary can continue sailing with them. But unfortunately, his arm passed right through the image. Don't waste your energy. This is the magic image I left behind. Now stop talking nonsense and listen to me. As if it had expected this, the image in front of him smiled smugly, see the model. This is the embodiment of the ship spirit of the Mary. As long as she is still here, the Mary is not completely destroyed. But unfortunately, the damage to the main body is irreversible, so I gathered all the spirituality of the hull. After the replacement ship, I will integrate her into it. Also, Robin has been kidnapped. If I don't bring her back, remember to rescue us. After saying these words, before Usopp could speak, the image in front of him disappeared instantly. After listening to the message left by Su Chen, Usopp silently put down the model in his hand. So that's how it is, the ship spirit has been materialized. Frankie looked at the model in front of him in surprise, stretched out his arm and poked it and said, no wonder the keel has completely lost its essence, and no wonder you have been sailing for so long without any accidents. At this moment, the door of the warehouse was blown open instantly. Lu Chi and his companions appeared at the gate. After thinking about it carefully, I think it would be better to take you with me just to be on the safe side. Lu Chi walked in with a stride and said in a cold tone, as a disciple of Tom, the world's #1 shipbuilder, Frankie, you are just as important. And this design is so easy to obtain, it really makes people suspicious. After saying that, Lu Chi signaled Kaku to take action. Soon after, Frankie and Usopp were knocked down and tied up by Khalifa. Let's go, it won't be long until Tsunami Akula Ragna arrives. Lu Chi took the lead and walked out. He had no intention of explaining the other things. They still had to catch the last sea train. If they missed it, they would not be able to leave in a short time. Then, Kaku pushed the Mary down in front of Usopp and Frankie. Without Nami and Su Chen's control, the Mary gradually disappeared in the wind and waves. The small model broke through the restraints left by Su Chen under the violent vibration and tried hard to melt back. Chapter 162, Enemy with the World. The City of Seven Waters, the platform of the sea train. 1 hour before the last train leaves, Sanji looked at the government officials appearing in the distance with a solemn expression on his face. If Robin is going to show up, it will be here, except where the iceberg is. Sure enough, it didn't take long before. Among the large group of government officials, Robin's figure slowly appeared from a distance and paused at the station entrance. The people around her shouted at her and ordered her to get in the car immediately. Robin glanced at the man and walked into the train in silence. I found it. Sanji lit a cigarette and muttered thoughtfully as he stood in the corner. His intuition was correct. From the tone and the distribution of people around him, it was obvious that Robin was being escorted into the car. But what made Sanji a little strange was that the people around him didn't look very strong. Why didn't Robin just leave? What is the purpose? Or is there a reason why you can't leave? Isn't this how princesses in fairy tales always wait for their knights to rescue them? Hey. Sanji, who couldn't think of an explanation, thought of a possibility. He let out a foolish laugh, as if he had already seen himself and Robin living together. It's Mr. Lucci and the others. So courageous. They are worthy of being CP9. Salute. Swish. The government officials who gathered in a row raised their hands at the same time and saluted the superiors who had been carrying out the mission for several years. Don't make it too dramatic. Yes, Mr. Lucci, this is your coat. Lucci let the officer put his coat on him, and then shouted loudly, "We are not here to play, cheer up and get in the car." Sanji, who was standing at the corner, looked at the two people carried by Bluno with a surprised expression. That guy, one of them is Usopp. Afterwards, the sea train departed ahead of schedule as expected. Advertisement. Because they were not too involved with the iceberg this time, in the end, Luffy and others still missed the best opportunity to stop Lucci and others. As for Sanji, he hesitated for less than a second. After leaving a love letter that looked like a message and a small den mushi in a corner of the station square, he jumped directly to the rear of the sea train. Damn it, I'm going to catch up. That berry, right, lend us a ship, I won't let those damn government guys go. Nami stood on the platform, looking at the waves outside which were gradually becoming turbulent with an angry look on her face. I sympathize with you, but a place like Enies lobby. Behind everyone, Barry immediately rejected Nami's proposal. I understand how you feel now, but this tsunami is completely different from what you knew before. Going out to sea now is tantamount to committing suicide. Don't say so much, just tell me whether you will lend it to me or not. Pulling out the stick, Nami pointed it directly at Barry. After what happened in the past 2 days, she is now very angry. Not to mention the waves, even if the marine from before appeared, she would rush forward without hesitation. Careful, bang. Barry immediately reminded loudly. Clang. Zoro reacted quickly and slashed with his sword. A snow-white slash was like a startling flash, and the huge waves coming from outside the platform were shattered instantly. What did you say? Zoro sheathed his sword and asked with a confused look on his face. Barry swallowed his saliva, looked at the indifferent people in front of him, adjusted his crooked goggles in shock, and answered in a hoarse voice. It's nothing, as long as you are happy. At this time, a dock worker handed Nami the note and the small den mushi left by Sanji. Great, Sanji has caught up with Robin. After reading the above information, Nami breathed a sigh of relief again and said, he had already noticed something was wrong, so he left a den mushi to contact us. Usopp and that weird guy in shorts are also up there, let's catch up now. Yoshi, there's no need to hesitate. Luffy clinked his fists together twice and said to everyone, go chase them on the boat right now. There's really no other choice. Zoro agreed, placing his hand on the hilt. Hey, you who uses the rope, lend us a boat. We want the strongest boat in this city. Advertisement. No, didn't you see? We absolutely cannot go out to sea now. Barry righteously rejected Luffy's request, and then added, even if I lend it to you, Akula Ragna will smash the ship to pieces. I can't let you die in vain. I'll lend you the boat in the morning when the storm is over. As Barry finished his words, the heavy rain in the sky became more rapid. It looks like this heavy rain won't stop until a certain time. Tomorrow everything will be too late. Nami looked at Barry's evasive gaze and continued nonchalantly, Enies lobby is a famous place. It should be the location of the Gate of Justice. If we really let those guys take Robin to Enies lobby, it will be too late. As long as you start from the port inside, there are only 2 final exits. One is the Marine headquarters with the strongest combat force in the Marine Corps, and the other is a prison that holds the most vicious and brutal criminals in the world. Impel down. For Robin, no matter where she is taken, there is only hell waiting for her. How can we possibly wait any longer? Nami's words moved Luffy and the others, and they looked at Barry and the others with seriousness on their faces. I will not lend you the boat until tomorrow morning. Don't forget that you are pirates. As the gateway to the core of the world government, no pirate can bring back captured companions from Enies lobby because everyone knows what the consequences will be. Sensing the change in atmosphere, Barry's voice turned serious. Are you ready to fight against the center of the world government? After Barry finished speaking, everyone around began to persuade him. They still have a good impression of Luffy and others, after all, they saved Mr. Iceberg. So what? If you don't lend it to me, don't blame us for robbing the boat. My companions are still waiting, please don't get in the way. Luffy clenched his fists and looked at Barry fiercely. Nami and the others nearby also looked at everyone ferociously. Wait, I have an idea. Granny Kokora and the little girl Zimoni appeared in front of everyone with the rabbit named Meow Meow. Pirate's brother and Pirate's sister, we meet again. Meow Meow. Zimoni and Rabbit greeted everyone. Granny Kokora continued, if you are not afraid of death, come with me. I will drive the sea train for you. Chapter 163 I'm not qualified. Wow, Granny Monster, you're so handsome. Luffy exclaimed when he heard it. He thought it was really cool that someone was willing to help them at a time like this. Then, under the leadership of Kokora, everyone came to an underground station. A sea train that looks like a rocket head is parked quietly. It looks a bit old, but you can still tell that it is a carefully polished vehicle. At this time, Bingberg's figure came out of the carriage. If anything can pass through the water gods, it's the sea train. His expression was serious. He had just carefully checked the train and found nothing wrong with it. He then added, this train is called Rocket Man. It was created before Smoking Tom the sea train. It has a problem, that is, it cannot adjust the speed. But since you have already risked your lives, this is not a big problem. Sigui, it looks really good. So cool. Chopper and Luffy's eyes sparkled, and they were trembling with excitement as they watched the train. Be careful, they are going to Enies lobby. If my injury wasn't healed yet. Bingshan gave some worried instructions, he had no idea about what was going on this time. Stop talking nonsense. I'm not a timid person. Kokura interrupted Bingshan's caring words and laughed heartily while pouring himself a glass of wine. It feels good to be cared for by others. Uncle Iceberg and Granny Monster, thank you so much. Luffy and the others quickly expressed their gratitude. It is really touching that they are willing to risk their lives to help them in the face of such a terrible storm. Now we just need to wait for Nami to come back and we can set off. I'm sorry I'm late. Just then, Nami and two people from the station came in from outside pushing a pile of things. Nami, what are you dawdling about for, you idiot? Come up here. Luffy, who was standing at the door of the train, shouted angrily, and where have you been? What's in that big bag? It can't be some treasure again. You have to know that every second counts at this time. If Robin was a little late, he would have been taken to Annie's lobby. It's wine and meat. Quote. Luffy and the others looked at each other and immediately rushed to the bag. I'm sorry, I admit that I spoke a little loudly just now. Advertisement. Luffy reflected deeply on yelling at Nami. Wait, please take us with you. Our big brother Frankie has also been taken away. Just when everyone was about to set off, all members of Frankie's family appeared at the entrance of the underground station. They just knelt down and said pleadingly, I'm sorry, I know we have done many things that are sorry to you, please, we are wrong. We are willing to go through fire and water for our big brother. Please, take us to save our big brother. Please. After saying this, they knelt down and bowed their heads deeply. Their faces were filled with tears and regret. Come up, hurry up. Luffy was silent for a moment, then roared loudly. Although Luffy had different positions towards this group of people, his attitude of cherishing his companions changed his mind. These guys aren't that much to look down upon. At least they understand the true meaning of the word companion. Thank you, Straw Hat Boy, we really appreciate it. The Frankie family looked at each other and wiped the tears from their faces with excitement. Okay, let's go. Let's go settle accounts with them. Get Robin back. Luffy grabbed the bag full of meat and took the lead directly onto the train. And at this time, express train to Eni's lobby, 6th freight car. After a series of passionate exchanges, everyone except Sanji collapsed to the ground exhausted. Sanji, why are you on the sea train? Are you here to save me? Usopp, who was tied up tightly, looked at Sanji who appeared in front of him with surprise, a surprised expression on his face. Well, I would like to ask, sir, what is your name? Sanji glanced at Usopp pretentiously, and was immediately attracted by the Den Dan Mushi not far away. Great, there are Den Dan Mushi here. Now I can contact Miss Nami. You guys are in the same group? Asked Frankie, who was also tied up nearby. Sanji and Usopp said at the same time, it used to be. And who are you? Advertisement. Frankie's eyes lit up when he heard the question, and he said proudly, I am the hero behind the 7 waters. Frankie the shipbreaker. Bang. Sanji kicked him directly in the face, with such force that he flipped over. Blood mixed with snot splattered everywhere. Okay, you are Frankie. You are the one who caused us so much trouble. I will cut you into pieces. Sanji said while kicking madly. It was really just a way to vent the anger in my heart. If Usopp hadn't explained what happened afterwards, Sanji would have kicked Frankie to death. The noise at the back attracted the attention of the Marine in front. As the escort for this mission, Naval Headquarters Colonel T. Penn looks scary, but he is a man with a strong sense of justice and cares for his subordinates. He has great skills with the square sword and is known as the ship slayer T. Peng En. This time he was assigned to escort Nico Robin. After hearing the noise coming from the rear, he immediately led his men to search the rear carriage. As that's so, Sister Robin volunteered to be taken away for our sake. Usopp sat on the top of the train and clenched his fists tightly, no wonder Su Chen left a message asking us to rescue them. Is Su Chen also on this train? Sanji spoke in surprise, holding the wet cigarette between his lips. Well, I was going to look for you guys after I found the message he left, but before I could do anything, I was tied up here with him. After thinking calmly for a while, Usopp pointed at Frankie who was beside him and was extremely moved. Forget it, I can't care so much. Sanji stood up, turned to look at the front of the train and said, they're right up ahead, I'll go save them. Well, as the hero of the 7 Water City, curly brother, let me help you. Frankie, with his face wet from the rain, also stood up and said with a grin, after all, if Nico Robin is taken away, I will be in a very difficult situation. Hey, long nose, let's go. Forget it. Usopp turned his back and walked towards the carriage he had just been in, trembling. These have nothing to do with me anymore. I have already withdrawn, so I am no longer qualified to save her. Goodbye. Chapter 164. This is a group of monsters. The storm in the sky became more violent. Accompanied by a strong wind, Usopp's figure disappeared in front of Sanji. Like an abandoned lone goose, licking its wounds silently and alone. Forget it, let him be. Sanji sighed, retracted his gaze, turned around and walked towards the front carriage. He had nothing much to say about Usopp, a guy who was so obsessed with face. Bang! Metal star. The flying bullet knocked away the Marine who had just appeared nearby, and a man wearing a mask and a red cloak appeared at the back of the train. Who? Sanji and Frankie looked at the figure that appeared in surprise and asked at the same time. He has told me everything. The masked and cloaked figure said loudly, I heard that you wanted to save a young lady. I will help you. Don't ask why. My name is Sniper King. The extremely handsome Sniper King crossed his hands in front of his chest, and the strong wind made his cloak flutter. An epic heroic aura emerged from him. All the storms and raging waves seemed insignificant in front of the Sniper King. Then our Sniper King said a lot of things, and the feeling of acting made him unable to stop. Hey, that's almost it, come here. Frankie put his hands on his hips and yelled loudly. Oh well. The Sniper King savored the feeling just now and ran over happily. The three of them squatted down in a strange atmosphere and discussed the battle plan. What is that? On the other side, on the Rocket Man's train. Everyone widened their eyes and looked in surprise at the hundreds-meter high water wall that suddenly appeared in front of them. Because the Rocket Man was a failed product made by Smoking Tom before, after Kokoro put them on track, they could only move forward and could not stop until the end. So when they saw the water god suddenly appearing in front of them, it was impossible for them to turn around or do anything like that. Moreover, after talking with Sanji and sorting out what happened, Nami and others would not stop. Luffy and Zoro climbed onto the roof of the car as the cannons continued to roar. Facing this water wall that was hundreds of meters high, Luffy clenched his fists and Zoro also gripped the hilt of his sword. Advertisement. What do they want to do? The people behind them stared at Luffy and the other person, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. At this point, anyone who is not stupid should be able to guess what these two people want to do. What is 2/108? Luffy asked calmly as he looked at the rapidly approaching wall of water in front of him. 216, is that too long? Zoro read it and felt it was not acceptable. So, 300, good. After a pause, Zoro nodded, thinking it was a good idea. Siege gun. 300 trebles. Wind. At the moment when the water gods hit the train, Zoro and Luffy attacked at the same time. The hissing slashing blows and countless fist shadows gathered together, like a madly spinning whirlwind, directly piercing through the huge tsunami. A long tunnel was formed under this force. Through. With the cheers of the crowd, the Rocket Man passed directly through the water gods and continued to move rapidly along the track. And not long after, they saw two carriages appearing in front of them. This is because Sanji and his team used a trick to separate the last two sections of the train, and most of the Marines and government members were left behind. It's Marine. Members of Frankie's family immediately reported their discovery. After rushing over to check it out, Luffy came back, lowered his straw hat and said to Zoro, cut it off, it's in the way. Oh. Zoro calmly walked forward and placed his hand on the hilt of the knife. Hey, what do you mean by cutting it off? And you actually said oh, what on earth are you going to do? Everyone in Frankie's family was stunned for a moment, their faces full of disbelief. I am in a chaotic world, so I must cut through the dust. 2 swords, aye, Rashomon. Tisk, so boring. Zoro's figure flashed, and the 2 long swords were slowly sheathed in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Advertisement. The 2 carriages in front were divided into 2 halves evenly starting from the middle. Wherever the sword energy passed, it seemed as if it had been polished with the smallest sandpaper. It reflected the mouths of the people around who couldn't close for a long time. Except for Luffy and the others, everyone was in a state of stunned silence, as if they were dreaming. So scary. Such a terrifying guy is not the captain, and I heard that there is an even more powerful magician in their pirates group who can fight against one of the legendary Shichibukai. Even the Marine Admiral was fighting him on equal terms. These guys are simply monsters. Not far ahead, Colonel T. Pen, who was running quickly along the track, stopped and turned to look at the Rocket Man which was approaching quickly. He was now filled with self-blame for not being able to complete the task because of being fooled by Sanji. That's why he ran on the track in the pouring rain, just to make up for the self-blame that was quickly emerging in his heart. Get out of the way. I'll only say this once. Zoro's eyes were cold, and he stared intently at Colonel Pen in front of him. Although he admired the guy who came out of the broken train and chased the sea train in the storm, it didn't mean that he would allow this guy to stop their progress. I'm the Colonel of Naval Headquarters. Hung En looked at the fast-approaching train and shouted loudly, this road leads to justice. I will never let you go there. I will chop you in half. With a cold look in his eyes, Zoro drew out all 3 long swords. I see. It seems that our goals are exactly the opposite. The place we want to go is right in front of you. Bring it on. Right-angle bird pen. Hung En raised the greatsword in his hand, and a right-angled sword wave condensed into a big bird, and he slashed at Zoro who was posing with all his strength. 3 swords styled Yuki Brave Claw. Zoro arrived first after starting later, and a huge amount of sword energy gathered and quickly swept Hung En. Without any power to resist, the big bird formed by the sword energy was dispersed in an instant, and then Hung En flew backwards with Zoro's slash. Win. Frankie's family on the Rocket Man cheered. They were a little worried just now. After all, Hung En is a renowned marine who can easily cut a moving ship in half. After seeing Zoro defeat Pen easily, they became more confident in rescuing Frankie and his Straw Hat crew companions. These people are the real monsters. Go, Rocket Man. The enemy is right in front of us. I'm going to beat up all those guys who kidnapped Robin. Luffy sat at the front of the car and shouted excitedly. Chapter 165 Iron Body. Carriage number 1 of the sea train carrying Robin. Su Chen was sitting opposite Robin with his legs crossed, looking very comfortable. Looking at Su Chen's indifferent expression in front of him, Robin's face was a little annoyed. This guy doesn't listen to her at all. He's like a dog's skin plaster and can't be driven away. Don't look at me like that. Su Chen felt a little amused. He took out an apple and stuffed it into Robin's hand, saying, "Eat it. I saw that you haven't eaten anything since you got off the ferry. Don't worry, I won't tie you up and take you back directly." With his pupils contracted, Robin watched Su Chen take a big bite of the apple. It would be a waste if you don't eat it. Anyway, nothing you say can get rid of this dog's skin plaster. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside the window of the sea train. Usopp was lying outside, looking at Su Chen and the others with surprise, and motioned for them to open the window. "Why are you here?" Looking at Usopp sitting down, Robin asked in confusion, "And how did you get on this train?" "Nice to meet you. I'm Usopp's friend, the Sniper King." Usopp crossed his arms over his chest and said in a serious tone, "Anyway, I'm here to save you. Not only me, but now Sanji and another B***** D named Frankie are also on this train. Besides that, Luffy and his team are on another sea train, chasing us with a lot of people." Long nose. After listening to Usopp's story, Robin's pupils contracted. "I took a peek when I came over here, and those 4 guys in the back car didn't look like they were going to be easy to deal with." Usopp rummaged through his waist bag and took out 2 pairs of shoes covered with suction cups. He said, "These are octopus shoes. Put them on and follow me. It would be great if we could rescue you before Sanji fights them." "Wait a moment." Robin interrupted Usopp, stood up and said loudly, "Why did you come to me? I betrayed you and broke the most unbreakable rule on the ship. I won't go back with you." "Shut up. Luffy and the others already know why you did this. Mr. Iceberg has already told them everything. Bringing you back was a decision made by all of us together." Usopp, who was wearing a mask, yelled directly at Robin. This critical moment is not the time to let her act recklessly. "Hey, isn't he dead?" Advertisement. Robin was stunned by Usopp's sudden outburst, and then continued, "No. Even so, I can't go back. What are you still dawdling about? Don't you know, you idiot, that they are not weak enough for you to worry about them?" Usopp was stunned for a moment, then he said loudly, "Do you think they will be happy if they use their companions' lives to buy their freedom? And with this guy here, what are you afraid of?" As he spoke, Usopp pointed directly at Su Chen who was eating melon next to him. Quote. Spreading his hands, Su Chen shrugged to show his innocence. He was just sitting on the sofa eating a watermelon, why was he mentioned? In fact, he knew what Robin was thinking. Although he and Luffy and others have shown their own strength, the shadow from childhood is not so easy to dispel. As the only survivor of Ohara, Robin has always longed for true companions, but when her existence would bring unbearable consequences to her companions, she naturally subconsciously decided to give up her life just to protect Luffy and the others. The tragedy that happened at that time still echoes in Robin's dreams from time to time. Ignoring Usopp, Robin looked at Su Chen with a sad look. She pleaded pitifully, "Please, go back with them. I really don't want anyone to get hurt because of me." One of her hands took out a dagger from her bosom and put it on her neck, as if Su Chen didn't help, she would stab herself. After letting out a breath, Su Chen stood up and stood in front of Robin. One of his hands instantly grabbed the blade of the dagger, and drops of blood dripped down the blade onto Robin's neck. "Use slight force." Crack. Su Chen snatched the dagger away and threw it to the ground. The sharp blade went straight through the deck, and the dagger was nailed to it. "I can't do that. You should think about how to explain it to Luffy." Su Chen glanced at his palm. The wound on it had healed automatically under the effect of the magic pattern. "I only promise not to attack you for the time being. It doesn't mean that I will really hand you over to someone else. Although it's not very presentable, it's really handsome. And I went with you to Eni's lobby just to let you know that what you fear is nothing at all." Frankie. Disconnect the third car. Sanji looked at Robin who suddenly appeared, with a surprised expression on his face. "I will kill them right away. Then, let's go back together." Advertisement. "Ah, I almost let you get away. Thank you for pulling the carriage back, but could you please let go of my hand now?" Seeing this situation, Robin knew that Su Chen would definitely not leave. Bluno closed his eyes indifferently and uttered 2 words. Under the tremendous force, the separated carriages were pulled back again. Then Bluno stood in the middle of the disconnected carriages and held them with both hands to prevent the carriages from separating again. He confronted Lucci and others. The smoke cleared, and Khalifa wrapped a long whip with spikes around the carriage. Bluno, pull them back. This attitude unexpectedly irritated Sanji. As expected of his iron body, Sanji, who was already able to use armament hockey simply, didn't kick him to death directly. Completely enraged, he tightened his legs and kicked Bluno's head hard with his right leg with a black sheen. A huge cloud of smoke instantly filled the entire carriage. Usopp's arm stretched out from the smoke, dragging Robin along as he ran, shouting in great triumph. At this time, Sanji and Frankie also rushed to the back carriage. Flanders and Sanji shouted at the same time. Bluno flew out with an indifferent look on his face, large mouthfuls of blood dripping down his cheeks. Sanji's eyes were cold, and he walked in front of Bluno after lighting a cigarette. Well done. Robin, feeling furious, threw the masked Usopp out. So she made up her mind, grabbed Usopp and opened the door of the carriage. Bang. Bluno replied dully, then grabbed the whip and pulled it hard. After saying that, Su Chen lay back down directly. His entire body seemed to merge into the void, and his sense of existence completely disappeared. Ms. Robin, I'm so glad you're okay. Usopp, flying in the air, turned around, took out a strange bullet from his waist bag and threw it on the ground. The moment that determines victory or defeat is the most critical moment. Bang. Before Sanji could react, Nico Robin, we'll take him away. Iron body. Usopp with the mask on is so reliable. Who would have thought of using smoke as cover in this situation? Bang. Chapter 166. Damn, so despicable. What? Bluno. Khalifa and the others looked at Bluno flying out and their eyes widened. What the hell is this? They didn't expect that the Straw Hat crew, whom they had always ignored, were so strong except for the missing magician Su Chen. Is this guy a key player? Let me go, Robin. Usopp in the back let out a scream and Sanji looked back. I saw several slender arms growing out of his body and pressing him to the ground. Hey, why? Sanji's face showed surprise and he shouted in confusion, Ms. Robin. Why are you doing this? Next to Usopp, Robin crossed his arms and said coldly, I have to say this several times, stop minding my business. Hey, where are you looking at? Kaku reacted and instantly appeared in front of Sanji, speaking while pulling out his right leg fiercely. Like a long whip, with the sound of the air exploding. Sanji flew backwards. Curl your eyebrows. Frankie next to him exclaimed. He was really annoyed that Robin and the others obviously cared about each other but didn't sit down and talk properly. I originally said I would just start, but I kept procrastinating. He, an outsider, couldn't stand it anymore. Then, he slammed hard into Kaku who was jumping over. With a huge impact force, he and Kaku fell into the second carriage. Looking at Frankie, Khalifa asked curiously. Why do you want to help those guys? Frankie, who fell into the carriage, didn't care about Lucci and the others' experience. He turned to Sanji and the others and shouted, don't worry about me. I have a way to get out of this. After you reunite with the Straw Hat Boys, find a way to get back. What are you doing? I'm not running away. Robin looked at Frankie who sacrificed himself to save her and shouted in self-blame. Wait, Miss Robin, don't say these things at this time. Sanji got up from the ground, wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, and shouted to Robin. We came to save you because we know the truth, even if it is the Buster Call you are afraid of. Advertisement. We also have ways to deal with it. At this moment, Bluno appeared behind him. The problem is that Buster Call. Tempest Kick. The moment Sanji turned around, Bluno, who was in a mess, launched a sneak attack from behind. The crescent-shaped wave of air was similar to a slashing blow, and it hit the defenseless Sanji fiercely. Smash. The last one to strike was the first to arrive. A long leg with a black luster fiercely shattered the incoming slash, then hit Bluno's chin and kicked him back directly through the portal in the air behind him. Damn it, he only knows how to attack by surprise. Sanji glanced at the door fiercely, then looked back at Robin and something in his heart moved. Stepped through the portal in the air. Since Robin has reservations, he can just kick these people over. Interesting, you actually came here by yourself. Is this a trap? Lucci and others stared at Sanji with cold expressions, and remembered this guy who rushed towards the enemy camp alone. It has to be said that the hidden strength of the Straw Hat crew surprised them. The intelligence collected is far from reality. I am afraid that other members are also hiding considerable strength like this man. They have gradually become a major threat to world security. We can't just let them go. I find it interesting too. It's you despicable guys who threatened Miss Robin, right? With a sullen look on his face, Sanji pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Don't get too complacent, you be ************* D. You're just dreaming of challenging the entire CP9 by yourself. Bluno said as he got up from the ground. The experience of being kicked over repeatedly made him feel extremely insulted. No. Don't get me wrong, I'm not looking down on you. I'm saying that everyone here is trash. A bunch of rubbish, and you still want to fight me. Meat kick. Bang. Sanji looked at Bluno who got up again, grinned, and disappeared instantly, kicking Lucci who was closest to him. The long legs and arms collided with each other, making a loud roar. The sea train, which was originally moving fast, was violently shaken by the impact, as if it would fall apart in the next second. Advertisement. Huh, you have some strength, don't you? Then he raised his other leg and kicked Lucci away, then stepped back a few steps and dodged the finger pistol that Kaku attacked. Sanji stopped beside Frankie and said to Lucci, I'm really surprised. I didn't expect that you guys who rely on conspiracy and trickery can actually take on my attack. But it still doesn't change the fact that you are despicable. Opposite Sanji, Lucci and others' expressions gradually became solemn. They didn't gain any advantage at all in the tentative fight just now, even though Lucci only defended and didn't fight back. But Kaku attacked from behind, but was easily resolved by Sanji. They had never encountered such a feeling before, and it was completely different from the previous assassination targets. Ahem. It's all for justice. Bluno stood up with the help of Khalifa, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and nodded to her, then looked at Sanji with a cold face and said, "Even if the means are despicable, it can be forgiven if it is done to achieve justice." His pupils shrank and anger welled up in Sanji's heart. "You guys, it seems like it's no use trying to reason with you." After saying that, he slowly raised his right leg and aimed at everyone in front of him. "Since reasoning is useless, let's see who wins with our feet. I also want to try out the new moves I learned." After that, Sanji instantly appeared in front of Lucci, who was the most threatening. His right leg was suspended in the air and kicked towards Lucci's chin from bottom to top at a tricky angle. So fast. Lucci's pupils shrank. This rapid movement is close to shaving. I saw his footsteps flash slightly and his figure moved back a few steps in an instant. One of the fingers insidiously pointed at the joint of Sanji's long leg while moving. If it hit, he would either be directly disabled or seriously injured. At this time, Kaku and others also reacted and used Tempest Kick. Several quick slashes came towards Sanji's position from all sides, and it looked quite dangerous. Faced with such a situation, Sanji simply touched the ground with his hands and did a few backward flips, narrowly avoiding Lucci's finger grab and Kaku and others' Tempest Kick. Bah, how despicable. Apart from sneak attacks, we only know how to outnumber the enemy. Looking at the quick fight between the players on the field, Frankie cursed loudly and crossed his arms. A hole appeared in the middle of his palm. "Stop. Stop hitting me." Just as Frankie was about to help Sanji, Robin's figure walked out of the portal that Sanji had just come through.
5SL Chapter 167 Robin is obsessed. Behind her was the fallen Usopp. "Please Sanji, stop fighting." Robin's voice was choked with tears. She hugged Sanji from behind and whispered in his ear, "Don't blame me. Tell Luffy not to come to me again." Bang! Sanji groaned and was knocked unconscious by Robin from behind. Before he fell, his eyes were filled with confusion and puzzlement, as well as hearts that quickly appeared. He was held by Miss Robin. Good job, Tempest Kick. Seeing Sanji, who had caused them trouble, fall down, Bluno shouted excitedly and kicked Sanji's neck with his leg. It looked like he was planning to kill Sanji right here and there. A round of flowers blooming, collapsing fist. The air vibrated, and the exploding airwaves swept through the entire carriage. An arm appeared from behind Bluno and knocked him to the ground. With blood gushing out violently, it was obvious that he had lost the ability to resist. If Robin hadn't subconsciously held back, this guy would have been killed by this punch. She was the one who learned the magic patterns by herself. Although the patterns engraved on her were those that enhanced the physical fitness, their single attributes made them appear more violent. The arm created by the fruit is basically indistinguishable from her own body. If she really uses all her strength, she can be an army by herself before her strength is exhausted. With his eyes flashing in murderous intent in his pupils, Robin stared at Lucci and the others and said, "Just because I agree to go with you on your terms doesn't mean I will watch you kill my companions. Or you can try to see if I can handle you. If you want to die, you can try." After saying that, Robin used the power of the fruit to carry Sanji through the gate in the air and put him back into the separated compartment. She didn't have to use much effort, and Sanji would wake up in a moment. "Haha, since you're back, let's do this." Lucci, who was the calmest, thought for a moment and nodded, motioning Khalifa to go check on Bluno. He didn't want to create any more trouble now. The Straw Hat crew were obviously not that simple. Even Robin had changed a lot and his strength had become a little unpredictable. Their original mission was to steal Pluton's design drawings, and the most important thing now was not to chase the Straw Hat crew. Instead, the blueprints were safely transported back to Eni's lobby. Even Nico Robin, who could understand the blueprints, was only a person they decided to include in the plan temporarily. And now it is not far from Eni's lobby. Advertisement. After calculating the time, Robin looked at them with disdain and returned to the first carriage.
Sanji had already woken up by this time, so there was no way they could catch up with him now.
Frankie, who was behind, touched his head and hurried to catch up with Robin. "Yo, I thought Sanji would take you back." Watching Robin and Frankie walk in, Su Chen's figure emerged from the air again. "It's you, you thief." After seeing Su Chen appear, Frankie yelled miserably, "Give me back my things." Spreading his hands speechlessly, Su Chen took out the drawings embarrassedly. Well, he did do something a little dishonest, but he did leave some compensation, such as version 2.0 of the Pluton blueprint, which was a brand new version he made using magic superpowers. As long as it can be made, it will be extremely powerful. "I won't go back, you should leave too," Robin still insisted. She was not shaken at all by the appearance of Sanji and Usopp. For her, the deterrent effect of Buster Call was too great. Shaking his head, Su Chen looked at Robin, who was still stubborn, and said nothing more. It turned out that words were useless. You have to do it to make people believe it. After all, who would have thought that someone would declare war on the world government? You know, that would be making the whole world an enemy. Afterwards, Su Chen disappeared into the car in front of Frankie's surprised eyes. The other side. Sanji, who was left behind, reunited with Frankie's family who had caught up with them. After a brief exchange of information, Luffy and the others who were knocked away by Hengong were also found under the leadership of Nami. Ouch. Chopper took out a notebook and said with shining eyes, "Big hero, please sign for me." A whole Robin. And a whole Su Chen. Seeing that Nami seemed to want to say something, Zoro beside her interrupted her and said, "Stop talking. Anyway, what we have to do is not much different, just rescue her." But, Chopper and Luffy's eyes sparkled, and they said with admiration, "Sugoi, as soon as I saw you wearing a cape, I knew you must be a hero. This time I accepted the request of my good friend Usopp and came to help you." Advertisement. Hearing this, Nami didn't say anything more. Hero. Woo, 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 what a dazzling person, brother. Just then, Luffy and Chopper approached Usopp, who was wearing a mask. A hero wearing a cape. So cool, isn't it? Why doesn't she want us to rescue her? Usopp crossed his arms and his bright red cape fluttered in the wind, making him look particularly handsome. "I don't care." Luffy snorted at Nami angrily, clenched his fists and walked towards the front of the car. "I'm going to knock everyone away." "Luffy, I'm sorry I didn't bring Robin back. Robin is worried that we will be in danger after she is rescued," Nami explained anxiously. Bang. Then Chopper and Luffy looked at each other and confirmed their guess. Only these two fools are the easiest to fool. Everyone else could tell at a glance that this person was Usopp in disguise, and they silently complained in their hearts. "I don't care about that. I won't let them go. I'm the hero from Sniper Island, Sniper King." This time Luffy directly fought back, shouting loudly, and Su Chen too, he could have brought her back directly. But there was still a question in her mind, why didn't Su Chen bring Robin back directly? Although it was Robin who knocked him out, this could not change his mistake of not being able to bring back his companions. Luffy raised his hands and shouted loudly, and Chopper beside him also howled. A fist hit Luffy's head directly, and a few hash characters appeared on Nami's head and said, "What are you talking about? What does this have to do with Robin?" After seeing Luffy appear, Sanji took a puff of cigarette and said with a bit of melancholy, Please give me your guidance." Luffy nervously stretched out his hand and shook hands with Usopp. The rest of Frankie's family was deeply moved, and they looked at Eni's lobby gradually appearing in the distance with tears in their eyes. "If we don't save her, she'll die. Wow, Sanji, who is this?" Then he told everyone about Robin's concerns and the fact that he was threatened, including the fact that Frankie fell into the second car to save them. Even the rabbit named Meow Meow followed everyone and meowed. Chapter 168 Frontal Advance. "So where's Usopp?" Luffy asked curiously after finishing the handshake. He's safe now. Anyway, he asked me to do my best to rescue Robin, and then left." Usopp answered Luffy's questions while signing for Chopper. Luffy nodded upon hearing this and said in agreement, "Ah, that's true. Hey, yeah, so where is Sniper Island?" Chopper, who was watching from the side, jumped twice and asked Usopp excitedly. "It's in your heart." Usopp pondered for a moment, and then told Luffy and the others the same words he had used to fool Sanji and Frankie. Wow. After hearing Usopp's explanation, Chopper and Luffy's eyes sparkled several meters away. "This statement is really cool. Look at this, I was here before to repair the track." Barry interrupted the conversation between Luffy and the others, placed a drawing on the ground and said, "Thanks to the clarity of the drawing from memory, the entire layout of Eni's lobby was presented on the drawing. The island is surrounded by the sea, and there is a fence around the nearby islands. There is only a big gate at the middle entrance. After entering the gate, there is a circle of waterfalls. After passing through 2 more gates, you can reach the Tower of Justice. Behind the Tower of Justice stands a gate that reaches the sky. It is the legendary Gate of Justice. That's it. If you want to enter the Gate of Justice, you can only enter from the back of the island." Barry explained the layout of the entire Eni's lobby in detail. "What's that black thing?" Luffy pointed at the circle of black holes on the picture and asked in confusion.
"Didn't I tell you that the black piece is a waterfall? You'll understand once you go in." Barry shook his head, then continued, "Anyway, if we can't bring Robin and Frankie back between the main gate and the Gate of Justice, we won't have a chance. Why, no matter where Robin and the others are taken, we will get them back." Luffy expressed his confusion again. "No, I told you this before when I was in the Seven Waters." Nami stood up and pointed at the Gate of Justice and said, "If Robin and the others are taken into the Gate of Justice, the only destinations they can reach are the Marine headquarters and Impel Down. Advertisement. No matter where you go, things are going to get pretty troublesome. With the loss of the Mary and Su Chen's refusal to help, I can't fly back with everyone now. So we have to snatch them back before we enter the gate." Barry nodded, looked at everyone with burning eyes and said, "The time I have been in contact with you has made me realize that if anyone can defeat CP9, it is only you. So for the first 5 minutes, you stay put on the sea while we go ahead and pry open the gate to clear the way for the train. No matter how many of us fall, I hope you can all move forward without any worries."
"Okay, I understand." Luffy's eyes lit up and he nodded in understanding. After a while, Eni's lobby officially appeared in front of Luffy and others. "Look, there is the Gate of Justice," Granny Kokora said loudly through the car speaker. "It has never been fully opened. Even when transporting criminals, it is only opened a little bit. On the other side of the door is similar to the calm belt, which is the lair of large sea kings. The pirate's girl is right. We don't have time to waste time. Let's get to it head on."
Whoosh. Under everyone's dull gaze, Luffy stretched out his arms and launched himself forward. Asking him to wait for 5 minutes is simply impossible. That's true. Patting his forehead, Nami and the others complained speechlessly. The remaining boatmen and Frankie's family looked at each other and then rushed in. Even if Luffy rushed in early, they still had to proceed according to the plan. After all, in addition to Luffy, there were Nami and others waiting for their cover. Huh, who is it? It's an intruder. He's on top of the gate. Knock him down. The Marines and agents on the island instantly spotted Luffy landing on top of the gate, and they all raised their guns and started shooting. When Luffy realized he was discovered, he jumped behind the door. Blue blue blue. Inside the Tower of Justice, a Den Den Mushi rang on the table in front of a man with short purple hair and a leather mask on his face. Advertisement. This is the main gate. The main gate is calling. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Spandam asked.
Looking at Robin and Frankie who were captured by Lucci, he was in a very good mood, so his voice seemed particularly cheerful when he asked questions. Next to him, Lucci was talking to the other CP9 members, one of whom had braids and a mustache. The other one was obese and had thick foundation on her face. The last one has a round body, round head, and very short legs and looks like Fukuru. Report to the commander. An intruder has climbed over the main gate and is rushing towards the front door of the main island.
A panicked voice came from the Den Den Mushi. It's just an intruder. Stay calm and kill him. Spandam said nonchalantly. After he finished speaking, another person's voice came from the Den Den Mushi. This is the front gate of the main island. We have found the intruder. We will kill him immediately. Please don't worry. Spandam nodded in satisfaction and put the Den Den Mushi down, looking at Robin who was handcuffed with sea-stone handcuffs. But the next moment, the Den Den Mushi on the table rang again. Blue blue blue. The main gate is calling again. Bang. Boom. Requesting support. An unknown army is invading the main gate. Ah, I'm dead. With a loud explosion and screams, the Den Den Mushi was instantly disconnected. Hello. Hello. Security guard. Answer me. What happened? Spandam yelled at the Den Den Mushi anxiously. He was in a good mood but was shocked by the news. Bulu bulu. Den Den Mushi rang. Front gate of the main island. Ah. Requesting support. Den Den Mushi hung up again. Bulu bulu. Den Den Mushi rang again. Sir. It's Straw Hat Luffy. They're breaking in. Ah. Requesting backup. Pa. The Den Den Mushi hung up again. Spandam, who was holding the Den Den Mushi, turned pale. This was Eni's lobby, and someone actually dared to break in here.
Moreover, the main gate was lost so quickly, and even the front gate of the main island was caught in a battle at this time. Chapter 169. I think she is a good match. Interesting. The guy from the Straw Hat crew? Looking at Lucci and others around him, Spandam's pale face slowly became calm. There is nothing to be afraid of. As long as CP9 is still in his hands, these guys are nothing to worry about, not to mention that he also has the golden Den Den Mushi lent to him by Aokiji. At worst, we can launch a buster call. I don't believe these guys aren't even afraid of a buster call.
Thinking of this, he laughed loudly, turned to Lucci and others and said. Ha ha ha, you guys did a great job. Take these 2 devil fruits and go take a rest. Spandam gave away the 2 strange fruits, and then looked at Frankie with a cold gaze. Frankie, long time no see. If I had known you had the blueprint, I wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. Based on your original crime, I could have easily killed you long ago. After saying that, he kicked the tied Frankie to the ground and crushed his head with his leather boots again and again. But your senior brother is very smart. He used his skills to unify the shipbuilding industry in the entire Seven Waters City, established a large company, and took the initiative to approach the world government he hated. Not only am I deeply loved by the citizens, but I have also become an indispensable partner of the world government. This action puts us in a very passive position. As if he had secured victory, Spandam seemed particularly eager to talk. Just when we were thinking of taking coercive measures, Admiral Aokiji gave me good news.
The pirate's ship that Nico Robin is on is heading for the Seven Waters. After hearing the word Aokiji, Robin was silent for a moment and asked, Aokiji, why did you get the right to initiate a buster call? It's none of your business, ha 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 ha. By the way, someone actually wanted to save you just now. Spandam obviously had no intention of answering Robin's question, and instead said, but they've been captured. They're Straw Hat Luffy and his companions. In front of Eni's lobby's 10,000 strong army, they're like an egg against a rock.
The ship to the prison is about to leave. Let's take them as spoils and send them to Impel Down together. Wahahahaha. Wait, you're not keeping your word. With pupils trembling, Robin loudly questioned Spandam. You said that as long as I do what you say, you will guarantee their safety. What are you yelling about, Lucci? Repeat our offer to her. Spandam said coldly. Lucci, who had not yet left, said, except Nico Robin, ensure that everyone in the Straw Hat crew leaves Water 7 safely. Did you hear that? Didn't they leave the Seven Water City and come here? Spandam's eyes were cold, with a smug smile on his face. Quote exclamation mark quote. You despicable villain. Robin's pupils contracted. She was smart enough to understand what Spandam meant. Advertisement. Damn it. You're a bunch of stinking pieces of shit. It's really untrustworthy. Frankie, who was lying next to him, understood what was said and roared angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, Spandam suddenly became furious for some reason. He kicked Frankie hard a few times and then slapped Robin hard with his right hand.
You guys don't deserve it, a criminal. A pirate who makes a living by betrayal. We don't have to keep our word with the criminal. Who do you think you are? Bang. I think she's a good match. Before Spandam hit Robin, a long leg condensed out from the void and stepped on him to the ground, and Su Chen's figure appeared in front of everyone. Lu Chi's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously appeared in front of Su Chen with a shaving knife, and kicked Su Chen hard in the chest. Ice. Frozen. The next moment, starting from the leg that touched Su Chen's chest, the frost that invaded the bone marrow gradually covered it upwards. After most of the leg was completely frozen, Lu Chi reacted and quickly rolled over and retreated.
It was not until this time that the CP9 around him realized that Lu Chi had been defeated. Lu Chi, how is it? Are you okay? Khalifa and others instantly appeared around Lu Chi and protected him. Among them, Kaku and the bearded man worked together to use Tempest Kick to cut out several air blades, quickly attacking Su Chen. Crack, bang. The blue-white air blade froze in the air, and then fell to the ground under the action of gravity and shattered into pieces. Seeing this situation, Kaku and others' faces changed and became stiff. It's so cold. Spandam twisted his body vigorously, enduring the huge force coming from his head and roared, "What are you doing? Get me out now." Yes. After Khalifa and others looked at each other, their figures instantly appeared around Su Chen. The air exploded and the air surged. Looking at this exaggerated attack, Su Chen's face remained calm, like an eternal layer of ice, without a trace of warmth. Bluno fell silent, glanced at the Tower of Justice behind him, and then looked at Luffy again. After greeting Lu Chi with a smile, Su Chen looked at the Spandam under his feet. "Do you want to hand over the Den Den Mushi yourself, or do you want me to find it myself?"
Advertisement. Luffy's face turned cold and he said coldly, "I'm asking you a question, Niu." Magician. Su Chen. Bluno's eyes rolled back, his legs softened and he knelt down. Iron body. Gudong. I saw him open his palm slightly and raise it slowly but actually quickly. Good. Everyone was like being hit by a speeding train. They spit out a large amount of blood, crashed through the wall, and disappeared into the Justice Tower. The smoke and dust dissipated, and the usually calm Lu Chi looked at Su Chen not far away in horror.
Luffy watched in surprise as Bluno flew out of the Justice Tower in the distance and landed in front of him. His muscles tensed, and a very simple straight punch hit Bluno at an extremely fast speed. The fist shadow that appeared in front of him in an instant made Bluno subconsciously tense up his whole body, and he shouted quickly. Cough, damn, my injury is not healed yet. Bang. The other side. At this moment, Lu Chi suddenly jumped out from the side and knocked Su Chen out of the window. He was defeated by Iron Body again. Quote. Hello, I'm Su Chen. He clenched his fists, turned his gaze to Luffy in front of him and said, "Well, this is unheard of. You actually dared to break into the government's gate. Rebuke. If you beat me, I will answer you." Luffy's eyes lit up and he stretched his arms back. A word uttered softly from his mouth. Fingers and long legs came from all directions. A layer of transparent waves instantly exploded from his body, spreading out like a perfect circular shield, and the attacking people were hit head-on by the huge repulsive force. Puff. Spandam swallowed, took out a golden Den Den Mushi from his arms, and handed it to Su Chen tremblingly.
As if he had thought of something, Luffy grinned at Bluno and asked, "You are the cow with the guy who raises pigeons, right? Robin is in that house, right? Yo, is this the guy who comes to your door?" Bluno lay on the ground, trembling for a few times and then slowly got up. Chapter 170. Robin, I'm here to pick you up. Luffy retracted his fist with a puzzled look on his face, somewhat confused.
This guy didn't even try to dodge, and I thought he was a very strong guy, but it turns out he is so weak. What is Robin afraid of? Never mind, Robin should be in that building. Luffy shook his head and looked towards the Justice Tower not far away, no longer thinking about it. He climbed to the highest point of the court and shouted loudly. Robin, I'm here to get you. The huge shouts kept echoing between the court and the judicial building, as if announcing to the world that there was a group of people who were willing to become enemies of the world for their partners. Inside the judicial tower, when Spandam heard the shouting from outside, he subconsciously trembled. Just now, Lu Chi used the beast form and tried his best to knock Su Chen out of the window. Now, except for those special ones, there is no CP9 by his side. Quick, take Frankie and Nico. Robin, we're heading straight to the Gate of Justice. Yes. After hearing Spandam's words, the people around immediately surrounded Robin and the other person. But at this time, Frankie put on a strange smile when he heard Luffy's voice, and his lower body began to swell violently. Sir. But Frankie's butt is swelling up. Upon hearing the report, Spandam looked over quickly, his eyes almost popping out of his head.
Hey, Spandam, I know I don't have much time left, so I decided to expose myself. Frankie's face was calm, as if he had completely lost hope, and he said, "At least, I want to take you with me to death. The explosion range is 3 kilometers in diameter, you can't escape." After saying that, he began to count down with a nonchalant look on his face. "Stop, I don't want to die yet. Run." After hearing what Frankie said, Spandam was terrified. Snot and tears were pouring out like crazy, and he ran out with everyone around him in a panic, fearing that he would die in this place if he was not careful. Good opportunity. Wind is coming. Jet. Bang. Frankie's eyes lit up,
and he clamped Robin with his legs and let out a fart that was as big as a bomb. After a loud bang, their figures disappeared from the spot in an instant. Advertisement. A huge yellow smoke enveloped the entire floor, choking the surrounding agents and marines, causing them to sneeze continuously and their eyes to turn red. Phew, that was close. I almost fell down. Frankie broke the chains on his hands and motioned for Robin and Luffy to talk, then he turned around to block the agents and marine. Hey, Robin. Luffy, who was standing on the platform, brightened his eyes and laughed at Robin. Great. You haven't been taken away yet. Wait a minute, it's a little far, but I'll try to fly over there. Luffy used his hands to pull the platform back far away, as if he wanted to use the rubber to bounce himself over. You go back. Robin gritted his teeth, was silent for a moment and then shouted loudly. I don't want to see you again. Why did you come to save me? I don't want to live anymore. Wow, ha 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 ha, interesting, really so interesting.
Spandam held the golden Den Den Mushi tightly in his hand and laughed triumphantly. Frankie opened his mouth, looked at Robin in shock and said, What did you say? Bang. Kaku kicked Frankie hard in the face. Swoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several CP9 figures stepped on moonwalk from outside the Justice Tower and landed next to Spandam. Although their figures were still in a mess, their temperament had obviously changed. It seemed like a pack of wounded wolves, full of murderous intent towards everything. Even Lucci appeared next to Khalifa at this time, covered in frost. Wahahaha, did you kill that guy? When Spandam saw Lucci appear, his nervous expression suddenly relaxed, and he laughed and said, CP9 is all here, and the opponent is only Straw Hat Boy. They even had an internal conflict. It was so funny. Wahahaha. Luffy ignored Spandam's ridicule and asked in disbelief. You don't want to live anymore. Yes, Robin answered loudly with a crying voice. Hearing Robin's answer, Luffy picked his nose nonchalantly and said, Oh, listen Robin, we're here now, let's rescue you first, if you still want to die. We'll talk about it later. Bang. With a loud noise, behind Luffy, Nami and the others broke through the ground and jumped out. Especially Usopp, who flew up from the ground below like a hero, with his fluttering cape fluttering behind him, looking so handsome. Afterwards, they all stood next to Luffy, looking at Lucci and the others in front of them with serious faces. So many pirates are here. Advertisement. Spandam, who was originally feeling proud, was frightened by Nami and others, and hurriedly threatened Robin with the golden Den Den Mushi in his hand. No, absolutely not. Robin's legs went limp and he fell to his knees. 20 years ago, something took away everything from me, something that changed everyone's life. Her voice was trembling as she silently recounted everything that happened in Ohara 20 years ago. At the same time, West Blue, Ohara ruins. As time passed, the island that carried Robin's memories welcomed another guest. Is this the place? Su Chen muttered to himself. He put the golden Den Den Mushi in his arms. He was deliberately knocked out of the Tower of Justice by Lucci, and used a magic trick to switch the Den Den Mushi in Spandam's hand. This was something he had planned long ago. Apart from him, even Spandam didn't know about this. Now he probably still thinks that he is holding the golden Den Den Mushi. Ohara's regret is something he really cannot make up for. After all, this tragedy had already happened when he traveled through time, but perhaps he could simply make up for some of Robin's regrets. The resurrection magic that he had been thinking about some time ago has unlocked a key node. It is now possible to gather the souls that have not yet dissipated. A crystal tear-shaped necklace appeared in Su Chen's outstretched palm. In his right hand, a long black hair fluttered in the wind. The moment the hair appeared, a gentle breeze surrounded the hair like a kiss. A faint shout was heard in the air. Seeing this, Su Chen showed a happy smile and threw it gently into the air. Strange patterns flickered with light, and weird waves gradually spread to the entire island. The sky darkened at this moment. A little bit of fluorescence emerged from the weedy ground and flew around the necklace like fireflies. Keep gathering inward. Gradually, a blurry figure appeared in the teardrop. The long hair on his right hand floated up automatically, and the teardrop-shaped necklace gently touched the long hair a few times and fell into Su Chen's hand. Done. Su Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a happy smile on his face. Robin, I guess, would really like to talk to his mother about his experiences over the years. Chapter 171. Declare war on world government Enies lobby. And this time, Buster Call is aimed at. Robin's voice was filled with loneliness. She seemed to see the days of her own wandering before. I went through untold hardships to find a trustworthy partner. The more I want to be with you, the more I will hurt you. Because my enemy is the world government and the dark plot they created. If I'm going to die sooner or later, I might as well die here. The hoarse voice choked with sobs echoed in everyone's ears, and everyone fell silent except Spandam. Wahahaha, I see, no wonder you were so scared. Spandam laughed triumphantly, looked expectantly at the Den Den Mushi in his hand, and pointed to the world government flag flying above towards Luffy and the others. Pirates, do you see that flag? That symbol represents the alliance of the 4 seas and the 170 member states on the Grand Line. This is the whole world. You should know how insignificant you are. You should also know how huge the organization this woman is facing is. Wahahaha. No road race, it's so noisy. Luffy's face became unusually calm. I finally know who Robin's enemy is. Sniper King.
Take down that flag. Clear. As Usopp's projectiles were fired, a firebird directly shot through the flag of the world government. A large flame directly ignited the flag fluttering in the wind, and it was completely reduced to ashes in a short while.
What? They actually took action. Pirates, declare war on the world government. If you make the whole world your enemy, don't expect to survive. Spandam was horrified, his heart beating rapidly. This group of pirates was beyond his expectations. Never before had pirates been so bold. Not only did they attack Eni's lobby, they also directly declared war on the world government.
We couldn't ask for more. Luffy yelled loudly, then continued, Robin. I haven't heard you say it yourself yet. Say you want to live. Advertisement. The loud sound reached Robin's ears. It seemed to indicate that she would finally not have to wander anymore, finally not have to worry anymore, and finally not have to swing back and forth between betrayal and escape. He finally met the partner that Saul had told him when he was a child, someone who was willing to protect him even if the whole world had to go against him. She was stunned for a few seconds, and the appearance of Luffy and others was deeply engraved in her mind. I want to live. Take me with you to the sea. Luffy, I want to live. Robin could no longer hold back his tears, which quickly dripped down his cheeks. Even Frankie, who was standing next to him, was deeply moved and kept wiping the tears from his face. Hey, got it. Watching the drawbridge being lowered below, Luffy grinned and said, let's go. Huh, looks like you've come back just in time. Su Chen's figure appeared behind Robin and kicked Spandam off the balcony.
Ah, save me, you bastards. The Spandam flying in the air made a sound like a pig being slaughtered, and quickly fell from the Tower of Justice to the waterfall below. Seeing this situation, Lucci subconsciously rushed out, approached him in the air at an extremely fast speed, then grabbed him and jumped back using moonwalk. The rest of CP9 subconsciously took a few steps back, away from where Su Chen was. The scenes in between made them realize that they were no match for him and only Lucci might have some chance, so they naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to die themselves.
It's Su Chen. Great, he's fine too. Nami and the others looked at each other excitedly and said happily. Although Usopp said that he had seen Su Chen in carriage number 1 of the sea train, they had not seen him in Eni's lobby yet, which made them worried. What are you guys dithering about? Can't you just fly over here? Su Chen looked at Luffy and the others waiting for the suspension bridge and asked with some confusion. Aren't all the standard magic patterns still there? Why do we have to wait for the suspension bridge instead of just flying over? Quote. Everyone looked at each other and shouted speechlessly at the same time, Wulusai. Where have you been? Why didn't you bring Robin back directly? Well, these guys apparently forgot. Even now, in order to cover up this matter, they blame him. Advertisement. Slapping his forehead speechlessly, Su Chen picked up Frankie and Robin and wanted to fly directly over. Robin, who has expressed his thoughts, will no longer actively seek death. It is completely unnecessary for him to continue staying here. Wait, if you take her away, I will immediately activate Buster Call. Spandam stood up in shock, his legs weak as he held up the golden Den Mushi and threatened Su Chen. And Frankie, hand over the blueprints. With a slightly cold look, Su Chen put down Frankie and Robin in his hands.
Seeing Su Chen's actions, the entire CP9 became alert as if facing a great enemy. Are you threatening me? Bang, Lucci behind him interrupted Su Chen and wanted to knock him off the balcony again. But this time he was in a pretty miserable situation as he was kicked back directly. The enormous force directly collapsed one side of the Tower of Justice. Seeing this scene, Spandam's face froze and he stepped back in fear.
You want this? Frankie took the blueprint out of his body and said nonchalantly, this is the real thing, but I'm sorry to disappoint you, it's not Pluton's production blueprint. It's another manufacturing plan to suppress the ancient weapon. It is so that if the ancient weapon falls into the hands of a despicable person like you one day, I can create another weapon to punish you for your evil deeds. Ah Tui. A huge flame burst out of Frankie's mouth, directly igniting the design drawing. What are you doing? Spandam's pupils trembled violently, and he roared, hole. I'm going to kill you. At this moment, Luffy and others, with the help of Nami, jumped directly from the roof of the court and landed in front of Kaku and others. Stop them, that's an order. Remember, kill without mercy. Seeing Luffy and the others flying over, Spandam roared in fear and ran in the other direction in panic. He doesn't want to die yet. Now that the blueprints have been burned and the Straw Hat crew is here, what is he waiting for if not to run away now? Don't run. Seeing Robin being taken away again right in front of him, Luffy roared angrily.
With a jolt of his feet, a puff of steam emanated from his entire body. His figure disappeared, and then Kaku and others who were blocking the way flew out instantly. Chapter 172. Let me see. Bang. Boom. The floor was shattered, smoke and dust filled the air, stones and dust were flying everywhere, and Lucci's figure rushed out from under the floor the moment Kaku and others flew out. In this horrible shock, the Tower of Justice seemed about to collapse. Luffy and the others were caught off guard and fell down one after another. A black shadow grabbed Robin and ran away, but not long after, the black shadow and Robin disappeared above the Justice Tower. With an extremely terrifying frost, Su Chen's figure appeared on the floor of this level. It's outrageous, he was actually tricked by Lucci. He looked around in confusion.
Where were the people? Except for Lucci, who looked at him warily, Luffy and the others, as well as Kaku, had disappeared. At the same time, there was a constant vibration sound coming from below, as if there was some kind of battle going on. An arm stretched out from the ground, and Luffy grabbed the floor and bounced himself up. Hey, Luffy, you're here. To ease his bad mood, Su Chen greeted Luffy with a smile. Where have you been all this time? Luffy jumped up and hugged Su Chen's upper body tightly. In addition to worrying about Robin, he was also very worried about Su Chen. With a happy smile on his face, Su Chen pulled Luffy off his body with force. I took some time to go back to East Blue and visit everyone at Sky Island.
Smiling, Su Chen continued, by the way, I went to West Blue to do some things. I'm sorry to have made you worry. Soga, so that's how it is. Luffy scratched his head and forgave Su Chen directly. Luffy, I'll leave him to you. I'll go find Robin. Su Chen pointed at Lucci, who was still vigilant, and looked towards the direction of the Gate of Justice. That Spandam guy runs really fast, and he is quite brave. He actually dared to come back and take Robin away.
Okay, I'll leave it to you, Robin. His expression changed, and Luffy looked at Lucci in his human beast form. We'll be there soon. Nodding, Su Chen disappeared in a flash. Huh. What's wrong with you, woman? Nami took a breath and floated in the air. She frowned and stared at Khalifa in front of her and asked, it's okay that it's not slippery, but you can actually avoid the lightning strike. Who knows? Khalifa was washing the blood off his body in the bathtub, but he looked at Nami carefully and said, if you can't hide from me, your whole body will become slippery. Advertisement. Fortunately, she ate the fruit given by Spandam, otherwise the lightning strike just now would have directly made her lose her fighting ability. I have to say that she is worthy of being called the weather goddess. She can really control thunder. Tisk, what a boring trick. Nami's eyes narrowed, and she raised the stick in her hand and said, I still have to go save Robin, so please don't get in my way. After saying that, she turned around and floated in the direction she was falling. I won't let you leave here, you rude guy. Tempest kick. Khalifa in the bathtub jumped up, her long white legs drew an arc in the air, and the white slash tore through the air, slashing towards Nami floating in the air in a crescent shape.
Squeak, 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 crack. Like a crushed cookie, the crescent-shaped slash was shattered by Nami's stick. With a sinister smile, she stared at the naked, shameless woman. Cold wind gathers, fantasy fairy. The air shook a few times, and after a layer of mist spread, Nami of various shapes appeared in the house.
That's right, and you want to save Nico Robin, but you need the key. Under Nami's strange gaze, Khalifa picked up the clothes and stockings on the ground and put them on. If you beat me, maybe you can get the key to open Robin's handcuffs. Oh, your head. Judgment. Crack. An extremely fast bolt of lightning descended from the sky, covering Khalifa's entire body in an instant. The air was filled with smoke and dust. It seems that Khalifa has been resolved. The wooden stick brought up a gust of wind, blowing away the smoke and dust, revealing a large piece of soap with CP9 engraved on it in the middle. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Waves of bubbles dispersed, and Khalifa's figure appeared in front of Nami intact. It's amazing. The defense was almost broken. Khalifa spread her hands, seeming to regret that Nami hadn't broken her defenses. Bubbles. It looks like bubbles made from soap. Is it a soap man who ate the devil fruit? The air exploded, and two claws as hard as iron body appeared. The huge impact force directly knocked Sanji against the wall with a loud roar. Ahem. Sorry, Sanji. There was a sound of clothes being torn.
Advertisement, leave this guy to me. Think carefully about what you can do now. She seemed to want to say something else, but unfortunately Nami had no interest in listening to her continue, and appeared behind her and hit her. He still lost. Although he competed with Jabra for a while, he was ultimately unable to keep up with the incredibly fast shaving and was defeated by Jabra. Wolf Bullet. Well, even if you knew my abilities. Looking at Khalifa's changes, Nami was thoughtful.
Call. Perhaps because Nami had revealed her ability, Khalifa nervously waved her arms a few times and said, you can't beat me, you rude fellow. Bang. A shining fist knocked Khalifa unconscious. Bang. Not far away, Frankie, who had just defeated his opponent, gave a thumbs up and looked at Nami in amazement. Ah. Go ahead. As she spoke, Khalifa struck a particularly sexy pose. Sanji kicked Jabra away from Usopp and lit a cigarette. Iron body boxing. I see. With his hands in his pockets, he kicked back with disdain. Okay. Just save your life. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Bang. No road sigh. Oh, this is so annoying. Sanji said without turning back, still looking at Jabra. Before he could feel proud, Sanji appeared behind him again. Usopp gasped, covered in blood, and slowly got up from the ground.
Riding on Khalifa's body, Nami quickly tore off her clothes. Slippery, let me see how slippery you are. But you guessed it right, I am the soap man who ate the paramecia bubble fruit. Jabra, who was kicked away, rushed out and pounced on Sanji quickly from the air. Tear. Sanji stared at the flying Jabra and said soothingly, and have you forgotten, you are a sniper.
My whole body is slippery. Usopp suddenly had an idea and quickly ran towards the Justice Tower corridor, saying as he ran, Sanji, be careful. Chapter 173 Ghostly Nine Swords. Bang! Under the huge force, Jabra flew backwards and hit the wall hard. The air was filled with smoke and dust. The whole room was covered with scattered dust. The air exploded, and Jabra's figure suddenly emerged from the dust. 10-finger pistol. Whoosh. He put his hands together, aimed his fingers as hard as steel at Sanji's waist and stabbed him hard. With a slight mistake in his steps, Sanji's figure flashed. The figure just moved slightly and flashed behind Jabra. Level 3 minced meat. Like a flash of lightning, it was a straight kick from top to bottom. Bang. Even though Jabra's iron body skills were pretty good, he was still knocked to the ground by such a fierce kick. What's wrong with this guy? So fast. Jabra was shocked and amazed at Sanji's tremendous strength and speed. With this kind of movement speed, even he could only take it head on.
Tempest kick lone wolf. Jabra jumped up and kicked out a special slash with his legs, jumping towards Sanji. Seeing this, Sanji's eyes narrowed. After dodging the incoming slash, he quickly performed a set of basic kicking techniques, covering Jabra's entire body like a storm. Veal shot. Finally he leapt into the air and rapidly kicked Jabra all over his body. Its powerful force even caused the entire Tower of Justice to shake.
It's powerful, but unfortunately it doesn't work on me. Jabra was in a mess and looked seriously injured, but he still spoke with great stubbornness. Huh, really? Compared to that bull, you are indeed more resilient. Sanji took a lazy puff of his cigarette and said, I hope you can let me be serious. After all, I am very hot.
As the words fell, his eyes were filled with blood. I saw his figure spinning rapidly, and a red light came from his calves, followed by an extremely hot temperature. Don't just die. Devil's wind kick. The afterimage disappeared as he spoke, and a long leg with a red glow kicked Jabra hard in the chest. Advertisement. Puff. After spitting out a large mouthful of blood, Jabra's figure turned into a flash of lightning. After crashing through the walls of several rooms, it landed in front of Kaku, who was confronting Zoro. Jabra? Kaku moved his eyes and looked at the dying Jabra in front of him with some disbelief. This guy's strength was not much different from his, but he was defeated so quickly, and looking at Sanji who looked relaxed in the distance, it was obvious that he was crushed during the battle. Are the Straw Hat Pirates really as invincible as Marine said? Ah my, isn't this green algae head? The light on his legs slowly disappeared, and Sanji walked over slowly with a heartless pace, saying jokingly, you can't beat me, how about I help you? Roll. Zoro put on his green turban, looked at Sanji with murderous eyes and said, damn perverted cook, be careful or I'll chop you off too. Whispering sound. I don't care about you, I'm going to save dear Miss Robin. Sanji glanced at Jabra who had completely lost consciousness, then turned around and ran in the direction where Robin had been taken away. There's a flaw. A long sword slashed down at Zoro quickly from top to bottom. After moving the Jabra on the ground farther away, Kaku keenly noticed that Zoro was a little absent-minded, and his figure flashed and appeared directly behind Zoro. He chopped it down hard with the long knife in his hand. When the extremely swift slash was directly blocked by Zoro with the kidetsu in his hand. The two long swords made an extremely crisp metal collision sound when they collided. Such a slash will not satisfy me. Zoro held a knife in his mouth and said disdainfully, if that's all, you can't even be serious. Stop looking down on people. Kaku's pupils shrank, and the long sword in his other hand slashed towards Zoro's neck at an extremely tricky angle. Such insulting looks and words made Kaku extremely angry. Think about CP9. When has it ever been insulted by a group of pirates in this way? And what's more, it's an insult to their most proud strength. Shaking his head, Zoro lifted his hand hard. The huge force directly sent Kaku flying out. It seems that you have lost your composure. Have you even forgotten the most basic rules of a swordsman? No matter what situation you are in, don't lose your composure. Zoro leaned forward, assuming a forward diving posture. After holding the long sword in both hands in reverse, he placed one hand holding the long sword behind his back and suddenly rushed out with the other hand in front of him. Three-sword style leopard chin jade. His figure spun and appeared in front of Kaku in an instant, and rapidly rotating air blades cut from all directions. In this situation, Kaku subconsciously used paper arts. His figure danced in the wind, moving back and forth between the airwaves. But in the next moment, several fast air blades passed by. Rip. Advertisement. Several deep wounds appeared on Kaku's body, and bright red blood gushed out from the wounds. Damn it. I underestimated the enemy. You could have blocked it with a knife. Kaku gritted his teeth, endured the pain in his body, and gripped the long sword tightly. Tempest kick shuriken. After slashing out a series of air blades like shurikens, Kaku pulled his head back and then shot forward in an instant. Dang dang dang. After shattering the incoming air blade, Zoro used his sword to block Kaku's attack of the elephant trunk sling. Then he used the long knife in his hand to chop down on his outstretched neck. With such an obvious flaw, it would be a shame not to cut off a few times the long neck. Whoosh. Kaku, wary of Daisaku, retracted his neck at an extremely fast speed. Call. You guys really know how to seize opportunities. Drops of cold sweat dripped down his cheeks. He almost lost his head just now. It seems that facing such a kendo master, attacking directly with the head was a wrong decision. It seems we can't delay any longer, take my move. His eyes turned cold, and Kaku tensed the muscles in his neck coldly. Tempest kicked Joe Duan. He was seen supporting the ground with one hand and using the giraffe's neck to rotate at high speed.
The air exploded, and an unparalleled slash flew out directly. Seeing this, Zoro's eyes lit up. Ghostly nine-sword style Ashura Ikigiri Jin. There was ferocity in the weirdness, and bloodiness in the blood. The moment the air blade Kaku slashed out touched Zoro, the ghost energy covering his body turned the slash directly into mist. To endure all kinds of suffering without getting tired of it, this is the way of Shura. Swish. The figures crossed each other, and Zoro appeared behind Kaku. This move name feels good. A foreman from Carrera specifically asked me to bring you a message. Zoro took off his headscarf, glanced at Kaku who was lying on the ground with blood all over his body and said, "You are fired."
Did Barry say that? It's really terrible. Kaku seemed to think of his previous experience at Carrera Company, and recalled, being a killer. Failure means losing your job. Zoro said seriously, "Didn't you join the zoo? Ha ha ha, you are so mean." As he spoke, Kaku took out the key from his arms and completely lost his strength. "I'm sorry." Shaking his head, Zoro picked up the key from the ground. "I was a little too heavy-handed." Chapter 174 They will come to save me. Tread, tap, tap. On the bridge of hesitation, Spandam dragged Robin and ran quickly towards the gate of justice. Blue blue blue. This is the gate guard of justice. Excuse me. Is this Captain Spandam? A question came from the communication communicator in Spandam's arms. That's right, you idiots, why don't you come out and greet the hero who brought back Nico Robin? Holding the Den Den Mushi, Spandam roared angrily. "Ah, Ming. Got it, I'll be right there." Boom. With a sound, a small door under the gate of justice slowly opened. Wahahaha. See? The door is open. With anticipation, Spandam looked at the door that was gradually opening in the distance with great excitement and said, "Give up struggling, those pirates have been held back by CP9. You know, Lucci is the strongest person in Eni's lobby in the past 800 years. Even the guy who threatened me before. It's impossible to break through their blockade and rescue you." As if feeling that the matter was settled, Spandam regained his composure. "Look, the ship is ready to sail, and no one will come to mess with it anymore. Nico Robin, let me tell you another good news. I installed bombs on the stairs we came up just now. Even if someone really breaks through Lucci and the others' obstruction, they will be blown away by the sudden bombs. Ha ha ha, it's very interesting, isn't it? You can't take mine with you, even if you pass through that gate." Being dragged very reluctantly, Robin looked at Spandam with cold eyes and said, "Because they said, they would come to save me." "Stop dreaming." Robin's words were particularly harsh, and Spandam loudly retorted, "Do you know where the gate of justice leads to? It leads to the Marine headquarters and Impel Down. No pirates can get out after going to these two places. Besides, I will initiate a buster call after this, and none of those pirates will be able to escape." As he spoke, Spandam slapped Robin hard. Robin, who was slapped, laughed sarcastically and said nonchalantly, "So what? Even if it's the Marine headquarters, even if it's that horrible prison. Advertisement, they will definitely come to rescue me." You think I know nothing?" Spandam was silent for a moment, and then he said with a cold look, "The riot of former Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Jaguar D. Sol. Your mother Nicole Albia and everything that happened to O'Hara. I know it all." Under Robin's puzzled gaze, Spandam explained proudly, "The person who set foot on O'Hara's land and announced the scholar's crimes to the public and launched the buster call was the head of CP9 at the time. My father, Spandine." His pupils contracted, and a shocking murderous aura emanated from Robin. Wahahaha. What a funny look. Looking at the extremely excited Robin, Spandam laughed proudly and said, "The person who issued the notice offering a reward for you 20 years ago was also my father. 20 years later, as his son, I caught the only guy who survived. The O'Hara matter is finally coming to an end, you guys lost." Robin's hateful eyes were filled with tears, and he shouted loudly, "I'm still alive." "But you're going to die soon," Spandam laughed and retorted. "Yeah? As the first people to hit Eni's lobby in 800 years? With some profound meaning, Su Chen's figure instantly appeared behind Spandam. "How can we just watch Robin die?" "Who?" The sudden sound startled Spandam and he subconsciously glanced at the captured Robin. He saw that the Robin he had been holding tightly had already turned into a huge lion majesty, with its bloody mouth wide open, spitting at him excitedly. He had been holding on to the arm, which was the lion majesty's slender long tail. Such a horrifying scene made Spandam collapse backwards and crawl away from lion majesty. "Thank you for letting go Robin." With a grin, Su Chen quickly hugged Robin, who was thrown away by Spandam, and spoke very politely. After hearing Su Chen's words, Spandam finally reacted and shouted angrily, "Damn pirates, as all you know how to do is conspiracy and trickery. I'm going to initiate a buster call, don't even think about escaping." Advertisement. As he spoke, Spandam took out the golden Den Den Mushi from his arms and pressed it without hesitation. Wahahaha, you're dead. Thinking he had activated buster call, Spandam laughed crazily a few times and ran towards the open small door. Everyone will be reduced to ashes in the fire of buster call just like 20 years ago. Even the shame of having the flag shot down will be covered up by this terrifying offensive, and the face of the world government will not be shaken in the slightest. The world will continue to respect the government as usual. And he didn't see it when he was running. He did not turn off the Den Den Mushi on his body, and the broadcast in Eni's lobby clearly broadcast what he said. Looking at Spandam's quickly running back, a layer of fluorescence appeared on Su Chen's palm. Then, he gently placed his hand on the handcuffs that were handcuffed on Robin's hands. Magic power surged, and wonderful patterns emerged. Whoosh! Bang! Boom! Just when Su Chen was about to break the handcuffs, a projectile flew from a great distance and blew up the running Spandam. Then a small bag was shot over by Usopp from the Justice Tower in the distance and landed at the feet of Su Chen and Robin with extreme accuracy. Beside him, Luffy and the others, who had just dealt with their respective opponents, were waving at him with a smile. With a slight smile, Su Chen withdrew the magic power surging in his hands and picked up the small bag on the ground. Pick the correct key and unlock Robin's handcuffs. 30 rounds of flowers blooming. The moment the handcuffs were uncuffed, Robin crossed his hands and activated his fruit ability. Arms quickly grew around Spandam and on his body, forming 2 huge long arms. Hook claw. One of the huge arms tightened his jaw in a V shape, while the other arm was wrapped around Spandam's head, and after a slight pause, it twisted with tremendous force. There was only a click, and Spandam immediately lost its life. At the Gate of Justice, the guards at the door came out to check the situation. After seeing Spandam being blown away and then having his neck broken, they all shouted in fear. "Sir, Chapter 175, I'm here to pick you up, what's going on?" There was no one on the bridge except Robin and that man. "Don't worry about it, go save the commander, take them down." After a brief debate, the guards ran towards Robin and his companion with guns in hand. Some of them directly raised their guns and shot without any hesitation. Bang, 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 the air exploded and the bullet flew out of the gun. Accurate bullets covered Robin and the other man's bodies. Bang. The projectile flying from a very far distance accurately intercepted the incoming bullet in the air. With this terrifying sniping ability, only one person was able to suppress the armed guard on the scene. Damn it. Where is it? Behind the many guards, a guard holding a telescope was quickly looking for the figure who shot the bullet. How is it possible? Why is it there? Where? Look there, on top of the Tower of Justice. All the guards looked in the direction of the Justice Tower, and saw a man holding a special sniper slingshot, wearing a mask and a red cloak, standing there quietly above it. His red cape fluttered in the wind, and a strange raccoon cat and a boy in a straw hat were handing him ammunition with golden eyes. Scare. The guards were frightened and took a few steps back. It is really hard to believe that someone could actually achieve sniping at such a long distance. You know, there is a huge airflow between Eni's lobby and the Gate of Justice that never stops all year round. Ordinary projectiles will be blown away if they travel more than a few hundred meters. Quick, take the commander's body away. The commander has already launched a Buster Call. Let Buster Call take care of them. Seeing that they had no choice but to do it, the guards carried the confirmed dead Spandam and fled towards the Gate of Justice. Hearing the guards' roars before they left, Su Chen showed a meaningful smile on his face. But Robin shook subconsciously. At this moment, the Den Den Mushi that Spandam dropped started to ring. Blue blue blue, Su Chen, I am the Sniper King. Bring Robin back. Advertisement. Luffy's excited roar was heard from the Den Den Mushi. Okay, but you better come over here, there's someone special you need to meet. As he spoke, Su Chen looked up at the clouds in the sky. A Mianyang-headed ship was slowly floating out, and in front of it, a vague figure wearing a crew raincoat was floating in front. Everyone, I'm here to pick you up. Oh, a special person? On the Den Den Mushi side, Luffy was a little confused. Well, you're in for a real surprise. As if thinking of the surprised expressions of Luffy and others, Su Chen's voice sounded particularly expectant. Okay, we'll be there soon. Luffy agreed to this proposal. After all, apart from the escort ship at the Gate of Justice, they had no means of leaving the island, and the Rocket Man had been completely destroyed. As for the Smoking Tom, it is needed for Frankie's family and the boatman. Do you have the Den Den Mushi of the Exorcist Order? Robin wiped the blood on his face from the Spandam and looked at Su Chen, who put down the Den Den Mushi. Yeah, I switched them when we were still in the Justice Tower, before Lucci knocked me out. As he spoke, Su Chen reached into his pocket and placed a golden Den Den Mushi in Robin's hand. I'll leave it to you to deal with. This thing is of no use to me. It's different now than Ohara. I have nothing to fear anymore, because I am no longer alone. After taking a closer look, Robin's eyes flashed, and he smiled with relief and threw the Den Den Mushi directly under the bridge. There's no use for this thing for her, Tower of Justice. Luffy and his group, led by the little girl Zimoni, walked towards the underground passage. Ahem. You can't escape. Lucci, who was knocked down by Luffy, saw everyone and continued to say while enduring his injuries. The Buster Call has already begun. This place is very close to the naval headquarters. The generals who come here must be the strongest. Even if you are strong, you can't escape this island with an admiral in charge, 5 vice admirals following, and a Buster Call consisting of 10 warships and countless warships. Yeah? Luffy paused and turned to look at Lucci, smiling cheerfully. Buster Call doesn't seem to have activated. And even if it does start, we can still get away from here after getting Robin back. His pupils trembled, and Luffy's smiling face was deeply imprinted in Lucci's heart. Because Spandam had issued the information about launching the exorcism order, The agents on the island were now frantically moving to the train station at the main entrance, and were in no mood to stop Luffy and the others. Advertisement. Luffy and the others quickly passed through the underground passage and arrived at the Bridge of Hesitation. Bang! Oh, what's going on? The moment they got onto the bridge, the explosives hidden on the stairs exploded instantly, and everyone fell down one after another without warning. Even Su Chen, who was on the other side, didn't know what was wrong with him. He pulled Robin and jumped down. What's this? Usopp, who was falling quickly, covered his head with his hands, pointed downwards in shock and said, "This sound. Look. She's here to pick us up. Mary." In everyone's sight, a sailboat was rising and falling with the waves. A stream of sky blue air was constantly gurgling on the sail, emitting pleasant sounds like an elf. "I'm here to pick you up." Accompanied by the air current, everyone landed smoothly on the deck of the Mary. Wow, wow. Mary, it's the Mary. Usopp and Chopper's snot and tears mixed together, and they clung to the edge of the ship tightly and refused to let go. It's unbelievable. This ship was clearly. Frankie widened his eyes, looking extremely unbelievable. At this time, Sanji looked around the boat and asked in confusion, "Who drove this?" "Let's get out of here first. I'll explain it to you on the way." With a smile on his face, Su Chen nodded to everyone. Marine headquarters. In the processing room responsible for collecting intelligence and contacting information, the Den Mushi on the desk began to ring rapidly. Brew. This is Eni's lobby. Requesting support. The Straw Hat crew has invaded Eni's lobby. Sir Spandam and the adults of CP9 have been defeated. After quickly recording the information, a colonel came to the marshal's office at an extremely fast speed. Something bad has happened to the marshal. Eni's lobby has been attacked. The officer in charge of reporting knocked on the door and went in, saying very quickly, "The current head of Eni's lobby, Spandam, has been confirmed dead, and all members of CP9 have been defeated. The Straw Hat crew is currently trapped on the island, and the remaining members are requesting support. Please make the decision, Marshal." After the report, the officer automatically stood aside, waiting for the decision of Sengoku and others. Advertisement. Chapter 176. Perfect miss. Attack. We must not let the Straw Hat crew escape again. It was still the same Vice Admiral Doberman with X-shaped scars all over his face and brown hair hanging down to his shoulders. He was in a meeting here. After listening to the report, he immediately shouted loudly to the people around him. It hasn't been long since the last incident in Alabasta, and now they dared to attack Eni's lobby, which represents the face of the world government. We must not let them go this time. Trigger Buster Call and finish them off right in Eni's lobby. After the hot-tempered Vice Admiral Doberman finished speaking, he looked at Sengoku, who was in the lead, with a burning gaze. "I agree this time. The headquarters is less than 30 minutes away from Eni's lobby, so we can make it in just enough time." The punk-haired, bearded flying squirrel Vice Admiral nodded. Surprisingly, he did not refute Doberman's proposal this time. "Where is Garp at this time?" With a serious look, Sengoku asked the officer after listening to the report. "Report to the Marshal, Vice Admiral Garp is near the Seven Water City at this time, and Admiral Aokiji is with him." After thinking for a while, the officer in charge of intelligence replied. Sengoku. The chief of staff. He seemed to want to say something. But the next second, Sengoku shook his head at her, interrupting her next words. "Order." "Yes." After a moment of silence, Sengoku continued to give orders. "Dispatch Garp near Eni's lobby to stop the Straw Hat crew. Gather the 5 Vice Admirals, Doberman, Ghost Spider, Flying Squirrel, Burning Mountain, and Stallowberry, to Eni's lobby for support. Kizaru, you come with us." Initiate Buster Call depending on the situation. "Yes." Sengoku trailed off. After a moment of silence, Doberman and others stood up, saluted, and walked out. "Oh my, it's Eni's lobby." Kizaru, wearing a yellow and white striped suit, a purple tie, and a dark green shirt, stood up from his seat. He stretched lazily and muttered, "Is this the new pirates of this year? They're really scary." Advertisement, and we're about to initiate a Buster Call. After he finished speaking with a smile, he slowly caught up with Doberman and the others. He didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. From his slow pace, it was not difficult to tell that he even wanted to take a nap before leaving. After everyone who received the mission left, Sengoku waved his hand and drove the others out. "Sengoku, are you really going to do this?" He frowned, looked at his old friend solemnly and said, "Let's not talk about Garp's grandson. Given Nico Robin's nature, we can't really let her fall into the hands of those guys. Besides, Aokiji has already failed." Rubbing his sore eyes, Sengoku took off his glasses and wiped them, saying, "I know, but the most important thing now is to confirm the authenticity of Pluton's design. And with the 2 admirals plus the support of Garp and Flying Squirrel, there is a chance to keep them. For the sake of justice, I believe Garp will make the right choice." Putting his glasses back on, Sengoku's eyes sparkled with wisdom. He is indeed worthy of being called the resourceful general. As long as Garp stops Su Chen and others before Kizaru and others arrive, this operation will definitely not fail. Even the 4 emperors would not be able to escape from the combined forces of Garp, Aokiji and others. With this configuration, they are strong enough to fight a battle. "Oh, I'm afraid." He seemed to have thought of something and took back what he was about to say. After shaking her head, she turned and left the room. Prepared to enter Uzumaki. On the other side, Nami, who had been observing the current, shouted loudly, "Hurry up and steer." head towards the 9 o'clock direction. Yes, we won. Under Nami's arrangement, Luffy and others controlled the Merry and headed for the Seven Water capital. Frankie and Granny Kokora and others also stayed on the Merry, still following the original goal, slowly heading towards the Seven Water City. After getting completely away from Eni's lobby, Frankie breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Although I have escaped now, you guys really caused a big mess." Ouch. Looking at the expectant eyes around him, Su Chen pondered for a moment. Although they had already made some guesses, they still wanted Su Chen to explain whether the special person was who they thought he was, and what he had been doing during the time he disappeared. Chopper on the side also opened his mouth with a ferocious look on his face and bit Zoro's left leg hard. Advertisement Robin put her hands behind her back, with a smile on her lips. Her eyes were full of tenderness. She looked at everyone with a captivating gaze and said, after making sure that Frankie's family and others had safely evacuated Eni's lobby. Using the back of his knife to block Sanji's long kick, Zoro shook his bitten left leg a few times and said, "This place is not far from the naval headquarters. Do you want to be caught by the chasing marine?" Bang! Wait until it is safe. The rabbit raised by Zimoni also shouted along with everyone else. Hearing Zoro say this, Sanji kicked him directly. At this time, the gate of justice slowly began to open. Due to the limitations of the intelligence of the guards on the island, the warship that Kizaru and others were riding on perfectly missed Luffy and his gang. On the other side, Garp, who had just received the transfer order, didn't care at all about Sengoku's roar in Dendenmushi. Then everyone looked at each other and cheered loudly. Well, this explanation was barely accepted by Sanji and the others, and he retracted his long legs and hurried to help Nami steer the boat. The Merry quickly moved away from Eni's lobby. Meow. Only Zoro ruined the mood at this time and said, "Let's talk about this kind of nonsense after we escape." Frankie nodded in agreement with what everyone said and cheered loudly. He took out the magic wand that had not been used for a long time. Later, with the help of Frankie's wind cannon and the power brought by the Uzumaki current. Wow. What do you mean by boring words? You damn green algae head. Sanji shouted angrily. Apologize to Miss Robin now. Everyone was silent for a moment, and then they immediately answered loudly. We just rescued our companions who were kidnapped. The surroundings were quiet for a moment, and then everyone squinted their eyes, grinned and said, "You're welcome, hee hee hee." After a while, Luffy and others calmed down and surrounded Su Chen. It's so noisy. The most important thing now is to get out of here. Luffy sat on the deck of the Merry and said with relief, "Just now I thought we would fall directly into the sea, but I didn't expect the Merry to come to pick us up. They actually took down the flag of the world government. Thank you." Chapter 177 Ship Spirit, Merry. You guessed right. Magic power surge, accompanied by a fast-blowing gust of wind. Su Chen gently tapped the deck with the magic wand in his hand and continued, "That special person is the Merry. This delicate work of stripping the ship spirit for the second time is somewhat difficult without a magic wand." As his voice fell, a noticeable wave was dispersed by the lightly touched deck and gradually spread to the entire hull. Crack, boom, a burst of breaking sound was heard, followed by strong vibrations and rapidly surging waves. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, the Merry broke directly from the place where Su Chen tapped lightly. "Merry, what have you done?" Everyone exclaimed and looked at Su Chen in disbelief. Did this guy break the Merry into two sections? No, don't blame Su Chen. In fact, the Merry was already in trouble when it was in the dock. Usopp stopped the most impulsive Luffy and said with a sob. As a repairman, he knew best what the situation of the Merry was. Hearing Usopp's words, Luffy looked at him strangely, as if confirming something. Then everyone fell silent. Yes, in fact, the Merry had been in a state of failure for a long time. As early as the Seven Water City, she was sentenced to death by those shipbuilders. It's just that everyone subconsciously ignored this fact. I believe that as long as Su Chen is there, nothing will happen to the Merry. She accompanied us from East Blue and experienced all kinds of magical adventures, including the upwelling currents of Upside Down Mountain, the internal adventure of the twin-sipping laboon, and then to the prehistoric island Lil Garden via whiskey. Usopp's voice sounded a little hoarse, but he continued to speak. Chopper's hometown, Drum Island, which was a winter island, and later Alabasta, and Sky Island, which flew 10,000 meters in the sky. She has been through so much with us, but I didn't teach her a lesson. She can no longer accompany us on the voyage, woo-woo. Underneath Usopp's mask, tears continued to flow down his cheeks. Everyone listened to Usopp's words and recalled every detail of their experience with the Merry. Su Chen, please fix the Merry, just like before. Luffy couldn't help but yelled at Su Chen. Hurry up, she must be in pain, she is our partner. Advertisement anxious Luffy grabbed Su Chen's collar and shook him hard a few times. Bang! Su Chen slapped Luffy's hand away and covered his forehead speechlessly. These guys are all impatient. Don't worry. Although her hull cannot be repaired, it does not mean she cannot continue sailing with us. Su Chen shook his head and motioned for them to look down. Amid the shocked gazes of the crowd, sky blue lines slowly emerged from the beginning, and a green spirit similar to the one on everyone's arm instantly flew out in everyone's sight, and circled around everyone intimately. It landed on the straw hat on Luffy's head. Fluorescent lights flickered, she gently combed her feathers, and stared at everyone with a gentle look. Wow, what is this? Luffy and the others exclaimed. Chopper, Usopp and the others went straight over, wanting to touch it but were a little afraid. Afraid that she would just fly away. Ship Elf, Frankie, you should know about it. Looking at Luffy and the others with amusement, Su Chen gently lifted up Melly and said, I noticed this amazing spirituality when I was in East Blue, and then I have been nurturing her with magic patterns. By the time she reached Sky Island, she was already able to easily manifest. Remember that automatic repair thing? This little guy did it. As long as she is integrated into the new ship, she can continue sailing with us, which is also her dream. Amidst everyone's surprised gaze, the elf of the Mary puffed out his chest, looking as if he was doing nothing wrong. I didn't expect it to be real. I actually saw the legendary elves with my own eyes. Frankie's pupils contracted, and he explained in shock. Legend has it that ships have emotions just like people do. Only when everyone on the ship loves her very much and is very close to her, can she be loved and cherished. There is only a very small chance that a ship elf will be born. I thought it was just a legend, but I didn't expect it to actually exist. It's really great. After listening to Frankie's explanation, everyone felt even more guilty. Luffy, who couldn't steer the ship, crashed the ship into an iceberg and broke the sail. Zoro also damaged the deck and the side of the ship when fighting with Sanji, although Usopp would repair the ship every time. But his skills are really bad. It's okay. In fact, I've always been grateful to you for loving me so much. An ethereal and pleasant voice came from above Luffy's head, and the blue bird that Mary transformed into stared at everyone with an exceptionally gentle look. Advertisement, I am actually very happy. I am so happy to be able to continue sailing with everyone as before. Mary's voice was filled with joy, comforting the guilty people. Luffy and the others looked at each other, and smiles gradually appeared on their faces. Yes, the Mary was not completely dead, she could continue to sail with them. After realizing this, everyone wiped the tears from their eyes and smiled. Look, it's the Straw Hat guys, they're still alive. At this time, Iceberg and his crew drove their boat to the side of the Mary. Are you all right? Iceberg, who was wrapped in bandages and wearing a coat, breathed a sigh of relief. It's really messy. He was against the world government, but he actually got his companion back. As expected, he is the one who can possess her. Ah, thank you very much for your help, Uncle Iceberg. Luffy grinned. He turned around and looked at everyone, and asked in an extremely complicated tone, so everyone should have thought it through. Let us give a farewell to the hull of the Mary. Standing on the lifeboat provided by the iceberg, Luffy held up the torch in his hand. Behind him, everyone looked at the hull of the Mary with complicated eyes, feeling uncomfortable. Although the Mary did not completely separate from them, it was really hard to accept that they had destroyed the ship they had been riding on with their own hands. Luffy paused, then gently touched the ship spirit of the Mary above his head and said, Mary, the seabed is very dark. You will be scared if the hull falls, so let us give you a ride. Shoo, the flames rose and gradually spread to the entire ship, and a sky blue airflow surrounded everyone. It seems to herald an end, but it also heralds a beginning. In the flames, the remaining magic patterns and wind elements surged out and quickly gathered towards the blue bird that the ship spirit of the Mary had transformed into. During this process, her body gradually became more solid. Then, with a flicker of light, a small model of the Mary slowly fell into Luffy's hands. Let's go, Luffy. Su Chen smiled and said to Luffy, I think we can have a party. Luffy, holding the Mary model, nodded excitedly. He was already very hungry. Chapter 178 Fist of Love. Then everyone boarded the boat on the ice and quickly returned to the Seven Water City. 2 days later, after a simple adjustment, Luffy and the others gathered together again. After confirming that the Straw Hat crew had returned safely, the entire city residents held a grand celebration banquet. Especially Luffy, who, in order to eat more meat, actually developed the skill of eating while sleeping. It's simply outrageous that the mother opened the door for the outrageous person. It's outrageous to the extreme. But it's not his fault. When fighting against Lucci, he still used gear too. The rapidly surging blood would naturally consume a lot of energy. As a compensation mechanism of the body, he would naturally eat a lot after the battle. Nami was pleasantly surprised to get back her orange tree from the innkeeper, as well as 100 million berries to buy a new ship. At this time, Frankie and Iceberg are staying at the temporary headquarters of Carrera Corporation. You burned the design drawings. Bingshan was drawing something at a slanted table. After hearing what Frankie said, he said, that's fine, but this way you'll be hated by the world government, too. It can't be helped. Leaning on the sofa, Frankie said nonchalantly, what are you drawing? The sheer size of this tsunami has made residents very uneasy. It is only a matter of time before the island is swallowed by the sea. After a pause, the iceberg continued, so I plan to let this island float on the sea. Let the Seven Water City float on the sea like a ship? Can this be done? Frankie looked at the iceberg in surprise, as if he saw a familiar figure. We are his disciples. He finally made the impossible possible. Shaking his head, Bingshan continued to perfect the design in front of him. As a man, you have to give it a try. Giving up before trying is not our style. What about you? What are you going to do next? Frankie's eyes sparkled when he heard Bingshan's question. He. After interacting with the Straw Hat crew, I kind of fell in love with them, so I prepared a gift for them. And it just so happens that I owe them a favor. No one else can be worthy of the boat I built except them. Bingshan looked back at Frankie and said thoughtfully, do you want help? Their record pointers are almost collected. Certainly, after saying that, the two looked at each other and smiled. As Mr. Tom's apprentice, I have embarked on the same path as my teacher. It is really a miraculous fate. Advertisement, then I will go and meet them. With a wave of his hand, Frankie walked out of the room. Now that it's absolute, just do it. Not long after, Frankie brought the Cube Sisters to where Luffy and the others were resting. You can tell me now. On a street in the Seven Waters City, Robin, with a serious face, stopped Su Chen in front of him and asked, after I was taken away, you were away for a while, right? Where did you go? I'm going to West Blue, O'Hara. Su Chen took out a crystal necklace and handed it to Robin. This is... My heart moved, and a warm feeling surged from the bottom of my heart. It enveloped Robin's entire body, as if he had returned to his mother's arms. What I gained in O'Hara, do you remember the booklet I showed you? Su Chen smiled, put the necklace in Robin's hand and explained. It contains forbidden magic that can revive people, after getting some clues. I found the remnant of your mother's spirit in O'Hara. So, is this my mom? The trembling voice was full of disbelief. Robin sadly picked up the necklace and placed it on his cheek. My nose felt sore and tears dripped down my cheeks. Don't cry. Ms. Albia wants you to be strong. Looking at Robin's fragile appearance, Su Chen gently rubbed her head, and there will be plenty of time in the future. You will see each other again one day. Thank you. Let's go back. Robin looked at Su Chen with tears in her eyes, wiped away her tears and put on the necklace. Nodding, Su Chen took Robin towards Luffy and others. And at this time it is the port of the Seven Water City. A huge warship slowly docked over, and its bow looked like a dog's head. Then an extremely strong old man wearing a dog head hat and a marine justice cloak walked down from the warship. A large number of marines followed closely behind him. Seeing Marine coming, all the people who were busy paused and showed extremely panicked expressions. What? Logically speaking, fists shouldn't be effective against rubber. Did you use hockey? Nami and the others cried out in surprise, watching as the fist smashed into Luffy's head. Get up! Advertisement. A large group of Marines and citizens were confronting each other outside the window, and an old man saw Nami's eyes. Next second. Oh no! They must be here to arrest the Straw Hat guys. Go and notify them. Mr. Garp, there is no Straw Hat crew here. After seeing who was coming, a large number of residents spontaneously ran to where Luffy and others were resting. The old man from before stepped on the ruins and shouted loudly, there are a few people who want to meet Monkey D. Luffy. Sanji on the side roared in surprise, and after realizing that the person coming was extraordinary, he kicked Garp directly in the waist. Bang! After everyone took a defensive stance, Garp instantly appeared in front of Luffy and hit Luffy hard with his clenched fist. Who is it? Ah, Grandpa, Grandpa. Hearing the noise outside, Nami and others looked outside in surprise. Well, this time we don't even need to look for people. These guys have learned to lead the way themselves. The most important thing is that after seeing the old man who was in the lead, everyone's eyes almost popped out. You guys are the Straw Hat crew, right? Looking at the citizens' reactions, Garp laughed with great satisfaction. A caring citizen kindly stopped Garp at the door and explained to him very sincerely that there were no pirates inside and this was just the temporary headquarters of Carrera Company. That's the warship of Vice Admiral Garp of the headquarters. You're right, Luffy, who was covering his head, saw who was coming and a look of horror appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, it seems that I am still popular among the people. Bang! There was a huge roar, dust flew, and walls collapsed. Everyone looked at Garp who suddenly appeared in horror and instantly became alert. How could it be him? He smiled at her warmly. He followed everyone straight in the direction of Luffy. Luffy, who was originally asleep, covered his head, opened his mouth and howled miserably, and a huge bump appeared on his forehead. Garp grinned, blocked Sanji's long legs with his hands and said, there's no way to defend against the fist of love. Ah, it hurts. What are you talking about, Garp? That's the Marine who put the Pirates King Roger in trouble many times. So fast, chapter 179 where Willis goes, grandfather? Everyone present exclaimed. They were shocked by Luffy's words, they must have heard it wrongly. Luffy just called him grandpa. Garp? This should be the name of the legendary Marine hero, right? Luffy. Is he really your grandpa? Nami and Sanji asked subconsciously, still looking incredulous. That's right. Don't get close to him. Luffy, who was holding his head, was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly realized and shouted loudly. He will be killed. Everyone looked at Luffy in confusion. Why would he be killed? I almost died in his hands several times before, Luffy said solemnly with a serious face. Hey, don't say such harsh words. Garp crossed his arms over his chest and said nonchalantly, I pushed you off a cliff, left you in the jungle in the middle of the night, and tied you to a hot air balloon and flew you high into the sky, all to train you into a strong man. Hiss, I finally know the source of Luffy's strong vitality. Everyone looked at each other and gasped. Didn't I always say that I wanted to be a pirate? Luffy loudly refuted Garp's words. I want to train you into a strong marine soldier. Seeing Luffy dare to talk back, Garp immediately yelled back. You are too deeply influenced by that red-haired guy. Don't you dare say that about Shanks, he's my savior. What, you dare to tell me not to say it? Do you want to die? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Bang, bang, bang. After being punched several times in a row, Luffy finally calmed down after realizing that he was no match for Garp. Shanks is not as simple as you think. Among those numerous pirates, he is as famous as Whitebeard. Garp stared at the quiet Luffy and said in a serious tone, "They are one of the 4 great pirates in the world. In the second half of the Grand Line, they rule the world like emperors. They're called the 4 Emperors. And the only ones who can contain these 4 people are the Marine Headquarters and the 7 Warlords of the Sea. If the balance point of these 3 forces is broken, the world order will face collapse. Sri Lanka, but I don't understand that. As long as Shanks and the others are okay, that's fine." Advertisement. Luffy took off his straw hat and took a look, his face full of longing as he said, "One day I will be like them." Looking at Luffy with a look of longing, Garp felt his hands itching again. Trample, tramp, tramp. Outside the house, Su Chen and Robin watched Zoro running towards them like crazy. Beside him, there were 2 locals from the 7 Water City leading the way for him. Hearing the noise, Garp glanced at Zoro and gestured to the 2 Marines behind him. Whoosh! The pink-haired guy who made the move was instantly pinned to the ground by Luffy. At the same time, the man who tried to stop Zoro was chopped away. Although Kobe and the other men had grown up, they were still no match for Luffy and the others. During this process, Su Chen took Robin in. The air suddenly paused, and the moment Garp and Su Chen's eyes met, a feeling of oppression enveloped everyone present. It was as if some large beast was confronting them. Ha ha ha, this must be the magician Su Chen. A few seconds later, Garp was the first to break the deadlock. He picked his nose nonchalantly and said, "You brought a big surprise for Marine. How about it, are you interested in joining the Marine? Those guys won't say anything with me in there." "Not interested, it's fine now." Su Chen retracted his aura, said with a smile on his face. "Really? Never mind, I'm not the one with the headache." Garp's eyes turned, and after thinking for a while, he looked at Luffy and asked, "By the way, have you seen your father?" "Huh? I have a father?" Luffy looked at Garp in confusion, as if he had heard something unbelievable. "Did I hit you, silly? Where did you come from without a father?" Garp felt itchy again and wondered whether he should punch Luffy a few more times. "Forget it, if I didn't see him, then I didn't see him, but I remember he said he would go to Logue Town to see you off." "Oh. The world government calls them the Revolutionary Army, and Long is the leader." "How can you pretend you never said that?" "What? Then who is my father?" "Luffy is Dragon's son." Hiss, 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 advertisement, oh, it seems I shouldn't have said that. When everyone was listening with gusto, Garp interrupted Robin and said, "Just pretend I didn't say that." "Okay, I'm done with my work." After listening to Robin's explanation, Luffy nodded. "I'm not finished yet." Their ideas spread among the grassroots people, leading to rebellion in the kingdom. When talking about this girl, Nami and others subconsciously glanced at Su Chen. The word hash appeared on everyone's forehead and they couldn't help but complain loudly. "So, Long is Vice Admiral Garp's son." Robin rolled his eyes and ignored Luffy as he continued, "I heard that some time ago, a girl who looked like a puppet found them and brought them new ideas and new weapons. I suspect the rebellions in these countries are related to the Revolutionary Army. They have broken up into smaller groups and integrated into the civilian population." Seeing Luffy's confused look, Robin, who followed Su Chen back, couldn't help but explain. "Pirates usually don't take the initiative to attack the world government, but now there is a group of people on the sea who are specifically dedicated to overthrowing the world government." Dragon. Only Luffy still looked confused, as if the name was no big deal. "Monkey D. Dragon, that's your father's name. He was a revolutionary." At the same time, most of the kingdoms that joined the world government experienced rebellion and independence. Revolutionary Long has a son. But because of this, I didn't think too much about what Robin said. This statement sounds very familiar. Luffy was curious when he heard this and couldn't help but ask. Nami and the others nodded as well. They were also full of curiosity about the birth of someone like Luffy. "How should I put it?" Garp said it directly. After thinking about it, Garp gave up the idea of throwing 2 more punches. It would be bad if he was really beaten stupidly. Everyone around exclaimed, gasped in shock, and their eyes widened as if they had heard something incredible. This sudden and concentrated outbreak has caused the world government's spy agencies to be overwhelmed. Garp asked his men to repair the house. He punched Luffy again and left Kobe and the other 2 behind. "You 2 can chat slowly. These 2 guys are looking forward to seeing you again." Now they have changed their previous style and no longer attack the kingdom head-on. Instead, they have disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 180. The party starts after with Garp's departure. Everyone returned to their previous state. However, inside the room, only Robin, Sanji, Zoro and Chopper were left. "Where's Luffy?" The cute Chopper climbed onto the stool with great effort, holding the drink made by Sanji and asked. "I'm outside chatting with Kobe and the others." Zoro, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, answered casually. After all, Kobe was saved by Luffy and Su Chen, so let them talk. "Nami isn't here either. I just heard her say she wanted to know about Marine." Chopper looked around and found that Nami had also disappeared. He said, "Well, forget it. Maybe she's embarrassed. She went to the swimming pool with Granny Kokora and the others. She's right in the back." Robin elegantly held a cup of coffee and flipped through a book while answering Chopper's questions. "What? Swimming pool? That means Miss Nami will wear a swimsuit." Sanji's eyes flickered wildly, pink hearts appeared one after another, and he immediately yelled, "I'll go get her some drinks." Outside the house, Su Chen and Luffy were listening to Kobe's story. So that's how it is, Luffy said in surprise, but you seem to have become stronger. Yeah, we train every day under Mr. Garp, just to catch up with you, Kobe said with longing. Ha ha ha, I remember you were on Alrida's ship at that time. Holding his stomach, Luffy seemed to have thought of something particularly funny and said, that's really funny, especially your reason for staying there. Ha ha ha, I will have to thank you and Mr. Su Chen at that time. Touching his head, Kobe also laughed a few times. Where's Miss Nami? I remember that Mr. Su Chen froze the sea surface, and Miss Nami happened to be within the range. As a result, Miss Nami was kidnapped by you and was dragged directly onto the ship. Kobe asked curiously when he saw that Nami didn't come over. Well, she should be going to the swimming pool now, Su Chen said in a gentle tone with a smile on his face. This feeling of being remembered by others is pretty good. Oh, is that so? We should go too. Advertisement. Luffy. Nodding, Kobe stood up and said, do you know the name of the second half of the Grand Line? People gave that last stretch of sea another name. It's called New World. That is the sea where the strong men who pioneered the new era gathered. The one who can conquer that sea is the Pirates' King. After saying this, Kobe looked at Luffy with shining eyes and shouted loudly. We will definitely meet there again. I will become even more powerful and bring you to justice. I will definitely become the Marines' Admiral. Under the gaze of everyone, Kobe spoke out his dream loudly. But the next second, he rolled on the ground in embarrassment, kept saying sorry, and seemed to feel guilty for becoming a little arrogant. This kind of second-year feeling is so embarrassing. It's a social demise. It's a social demise. Kirby. Su Chen smiled and patted his shoulder, saying comfortingly, as long as you don't desert, I believe you can do it. This sentence stunned everyone and they looked at Su Chen in confusion. I don't quite understand what deserter means. Does that mean Kobe will betray Marine later? Ha ha ha, just kidding, just kidding. Seeing everyone's confused look, Su Chen smiled and quickly explained. I'm just livening up the atmosphere. Kobe, believe in yourself, you will become the Admiral. Didn't you say you were going to arrest us? Kobe clenched his fists and tears welled up in his eyes. He nodded vigorously and said, I will try my best, Mr. Su Chen. Why, haven't you cured your crying habit yet? Zoro couldn't help but say from the window. Hearing Zoro's words, Kobe wiped away his tears. HMPH, be prepared, you'll be in for a surprise. Blumead stood next to Kobe and shouted loudly. Then he simply pulled Kobe and left. After seeing the two leave, Luffy ran to the swimming pool at the back following the scent. That guy Sanji must have made something delicious, it smells so delicious. The barbecue started by Sanji to see Nami in a swimsuit gradually spread to the whole town. In the end, everyone entered the party at Luffy's invitation. He ate up the remaining 100 million Baileys. In a corner of the banquet, Robin was leaning against the wall with a glass of red wine. Advertisement. She had a satisfied smile on her face and gently covered the necklace around her neck with her other hand. Stand still, Nico Robin. Aokiji's voice came from the wall behind him. He asked in confusion. Why don't you run away like before? You should be able to escape from CP9 by yourself. I am different from before, and they are different from the people I have met before. With a smile on his face, Robin calmly looked at Luffy and the others playing in the distance and said, Mr. Kuzan, I have met a partner who truly accepts me. Actually, I know everything. The big lion is your friend. Thank you for your protection over the years. Huh, never mind, if that's the case. Aokiji's face froze, as if he didn't expect Robin to say that. Just stay strong and live on. Ohara is not dead yet. After saying this, Kuzan disappeared instantly. In the distance, Su Chen stuffed a piece of roasted pork into his mouth and withdrew his gaze from Robin. Hey, Robin, look here. Luffy stuffed a lot of meat into his mouth, then stuck chopsticks into his mouth to prop up his nostrils, made a particularly funny expression and said, Did you eat meat? Ha 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 ha. After looking at Kay speechlessly, Robin said boldly, Let me try it too. Oh, hurry up, hurry up. Luffy nodded excitedly upon hearing the answer and immediately rushed over. Su Chen in the distance instantly put down the barbecue he had not finished eating and took out the Sky Island video shell with shining eyes. This is a dark history, it will be very useful when threatening them in the future. Sanji looked at Robin with a devastated face, shouting weakly, Don't, Miss Robin. All the others came over and started to make a noise in unison. Wow, that's amazing, look at me, look at me. Chopper, come on, too. Come on, hee, I'm really happy. As the party slowly reaches its climax, everything that Ohara and Pluton's design triggers. The curtain finally closed. Chapter 181. The Ship Carrying Dreams. One day after the party, Su Chen found Frankie who was building a ship alone. Frankie, can I see the blueprints of the ship? Su Chen said lightly with a smile. Of course, this is the boat that was built for you. After a pause, Frankie took out the blueprint and enthusiastically introduced it to Su Chen. After it is built, this ship will be divided into 3 floors. The first floor is the boys' room, the aquarium, and the energy supply room. The second floor is the health room, kitchen, granary, fish tank and girls' room. The third floor is the library, measurement room and bathroom. I prepared all of these carefully for you. For example, The infirmary is specially prepared for the reindeer, and there is also a locked refrigerator. Sanji should like it very much. The library was specially built for you and Robin, and the measurement room was prepared for that violent navigator. This is the ship that carries my dreams. With a smile, Su Chen looked through the drawings carefully. Frankie next to him also repeated the description, his eyes full of longing, as if he had already seen the ship sailing on the sea. Well, this is a great ship. After a moment's silence, Su Chen looked at Frankie and asked, do you still remember the ship spirit of the Mary? How could I forget? Are you planning on integrating the ship spirit into the new vessel? Frankie's heart moved and his eyes sparkled. A ship with a ship elf can perhaps be considered a true dream ship. Smart, I will put her into the keel, so that the ship built in this way will have spirituality. Su Chen nodded, took out the model of the Mary that he had snatched back from Luffy and said, she has been conceived. After integration, many functions on the ship will be able to operate automatically. Like furling the reins, hoisting the sails, steering yourself. As a shipwright, you should know more than I do. Frankie's eyes were shining and his saliva was almost flowing as he listened to Su Chen's description. He stretched out his trembling hands and gently held the model of the Mary in his hands. He smiled obscurely. Su Chen said in Frankie's ear in a particularly seductive voice, a ship carrying dreams, a ship with ship elves, a group of pirates without shipbuilders, don't you want to sail with them? Hiss, Frankie was stunned. He looked at the Mary in his hand with a dull look, then looked at the blueprint he had drawn. Advertisement, are you a devil? After a while, he choked up and said, what should I do? Whoosh. Su Chen instantly appeared in front of Frankie, snatched the model and stopped him. Hey, I'll integrate the ship spirit into it first, you can think about it slowly while building the ship. With a flash of his figure, Su Chen no longer cared about Frankie and appeared directly in front of the dragon bone made of the treasure tree atom. As the magic power surged, a breeze appeared in the air again. The model of the Mary dispersed again and turned into the azure bluebird. She circled Su Chen affectionately twice, and then melted directly into the front end of the dragon bone. At the same time, mysterious magic patterns densely spread throughout the dragon bone. Buzz! The dragon bone vibrated twice, and the strange fluctuations spread out and then shrank back. Everyone present stared at the changes in amazement, their eyes almost popping out of their heads. Ship elves, aren't they something from legends? Frankie, I'm leaving now. Remember to finish your work as soon as possible. Looking at Frankie lying on the ground with his head buried in his hands, Su Chen smiled wickedly and his figure disappeared instantly. He had things to do and couldn't stay long. After Su Chen disappeared, Frankie's family excitedly gathered around the dragon bone. Ship elf. The legendary ship elf. As for Frankie, he was completely ignored by the excited crowd. 3 days later, after Luffy and the others decided to go to the Devil's Triangle, the Cube Sisters and the little girl Zimoni brought the rabbit to the place where Luffy and the others were temporarily living. Brother Frankie wants you to come over. Luffy and the others looked at each other excitedly and shouted loudly, we'll go there right away. At this moment, Nami withdrew his gaze from the wanted poster, looked at the disappointing Sanji, and punched him directly, knocking him to the ground. Then she walked back to the room silently. Usopp, wearing a mask and piercing the world government flag, has a bounty of 50 million Baileys. Luffy excitedly waved the wanted poster in his hand and laughed happily. Advertisement. At this moment, Sanji just stood there in a daze, looking at his extremely funny bounty order. Bang! Why is the reward only 50 Baileys? Have you seen the latest wanted poster? Her clenched fists indicated that she was not at peace at all. You have been marked with a very high price. Additional bounties have also been placed on the others. As for Su Chen, although there was no footage of him taking action this time, the bounty has reached 180 million Baileys. I was the one who knocked Fukuru and the tentacle monster away. Straw Hat Boy. So much money, I really want to sell myself. Wow, haha, the price has gone up. However, Chopper is no match for Sanji. A strange hand-painted picture was mistaken for his photo, and a reward of 90 million berries was offered for his capture, calling him Black-footed Sanji who has not been photographed. 50. Weather Goddess Nami, bounty, 110 million berries? You know, apart from Su Chen's sending the ship elf, they didn't get any news at all. The most important thing is that Su Chen wouldn't say anything no matter how they were asked, and everyone was kept in wait. Luffy's bounty went from 100 million belly to 300 million belly. Ha ha ha, don't be discouraged, try harder next time. Su Chen touched Chopper's antlers and said comfortingly. What's funny is that Chopper was photographed holding a marshmallow and was treated as a pet, with a high reward of 50 Baileys offered for his pet. Wanted, Robin also increased a bit, becoming a round number of 80 million Baileys. It was clearly written on the reward warrant. Frankie's family handed out the bounty order for Luffy and the others, and said anxiously, look, you've all become famous wanted criminals. Zoro, who killed Kaku, had his bounty raised from 60 million belly to 120 million belly. Luffy was a little confused. Who? The few people who were running out of breath looked at everyone excitedly and said, the ship carrying our dreams is complete. So fast, as if he had lost his dream, his entire color turned dark. Frankie's family ran over from a distance, holding a stack of brand new wanted posters in their hands. Chopper held the wanted poster, his pupils trembling, and shouted in disbelief. Why? I tried so hard, after all, I am a pirate. Advertisement. Chapter 182. Resist and resist. He looked at Nami's back, then at Sanji who was lying unconscious. Everyone shuddered subconsciously. What are you waiting for? Pack up and go see the boat. Nami stopped with clenched fists, murderous eyes, turned around and shouted at everyone fiercely. Yes. Luffy and the others rushed back at an extremely fast speed, and the kind-hearted Chopper even transformed into Admiral Sanji and carried him back. After some time, everyone packed up their things and headed towards the new ship. Straw Hat Boy, you're here. Unexpectedly, Frankie did not leave. He greeted everyone with a smile and a burning gaze. Quick, show me. Seeing Luffy and the others anxious, Frankie exchanged glances with the iceberg next to him. Then Frankie said loudly, "It seems that you can't wait, Straw Hat Boy. You want to become the king of pirates, right? Then take this ship carrying your dreams." After saying that, he pulled the white cloth behind him with his arms. A huge schooner, gleaming brightly in the sun, came into everyone's sight. Under the clear sky, a blue bird is circling. This sky blue color creates a sharp contrast with the lion head on the bow, making it look particularly majestic and shocking. Luffy's eyes sparkled, and he exclaimed loudly, "So big, so handsome. Wow, is this really our new ship?" Chopper, whose eyes also sparkled, was shocked and a little bit unbelieving. Yes. At least twice as big as the Mary. The usually calm Zoro nodded, and even he sighed along. Kitchen. Show me the kitchen. Needless to say, the boat is not important. What matters is whether there is a locked refrigerator. What a big sail. It looks very powerful. Nami stretched out her hand and blew a gust of wind, which blew around the sails for a while before nodding. Yes, it is really good. If the wind is blown to the sails with full force, the sailing speed will be at least several times that of the Mary. For navigators, this ship is simply amazing. It's really impressive. Let's go up and take a look. Arms gathered from the void in front of them. Robin held the luggage in one hand and Chopper in the other. She walked towards the boat with great grace. Sanji at the back stared blankly at Chopper in her arms, his eyes almost popping out of his head with jealousy. Seeing Robin getting on the boat, the others skipped Frankie who was about to give a detailed introduction and rushed up directly, looking at him left and right and touching him as if he were a treasure. Advertisement looks like someone who is deeply in love. Luffy was rolling around on the lawn deck, while Chopper was having a blast on the slide next to it. Seeing the fitness equipment under the mast, Zoro tried it again and again with great satisfaction. As for Sanji, he was shouting excitedly in front of the locked refrigerator. Nami is taking Frankie and Iceberg to learn about the ship. As a navigator, she needs to understand all the structures of the ship so that she can operate the ship more accurately. Su Chen went straight into the library, which was already filled with all kinds of books. There are Chopper's medical skills, Robin's history books, Nami's logbooks and nautical charts, as well as all kinds of strange stories, myths and legends, various customs, and even all kinds of recipes that Sanji likes. It seems that Frankie and the icebergs spent a lot of money to collect them. After a long time, everyone calmed down and gathered on the deck again. Look at the bluebirds flying everywhere. Luffy and the others felt extremely warm. Even though they had changed to a new ship, the Mary was still there. How about it? Are you satisfied? Frankie grinned and said proudly to Luffy and the others. This is the boat he had been planning for many years. He used the finest materials and worked with the best boat builders in the world to carefully polish it. It was a dream boat that was specially modified according to the preferences and needs of everyone in the Straw Hat crew. Well, don't be too satisfied, everyone nodded and answered in unison. Perfect, it's really great, it's designed specifically for Luffy and others. After seeing Luffy and others' satisfied answers, Frankie and Iceberg smiled. There is nothing more satisfying than a ship that people identify with. This is the proudest thing about being a shipbuilder. Frankie, come with us. Luffy walked up to Frankie under everyone's gaze and said seriously, I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the king of pirates. Now I invite you to become my shipwright. Everyone stood up and stood behind Luffy with smiles on their faces. Even the flying bluebird landed on Luffy's straw hat at this time. Observing Frankie with a pair of ethereal eyes, Luffy's words kept echoing. With his pupils trembling, Frankie looked at Luffy who was serious in front of him and everyone who was smiling behind him. He admitted that he was moved. These guys are really talented. I refuse. Frankie raised his head, trying not to let the tears fall, and shouted loudly. I have a reason to stay. Advertisement seeing Frankie's appearance, everyone in Frankie's family became anxious. After looking at each other for a few seconds, they rushed forward, snatched Frankie's underwear and threw it onto the boat. What the hell? Half metal. Su Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. This thing can also be transformed. All the other people gasped and stared in amazement at Frankie's family's actions. They were shocked. Nami and other women also widened their eyes and trembled with anger. These guys are really perverts. Brother, you don't need to stay on this island anymore. Follow them and fulfill your dream. We won't be a burden to you. You don't have to worry about us anymore. Frankie's family ignored Frankie's objections and threw all the luggage that had been packed long ago onto the boat. Give me back my underwear. Frankie looked at Luffy on the boat and shouted loudly, Straw Hat Boy. Join us and I'll give it back to you, Luffy said seriously, grabbing Frankie's underwear. Seeing this, Frankie became ruthless and posed in front of everyone, shouting, fearless. A man should run naked. FK. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. After seeing this scene with one's own eyes, it is simply shocking. Okay. Even if one is almost omnipotent, he would not dare to be so shameless as to do such a thing. It is really too pervert. Luffy looked at Frankie with sweat on his forehead. It was the first time he admired someone so much, and he felt that Frankie was simply a man among men. Robin raised his eyebrows, as if he had a bad idea. Su Chen next to her quickly stopped her impulse, snatched the underwear from Luffy's hand and threw it down. When Frankie put on his underwear in surprise, Su Chen took out his magic wand, enlarged it, appeared behind him, and knocked him out with a hard blow. We're taking Frankie away, you guys go back. After giving everyone an honest smile, Su Chen stretched out his hand very skillfully, and a sack directly covered Frankie, and he jumped back to the boat with it on his back. Why bother talking so much? Just kidnap him. This action left everyone stunned. Only Luffy shouted loudly, "Well done." Chapter 183 Usopp's Apology. After a long time, everyone who came to their senses looked at each other and said loudly to Luffy and the others, "Big brother, thank you for taking care of him." Luffy covered his straw hat with his hands, revealing an exceptionally sunny smile. Kaido. Isn't this a matter of course? After putting the sack down, Su Chen found a recliner and fell asleep on it. Isn't this a bad idea? The enlarged Chopper took the sack consciously, looked at Su Chen and said a little embarrassedly, "Frankie hasn't agreed yet, are we kidnapping him?" "It's okay Chopper, this guy wants to go with us." "He's just being stubborn." Raising his eyebrows, Su Chen spread his hands nonchalantly. "Oh, so that's how it is." Chopper nodded immediately in belief. At this time, Usopp was running quickly on the street. After receiving the news that Luffy and his crew were about to set sail, he had prepared over 100 plans to get back on the ship. In his imagination, Luffy and the others would welcome him like a hero. But there was still one thing that puzzled him, that is, why didn't Luffy and the others wait for him? He hasn't even boarded the boat yet. Let's go. Luffy suppressed his inner awkwardness and grinned as if nothing happened. Luffy, let's wait for him a little longer. Chopper, who was standing next to him, looked at Luffy with grievance, and was so anxious that tears were about to come out. He doesn't want to lose his partner. Let's set sail. With an awkward smile, Luffy leaned against the mast and said, "I have been waiting for him. Ever since Sanji said he saw him and wanted to come back, I have been waiting for him. But he didn't come. Perhaps this is his answer." At this point, Luffy narrowed his eyes, as if he didn't want people around him to notice his sadness. The huge sails were spread, and under Nami's deliberate control, Thousand Sunny sailed towards the port at a slow speed. Whoosh! Bang! Boom! A huge cannonball landed not far from the ship, splashing large waves. At the same time, a warship approached quickly from a distance. Advertisement, "Hello, hello, Luffy, can you hear me? I'm Grandpa. Garp stood on the deck of the warship and shouted loudly to Luffy through the megaphone. "Hey, Grandpa. What are you doing?" Luffy was startled by the sudden bombardment. He asked loudly, "Didn't you say you wouldn't catch us here?" "Oh, I'm so annoyed. Anyway, I'm sorry, but you should just die in the sea." Garp scratched his head in annoyance, then said, "But even if it's just an apology, I'll deal with you all by myself." "Bring up the shells." "Yes, Fistbone Meteorite." Amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, Garp grabbed the cannonball and threw it at Thousand Sunny. Bang! Boom! There was a huge roar and the air exploded. The shell thrown by Garp landed next to the hull and exploded violently in front of everyone's eyes. The shockwave directly pushed Thousand Sunny to the other side. "What are you doing? Why don't you stop the shells? If the new ship is damaged, I will kill you." As he spoke, Nami's face showed a ferocious expression. Everyone expressed their speechlessness towards Nami. Throwing a cannonball with bare hands, with a cigarette in his mouth, Sanji said in surprise, "This old man is still in good health. And the power is quite amazing. It looks like it's even stronger than being fired from a cannon." Zoro looked serious, and rarely did he refute Sanji. "Ha ha ha ha, I'm not old yet. The one just now was a warning, the next one is just the beginning." Garp on the warship saw the effect of the shells and shouted to the marine beside him with satisfaction. "Bring me 1,000 shells. I want to treat them well. Little devils, escape from my grasp if you can." The air exploded, the smell of gunpowder filled the surroundings, and shells hit Luffy and others like meteors. After being bullied by Nami, under the protection of everyone, Thousand Sunny did not suffer any harm. After taking a deep look at the streets of the dock, Luffy's eyes condensed and he said with determination, "Full speed ahead, we will stop Grandpa's shells." In this situation, if we continued to sail slowly, we would undoubtedly be playing with our own lives. Advertisement, etc. A figure ran over quickly from a distance. "It's Usopp." Chopper, who was lying on the edge of the boat, cheered, and then said to everyone, "Everyone, did you see that? Usopp is here." Everyone looked over. Usopp was seen running out of the distant street panting, and after seeing that everyone had already set sail. "Stop! Stop now!" His face changed and he shouted loudly. Why, even if we had a quarrel, didn't I fight with you? I am the Sniper King." Bang! Boom! The artillery shells in the sky were blocked outside the ship by Luffy and his men. Along with the strong wind generated by the explosion, Thousand Sunny is slowly moving away from the shore. Chopper said to Luffy anxiously, "Luffy, Usopp is calling us." "I didn't hear it." Luffy had a serious look on his face and pretended not to hear. "Zoro, I didn't hear anything either. You're lying. You clearly heard it. Chopper looked at Su Chen aggrievedly. How can this be? Everyone obviously wants Usopp to come back. Touching Chopper comfortingly, Su Chen said after a moment's hesitation. Luffy is the captain. No matter how unreliable he looks, he is still our captain. We're not playing house if Usopp wants to get back on the ship. A compromise solution is absolutely not acceptable. But, Chopper was still tearful, and as a simple-minded boy he couldn't fully understand all this. Panting, Usopp reached the edge of the coast. Seeing the ship not slowing down at all, his heart trembled and he collapsed to the ground. All the plans he had prepared were useless at this moment. Luffy and others must be extremely disappointed in him. Sorry. Looking at the ship going away, Usopp cried out to Luffy and the others, I shouldn't have been so petty. I'm sorry, I was wrong. It's embarrassing to say this now, even though I did say I wanted to quit the pirates. But can't those be cancelled? Usopp fell to his knees and said pleadingly, please, let me go back. Chapter 184. Wind blasts. Whoosh. A rubbery arm stretched out in front of Usopp. Catch it, idiot. With a tearful voice, Luffy happily grabbed Usopp and pulled him directly onto the deck. Everyone is finally here. Luffy laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. He shouted loudly. Let's run away. Let's go on an adventure together, brothers. As soon as he finished speaking, Frankie woke up holding the back of his head. He had a dream. In the dream, there was a scary guy chasing him and hitting him on the back of the head. It was like a nightmare and he couldn't escape no matter what he did. It was so terrifying. Frankie is awake. Chopper, a doctor, was the first to notice Frankie's awakening. Is this a pursuit? Frankie, who just woke up, was a little confused about the situation, but it did not affect his confidence at all. On this dreamboat, as long as he doesn't want to be caught, he will never be caught. This is the awareness of the designer and manufacturer. Hold up the sail. I'll show you my secret weapon. Frankie automatically took on the job of the shipwright. Although the process of getting on the ship was a bit strange, he still got on the ship after all. Let's take a closer look at the beautiful Seven Water City now, before even its shadow can be seen again, Frankie said to everyone with great confidence. Soga. Luffy suddenly realized. So, Grandpa, there's Kobe and... He jumped onto the edge of the boat and said to Garp, nice to meet you guys. Whoosh. Boom. Luffy's words were greeted by a dark cannonball thrown by Garp, but Luffy just used an ordinary straight punch to blast the cannonball into the air. So cool, Luffy. Kobe stood behind Garp and thought Luffy looked so handsome. This look really made Garp furious. Don't underestimate me. He pulled out a huge iron ball from his back that looked like a meteorite and threw it directly at Luffy, otherwise you will suffer the consequences. The air was vibrating and the surroundings were filled with oppression. The huge iron ball shattered the sky and rolled towards the Thousand Sunny below. Everyone's face changed. It's too late now, the wind comes to blast. The energy gathered and a strong airflow gushed out from the tail of Thousand Sunny's dock. Swoosh, advertisement under the huge reaction force, the entire ship flew out at an extremely fast speed and narrowly brushed past the huge iron ball that was like a meteorite. The ship is flying. The Marine on the warship widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being my grandson. Garp smiled nonchalantly and said with satisfaction, you're quite capable. Oh, there's nothing we can do now, they actually escaped. Well, every time, I checked. Kuzan replied while wearing an eye patch, showing his presence. With the escape of the Straw Hat crew, the Enies Lobby incident spread intentionally by some people, and Luffy and others gradually became famous around the world. East Blue, Barati restaurant on the sea. Many chefs gathered in a circle. Ha 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 ha. This is so funny, ha ha ha, this is Sanji? Patty grabbed the wanted poster with both hands, twitching and shouting, from now on, I will hand out a wanted poster of our former sous chef to every guest dining here. Are you a devil? Hee hee hee, but I like it. Jeppu stood on the second floor of the restaurant with a slightly relieved smile in his eyes. East Blue, Usopp's hometown. Onionhead, Green Pepperhead, and Carrothead found Kaya with the wanted warrant in hand, looking excited. Look, Miss Kaya, it's the captain, look at his nose. Kaya, who was sitting on the railing, lifted her hair and said in an exceptionally gentle tone, yes, it's Usopp. I knew it. No one in the village would believe it. This is a bounty of 50 million Baileys, Onionhead said loudly, as if he was the one being rewarded. Everyone doesn't know how powerful the captain is, the Green Pepperhead nodded. Yeah, he's a man who can turn fake into real, Carrothead added excitedly. Well, Usopp is a remarkable man. Kaya held the medical book in her hand and stood up. She needs to become a doctor quickly, she will definitely be able to help Usopp. Windmill Village. It's time to have a party. Advertisement, cheers to our Luffy, to the sun today, cheers. At Makino's tavern, everyone cheered happily while holding Luffy's wanted poster. He looks so happy, with such a cute pet. Makino, the proprietress, took a curious look and her eyes were attracted by Chopper. And his friend seems to be a nice guy too. Humph. They're just some bad friends, the wrinkled village chief interrupted everyone. Okay, cheers, Shimotsuki Village. One-Hearted Temple. A large group of apprentices surrounded Shimotsuki Koshiro with Zoro's wanted poster. Master, Did the pirate's hunter Zoro really stay in this dojo? It's true, but don't learn from him. Why? Shimotsuki Koshiro, who seemed to never be able to open his eyes, said gently. I didn't teach him to be a pirate. Don't deny it, master, I also want to be a swordsman like this. Exactly. Look how handsome senior brother is. After sending these little guys away, Shimotsuki Koshiro looked at the wanted poster in his hand. I thought silently in my heart. It seems that you have found your own way, Zoro. No matter what kind of person you become, as long as you don't neglect your swordsmanship, it will be fine. Kokoyashi Village. Wow, over 100 million Baileys. That's enough to buy the Coco West Village. As expected of Nami. The bounty is so high, I think this photo is a bit too much. Why is she wearing so little? Yeah, I guess there will be a lot of marriage proposals. Aegean enlarged Nami's wanted poster and placed it on the most conspicuous bulletin board in the village. She's smiling so happily, she must be doing well. After looking carefully for a few times, Aegean showed a relieved smile on his face. Grand Line, Winter Island, 50 Baileys. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? You can hardly afford cotton candy? Dr. Doriel was holding Chopper's wanted poster and unexpectedly drank a little more. But these guys are really good at making trouble. They even destroyed the flag of the world government. Roger. The wine bottle in her hand slipped, and Dr. Doriel muttered something incomprehensible. Chapter 185 Ace and Teach Let's Go Back 3 days. Grand Line, Bonero Island. After experiencing the shock of Su Chen, Marshal D. Teach and his team narrowly escaped death and arrived at Bonero Island for reorganization. Captain, look, there's news about the Straw Hat Boy. Van Oka, wearing a monocle, flipped through the newspaper in his hand and continued, it says that they broke through Eni's lobby head-on. The reward should be greatly increased. Ha 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 ha, they really did something big. Teach, whose injuries had recovered, laughed a relieved laugh. Since he couldn't win now, the most important thing was to learn to hide his hatred. Speaking of Eni's lobby, it doesn't seem too far from here. Lafitte, who had just returned from the government meeting, thought for a moment and confirmed that Luffy and the others were not too far away from them. This is probably fate. Captain, are you going? After hearing what Lafitte said, Van Oka on the side looked at Teach and asked. Giza's Bahas clenched his fists and shouted loudly. Woo-ha-ha-ha-ha, go ahead, Captain. Let them have a taste of our power this time. What happened last time won't happen again. Teach was silent for a moment, then laughed loudly and said, ha-ha, of course I have to go. If I die, that's fate's choice. Get ready to sail. Seeing that Teach chose to go without a care in the world, everyone else smiled cruelly. As long as they haven't lost their spirit after being beaten, they don't want to follow a cowardly captain. Hello. Wait, Teach, you made me look so hard. A man in his 20s with black hair, with a cross tattooed on his bare back, Ace appeared on a house beside the street and called out to Teach and his group. Ace. Captain. After seeing the figure who called them, Teach showed an expression of great surprise. Forget it. Don't treat me like an idiot. This title is for people who know how to respect others. You don't deserve it. Ace played with the dagger, looked at Teach and others below with a strange look, and continued. And you are now a captain, Captain Marshal D. Teach of the Blackbeard Pirates. Ha 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 ha. Long time no see, Ace. After a moment of silence, Teach smiled again and said, what happened? How did you know I was here? Advertisement. Teach, stop talking nonsense. You've been through so much, you should be very clear about the current situation. Hanging the dagger back on his waist, Ace flexed his fingers and began to prepare for action. Oh, I see. Let me say the last word then. With his eyes narrowed, Teach faced Ace, opened his arms and said loudly, Ace, you, join us too. I have made careful plans, and the era of Whitebeard is almost over. I will be the king of pirates, and the first step of the plan is to kill Straw Hat Luffy in Water 7 not far away and send him to the world government. Luffy. His eyes narrowed, and Ace's tone became more serious. How presumptuous, he's my brother, and aren't you afraid of being beaten to death? Besides, asking me to join you is of course impossible. Bang, bang, bang. Ace's words were interrupted by several gunshots, and Van Oka shot Ace hard several times. In just a moment, the bullet pierced through Ace's body, flew a distance and was burned to ashes. Tisk. I hate people who interrupt others the most, so rude. Ace stood up, half crouched and pointed his fingers at Van Oka with his hands. Musketeer. Slice, slice, slice. Small balls of fire burst out from the fingertips like bullets, chasing after Van Oka's figure and starting to fire. Seeing Ace's move, Van Oka started to run away at an extremely fast speed. Giza's Bahas next to him lifted a house and smashed it hard at Ace, who was posing. Flame command. Pillar of fire. The air vibrated and the scorching breath spread instantly. A huge flame gushed out of Ace's whole body. He rotated his hands to turn it into a long burning column, which shot upwards instantly, hitting the sky like a splashing fountain. The fiercely burning flames instantly enveloped the house that was about to fall. Just a moment. Under the strong explosion, the house was shattered into irregular pieces. A heat wave swept across the sky, and the air was burned with a burnt smell. The shattered irregular pieces of the house turned into white smoke under the licking of the flames before they fell, leaving no trace of dust. Advertisement with the blessing of Su Chen's dagger, the power of his flames is now much higher than before. Oka, badgers, don't act on your own. you are no match for him. Teach shouted anxiously at the two of them, signaling everyone to retreat quickly. Seeing Teach's anxious look, Van Oka and others ran away at a very fast speed without hesitation. What's going on lately? I always run into people who are no match for me. Fire Fist. Ace, who was in the air, saw several people running away, his eyes fixed, and he turned his arms into huge, super hot flames, and punched Teach and the others below fiercely. Are you ready to die? Teach, a huge fist-shaped flame enveloped the entire street, like a ball of magma falling to the ground. The entire street lasted less than 2 seconds before disappearing in an instant, leaving behind a large area of crystals reflecting the sunlight. Wah! Teach rolled back and forth on the crystal-like ground. The intensified flames were a little unbearable for him, so he shouted loudly, "It's so hot, so hot." Captain. Van Oka and others, who had moved away a distance as reminded, shouted anxiously. Shut up. Get out of here. Who? Using darkness to extinguish the flames on his body, Teach climbed up, panting. He looked at Ace, who was standing on the ruins of the house with a grim face, and immediately laughed and said, "Thief, ha ha ha, Ace, I know you were here to kill me. It was indeed me who killed Captain Thatch of Team 4. But that was something we had no choice." Looking at Teach in front of him, Ace didn't take action. He also wanted to hear why this guy betrayed his partners. The reason why I stayed in the Whitebeard Pirates for decades is that I felt that it was there that I had the best chance of getting the devil fruit that I had always dreamed of. Just when I was about to give up, it appeared in my partner's hands. Because of this, you attacked and killed Thatch and stole the fruit, right? Ace frowned, the murderous intent in his heart becoming even stronger. With such a stupid reason, he actually murdered his companion by sneak attack. This is a joke. Chapter 186 The Power of Darkness. It's because of the situation. Darkness began to flow out of Teach's hands. Although it was a little awkward, he still said firmly, "This fruit chose me, therefore, I became the strongest." Ace. Your body is fire. As if to show off, Teach looked at Ace with burning eyes and said, "Ha ha ha ha, then I am, Darkness. Ace, join us. I will be the king of pirates, Dark." Looking at Teach's boastful speech, Ace read it calmly. "That's right, Captain Ace." Teach nodded affirmatively and continued, "You can't kill me. The most vicious devil fruit in history is this. The dark fruit of the Logia series. I will show you how powerful it is now. As you like." Putting his hand on the dagger at his waist, Ace looked at Teach indifferently. "Sizzle, quick. The captain is ready to show his power. Get out of here." A huge darkness rose into the sky like black smoke. After seeing the black smoke, Lafitte, Duque, Gizes Bahas, and Van Oka ran away like crazy. As for those townspeople who had not yet left, they all showed expressions of horror. "Aha!" Teach slammed his hands down, and a huge darkness flowed out of his body like splashing water. In just a moment, the darkness spread like a small black hole throughout the town. Wow, something is crawling over the ground. The residents who were fleeing for their lives looked at the darkness appearing behind them with expressions of extreme fear on their faces. It was sprayed out from that guy. It's so scary, so dark, it feels like a big crack has appeared on the ground. It feels like I'm being sucked in, it's so scary. Don't touch it, run for your life, run through the forest to the sea. A calm resident swallowed, shouted something, then turned and ran. Ha 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 ha. Darkness has the power to attract everything. Not even the light is immune. Teach looked at Ace with burning eyes, grinned and said, "My ability is absolute darkness and infinite gravity." Advertisement, then why? Shifting his feet, Ace looked at the darkness flowing through his feet and asked, "Am I okay?" "That's because I haven't made a move on you yet. Just keep your eyes open and look at this town." Dark Cave Road. With one hand emitting darkness, Teach activated his ability directly. Boom, crunch, crunch, the houses in the town collapsed in an instant with a loud creaking sound, and wood chips flew and fragments broke. The entire town was swallowed up by the ground in the twisted gravity. The gravity of darkness will compress objects with infinite power and then destroy them. Teach had a smug look on his face and slowly withdrew his power. The spreading darkness retreated, leaving only a large area of empty ground. Am I dreaming? How so? Our town sank into the ground and disappeared. The residents who escaped had horror on their faces, and they just stood there in a daze as they looked at the town that had completely disappeared. As for the disappeared town, I will show you its fate now. Liberation. A black tornado appeared behind Teach, and large pieces of houses and buildings that had been crushed into pieces suddenly gushed out, and soon filled the empty space before the town disappeared. Thief, ha 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 ha. Did you see that? Ace, this is the power I gained? Small balls of glowing fire, similar to fireflies, floated around Teach. As Teach stared in amazement, Ace opened his hands nonchalantly and whispered to him, "Firefly fire Daruma." The words fell. Teach clenched his fist in surprise. He had intended to hit the stomach, but it was blocked. But it didn't matter. As long as the fruit was still restrained, he would definitely win. But as compensation, I can also attract one thing. Dark water. The darkness swept across, forming streams of air. Although I don't know how Su Chen from the Straw Hat crew resisted this ability before, judging from Ace's reaction, his ability has not failed. As he spoke, Teach extended a hand directly to Ace. The gravity of darkness can accurately suck the body of the ability user over. Advertisement. This was his reliance on becoming the king of pirates, and also the reason why he had endured in the Whitebeard pirates for so long. In just a moment, under the influence of huge gravity, Ace fell directly into Teach's hands. Teach smiled cruelly and asked, "You should have found out, Ace." Ace poked his hat with his finger and asked calmly, "But what puzzles me is, since you are a Logia Esper, you should be able to easily dodge this move of mine." Laughing happily, Teach looked at Ace, who had revealed himself, and said, "Another thing that darkness can attract is the power of the devil fruit." Ah! Teach screamed in pain and was blown away by the explosion, shouting unconsciously, "It's so hot, it's burning me to death." The air exploded and was filled with smoke and dust. Holding Ace in his left hand, he raised his right hand in a fist. Hoo! All the small fireballs around gathered on Teach, and a huge explosion broke out instantly. "So I'm different from you. I can't dodge attacks, and I'm much more sensitive to pain than normal people. However, all this is fate's arrangement. I understand the power of the dark fruit, but..." The two fists collided with each other, causing a violent vibration, followed by a 2-second pause. Ace's figure was covered up. The fire on Teach gradually died out and he was swallowed by darkness. Ace's figure flew out in an instant and crashed into a pile of ruins of houses not far away. Teach was full of pride as he spoke. "Thief, ha ha ha. If Thatch hadn't obtained this fruit, perhaps he would have completely given up his ambitions and stayed in the Whitebeard pirates forever." Bang! Subconsciously activating his ability, Ace felt an empty feeling coming from his body, as if something was dispelled. Ace's face changed drastically, and he looked at Teach in front of him with surprise. "How about it? Whether it's the Logia, Paramecia, or Zone, they are all overconfident in their abilities. For all the people with special abilities in this world, I have an attack that they can't defend against. That is to say, once I touch their body, the user will not be able to use any abilities. I told you. Darkness absorbs everything, including bullets, blades, attacks, fire, and lightning. You haven't been beaten in a long time, right? You should have understood the moment I caught you." Boom. Chapter 187, The Battle of Fire and Darkness. That is to say, Ace dusted himself off, looked at Teach with a stern gaze and said, "As long as I don't get caught by you, that's all." "That's right. But it turns out that you can't escape from the gravity of darkness." "Dark water." Teach nonchalantly pointed out this not-so-weak weakness and reached out a hand to Ace again. A huge gravitational force emanated from his hands, like an eternal black hole, quickly enveloping Ace's entire body. This time, Ace was still pulled over, but while flying. In Ace's hands, huge orange-red flames formed 2 spears. Boo! Swoosh! With a sound like a bubble being punctured, 2 spears flew across the sky and pierced towards Teach, who was getting closer and closer at an extremely fast speed. A heat wave swept across the sky, and the scorching air evaporated the sweat that was running down Teach's cheeks. Looking at the attacking spear, Teach seemed to have thought of something and his body trembled subconsciously. But even so, his right fist still hit Ace's neck hard. At this time, whoever retreats first will die first. Puff, puff, bang. The spear pierced Teach's chest fiercely, and at the same time, Teach's fist hit Ace's neck. There was a crisp crackling sound from Ace's neck, and he flew out instantly. Wah! A smell of burning meat wafted from his chest. Teach grabbed the flaming spear and pulled it out fiercely, howling miserably, "It's so hot. B****************. D. It's a flamethrower, but why is it so much stronger than before? Ahem. He almost broke my cervical vertebrae." Ace coughed up a little blood. Although his fruit ability was greatly enhanced by the dagger, it only gave him the means to hurt Teach. It doesn't mean that his defense and fighting skills will improve rapidly. Therefore, the damage caused by Teach's fist is not much different from the original book. Advertisement. Crossfire. After a simple adjustment, Ace endured the pain in his neck, crossed his 2 index fingers to form a cross, and shot out a cross-shaped beam of light at Teach. Then, along the cross-shaped light, a ball of orange-red flame with white instantly spread over. And after Teach completely extinguished the flames on his body, what he saw was a cross made up of extremely hot flames. In this situation, he only had time to cover his figure with darkness. The flames collapsed and darkness swept in. The ruins of the entire town were splashed everywhere by this collision, followed by bursts of strong explosions. Van Oka and his companions in the distance watched the collision between Teach and Ace, and they were filled with an extremely horrified and shocked feeling. I originally thought that people with special abilities would only rely on their own abilities, and would be vulnerable once they lost their abilities. Ace, the Van Oka observer with the best eyesight, frowned and said, "I never thought that the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Even the basic combat ability is so strong. I was able to fight the captain to a draw, so, today might be the turning point of fate." And the other side. The original residents of the town also looked at the original town with shock. They did not have as good eyesight as Van Oka, and could only see the flying debris and the smoke that gradually enveloped the air. Crack. Boom. Not far away, an extremely huge rock fell down, half of it was corroded by darkness and the other half was burned by flames. Even Banana Rock collapsed. What on earth is going on? This is simply not something a human can do. One of the townspeople was so frightened that his legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground trembling, muttering about the disaster over and over again. "Call. Ace, join us, ahem." An unparalleled collision occurred between the two. The entire island seemed to be on the verge of collapse, producing strong vibrations. After this vibration acted on the sea surface around the island, it formed waves that were more than 10 or 20 meters high. Next second, a huge darkness surged, forming a darkness that could be compared to the fireball. Ace, holding up the sun-like flame with one hand, said calmly, "I will make Whitebeard the king of pirates. If I succumb to power, then what's the point of being a man?" Advertisement Teach, whose clothes were in tatters, was breathing heavily and staring at Ace, who was in an equally miserable state, with an unpleasant expression. Seeing Teach laughing wantonly, Ace's face turned cold and he put his hand on the dagger at his waist. "Teach, I will absolutely kill you." The few clouds in the sky above Banero Island instantly dispersed under the impact of the shockwave. After a long time, the darkness and the flames gradually disappeared. Great Flame Ring Flame Emperor. If he continued to fight like this, he really didn't have much chance of killing Teach. It spread rapidly in all directions, killing countless fish and shrimps. "Ah, I'm surprised you didn't get burned to death." Seeing Teach's surprised look, Ace showed a slightly ugly expression on his face. "You guys, you are hiding it very well. You didn't show such a strong power when you were on the ship." Teach thought for a moment, then laughed again and said, "At most, we can just do it a few more times, Ace. If I'm not mistaken, your physical strength hasn't reached its current limit. Your feeling is correct, so I won't be polite to you anymore. Thief, ha 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 ha, it doesn't matter if you block it. This guy's body is really weird. Not only does the fruit have a strong restraint on him, his physical fitness is also too strong. The most important thing is that his fighting skills in hockey are actually stronger than his." Teach looked at Ace not far away, with an extremely horrified expression on his face. "You actually blocked the darkness. Thief, ha 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 ha. What a pity." After a pause, he said loudly, "See, everything is useless in the face of darkness. Even if you have a trick up your sleeve, you are no match for me." As Ace finished his words, several huge spirals of flames spread out from around his body. After reaching a certain level, all the flames gathered above Ace's body, and a huge ball of flame appeared like the sun. "Thief, ha 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 ha, sun or darkness, there can only be one winner. Call. In this world, being alive is victory." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ace stood up despite the pain all over his body and said, "I will never leave regrets in my life. Do you understand?" Inside the fireball, a light like the rising sun is slowly flowing. Teach watched Ace's actions and shouted emotionally, "What a shame, Ace. Did this guy have a trick up his sleeve? Why is the temperature of Mara fruit so high?" Chapter 188. That blood-red light, clang. The sound of a dagger being unsheathed was heard, and a dazzling light appeared in everyone's eyes. The rolling heat waves swarmed out like sea waves, and the bright sky was instantly soaked in blood red, as if it was burning. "What's this?" Teach's figure quickly retreated, and his hair began to curl the moment the dagger was unsheathed. "Teach, I told you I would kill you." Ace squatted slightly, pointed the dagger in his right hand at the rapidly retreating Teach and continued, "This is the first time I've used this thing since I got it. Don't let me down, Teach." As he finished speaking, he revealed a sinister smile. A red light flashed, and this time Ace took the initiative to peer in front of Teach. He twisted the dagger in his hand, raised it above his head, and swung it from top to bottom. Armament hockey quickly covered the entire dagger, and an air current like a flying sakura flower swept out. Clang! A blood-red light with incomparable heat covered the entire sky. At this moment, the sky cracked open. Endless flames swept across the sky and the air was extremely distorted. Everything seemed to be burning. The sea surface outside Banero Island was rising with bubbles under the horrifying high temperature, which then turned into white steam. The entire Banero Island slowly disappeared in the white smoke. "It's so hot. The rocks are melting. It's simply a miracle. This is not a place for us mortals to stay." The residents of the distant town began to flee further away, taking off their clothes piece by piece and discarding them on the way. "What's wrong with that guy?" Vanoka asked in shock. This sudden change shocked him. Hiccup. "Are all Whitebeard's squad captains so scary?" Cold sweat ran down Poison Q's cheeks. He lay on the sick horse and looked like he was about to die. Giza's Bajis clenched his fists and said, "To have fought the captain to this extent brings back bad memories. The guy who almost wiped out your team." Lafitte's heart moved, and he looked at Vanoka in the front and asked his questions. "Well, that guy is simply not a human being. We were almost crushed without any ability to resist. If he hadn't left in the end, you wouldn't have seen us, but this is all fate." Vanoka showed a frightened expression on his face, and seemed reluctant to mention that person. And at this time, Teach looked at the knife flash from Ace in front of him, his pupils contracted, and an extremely violent aura surged from his body. Advertisement. His right hand clenched into a fist, and a deep darkness instantly emerged. Boom! The fist collided with the extremely hot slash, making a deafening roar. Where the two intersected, black and red thunder appeared out of thin air, and the invisible airwave shrank and then exploded instantly. The slash carrying infinite flames jumped quickly, moving towards Teach little by little. Ah! Teach desperately squeezed out the strength in his body, trying to push back this terrifying blow. Shish! A blood-red wound with flames dancing appeared on Teach's body from shoulder to waist. Next second, Teach's body flew backwards and disappeared into the ruins of the original town. At the same time, a bottomless crack completely split the entire Banero Island into two halves. An extremely smooth crystal formed at the crack. There was a faint flow of fiery red light. Call. After taking 2 quick breaths, Ace endured the aching muscles all over his body and walked towards the place where Teach disappeared. This time he used all his strength. If this slash didn't kill Teach, he would have to find a way to leave here. Those guys in the distance are watching us eagerly. It hurts. It hurts so much. Teach, half lying on the rubble, was rolling back and forth. The wound in front of his body, which was so deep that the bone could be seen, did not bleed. The scorching flames had already singed the flesh on both sides of the wound. However, this result made him suffer even more, like being tortured to death by slicing. Fortunately, the slash did not continue to burn deeper after it was out of Ace's control. His heart was almost cut open. Huff! The flames on his body were gradually extinguished by the darkness. Teach gasped and looked at Ace, who was gradually appearing. He had an unparalleled murderous aura on his body and slowly stood up. He no longer had the intention to recruit Ace, as this guy had taught him a lesson. When a lion fights a rabbit, it uses all its strength. Facing a person whose strength is close to his, if he still has the intention to recruit him, he is courting death. Thief, ha ha ha, ahem. Ace, what a shame. Teach wanted to laugh, but the injuries on his body made him cough up blood. He could only say, almost, but still almost. Advertisement. If your strength wasn't a little lacking, I might have really died from that blow just now. Seeing Teach look smug despite being injured, Ace tightly gripped the dagger. Is this guy a monster? Ace, I took your knife. This time it's your turn to take my punch. Teach clenched his right hand and leaned forward. Darkness and hockey were so condensed that his body disappeared in an instant under the distortion. In the blink of an eye, his figure appeared in front of Ace. Darkness will eventually devour everything. A shrill laugh was heard, and Ace couldn't help but look up at Teach's face. What caught my eye was a distorted face with a hideous grin and a fist that was rapidly enlarging. The extremely terrifying pressure and momentum came crashing down, and under this situation, Ace only had time to gather hockey and protect himself with both hands. Bang! Crack! There was a deafening collision sound accompanied by the sound of broken bones, and Ace was instantly sent flying. A large pit of more than 10 meters appeared on the ground where he was, with dense cracks on it. Deep within it, deep darkness flows. Swoosh! An orange cowboy hat was thrown high into the air, then landed on Ace's fallen body. His hands hung gently at his sides in a strange posture, and next to him was a dagger stuck in the soil. I'm sorry, Dad, I lost. With blood on the corner of his mouth, Ace quietly watched the sky return to blue and white again. Thee-ha-ha-ha-ha. Ace, that's such a shame. Teach slowly walked over from a distance, with a ferocious smile on his face, and said, I will not invite you to join again. I will hand you over to Marine as the first step of my plan. Thief, ha 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 ha. Buzz buzz buzz. Silent waves came from the dagger at Ace's side, and an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the entire Banero Island. Crack, boom. The dagger shattered and a red light flashed. A ball of blood-red flame flashed by. The devastating explosion covered the entire Banero Island. Ace's figure was covered by a blood-red light and disappeared on the ruined island. Ace, don't even think about escaping from my grasp. Teach's voice came from the smoke, full of exasperation. Chapter 189. Shocking news after a long time. The smoke and dust that filled the entire island dissipated, and Teach climbed out of a big pit with a charred body. The explosion just before Ace disappeared almost killed him. If he hadn't used up his last bit of strength at the last moment and activated the armament color that covered his entire body, he might have gone to hell along with his ambition this time. Breathing heavily, Teach paused. The figure flashed and appeared in front of Vanoka and the other three. At this time, they were lying on the ground with a look of being seriously injured and burnt all over. The knife attack from Ace just now, and the explosion that affected the entire Banero Island, made them fall down without any time to react. As for the residents of those islands, they were lucky enough to escape to the sea. Hiccup, cough, cough, Captain, what should we do now? Duque looked like he was about to die. As the ship's doctor, he simply treated the injuries of other people and couldn't help but ask. Ha 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 ha, you're so lucky to be alive. Looking at his men, Teach narrowed his eyes, laughed and said, let's find a place to recuperate first. We have to change our plan. Since Ace is seeking death, I have thought of a simpler way. After waking up, Vanoka and the others looked at each other with meaningful expressions. Giza's Badgers stood up, clenched his fists and laughed. Ha ha, Captain, it seems you have a new idea. Badgers, go see if the boat is damaged. Vanoka narrowed his eyes, looked in one direction and said, the guy was severely injured by the captain. Without a doctor, his injuries did not heal quickly. I vaguely sensed the direction he disappeared in. It's fate, Captain, do you want to give chase? Ha 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 ha, Oka, well done, but before that, Lafitte, there's a message you need to pass on to the Marine. Portgas D. Ace, originally named Gold D. Ace, is actually the son of the Pirates King, Gold D. Roger. Teach looked at Vanoka in surprise, then burst into hearty laughter. What? His pupils trembled violently, and Vanoka and others were frightened. The news that the Pirates King Roger still has a bloodline circulating in the world is really shocking. Ha 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 ha, you must be scared. Teach smiled nonchalantly. He was also scared when he got the news, but now, the news became the first step in implementing his plan. Next, he starts chasing Ace. Advertisement, I see, Captain. Luffy showed a cruel smile and his figure quickly disappeared in front of several people. The Den Den Mushi on his body were killed by the horrific explosion and fire, so he had to go borrow some from somewhere else. Let's go, this time it's our turn to chase Ace. Thief ha 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 ha, Grand Line, Marine Headquarters. A Den Den Mushi in the intelligence gathering room suddenly rang. Blue blue blue, please go ahead, this is the Marine Headquarters. An officer picked up the Den Den Mushi and said. Report. This is the G3 branch. We have received unknown intelligence information and request to report to the headquarters. An anxious voice came out from the Den Den Mushi, and it was obvious that the reporter from the G3 branch was in a state of shock. Speaking. The original Banero Island was completely reduced to ruins by the battle between two pirates. One of the pirates, Portgas D. Ace, whose real name is Gold D. Ace, is actually the son of the Pirate King, Gold D. Roger. What? The officer at the Marine Headquarters showed a shocked expression on his face. Portgas D. Ace, whose real name is Gold D. Ace, is actually the son of the Pirates King, Gold D. Roger. Den Den Mushi ignored his surprise and reported it again. After a long time, the officer hung up the phone, stood up and rushed to the marshal's office. Something big has happened to the marshal. Branch G3 has reported extremely important intelligence. The officer rushed in directly after knocking on the door and reported anxiously. Banero Island has been completely reduced to ruins after the battle between the two pirates. One of the pirates Portgas D. Ace. His real name is Gold D. Ace, and he is actually the son of the Pirates King, Gold D. Roger. Portgas D. Ace is suspected to have appeared on an unknown island near Eni's lobby, and another group of pirates Marshal D. Teach is chasing him. The officer reported the intelligence at a very fast speed, placed the details he had recorded on Sengoku's desk, and stood aside. At this time, the marshal's room was completely silent, with only the barely perceptible sound of breathing. Frowning, Sengoku carefully checked the information and closed his eyes. A long time. Mumbling something, he slowly walked out of the room. After a while, several warships quickly left Eni's lobby. Bulu Bulu, he has already reattached his arms, and other than Teach, the others do not pose much of a threat to him. However, the battle will surely be discovered by other people on the island, and it will probably be another chase. Advertisement, it's really terrible, an entire island has been destroyed. Half lying on the sofa, Kizaru asked lazily while holding the Den Den Mushi. That's it. After hearing the order, the officer rushed out quickly. Boo, under the clear sky, above the square of the Marine Headquarters, the flag representing justice is fluttering in the wind. Eni's lobby. The snot bubble burst, and 2 hours later Kizaru suddenly woke up, stretched, and stood up. If this wasn't a Den Den Mushi call specifically sent by the headquarters, he probably wouldn't have answered it. After all, who would be willing to work hard when they can just slack off? Oh, Garp, don't blame me. He stared blankly at the ceiling, not knowing what he was thinking. Not far from Eni's lobby, there is an unnamed island. Chief of Staff Crane and Admiral Akainu continue to keep a close eye on the actions of pirates Whitebeard and Red Hair. Order Vice Admiral Garp to continue pursuing the Straw Hat crew. He cannot return to the world headquarters until Portgas D. Ace and Marshal D. Teach are captured. His eyes opened instantly, revealing a sharp look. Perhaps this is justice under control. Ace held his breath and leaned against the top of a dense tree. This is Borsalino, what can I do for you? Sengoku stood up from his chair and looked out the window. Looking at Q, who was gradually approaching from a distance, he gently placed his hand on the dagger at his waist. Time passed by little, and a snoring sound came from his mouth. After listening to the order from Den Den Mushi, he hung up the phone. Order. Transfer Admiral Aokiji, who is out to defend the Marine Headquarters. Further away, several warships gradually approached, surrounding the entire island. Admiral Kizaru, who is searching for the Straw Hat crew in Eni's lobby, will lead 5 vice admirals to an unknown island not far from Eni's lobby to capture Portgas D. Ace and Marshal D. Teach. This order cannot be disclosed to Vice Admiral Garp for the time being. Yes. Chapter 190 Haunted Sea Time goes back to 3 days later. Grand Line, Straw Hat Pirates, Thousand Sunny, I caught it. Caught a super fat shark. Luffy and Usopp cheered as they threw the shark they caught from the deck into the water tank. The others also excitedly found their favorite seats. Nami changed into her swimsuit under a parasol on the deck and asked Robin, who was drinking coffee beside her, to help her apply sunscreen. Sanji's nose was bleeding madly under this stimulation, but it was obvious that he didn't care about these details at all. He just stood by and followed closely, afraid of missing anything. Zoro was sleeping, after all, he was the one who kept watch most nights. Chopper was preparing medicine in his own infirmary. Because Su Chen strengthened her, the previous blue wave ball needed stronger medicinal power. As for Su Chen, he stayed in the library studying his book of ghost paintings and talismans. This sudden enlargement of the cabin made everyone excited for several days in a row, and they held parties for several days. One day, as Luffy and the others continued to have fun, Zoro on the observation deck gave a reminder. Attention, something is floating on the sea. Everyone looked in the direction he directed and saw a wooden barrel with a flag on it floating slowly towards Luffy and the others along the ocean current. What is that? Everyone looked at the barrel and asked in confusion. There are words written on it, could it be a treasure? Luffy's eyes lit up and he made a guess, treasure. Usopp and Chopper exclaimed. They think they are great pirates, so of course they need treasure to show off. It's a pity, there should be wine and dry food in it. Nami pointed at the runes on the barrel and said, in order to pray for a smooth voyage, sailors specially made this kind of drifting barrel to offer to the gods. Look, it says beside an imperial treasure on it. What? There's no use in fishing it out. After listening to this, Luffy muttered a little frustrated. Isn't there wine in there? Zoro's eyes lit up, and he immediately suggested with a smile. Let's drink it. Advertisement, idiot. Aren't you afraid of being punished by God? Usopp shouted loudly. Hearing the noise outside, Su Chen walked out of the library inside the cabin. Robin, who was standing elegantly, explained to Chopper, who was looking confused, you can drink it after just praying, but remember to fill it with new stuff. Besides, I heard that wine that has been hit by the waves tastes especially good. Robin's words made Zoro even more excited. This kind of hard-earned good wine was not so easy to taste. Luffy even put his hands together and put his fingers on his head, as if praying. Wait, there's nothing in there. Bang, liquor. Before Su Chen finished speaking, Luffy had already stepped forward and opened the barrel. I saw a red light shooting up into the sky, and it exploded instantly after reaching a certain position. The fireworks in the sky turned the surrounding sea red. Oh, it's fireworks. Chopper opened his mouth wide, drooling as he looked at the fireworks in the sky. They looked like cotton candy. Ha 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 ha. Could this be the curse of the sea god? Zoro laughed for the first time in a long time. Just now, when Luffy opened the lid, he was knocked over by the fireworks. I hope it's a prank. Robin thought for a moment, then continued, otherwise, we must have been targeted by some guys. But I didn't see anyone. Could it be that this isn't a human? Chopper looked around in horror, then hid half of his head behind Su Chen. If it's not a human, then what is it? Usopp asked in horror. His eyes turned and Su Chen's face gradually became gloomy. A shadow spread from under him, covering the entire ship, and a terrible, hoarse, low voice sounded in everyone's ears. It's possible that it's a ghost or a zombie. As soon as the words fell, accompanied by gusts of cold wind, white transparent figures fluttered everywhere. At the same time, Luffy, Sanji, Zoro and others also looked at Usopp with gloomy faces and said in a particularly terrifying voice. This place has a ghost ship, it's haunted, ah. Under the gaze of everyone, the huge sailboat finally approached. Yo-ho-ho, Chopper and Usopp looked at each other, hugged each other and cried, almost suffocating. Advertisement, there seems to be someone on that ship? At this moment, soft singing voices came from the fog, echoing all around. At Luffy's instigation, everyone prepared to find out what was going on. As the huge sailing ship approached, a skeleton was leisurely drinking tea. After seeing everyone, he greeted them in a friendly manner. No, look. Although they were very angry that Su Chen lied to them, the fog that appeared now was really too weird. Usopp and Chopper screamed in fear and ran back and forth on the deck in a panic. Finally, the two of them bumped into each other and fell on the deck, hugging each other and pretending to be dead.
After everyone calmed down, they looked again. He looked as if he was frightened.
Bang! Binks's wine. Would you like to try it? It's getting foggy. There's a ghost. After experiencing many adventures, Nami and others are no longer the weak selves they used to be. When they calm down, they are full of curiosity about such exciting things. It appears, the ghost ship, except for Su Chen and Luffy, everyone else looked pale. Wow 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 wow. Mom, I want to go home. As for Usopp and Chopper, they were so frightened that they foamed at the mouth and almost fainted. There was still fog all around, but the sailboat had already put some distance away from the crowd. It even spoke, ha 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 ha, I was just kidding. This cloud of fog did not have the magical aura that the shadow had just given off. The gray mist made people feel particularly weird, and an ominous atmosphere gradually permeated the sea area. Looking up, Zoro said with disdain, I'll just chop him with one blow. Robin looked at the ghost ship getting closer and closer. She, who was always elegant, was now filled with solemnity. The shadow dissipated and Su Chen, who reappeared, laughed heartily with everyone. Yo-ho-ho, the people who were trying to scare Usopp roared loudly at the same time. Ghost. The skull has an afro. Falling to the ground, Chopper and Usopp hugged each other tight. Nami, who had been keeping an eye on the direction, was the first to notice something was wrong and pointed forward and exclaimed. A huge, dilapidated ship emerged from the fog. At least 100 years of sailing had left countless scars on it. It was decayed, dilapidated, and dark. Who cares, if he's an enemy? Chapter 191 Skeleton Brook. The Sunny caught up with the sailboat that was drifting away with the ocean current. Everyone decided who would get on board. Luffy, Sanji, Nami and Su Chen went to explore the sailboat, while the rest of the group was responsible for watching the boat. Following the reins of the huge sailing ship, Luffy and others quickly climbed up. Ah! Evil spirits, go away! Evil spirits, go away! Usopp, who had been keeping an eye on the huge sailing ship, shouted as Zoro and the others watched, Rest in peace, Luffy. Yo-ho-ho! The hair exploded. The skeleton that everyone had just seen stuck its head out of the boat and stretched out its hands to take care of Luffy and the others. Such a close distance, coupled with Brook's strange face, is really terrifying when you think about it carefully.
Yo-ho-ho, Hello everyone. Seeing Luffy and the others jumping up, Brook held up a cup of hot tea, raised his hat like a gentleman and said, I'm so sorry for not saying hello when we met just now. After all, I didn't expect to meet a living person. After being here for decades, all I encountered were ghost ships. It was really scary. Come on, please come in. It seemed like they hadn't spoken for a long time, and Brook said a lot of things. Look, he speaks. Luffy pointed at Brook excitedly and said loudly to everyone, the Afro-skeleton man has spoken.
Aya. Looking at everyone, Brook looked at Nami who was in shock and said. This lady is so charming. Where? There. Nami was obviously a little awkward in the face of Brook's praise. You know, no matter how strong she is just a girl. I will be scared too. When I see a beautiful woman, my eyes almost pop out of my head. Seeing Nami was a little scared, Brook jokingly said, of course, I am a skeleton and I don't have eyeballs anymore. Yo ho ho. So, can you show me your panties? Bang. The moment Brook finished speaking, Nami kicked him on the head with such force that he fell over. Stop dreaming. Nami yelled angrily. Meanwhile, Sanji also looked furious. Where did this perverted skeleton come from? He is so brave, you know, he didn't even see Nami wearing a swimsuit. I've seen Nami's underwear, advertisement, yo ho ho, oh my, you have such a bad temper. Brook fell down and a big bump appeared on his head, he didn't care and continued, it really breaks my heart, because I am just bones left. Shut up. Nami yelled angrily, yeah, ha 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 ha. Seeing Brook's funny look, Luffy held his stomach and laughed a few times. He could no longer hold back his curiosity and asked excitedly. Hey, can you poop? What kind of a stupid question is that? Are you an idiot? Sanji yelled at Luffy loudly, and then immediately said, there are many more important issues. Oh, sure? Brook answered Luffy's question honestly amid everyone's surprised gazes. Who asked you to answer? Sanji opened his mouth and complained loudly. Ha ha ha, you guys are really funny. Su Chen looked at everyone with a funny expression. It was so interesting to meet Brook for the first time. Shut up. Now listen to me. Sanji shouted loudly at Su Chen who was looking at him, and then asked Brook. First of all, how come you are still alive with only bones left? And you can still talk? Who are you? Why are you here? And what happened to this ship? What on earth could happen in this sea area? Answer me all now. With a cigarette in his mouth, Sanji was wary of Brook. Don't worry about it for now. Luffy interrupted Sanji's question. After he had finished laughing, he stood up in front of Brook and said. You're so funny, my name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm the man who will become the king of pirates. Join us, yes. Since East Blue, Luffy has always wanted to find a musician as a crew member. Brook is a musician, and he is also very funny. Ah, Nami and Sanji exclaimed at the same time. Oh, sure. In response to Luffy's invitation, Brook held out a cup of hot tea and directly accepted Luffy's invitation. Hearing Luffy's words, Zoro protested excitedly. Advertisement, hey, Luffy, what's going on with this guy? Zoro, who couldn't bear to watch it any longer, pointed at Brook and asked Luffy. After heaving a sigh of relief, he said calmly, great, it turned out to be a dream. However, the power of the devil fruit still allowed him to come back to life, and he wandered in this sea of money for quite a long time afterwards. Because of taking the yellow spring fruit, he was finally able to come back to life and his soul returned from the underworld. Everyone spoke at the same time. After all, such a weird guy cannot be allowed to get on the ship easily no matter what. Luffy is too reckless. Join us. I won't agree. Who told you to act on your own? However, Chopper, who was easy to trust others, did not notice that after Usopp finished speaking, he was hiding nearby with a look of fear on his face and trembling all over. What the hell are you? Why did you bring back a skeleton? Zoro and others looked at Brook and shouted in unison. Taking the cross from Usopp, Chopper trembled and held it towards Brook. Excuse me for disturbing you, I am Brook, and only bones are left after death, please give me your guidance. Usopp was stunned for a moment, then immediately shouted loudly, how can a skeleton move when he speaks? It must be a dream. Ah, it's a skeleton. Everyone, please hurry to the cabin, we can eat and talk at the same time. Glancing at Usopp in disbelief, Chopper immediately believed him. After Brook's explanation, yo ho ho, ah. Dream. We must be dreaming. Luffy smiled nonchalantly and replied, it's fun, right? I've recruited him to join us. However, despite this, everyone still obediently came into the cabin. It's just that this guy was quite unlucky and lost his way in the fog. When his soul found his body, the corpse had already completely rotted. In the restaurant. Really? This sea area is located in the Magic Triangle and is known as the Devil's Sea. Brook smiled and generously invited everyone, it's almost time to eat. Everyone returned to the sunny. The moment Brook saw Zoro and the others, he took off his hat and greeted them. After introducing each other, Brook looked at everyone and slowly told them about his origins. Everyone finally understood where they were. Seeing Zoro and the others' shocked expressions, Brook put on his hat and said, that's very unfriendly. He was a swordsman and musician of the Rumba Pirates. He encountered a powerful enemy and everyone on the ship died in the battle. Yo ho ho, don't get so excited. Yo ho ho. He kept chanting, go away evil spirits, go away evil spirits. Chapter 192 The Invisible Monster, so we can't get out now? After listening to Brook's story, Chopper showed a look of horror. Not really. Shaking his head, Su Chen smiled and said to everyone, "At worst, we can just fight back. We've been to Sky Island." After saying that, Su Chen walked up to Brook and extended his hand to him. "Please give me your guidance. I am a magician, Su Chen." Su Chen's words were not spoken loudly, but everyone felt unexpectedly relieved. You know, although he doesn't talk much and sometimes even scares people on purpose, he always makes people feel reassured unexpectedly when the critical moment comes. "Hello, please advise me." Brook looked at Su Chen's outstretched right hand, hesitated for a moment, and then shook it. After a pause, he continued, "It's not that simple. I'm afraid you've also been targeted by that person. The fireworks you saw before were a trap set by that person." "Sanji, aren't you done yet?" Su Chen did not directly answer Brook's question, but turned to look at Sanji, who was busy. "Here it comes. Here it comes." After putting down the pile of food, Sanji lit a cigarette and said in a melancholy tone, "Eat quickly, you look like only bones are left. You must have been hungry for a long time." "Yeah, Brook, eat more. Sanji's cooking skills are very good." Luffy stuffed meat into his mouth and said to Brook. "I am so touched." Brook covered his skull, which was only a bone left, and said excitedly, "Although I am starving. But my heart is particularly excited." After saying that, Brook started eating quickly. "Miss, your portion of meat is bigger, can I change it?" During this time, he seemed to discover that the food Robin and Nami were eating was specially provided by Sanji. Sanji shouted guiltily, "You still have a lot, eat your own." After a long time, after eating and drinking, "It's really delicious food, I haven't tasted it in decades." Brook wiped the oil stains all over his upper body gracefully, and said with reminiscence, "Since my shadow was taken away, I haven't seen a living person or the sun for a long time. Today is such a great day, I met so many people. In this gloomy sea that knows neither night nor day, I drifted alone on an abandoned ship with the wind for decades." Advertisement, "I'm really lonely." Listening to Brook's heartfelt narration, everyone was shocked. "I feel lonely and scared, I really want to die." The empty skull without eyeballs seems to speak of his loneliness, and the expressionless face is very moving. He opened his hands, which were only bones left, and embraced everyone. "Life is long, but be happy," she said in an exceptionally cheerful tone, "to me, you are happiness. If my tears had not dried up long ago, I would have cried for joy." Yo ho ho. Everyone looked at each other, and seemed to be no longer so opposed to Brook joining. Although he was a skeleton with only bones left, his heart was surprisingly in tune with everyone else. "But I'm really glad you invited me to join you guys though." Brook looked at Luffy, who was smiling at the side, and said in a dark tone, "But I still have to refuse." "Ah. Why?" Luffy widened his eyes, not understanding why. "I know that." Su Chen pondered for a moment, and said to the puzzled crowd, "You should remember the 7 warlords of the sea. In this sea area, there is a fat guy who likes to sleep. He is one of the Shichibukai. And Brook's shadow was taken away by his ability using the devil fruit." "Shichibukai. Same as crocodile?" everyone exclaimed, and then asked at the same time. "Well, but the one staying in this sea area should be the bottom one among the Shichibukai. Just be careful of his fruit ability, nothing else matters." After explaining to everyone, Su Chen put down his after-meal drink and looked at Brook. "As long as you take back the shadow, you should be able to join us without any burden." "Wow. You guys know so much." Chopper and Usopp were shaking with fear, and even the others swallowed subconsciously. "Everyone, please leave immediately. Although I appreciate you wanting to help me get my shadow back, I don't want you to be implicated by me. See you soon." Everyone looked over in surprise. Looking at Brook's disappearing back, Luffy suggested to everyone. Advertisement, bang. What does he want to do? Luffy's eyes sparkled. Brook's performance was truly shocking. He also has demon fruit power. When he encounters seawater, he will sink directly. Running on the sea is something he has never thought of. Bang. After saying that, Brook rushed out of the cabin in the horrified eyes of everyone. Brook sat down on the ground. Yo ho ho, a ghost. The huge force made the strange man fall down. That's really fun, let's go chase him. Who is he? He looks so weird. Sure, but first we have to take care of a sneaky little bug. This look seemed to anger Robin, as petals flashed and an arm clenched into a fist and hit him hard on the head. With a unique laugh, Brook ran quickly on the sea. He's running on the sea. Seeing his actions, everyone was stunned and looked at him in confusion. This weird thing is really creepy. But even so, the man still moved slowly towards Robin in front of everyone's eyes without noticing. An extremely strange transparent figure, which looked like it was made up of various strange animals, was moving slowly towards Robin with extremely light steps. After letting out a sinister sneer, he turned around and went out again. Su Chen raised his hand and pointed at him gently. A faint wave spread out, and the transparent figure gradually appeared in this wave. Wow, that's amazing. It seemed that he had never thought that anyone would notice him. Even when everyone was looking at him, he still walked towards Robin without any care and with a filthy look on his face. Wow, what is this? Brook laughed his own unique laugh and was about to say something when his eyes were drawn to the wall of the ship. As he spoke, Su Chen's eyes were fixed on a corner of the deck. My heart trembled and a creepy feeling arose from within. I saw a white ghost coming in from outside the cabin, looking at everyone with a ferocious face. The enemy Brook was talking about? He confirmed the direction and jumped directly onto the sea. Chapter 193 Princess Mononoke Perona. Who is this guy? Luffy poked Absalom, who was lying prone with his finger, and asked curiously. He is Gecko Moria's subordinate, one of the 3 great weirdos. The invisible man who ate the transparent fruit. Su Chen looked at the fainted Absalom and explained to everyone in a somewhat cold tone. He is a pervert erotic maniac who often uses his ability to peep at women. Although he looks impressive, he has no manners or morals at all. He probably wanted to lick Robin's face just now. Anyway, this guy is our enemy. If you don't like him, just kill him. What? Sanji's eyes turned cold. This guy actually dared to do such a thing. He really didn't take him seriously at all. Sanji, who always followed the chivalry, couldn't stand the guy who didn't respect women the most. And most importantly, how dare he take away my dream? Whoosh. Unable to bear it any longer, Sanji's figure flashed, and he straightened his right leg and kicked Absalom, who had fainted on the deck, hard. I am worse than a mackerel, I'd rather die. Sanji instantly knelt on the deck, supporting his body with his hands in a depressed mood, wiping his tears negatively. Sanji. What did you say? Seeing Sanji's rapidly changing state and tone, everyone was stunned for a moment, looking dumbfounded. Well, this time the lecherous chef finally said something human. Zoro, who was the first to react, nodded, agreeing with Sanji's particularly negative words. If you ask him who is the person he dislikes the most on the ship, it would be Sanji, with whom he always quarrels, and neither of them would give in to the other. Sanji's negative performance this time made him feel more than a little better. I'm sorry. I don't deserve to be with you. I shouldn't have come into this world. Before Zoro could feel proud, he knelt on the ground and lowered his head in a very negative manner. Ha 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 ha, you guys are having fun, advertisement. Luffy laughed while holding his stomach as he watched the changes in Sanji and Zoro. Next second, he also lay on the ground and said in a depressed mood, if there is an afterlife, I hope to be a shell. Sniff sniff, ghosts floated by. Wow, wow, wow. I'm not worthy of being a doctor. I'm so sorry. It's too bad, I might as well just die. Except for Su Chen and Usopp, who dodged instantly, everyone knelt on the deck, their mood becoming extremely depressed. Su Chen smiled wickedly and used magic to record everyone's performance, then looked in a certain direction in the fog. Amidst the layers of fog, under the moonlight, next to the huge ship island. A girl with pink hair, a ponytail, a crown on her head, and a burgundy umbrella in her hand, looking like a princess, was sitting on the stairs. Negative. The umbrella in her hand danced quickly, and white transparent ghosts flew out with her movements. Under the cover of fog, it flew towards the crowd quickly. Zoro, Sanji and Luffy all have traces of this ghost. It was obvious that the changes in Luffy and others just now were her masterpiece. Light. Dispel. Su Chen smiled at her mischievously, opened his palms, and a warm glow began to spread slowly. The surrounding fog quickly dissipated under the illumination of the light, and the ghosts dispersed as quickly as snow under the sun. The people kneeling on the deck were stunned for a moment, and then stood up instantly. Besides, nothing happened. When the girl in the distance saw Su Chen's smile and the disappearance of the ghost she released, an expression of extreme shock appeared on her face. After a pause, she disappeared into the night in horror. Zoro on the side didn't say anything, but judging from the way he clenched the hilt of the knife, he was quite upset. It looks like someone doesn't want us to leave. Why didn't you remind us? Sanji frowned and took out a cigarette, then lit it and asked solemnly. Yes, Su Chen and Usopp were not fooled, but logically speaking, it should be easy to catch the person who did it. Even Chopper, who was very scared just now, said that he wanted to go to the island to take a look. Advertisement. After a while, everyone was ready to go. Ha ha ha. We didn't do anything just now, just pretend nothing happened. I'm not sure. I seem to see a figure just now. If I'm not mistaken, it must be her who did it. Everyone stared at Su Chen suspiciously for a few seconds, and when they found that there was indeed no flaw, they could only put their doubts in their hearts. Chopper was very concerned about the stitches on Absalom's body. The stitching technique looked very professional. Then let's go check out that island over there. We're going after Brook anyway. Excitedly pulling out a net, Luffy shouted to Sanji, Sanji, pirate's bento. After saying this, Su Chen showed a simple and honest smile. They haven't seen it for a while. Although the ship Ghost of the Mary is still there, she usually does not come out. But what happened just now? Okay, it's decided, let's get ready to land on the island. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes were focused on Su Chen. Only Robin was still looking at Su Chen with amusement, not believing his nonsense at all. Zoro looked at Absalom lying on the deck. After what happened just now, he was now filled with rage. Frankie also solemnly introduced his soldier docket this time, among which the small Mary too made everyone particularly surprised. Really? I think this place is super interesting too? Blinking speechlessly, Su Chen looked at everyone with an innocent face and said, except for Usopp and Frankie, haven't you already learned the armament hockey? It was as if what happened just now was just an accident and he didn't react at all. Su Chen copied the recorded video and quietly handed it to Robin. He then walked in front of Absalom, kicked him with his toes and said, and this guy can be used as a hostage. Raising his eyebrows subtly, Su Chen made a few gestures to Robin where no one could see. After thinking for a while, Robin showed a playful expression on his face. He looked at Su Chen thoughtfully and asked, then, Sir, judging from your performance, you should know that person. Luffy nodded excitedly, wanting to go on an adventure to the island. Everyone who stood up looked at each other, was silent for a moment, then spoke at the same time, and then fell silent again. From then on, Robin put away his playful expression and showed a satisfied smile. Chapter 194, Dragonslayer, Ryoma after a long time. Everyone arrived at the island in batches on the Merry 2. Hey, Zoro, come over here quickly. Luffy held a net bag and stood at the entrance of the island, inviting Zoro who was left on the boat. You have nothing to do on the boat anyway. Let's go. At worst, I can share some of my lunchbox with you. With the spirit of the Merry here, there's no need for anyone to guard the ship. Finally, Zoro couldn't help himself and followed everyone off the boat. Hey, look, there looks like there's something in the tunnel below. After entering the entrance, Luffy pointed at the black shadow approaching quickly in the distance and said to everyone. Woof. Woof. Ah. A stitched-together dog with 3 heads ran out, and one of the heads was actually a fox's head. Usopp and Chopper were startled. Under everyone's gaze, Chunin couldn't help but shout loudly, Ah! The 3-headed dog of hell. It's really scary that such a horrible thing actually exists. Ah, so cute. Robin's reaction was completely opposite to theirs. Her eyes lit up as if she saw something she liked. The others also looked interested, especially Luffy, who kept muttering about meat. Bang! Under the gaze of everyone, Su Chen knocked the stitched dog to the ground with one punch. Let's go, don't be delayed by these things. After he finished speaking, he led the way deeper without any concern. There is basically nothing that interests him in this damn place, but Perona looks quite interesting. I wonder if he will cry for a long time if he punches her. Luffy looked at the lying stitched dog with pity and followed Su Chen's leaving footsteps. Before leaving, Usopp kicked the prone stitched dog several times. Not long after, outside a pitch-black jungle, Su Chen stopped and looked at the castle slowly appearing in the distance. Looking at the inconspicuous bare paw print in the distance, his heart moved. Luffy, I have to meet someone. You guys go ahead, I'll catch up with you soon. After he finished speaking, before anyone could react, his figure flashed and he disappeared from the spot. Not long after Su Chen left, the ground around him began to shake. Arms broke through the ground and stretched out, and tattered human figures emerged. Advertisement layers of black fog flow. A man wearing a white samurai uniform and a cross bandage on his head appeared in front of Luffy and the others. He wore wooden clogs and had a strange black knife on his waist. The zombies that had emerged from the surroundings paused for a moment after he appeared, and automatically gave up their space. Yo ho ho, I heard from Perona that a group of people captured Absalom. It should be you. He drew the long knife from his waist, pointed it at everyone and said. This unique laugh is very strange, and it is very similar to Brook's previous laugh. The blade of the long sword was very thick, and the blade was black and purple. A red sawtooth pattern spread from the handle to the blade, and the blade was a large reverse T-shaped blade, which looked particularly tough. Seeing the long sword drawn by the man, Zoro's eyes narrowed. Clang! The long sword was unsheathed, and Zoro appeared in front of the man with 2 long swords in his hands. The Kido and Gado Ichimonji in his hands collided fiercely with the long sword Shisui. I've been looking for you. With a smile on his face, Zoro asked excitedly, You are the warrior who killed the flying dragon in the legend, right? I don't know if there is a flying dragon, but I will fight you, but I will definitely meet you. As he spoke, his arms moved, and the huge force separated the 2 people in an instant. They actually forced Ryoma to retreat. Who are they? They have captured Lord Absalom, but even the most powerful dragon horse can't resist them. The surrounding zombies took a few steps back and looked at Luffy and the others in horror. Hey, Zoro, I'll leave this guy to you. Seeing Zoro's interest, the rest of the group headed towards the castle. Your knife. Looks pretty good. Zoro, who was in a standoff, looked at Ryoma and said with great interest. Yo ho ho. You have good taste. Long Ma gestured with the long sword and said proudly. This is one of the 21 great swords, a rare and top-grade sword. So it's a great sword. I knew a samurai would be equipped with a fine sword. Nodding, Zoro grinned and continued wickedly. Okay, this knife is mine. Yo ho ho. Really? Come and grab it if you can. No song sanding. Arrowtail slash. The next moment, a black light flashed by. Not bad, quite good. Advertisement Ryoma appeared behind Zoro and slowly sheathed his sword. It was a pretty good slash, but unfortunately, I took it. Zoro's voice was full of admiration, and he nodded and turned around to say. Bang! The long sword flicked, and the imperceptible slash was deflected by Zoro and landed on the side of his body. A long trail stretched out of sight. The battle between swordsmen is always elegant and dangerous. A slight difference can make a huge difference. A little difference is always a little difference. Boo! The air exploded, and a sound like bubbles bursting was heard. The zombies watching the battle around were instantly broken into 2 along with the dense forest. When Ryoma attacked, Zoro also counterattacked. This invisible slash was so terrifying that no one present could detect it. A breeze blew, and a strand of hair on Longma's head fluttered in the wind. The atmosphere between the 2 became extremely solemn. Yo ho ho. You almost chopped off my head. Ryoma looked at Zoro, and although he still gave his signature smile, he felt much more serious inside. This guy gave him a great sense of crisis. At this moment, a skeleton figure gradually appeared in the distance. Brook came over in a shambles, with broken bones. He was defeated by his own shadow. If it weren't for the appearance of Luffy and others, their agreement with Laboon would never be fulfilled. Clang. Dang dang dang. Long swords were flying and swords were clashing. In Brook's eyes, the figures of Ryoma and Zoro kept disappearing and reappearing. The fight between the two was so fierce and the collision was so powerful that it was embarrassing. Sword chi shot up into the sky and then quickly fell down. Dust was flying and sword energy was splashing. After a while, the two separated again. At this time, the forest had turned into extremely regular fragments, and the bodies of the surrounding zombies had also turned into regular fragments. Zoro was panting slightly, staring at Ryoma in front of him. Interesting, it seems I need to be completely serious in dealing with you. His arm shook, and a distinct black color infected the long sword in his hand. Zoro smiled with burning eyes. Chapter 195 Tyrant Bear. While Zoro and Ryoma were fighting fiercely. The other side of the forest. Under the moonlight, a tall figure, like a big bear, was standing quietly. He wore a trapezoidal white bear ear hat on his head, and his eyes were decorated with frameless glasses. He held a book with the Bible written on the cover in his hand, and his other hand was placed on his waist. It seemed that he was waiting for something. At this moment, a figure condensed from the air and appeared in front of the bear. Sorry for the long wait. I didn't expect it would be you who came to see me again. Su Chen's voice contained some understanding, without any trace of surprise. A rare smile appeared on the bear's face. The chief asked me to come here specially to thank you. He was a bit taciturn at first, but after seeing Su Chen, he unexpectedly took the initiative to say hello. The books that Miss Wei Lisi brought solved our urgent needs. We urgently need them. It's just a piece of cake. Nodding, Su Chen smiled and asked, how is she? Is she still with you now? I'm sorry, Miss Velis has left the headquarters. Shang touched his head and continued a little embarrassedly, but our people have found her traces in Dressrosa. I heard that she has temporarily joined the Don Quixote family. I think it was you who arranged it. Okay, I understand. Su Chen took out a book with a gun on the cover from his arms, handed it to Shang and continued. This is the last book, the rest depends on you. Also, are you really not going to reconsider this? Being completely transformed is pretty unreliable. Shang took the book with both hands gratefully and shook his head in response to Su Chen's words. For the final victory, he said seriously, this is a necessary sacrifice. I have already made preparations. I don't understand you, but it's good that you know what you are doing. My heart moved. Su Chen changed the subject and did not pursue the matter further. Both of them fell silent. It seemed that this topic was a little too heavy and they all remained silent. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. Luffy and the others have already engaged Moria. Advertisement. Su Chen sensed the situation of Luffy and the others, said hello to the bear and prepared to leave. Besides, you should have something to do too. Wait a minute, there's one more thing. Shang stopped Su Chen and continued, after you guys caused a big commotion in Eni's lobby, Ace, the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates, and Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach had a big fight on Bonero Island. Although Ace managed to escape after being defeated. However, under the siege of Admiral Kizaru and 5 vice-admirals of the headquarters, he and Blackbeard fell into the hands of the Marine. Ace was arrested with Marshal D. Teach. Su Chen frowned slightly, feeling a little strange. He knew that Ace could run, but I never expected that I would be caught. Is there really such a legendary world will? Yes. Tyrant Bear nodded and said in an admiring tone. Before he was caught, he stabbed Admiral Kizaru with a strange dagger. I heard that Kizaru is still recovering from his injuries. If he hadn't been seriously injured before, he should have been able to run. The bear's voice was filled with amazement, as if he had never expected that anyone could hurt the unfathomable Kizaru. Well, don't tell Luffy and the others this news for now. Su Chen's brow slowly relaxed, and he said after thinking. The bear nodded in understanding and returned to silence. Although he didn't know much about Su Chen, he knew from the description given by Wileys that he was a very great man. Since he said he wouldn't talk about it for now, let's just proceed according to the previous plan. By the way, you didn't come here just to see me, did you? Su Chen, who was about to leave, paused for a moment, turned back and asked, the world government asked you to cooperate with Moria to eliminate us? Yes. After a pause, Shang answered truthfully. After seeing the situation clearly, they all showed expressions of horror. Hearing this signature words, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Kaido. I want to go home. If you can really do it, I will find you after this trip is over. Ha ha ha, you're too kind. I'm just a little bit stronger. With a smile on his face, Su Chen was very satisfied with his own strength. He was secretly happy with the praise from others. As soon as he finished speaking, Shang's burly figure disappeared instantly and appeared in front of Su Chen in the blink of an eye. The smile on the bear's face became more obvious, and it really lived up to its reputation. Boom! The palm that was slapped out collided with the enlarged magic wand in Su Chen's hand, making an extremely shocking roar. Advertisement, Ms. Willis's description is absolutely correct. We don't need to worry about your safety at all. Su Chen was the first to arrive, and his left fist directly landed on the bear's palm. He raised his hand instantly and swung out with his left fist quickly. An extremely huge deep pit appeared with the two of them as the center, and the surrounding land was in a mess. Although it was a question, his tone was full of affirmation. An extremely condensed air bubble appeared on his right palm and hit Su Chen's chest at an extremely fast speed. The entire terrifying trio of sailboats shook violently. The fists and the air cannons collided fiercely, causing a shocking explosion, and everything around was reduced to ruins. Go. Whoosh. He put the book in his arms, took off his gloves and said. A hole formed where the palm and the wand intersected, followed by a strong storm, which, after a pause, exploded in all directions. With colorful light, an extremely mysterious magic pattern appeared on Su Chen's hand. What is that? Everyone on the island was attracted by the battle and looked over. How about a fight? This will make it easier for you to hide your identity. Looking at the burly bear, Su Chen thought for a moment and continued, your fruit development has awakened, right? After all, you can bounce away conceptual things. Gotcha. Boom. He was a little surprised at how Su Chen knew so much, but his good psychological quality prevented him from showing it. After being affected, they all fell down and could never get up again. Excuse me, if you want to travel, where would you like to go? The air vibrated and became extremely oppressive. This was not something that needed to be concealed. Since Su Chen asked, he of course told it directly. I saw two figures fighting quickly in the air, and everything they passed was reduced to ruins. The storm swept in and the dust flew. Then I won't hold back anymore. Normally he should appear from behind, but facing Su Chen, who helped them a lot, Shang could not make a sneak attack. Even those undead zombies. Chapter 196 Demon Oz. At this time, inside the castle, there is a room full of weirdness and cuteness. Nami and the group were looking at Su Chen, who was fighting fiercely with concern. Luffy was not seen among the group because he rushed too fast and got separated from the group. Ha ha ha. You should just take care of yourselves. Perona sat elegantly on her own sofa, surrounded by strange-looking ghosts. Ha 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 ha. Lord Perona appears. She stopped Nami and his group and said proudly, without that guy here, you can't escape my ghost. You've seen this before. Hand over Absalom. What? The person behind the scenes who controls those abominable ghosts. Sanji looked at Perona with a lecherous expression and said, such a cute little lady. You still have the mind to talk about this. If we get hit, we'll all be finished instantly. Noticing Sanji's lustful look, Usopp yelled at him anxiously. Is this the time to do this? Ha ha ha, you disgusting fellows, give me your lives. As if frightened by Sanji's appearance, Perona stood up directly, waving the umbrella in her hand, and ghosts flew out quickly under her control. Negative ghost. The air is flowing and the air is surging. Ghosts swept across everyone's bodies at an extremely fast speed. Wah! Everyone looked like they had lost their fighting spirit and lay on the ground in frustration. Ha ha ha. They're so weak, catch them. Yes. Perona waved her hand dismissively, with a look of great joy on her face, then she turned around pretending not to care, raised her head haughtily, and prepared to leave. At this moment, a strong chill rose from behind her, making her stop subconsciously. It was as if those people were standing quietly behind her, looking at her with an especially teasing look. Chuckle, his gums trembled up and down, and Perona turned his body stiffly. Advertisement, ghost. Except for Frankie who just joined, everyone else, led by Robin, stared at her with a wicked look, not at all like they had done before. Her dolls had already been beaten to the ground. After what happened before, how could everyone who already understood Perona's abilities not be on guard? When she made her move, everyone had already used their armament hockey. As for Usopp, although he has not yet learned the armament color, Perona's ability unexpectedly has no effect on him. Bang! Perona turned pale with fear and ran, but in her haste she stepped directly on the doll at her feet. Her foot slipped and she fell out in panic. He, leave this person to me. With his hands on his hips, Usopp said loudly to Nami and the others, this abominable guy actually did such a thing to you before. I want to help you vent your anger. His heroic spirit is fully revealed in his words. At this moment, Frankie, who was helped up, seemed to see the hero in the cape. Sanji seemed to want to say something, but was immediately covered his mouth by Robin beside him, and then dragged out of the room. At the same time, Luffy, who was rushing all the way, was unexpectedly attacked by a rat spider. His shadow was cut off by Moria and he was stuffed into the body of the demon Oz. As for the unconscious Luffy, he was thrown directly into the forest outside. Not long after, when everyone left Perona's room, they met Oz who had just been resurrected. Because of Moria's order, he was quite hostile to Luffy and his gang, and he attacked them the moment he saw them. Bang! The huge palm smashed down directly, causing the already dilapidated castle to shake violently. Pieces of gravel flew everywhere and dust rose up. Everyone dodged at a very fast speed, and Sanji hit Oz's chin with a headbutt while dodging. Although Oz is huge, he has Luffy's shadow and reacts very quickly. He blocks Sanji's kick with his forehead, and then he counterattacks Sanji in an extremely smart way. Puff! Large mouthfuls of blood spurted out of Sanji's mouth. This power, which combined the power of Demon Oz and Luffy's shadow, caused him to suffer serious injuries unintentionally, causing him to faint in midair. Advertisement, Sanji. Seeing Sanji fainted due to carelessness and was caught by Oz, everyone exclaimed in extreme anxiety. No, he will die if this continues. Chopper's pupils contracted and he jumped forward anxiously. He threw a specially treated blue ball into his mouth. The medicinal power of this specially enhanced blue ball was 10 times that of the previous one. A strange wave flashed by, and the power in his body caused him to undergo mysterious changes. A huge figure stood up from Chopper's position, and it looked like he was not much shorter than Oz. The crystal antlers are like sharp swords, pointing straight to the sky. You guys save Sanji. I'll stop him. As soon as he finished speaking, the enlarged Chopper and Oz collided directly. Boom. The battle between the two giants caused strong vibrations in the surrounding area. The earthquake-like destructive force caused everything to collapse, including walls, ground, and buildings. Danger. Quick. Get Sanji and get out of here. Frank caught Sanji that Chopper had snatched away, hugged him and then retreated away. Amid the huge commotion, everyone was like a lone boat on the sea, swaying wildly in the storm. Those who stayed behind started a fierce battle with Oz, who had Luffy's shadow. Wrist strength enhancement, heavyweight punching. Chopper punched with all his might, and the huge force threw Oz far away. But at the same time, the enlarged Chopper suddenly shrank back to its previous appearance. I can't hold on any longer. Panting, Chopper felt a little uncomfortable as he watched Oz gradually getting up in the distance. He tried very hard, but still couldn't beat the guy. Everyone looked in a state of panic. Oz's enormous strength plus Luffy's agility were too difficult to deal with. Even if they tried their best, it would have had little effect on the damage to Oz. Just then, Zoro came over from a distance carrying Brook on his back. After discovering the situation of everyone, he quickly dealt with Longma and got the black sword Kyushui that he had set his eyes on. Interesting, are all the lecherous cooks knocked out? Putting Brook next to everyone, Zoro drew the long sword from his waist, put the Godo Ichimonji in his mouth, and looked at Oz who was rushing towards him from a distance with burning eyes. If you can't kill Luffy, killing his shadow is also a good choice. Chapter 197 Pirates Number 3 Combination Giant Emperor. 3 Sword Styles. 1 Gangly Luo, 2 Gangly Luo, 2 Gangly Slash. Power surged, and Zoro controlled the characteristics of hardness and softness at will, strengthening the muscles of his arms and condensing an incomparable force. His fear flashed and appeared in front of Oz. The knife in his hand slashed hard from behind to the front, slashing fiercely at Oz's head. Whoosh! Oz leaned back, and dodged the slash with his huge body leaning back. Then he tensed his whole body and kicked Zoro with his right foot from bottom to top. Bang! Boom! Like an erupting volcano, Zoro blocked this terrifying kick with his knife. The castle, which was already in ruins, collapsed again, and Zoro's figure flew upwards from the smoke and dust. Swish! The sword energy surged and fell from the sky like a waterfall. The earth shook, as if it was being madly bombarded by various shells, and everything around it began to tremble. Rubber bazooka. Faced with this kind of large-scale sword energy, Oz clenched his fists and quickly attacked Zoro in the sky. The air exploded and fist shadows filled the air. Bang, 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 puff! Oz's quick counterattack caught Zoro off guard, and he was hit by a punch, followed by countless punches. The force made him spit out large mouthfuls of blood, and he flew into the air exhausted. Judging from his appearance, he was not much less injured than Sanji. After obtaining Luffy's shadow, the resurrected Oz underwent a qualitative change. Zoro. Everyone's pupils contracted, their eyes filled with disbelief. They never imagined that the always powerful Zoro would be defeated by Oz. Zombie's weakness is salt. Use this. At this moment, Brook, who was lying on the ground, took out a bag of sea salt from his arms, threw it to everyone with force, and then reminded loudly.
Don't just stand there. Cover me. At the critical moment, Usopp stepped forward, took the salt and ran to a higher place.
He had already dealt with Perona and just came back when he heard Brook's words.
Wind. Nami controlled the airflow, creating a strong wind that caught Zoro and placed him next to Chopper. Usopp's words made them react. Now was not the time to be in a daze. Oz in combat mode was not so easy to get along with.
Now only Frankie, Nami and Robin are still able to fight. They had to hold off Oz until Chopper finished healing Sanji and Zoro. If there is a chance, they have to help Usopp create opportunities. Boom. The huge castle was uprooted by Oz's tremendous force and smashed heavily on Nami and his companions who were ready for battle. Slates flew and buildings shattered. Advertisement. The ruined castle collapsed from top to bottom like a landslide, colliding with the whirlwind created by Nami. Then it was blown away directly, the next moment.
Oz's huge body followed closely behind with extraordinary agility, rushing over from a distance in an instant.
Sizzle, crack. Boom, dark clouds gathered and thunder roared. A terrifying bolt of lightning fell from the sky under Nami's control and struck Oz hard. For a moment, everyone's eyes were sore. I was flashed by the sudden light and tears came out. It's no use, I'm Oz. Rubber battle axe. Oz's figure flashed out from the thunder, and while jumping in the air, he straightened his right leg and stomped hard on everyone. Faced with Oz's attack, Nami, who had just released thunder, was unable to dodge in time. 30 rounds of flowers blooming, armed. Bang Quan. Robin, who was standing by, saw Nami's situation and stepped forward without hesitation. Petals were flying, and arms gathered from the ground in the air, forming a huge arm in front of everyone. A strange luster covered the air, and it shook. The huge arm was clenched into a fist and collided heavily with the falling Oz. Ka bang, puff, a large amount of blood spurted out of Robin's mouth. The petals exploded, the huge arm disappeared, and her body flew backwards due to exhaustion. Nami on the side subconsciously caught Robin. Crack. The sound of breaking bones was heard, and then Nami spurted out a mouthful of blood and they both fell to the ground. Damn it. Frankie, the only one who was not seriously injured, changed his expression drastically. He stretched out his left hand and aimed at Oz's head. The modified left hand instantly revealed bullet holes filled with shells. Watch out. Weaponized left fist. Bang. A red light flashed across the sky, and a slight smell of gunpowder filled the air. The next moment, this cannonball carrying hope hit the castle, which was left with only ruins, and a huge pit was blown into the already devastated castle ruins again. Oz, who was targeted, flipped backwards several times in midair the moment he was hit and dodged directly. How could it be? His heart trembled, and Frankie's expression became particularly ugly. He had carefully prepared this cannonball for a long time, but he didn't expect that Oz, who had obtained Luffy's shadow, would still dodge it. Advertisement. Whoosh. Oz picked up a piece of rubble, aimed it at Frankie and threw it down. Pirates number 6 Mega Emperor, Frankie, who realized it later, invited Robin. The smoke and dust shook, and after he let out a scream, he fell to the ground in a mess. Tactic number 15. This powerful enemy combined with Luffy's power made their blood boil. Zoro snorted coldly and climbed up with a cough. Pirates number 3 Fusion, Giant Great Emperor, fusion completed. He held Usopp in his right hand and put Chopper on his head, making a hilarious pose. Su Chen on the side quickly recorded it with magic. He knew it would be very funny, but after he actually saw it, he found that these guys were really too funny. As the atmosphere became more lively, Frankie shouted to everyone, "Show him the power of our unity." From then on, all members of the Straw Hat crew except Su Chen were wiped out. As a result, Robin replied to them that it was too embarrassing and rejected this hilarious combination technique. After taking a break, everyone stood up. Apart from looking a little disheveled and spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, they did not seem to have lost their fighting spirit at all. The power of unity. Behind him. Usopp finally found an opportunity, put the salt on the slingshot, and shot it directly into Oz's open mouth. With one punch, he directly destroyed the place where Usopp was standing, and then Oz roared excitedly again. The atmosphere turned cold and Oz was stunned for a moment. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Just now he noticed the situation of the crowd, so he ended the battle with the bear early. At Frankie's request, Zoro and Sanji lifted him up. Oz raised his hands high and shouted excitedly, "I want to be the king of pirates." Sure kill. Salt Star. Combine. Under the ruins, where everyone was lying down, Su Chen's figure condensed from the void, and he said with a wicked smile on his face. Bang. Oh. On the contrary, their eyes became even more excited. Ahem. This guy is not needed yet. Chopper above his head looked at Frankie's empty left hand and said loudly, "The left arm hasn't been connected yet." But Frankie was not discouraged. He suddenly had an idea and grabbed Brook, who was next to him. Tisk. Do you want me to save you? Wait a minute, Frankie. Then his body resumed movement again. The salt injected just now was too little. For Oz, who had a huge body, it could only make him pause for a short time. I won. Chapter 198 The Cooperation. Wow, that's great. Oz looked at the funny combination of the crowd and nodded with satisfaction. Looking at the shining look in his eyes, it was obvious that he had no ability to resist such fancy things. Take that. Frankie excitedly grabbed Brook and swung him out, but the next moment, Zoro and Sanji threw him down, as if they didn't understand why they followed Frankie in making trouble. Ah. How can this be? Oz looked at the scattered people with disappointment, and said in great disappointment, "What are you doing? Stop being so petty." Bang. Oz, who felt that everyone was making fun of him, was filled with anger and smashed his hand directly next to everyone. Whoosh. The figure flashed, and Robin moved away from Frankie and the others. She said with great disgust, "From now on, don't ever talk to me about merging again. It's too embarrassing." Not far away, Zoro and Sanji also grumbled a few words with disgust on their faces. "You guys are going too far. How dare you ignore the great Oz?" Seeing that everyone was still discussing the combined skill just now, Oz, who didn't take him seriously at all, yelled. He rushed towards the crowd, seeming to have lost some of his composure. With flickering eyes, Robin and others looked at each other implicitly and then dispersed. Sure kill. 3 continuous shots of special oil stars. Usopp, who attacked first, took out several bullets and shot them in front of Oz at an extremely fast speed. The next moment, Oz lost his composure, his hand slipped, and his huge body began to fall sideways. Hey, pervert, kick me away, Zoro said as he quickly rushed towards Sanji holding the giant nunchaku that Frankie had made earlier. You, with such a big thing, if you can't bear it, just say so. Whoosh. Damn it, I'll let you fly, Air Force power kick. Zoro's words obviously made Sanji angry. He stretched out his right foot, straightened it, and kicked it upwards with force. Zoro's figure began to climb upwards at an extremely fast speed. Big sword strike. Bang. Advertisement in coordination. Under Zoro's enormous force, Oz's left hand bent backwards irregularly. 100 flowers in disarray, big tree. Before Oz could react, Robin had already activated her ability. Snow-white arms grew out from behind Oz, forming an extremely huge arm, which pressed his already bent left hand hard behind his back. The ground became extremely slippery due to the oil created by Usopp. Oz's huge body began to shake constantly, but he supported his body with his only remaining right hand. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Franky and Chopper quickly built a long staircase with wooden boards in midair. The two of them approached Oz's head at a very fast speed. Then, both of them raised their fists at the same time. Super Flamba Iron Fist, figures flashed, and Franky and Chopper punched at the same time, causing Oz to feel extremely dizzy. My head was buzzing and I started to dance around. In this situation, one of his legs left the ground and his whole body seemed to be about to fall down. Anti-etiquette, chain kick. Sanji made the final blow. His fast-moving figure instantly appeared under Oz. He stretched his long legs and kicked vertically upwards towards the right leg supporting Oz. Under the gaze of everyone, Oz's huge body left the ground. Wind climate, giant tornado. Nami raised the stick in his hand and drew a semicircle straight at Oz. The surrounding air currents began to flow rapidly under her control, and an extremely huge tornado formed in midair, wrapping up Oz and spinning wildly. Bang! The tornado rolled back and embedded Oz deeply into the ground. Smoke and dust filled the air and were then dispersed by the airflow. I saw Oz's two long horns inserted straight into the ground, and his body stood upside down in the ruins. No matter how he twisted, his two long horns didn't move at all. Wow, look, the mansion has completely collapsed. What is he doing? Acrobatics? Maybe he was thrown out. They already know this guy completely. Although he has Luffy's power, he also has Luffy's weaknesses. It was obvious that Oz was still a little overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the crowd. Under the cheers of everyone, he let out painful and miserable cries. It hurts, you guys, I'm going to lose my temper. Wow, advertisement, oh, look, there's a lot of meat. Ah, with a wicked smile, Su Chen looked at the shadow of Luffy in Oz's body with burning eyes and described Oz's condition to everyone in a seductive way. Dust flew, gravel exploded, those who had grievances took revenge, those who had vengeance took revenge. His expression is exaggerated, and you can tell at a glance that he is trying to fool people. In the distance, a large group of zombies saw Oz's miserable appearance and their pupils trembled. They began to discuss in shock. Woo-ah! He looks furious. Everyone was fiercely venting their past grievances and enthusiastically massaging his entire body. Wow, it really looks delicious. After twisting a few more times, Oz looked at the people who gradually appeared with great anger and continued. I will beat you all away. I will crush you into meat paste. Their eyes lit up, and after listening to Su Chen's description, everyone's pupils flashed with amazing light. Ah, I can't pull it out. Wah, he's coming. Facing Oz, who was unable to move because of Luffy's shadow. Bang. But even so, Oz still believed it, turned his head and looked into the distance, shouting loudly that the meat was there. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even an army of over 1,000 people can't do anything against Oz. For him, Robin and others were really going too far. Zoro and Franky came from behind and hit Oz's knee joint. Under the huge force, Oz, who was distracted, fell to his knees in an instant. Usopp and Chopper, who had shrunk again, were startled and made, whoa whoa, sounds of fear. As he spoke, Oz let out a furious roar, and as he exerted all his strength, the surrounding ruins began to tremble. His head is stuck and can't be pulled out. After looking at each other, Robin took the lead and slowly walked towards Oz with a smirk. Looking at the fallen Oz, who was beaten and crying bitterly, struggled violently for a few times and suddenly stood up. Just as everyone was on high alert, Su Chen's figure appeared beside them. Just stop it, ouch! Chopper and Usopp shouted loudly while pointing in the distance when Oz stood up and got angry. Remember this, I'm going to crush you to pieces. Everyone looked at each other again, with smirks in their eyes. Chapter 199 Nightmare. Luffy, ha ha ha, that's it. With a smug smile, Franky said to everyone, we just need to hold him off. Once Luffy defeats Moria, everyone's shadows will be back. Why wait for him? Can't we just beat this guy down? Zoro slowly drew out his long sword and stared excitedly at Oz, who stood up again. Isn't our mission to prevent this monster from blocking Luffy? After a moment of silence, Franky asked in shock, do you still want to defeat this guy? He. Now is a good opportunity to test this long sword. Zoro didn't answer Franky, but his action was the best answer. He prepared himself in a special posture, his whole body tensed, and the power in his hands surged. In just a moment, his figure appeared in front of Oz. 3 swords style 108 Trouble Phoenix. 3 blue slashes flew out from Zoro's hands, then gathered in the air to form a larger phoenix-like sword wave. Whoosh! Oz did not confront it head-on, but dodged the attack once again with great agility. The mist-troubled phoenix rushed into the sky at an extremely fast speed and finally disappeared behind the clouds. Just then, a dark shadow came from a distance. It rushed into Oz's body. At the same time, a loud roar suddenly sounded, crossing the surroundings that were gradually becoming brighter. Stop! Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a rather burly figure appear not far away. It's Luffy, however. His body was swollen at this time, covered with layers of muscles, and his skin was a strange blue color, especially on his back, where he was carrying a big sword. He instantly moved in front of Oz, as if he had become a different person. Dream Luffy arrives. Is this Luffy? After seeing who was coming, everyone was shocked. Although the appearance of this enlarged Luffy is extremely similar, the changes in his body are so outrageous that people find it hard to believe. Crack. The sound of taking pictures was heard. Su Chen looked innocent in front of everyone and carefully put away the photos he had taken. I'm going to knock you away. Advertisement. The voice was cold and sharp, and Luffy seemed to not take Oz seriously at all. What? You're going to knock me off? As if he heard something funny, Oz burst into laughter. You know, he didn't suffer much injury after fighting with Zoro and the others for such a long time. Now a guy actually said shamelessly that he would beat him away. Is he kidding me? Whoosh. The next second, Luffy's figure appeared in front of Oz as if teleporting. Oz was shocked when he reacted. Such a fast speed was enough to scare the zombies to death. Bang. But the next moment, before Oz could dodge, Luffy's clenched fist hit his waist hard. Power surged and the air vibrated. Under the tremendous force, Oz's huge body rose from the ground, spun and landed on the ground in the distance, creating a big hole. He actually knocked Oz away with just one punch. Luffy's power seems to have greatly increased now. What's going on? Everyone looked at each other in surprise, somewhat confused about the situation. 100 shadows were stuffed into his body, so his strength increased greatly. But it can only last for a limited time. A zombie that looked like a hippopotamus ran over from a distance and explained Luffy's changes to everyone. There are many zombies that look like humans and animals around her. Charlotte Lola, captain of the tumbling pirates, had her shadow taken away by Moria, and then her body was transformed by Hobgoback, turning her into this ugly appearance. Although she didn't look that good, the other people around him, like her, had their shadows removed and finally underwent transformation. By chance, they met Luffy, who had lost his shadow. After finding ways to unite, they placed their hopes of defeating Moria on Luffy. 100 shadows. After hearing her explanation, everyone looked at Luffy, who was beating up Oz in surprise. He nodded in understanding. Yes, Luffy in this state was definitely not his usual self. Stop fighting, Straw Hat Boy. Ouch, Oz screamed repeatedly under Luffy's beating, and couldn't help but beg for mercy. Give me back my shadow and everyone else's shadow. After a loud roar, Luffy did not stop at all. The attacks kept falling like raindrops. Oz was knocked to the ground and rolled over, without any ability to fight back. Advertisement. Woo, 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 Oz is looking for his mother. Crying. Oz was beaten to tears. Don't cry, I'm still here. Moria yelled inside Oz, saying that Oz's behavior was really embarrassing for him. Give me back my shadow. Although Moria wanted to turn the situation around, Luffy, who was already high, didn't give him any chance. Even when the time was up, the shadows in his body left his body one after another. He also directly used the second gear, relying on his own strength to knock Oz over and over. Third gear. The air currents surged, and Luffy's hands expanded rapidly. He was ready to end this somewhat boring battle with a final blow. This guy would be completely vulnerable if his shadow hadn't been taken away by a sneak attack. Giant bazooka. Kacha. Boom. Oz's body made a sound of broken bones and was suddenly smashed into the ground, completely losing the ability to resist. Success. No matter how strong the zombies are, they won't be able to stand up again after being treated like that. Oz lost. For real this time. Lola and others made excited noises and couldn't wait to start discussing. After so many years of gloom, is it finally going to end today? Oz, lying on the ground, stared blankly at the sky. He did not feel any pain and had only cooperated by shouting before. But this time, he really felt that he could not move. It was as if my whole body was falling apart and I had lost all my strength. Ha 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 ha, you guys, I won't let you go. Moria, who had just entered Oz's body, came out again and threatened everyone in an extremely sinister tone. He gave high hopes to Oz. Apart from getting beaten up, he didn't do anything useful, so he couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. Since Luffy and others arrived, not only has the entire island been turned into a mess, but even his large army of zombies has been purified by Brook. It's so infuriating. The most important thing is that his men fell in front of him again. It reminded him of the past that he didn't want to recall. Such a scene finally made him unable to hold back and want to attack with all his strength. Shadow Gathering Place. In anger, Moria raised his head and opened his mouth. Chapter 200. The end of the nightmare. The next moment, a terrifying attraction spreads across the entire island, centered on Moria. Countless shadows were forcibly pulled out of the body and quickly flew towards Moria in the center. His body expanded rapidly under the gathering shadows, 100, 300, 500, and finally to 1,000. A total of 1,000 shadows merged into Moria's body. At this moment, he swelled up violently, and looked particularly majestic compared to his huge body like Oz. Run! Moria is showing his power. Straw Hat Luffy with 100 shadows beat Oz so badly, now it's Moria with 1,000 shadows. We're dead, and it's almost dawn. Run, run to the forest. The people behind Lola looked at the gigantic Moria and ran away in horror. Ah, son, I'm melting. Quick, follow the shadows into the forest. There's plenty of hiding place there. Captain Lola. Run for your life. The people who were fleeing hid everywhere in fear, and when they saw Lola standing still, they all shouted loudly. You guys run away. Lola didn't look back, she looked calmly at Luffy and the others not far away, and said to the people running behind her without caring, look, they're not moving at all. Since they haven't given up hope, I won't leave. Carelessly placing hope on others, and then running away in a hurry when the crisis comes. Are we such despicable characters? The not-so-loud voice echoed around, and Lola's resolute figure looked exceptionally tall. You guys run away. As the captain, it's my duty to stay. Take care of yourselves. Looking back at Lola thoughtfully, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. I have to say, there are still some of the ants' children who are eye-catching. Is this the result of collecting excellent genes from everywhere? Interesting. He opened his hand slightly, and the wand reappeared. Su Chen was seen waving towards the sky. Under the surge of magic power, a thick layer of clouds covered the entire sky. The sunlight that had gradually appeared disappeared again, and the surroundings returned to darkness again. Luffy, come on. With cold eyes, Su Chen smiled and said to Luffy, stop playing, we should leave here. Go to hell. Advertisement, bang. The sound of the 3 terrifying sailboats cracking. Moria, who was somewhat out of his mind, slapped everyone. With the 1000 shadows, Moria's power underwent a qualitative change, and every move he made was filled with destructive power. What's more, Luffy's shadow was also sucked into his body. The figures of the crowd flickered. He quickly dodged Moria's attack and made way for the battle. At the same time, Luffy rushed towards Moria with determination. Crack. Bang, 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 bang. The huge Moria and the seemingly tiny Luffy engaged in an unparalleled fierce battle, but in the eyes of everyone, the Moria with the huge body was the one who was beaten. Damn it. Why? Moria covered his mouth and yelled at Luffy in a muffled voice. I don't believe it, you little guy actually. Rubber giant bazooka seal. Luffy's hands glowed black, and he blew a big breath from his mouth and then slapped it out suddenly. The air exploded and the airflow rolled. 2 huge, shining hands instantly slapped Moria's chest. Puff. Blood and shadows splattered. Moria, who had been unable to control his shadow, was knocked back with his head raised, and his huge body slowly fell backwards. During this time, he seemed to see himself falling down in the new century. If you have the guts, just go for it, a real nightmare. In New World. After he finished speaking, Moria could no longer cover his mouth, and large mouthfuls of blood and countless shadows flew out of his mouth, spreading in all directions. Furthermore, some shadows were spreading towards various places on the Grand Line and West Blue. These were the shadows that Moria had collected with great effort. We win. Moria is down. The shadows are back. All our shadows are back. Shadow. It's a shadow. In the Grand Line and some shadow corners around the world, those whose shadows were taken away by Moria cheered happily. At the same time, the people on the terrible 3 galleons also roared with excitement. This nightmare of never seeing the sun finally ended under Luffy's hands. With her hands on her hips, Nami's eyes turned into the shape of Bailey's. She continued to say to Lola and the others, since it's a thank you, then, it should be something practical. After a while, Lola, who had turned back into her true self, led everyone to Luffy and the others. Advertisement, Baji, 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 I also want to take back my own shadow and Brooks. Baji, Baji. Nami cheered and followed everyone to where Moria kept the treasure. He used Gear 3rd in the battle against Moria after first fighting his own shadow. How come this guy Su Chen understands him so well? His eyes suddenly opened, Luffy jumped up from the ground and rushed towards the barbecue next to him. Nami and the others looked at the unconscious Luffy anxiously and rushed over. After a moment of silence, Lola and the others smiled. Well, we just saved you by the way. It's okay, he just feels a little exhausted. The next moment, he was slapped hard by Nami, not to mention. Ahem. Meat. Nami and the others swallowed their saliva after seeing this. Thank you, thank you. After a long while, the only sound around was the sound of people chewing food. Everyone was attracted by the way Luffy swallowed the food with big mouthfuls, and they all joined in. After hearing this, Su Chen waved his arm. For example, a mountain of treasure, or a fragrant Bailey. After a quick check, Chopper breathed a sigh of relief and said to everyone. Lola looked a little fat at this time. Although she still didn't look pretty, compared to her ugly appearance before, she was at least presentable now. Bang. Wow. I'm rich. A huge tablecloth appeared next to the fainted Luffy, and piles of grilled meat and food appeared out of nowhere, emitting waves of tempting and delicious food aroma. Luffy, of course, get the treasure on board for our benefactor. Luffy grabbed the huge piece of barbecue with both hands and stuffed it into his mouth before taking the time to reply. Straw Hat Boy, we will always remember your great kindness. Oh my, there's no need to say that, Baji Baji. Zoro held the bottle in one hand and said coolly while looking at the gradually brightening sky. After continuous fighting, even Luffy's strong physique could not bear it. Shut up, others are thanking me out of kindness. Chapter 201 Binks's Wine. It's time for a party. Sanji, I want to eat more, barbecue, barbecue. Luffy shouted loudly, inviting everyone around to join the party. After Lola and others moved all the treasures onto the boat, they came back with a lot of food. Although Su Chen took out a lot of food, there were too many victims of the terror ship. The food that Su Chen took out was definitely not enough. So delicious. This is the first time I've eaten such delicious food. Woo woo woo. We haven't had decent food in years. It's so good to be alive. Swallowing the food that Sanji had just made, Lola and his men started discussing loudly. Sanji on the side also shouted loudly not to waste food, because there were so many people, he made quite a lot of food. Yo ho ho. I didn't expect to get to eat Chef Sanji's cooking. Brook held a knife and fork in his bony hands, with a napkin tied around his neck. He said to everyone with tears in his eyes in an extraordinarily elegant manner, "It's so delicious, my jaw is about to drop. But, I don't have a chin, ha 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 ha, what a funny skeleton." The people around him laughed at Brook's humor, only Frankie scolded him harshly and asked him to be quiet. Yo ho ho, really? Sorry. Burp, ignoring Frankie's complaints, Brook continued humorously. I ate so much last time and today. I might gain weight. Aren't you all bones? Is this ever going to end? Frankie chewed his food and complained in an especially speechless manner. Ha ha ha, the skeletons are so funny, how could you move you? Forget it, never mind, it's time for a party. Luffy mingled in the crowd and pulled everyone together to start a commotion. Because the bear was pulled away by Su Chen in advance, Zoro was not injured this time like in the original book, and everyone was in very good condition and completely immersed in the banquet. Burp. I'm full, let's have some music to cheer me up. Standing up, Brook walked to the piano and sat down with a burp. Sanji asked curiously, aren't you a violinist? Advertisement? Yo ho ho, excuse me, I'm the Grand Master of all the instruments. After testing the tone, Brook looked up at Sanji and continued, actually, I was really moved by your performance. You showed your backs to each other without reservation. Incredibly skilled cooperation, a trust that costs one's life. It really brings tears to my eyes, even though skeletons don't have tears. Want a song? What do you want to hear? After Brook adjusted the tone, he asked Sanji. Hey, you can play everything? Then, before Sanji could answer, Brook said to himself, then let's go to Binks's bar. Aren't you asking me what I want to hear? Sanji looked at Brook in confusion, then yelled at him loudly. How come this guy's personality is as bad as theirs? A beautiful and pleasant melody came out from Brook's hands, and then slowly surrounded the terrifying three-strange sailboat that had become a ruin. This song originated from the famous sea song of the New World, and has been sung again and again by everyone from sailors to pirate kings. It is called the Pirate's Song and represents the original voices pursuing freedom. Hey, Brook. Luffy lay on the piano, excitedly watching Brook playing, and said, I know this song. Shanks and the others have sung it before. You also sang this song when I met you before. The old pirates love to sing this song. Whether in pain or joy, we will sing this song that represents freedom. Yo ho ho, Brook continued playing the tune and raised his head slightly to look at Luffy. You'll join us, won't you? Shadow is back too, you can sail with us in the sunshine without worries. Luffy swayed his feet to the sound, and smiled as he invited Brook again. But, you are worried about Laboon. He is still waiting for you at Gemini Cape. Before Brook could say anything, Su Chen leaned against the piano with a glass of red wine, interrupting what he was about to say. Behind him, Zoro and the others followed and looked at Brook with kindness. Advertisement. So, Brook, we met Laboon at Twin Gorges. We learned that he had been waiting for his companions for 50 years, so I was surprised when I learned that you were the survivor of the pirates that he had been waiting for. And the most important thing is that you still remembered the agreement with him. Slowly, Su Chen told everyone everything he knew in front of everyone's surprised gaze. Not only Brook, but also Zoro and others showed surprised expressions. This incident was far beyond their expectations. He is really still waiting for us at Twin Capes? Laboon. Really? As if he couldn't believe it, Brook's playing became slower. We can testify to that, we did see him, that's right. Everyone looked at each other, suppressed their surprise and said to Brook. Is he? Okay, very good, he has grown up. It's grown as big as a mountain, yo ho ho. I really want to see him. When we parted, he was only the size of a small boat, so cute. Although he is a little stubborn, he loves music and is a good kid. Clang. The pleasant sound paused. Brook covered his head, shaking all over with only bones left. Tears kept flowing down his face, as if there was no end. Ever since that sudden battle, ever since he was insidiously poisoned, ever since all his companions left him, he has been lonely for a very long time. His only hope was to fulfill the promise with the sound shell that recorded the chorus of his companions before they left. The music that had been stopped started again, but this time, Brook's solo performance turned into an ensemble performance. The music from the Rumba Pirates began to play a moving song. This song has the same tune as Binks's Wine, but it gives everyone a completely different feeling. Chapter 202 Ace's News. After a long time, the music surrounding the entire banquet stopped. Hey, Skeleton Man, you're not going to sing anymore? Again, yo ho ho, Brook picked up the bass and said to everyone, I have listened to this Rumba Pirates ensemble countless times in the 50 years I have been wandering. I am alone on the empty ship. Only when I hear this piece of music do I feel that I am not alone. While talking, Brook opened the upper half of the skull amidst everyone's astonished gazes and Luffy's excited expression. The wind shell that recorded the music was directly stuffed in. I already know that Laboon is still waiting for me, so from now on, I will seal the sound shell away. This song we played together is dedicated to Laboon's singing. The hollow eye sockets revealed a burning gaze. Brook looked at Luffy lying on the piano with burning eyes and asked softly, can I join you? Yeah, no problem. Without hesitation, Luffy agreed to Brook's request. He has already had his eyes on this guy. Welcome, musician. Everyone held Brook and tossed him a few times, their faces filled with joy. Usopp, in particular, was so moved by the agreement between Brook and Laboon. Haha. This is going to be fun. Robin, who was holding a cup of coffee, smiled twice. Brook's integration was not awkward at all, as if Luffy and others had been waiting for him for a long time. Musician, pretty good. From now on, there will be no peace on the ship. Su Chen on the side shook his head, spread his hands to Robin and said, looking at their appearance, they won't be able to calm down for a while. When Su Chen spoke, Robin's eyes flickered. She leaned close to Su Chen's ear and asked softly, Second Captain, is what I just heard true? Robin's words startled Su Chen. What did she hear? Was Luffy's brother really caught? As if seeing Su Chen's confusion, Robin asked directly. Advertisement, well. Ace, along with the guy he was chasing, fell into the hands of Marine. Sighing and observing the others, Su Chen replied cryptically. Don't tell me for now. I will tell Luffy after we leave here. Robin nodded, but didn't tell everyone directly, then I will introduce myself again. After a while of commotion, Brook half knelt in front of Luffy and took out a wanted poster. Excuse me for introducing myself now, I am Brook who is dead and only bones are left. He's called Brook the Nose Song and the bounty is 30 million. He was originally the head of a certain country's guard corps, and later joined the StrawHat Pirates. He has served as an acting captain, a musician, and a part-time swordsman. From today on, I will obey the orders of Captain Luffy, please feel free to give me your advice. Yo-ho-ho-ho, 2 days later, after burying the long-deceased members of the StrawHat Pirates. Surrounded by Lola and others, everyone arrived under the sunny. Just take Brook's boat. I have fixed the rudder and the sail. Frankie pointed to the bull-headed pirate's ship next to the sunny and said something to Lola. Thank you, it's too much trouble for you. Lola, who was stout and had plump lips, looked at Frankie and said to him gratefully, we are so grateful for your kindness. How about I marry you? Although you are a hot girl, it's a pity that I am too super. We are not a good match, Frankie rejected Lola. It's better to leave such a passionate hot girl to others. I really don't want you to leave. Let's party for 2 or 3 more days. Behind Lola, a person stood up and tried to keep Su Chen and others. No. The Fishman Island is our next stop. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. However, Luffy, who had fully recovered, immediately rejected him and then said excitedly, the guys over there must be fun. Hee, I'm ready to play in the water with the mermaid ladies. Can I see Miss Mermaid's underwear then? Upon hearing this, Sanji and Brook rushed over and said something with a particularly obscene expression. Advertisement, hey, I heard that mermaids don't wear underwear. After whispering something to Sanji and Brook, Su Chen walked away with a serious expression, like an extremely serious gentleman. After hearing Su Chen's words, Sanji and Brook started bleeding from their noses. I don't know how Brook, who was only left with bones, started bleeding from his nose. Alright, guys, get ready to set sail. Luffy cheered loudly and prepared to board the ship directly. Just then, Lola called out to everyone. Wait a minute, you should be going to the New World, right? I have a favor to ask you. Seemingly a little embarrassed, Lola hesitantly took out a life card and tore off half of it. This is my mom's life card, she's also a pirate's. If you have the chance to see her, please tell her that I am safe and don't worry about her. Life card? Everyone was a little surprised, they seemed to have seen this thing before. By the way, Luffy, did your brother also leave you a piece of paper like this before he left? Nami was the first to think of it and reminded Luffy. Inside, Luffy nodded in realization and quickly took off his straw hat. I remember Nami sewed it into my hat for me. As he spoke, Luffy took out a life card made of the same material from his straw hat. But what was strange was that the piece of paper Luffy took out had obvious signs of burning, and the burning marks were almost enough to completely burn the paper. What meeting? Not only are there burn marks, but they've also gotten smaller. Luffy looked at the piece of paper in his hand with a look of surprise on his face. This is indeed a life card, but Lola's face changed, and she broke out in a cold sweat as she said, I didn't have time to say just now that the life card can also show a person's vitality. Is he an important relative of yours? Yes, it's my brother. Unfortunately, this person's life is about to be extinguished. Why? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Luffy's brother, Ace, who stunned everyone when he first appeared, is the flame of life about to go out. Chapter 203 Plan to rescue Ace after a long time. Everyone said goodbye to Lola with suppressed emotions. Luffy, is it really okay? Nami, who had changed her clothes, looked at Luffy who was sitting on the edge of the boat and asked worriedly. Ace's life card? Luffy smiled in relief and continued to say to Nami in a comforting tone. Don't worry, he will be fine. Luffy, this time is different. After a moment of silence, Su Chen walked out of the cabin and said, Look, this is a newspaper I got from somewhere else. Ace and Blackbeard are already in the hands of the Marine. Although the subsequent treatment method has not yet been determined, the result will definitely not be very good. In order to advance into the new world, the Marine even used the execution of Ace to lure Whitebeard into a decisive battle with the pirates. He used teleportation to go to the new world and got the newspaper from there. Because of the news that Ace and Blackbeard were captured, the whole place is in an uproar, especially the Whitebeard pirates, who are sharpening their knives and preparing to head to the Marine headquarters. How could this happen? The not-so-loud sound surrounded everyone, and Nami and the others swallowed in horror. Besides, the appearance of the tyrant bear before not only brought news to Moria. They are also following the orders of the world government and are preparing to destroy us. Having said that, Su Chen subconsciously glanced at Robin. When the latter saw it, he responded with a veiled smile. Where is Ace now? The relieved smile disappeared, and Luffy asked anxiously, Ace, where are you being taken now? The people around also showed the same anxious expressions. They were also quite worried about the elder brother who looked particularly gentle and the elder brother who looked particularly polite. Shaking his head, Su Chen pointed at the lifecard that Luffy put back into the straw hat and said, This question needs to be asked. After leaving Moria's territory, I went to the New World and then went to the place where Ace was defeated. There wasn't much information left. In addition to the fire elements everywhere, there are also rich light and dark elements boiling. It was Admiral Kizaru who did it. I tracked them carefully afterwards. They should have crossed the gate of justice. Now Ace will only be in two places, either the Marine headquarters or the underwater prison. Advertisement, specifically, it depends on the direction the lifecard points to. After hearing Su Chen's words, everyone fell silent. Marine headquarters and the deep sea prison that no one has ever escaped from. Thinking of these two places, everyone looked at Luffy. At this time, only the captain can decide the direction. Luffy, let's take a detour, Zoro said in a dull tone, holding the hilt of the knife tightly. Everyone nodded, and Sanji took out a cigarette, lit it, and said, This time I agree with what the green algae head said. Your brother needs you right now. At this time, even the most timid Usopp didn't say much. He just trembled a little and held his waist bag with extra strength. It was filled with various ammunition. Luffy. Are you okay? Looking at the stunned Luffy, Nami asked worriedly. Sabo. Ace. With dull eyes, Luffy seemed to see what happened when Sabo left. Luffy. Chopper noticed that something was wrong with Luffy and yelled loudly. Awakened by Chopper's voice, Luffy smiled once again as he looked at his worried companions. Brothers, since Ace needs me, let's have a big fight. It's just the Marine headquarters or the undersea prison. What's wrong with going and taking a look? That confident and sunny smile made everyone laugh involuntarily. That's right, this is Luffy, you should not fear anything. We'll try to capture it so we can trade it with Marine. Everyone was a little surprised. This time, perhaps because of Ace, Luffy actually listened to Su Chen's words completely. Sugoi, what a great plan, Sabaody Archipelago. And with my strength, they can't take it back. In the end, they will definitely find a way to negotiate. Advertisement, yeah, I've been through a lot along the way. In order to maintain the face of the world government, those guys will definitely send admirals to chase us. Yes, Sabaody Archipelago. We can avoid going to the most dangerous Marine headquarters or the deep sea prison. Everyone was excited as they experienced various wonderful journeys along the way. With the cooperation of the Whitebeard pirates and Luffy's father, Ace can definitely be rescued. The others had no objection. Although letting Su Chen lead the pursuers alone was not a good idea, there was no better way. After all, among the crowd, only Su Chen was confident enough to face the admiral's pursuit. With a smile, Su Chen took out a map and said to everyone, Now we are going here, Sabaody Archipelago. Luffy excitedly looked at the red earth and yelled, We're finally here. Don't worry, don't you know my strength? Even if this plan fails, we can still attract more people to go to the Marine headquarters with us. I will take that idiot with me to divert most of the troops, and you will flee in different directions. There will be people to help you along the way. As long as you are not caught, we will be invincible. Okay, now that it's decided, so the most dangerous person is Su Chen. With a confident smile, Su Chen raised his head and signaled everyone that they could applaud. When the time comes, we will make a request and ask them to hand over Ace. That's it, we don't have to go to such a dangerous place, and we can rescue Ace. Saw red line again. As long as there are no more than 3 Aokiji's level of siege, I will not be defeated. Even if there are more than that, I can still escape. Nodding quickly, Usopp was considered the one who agreed most with this plan. I remember it was stormy that day, Sanji said with a smile on his face. Nodding in affirmation, Su Chen explained to everyone with a gloomy expression. I received news that an idiot celestial dragons will appear there recently. Including the trip to Sky Island, Luffy has already sailed half of the Grand Line. In this case, you would be in danger. Touching the hilt of the knife, Zoro first realized that the core of this plan was whether Su Chen, who had diverted the pursuers, would be caught. Su Chen smiled and shook his head, and continued. Besides, Aokiji has already been defeated by me. Nami's eyes flickered with emotion. This journey was really not peaceful at all. A few days later, I forgot to mention that Tyrant Bear can be considered one of ours. Zoro beside him nodded. We have grown a lot since coming here. Chapter 204 Mermaid Kami. Yo ho ho ho. Yeah, it took me 50 years to get here. Brook looked at the red line in front of him and laughed with relief. Yes, even though it took nearly 50 years, he finally got here and is about to enter the second half of the Grand Line. If that's the case, we're halfway there. Recalling the route of the Grand Line in his mind, Luffy smiled and said to Brook, the Twin Capes where we met Laboon are just across the sea, connected to this mountain wall. I can't help it, it's been a rough journey. Covering his eyes, Usopp shed tears of excitement. With a wicked smile, Su Chen said sinisterly, how about I take you back and we start over again? Shut up. We don't want it. When everyone heard Su Chen's words, they shouted at the same time. Seeing that Su Chen was silent, Frankie spoke with reminiscence. I also climbed over the upside-down mountain when I was a kid. I remember that was more than 30 years ago. Robin beside him nodded and said with a smile, I came to this sea from West Blue, 5 years ago. If you put it that way. With excitement, Luffy continued loudly. If we sail for another half a week, I will be the king of pirates. Ah, by the way, Su Chen, how'd I get to Sabaody Island? Seeing Luffy's excitement, Nami suddenly realized that they still didn't know how to get to Sabaody Island. Before, I walked directly towards the pointer of the Fishman Island. Let me see. Bang, before Su Chen could speak, the calm sea surface suddenly exploded. A huge sea monster jumped out from beneath the sea level and then fiercely bit everyone. Rubber. Revolving gun. Luffy punched out without hesitation. Having suffered a loss before when Moria ambushed him and took away his shadow, he now particularly disliked this kind of sudden attack. Tui. The rabbit-like sea monster fell down instantly, and during this time, a human figure came out of its mouth. Usopp and Chopper even specifically complained that the sea monster didn't look very big. After all, they were also people who had seen Oz. What is that thing it spits out? Advertisement? Fish? People? No, could it be a mermaid? Sanji's eyes widened, and when he saw the falling figure, he instantly showed a wretched look. Pink hearts popped out around him, and even his eyeballs popped out. Whoosh! The figure flashed, and Sanji, with pink reverie in his heart, caught the figure in the air. Then he slowly fell from the air in a spinning shape. After seeing this, Su Chen cooperated very well and condensed petals in the void. They slowly floated and fell down along with Sanji and the mermaid with light green short hair and pink fishtail in his arms. Without saying much, just 2 words. Romantic, my beautiful mermaid lady, I am your knight Sanji. Gently putting the figure down, a magnetic bubble sound came out of Sanji's mouth, and he continued. Welcome to the Sunny, there are delicious food and a variety of leisure tools here. The most important thing is that I am a knight full of justice. Everyone looked at Sanji with disgust. Instead, Su Chen smiled and used magic to record the image. Thank you for saving me. Kami was also a little speechless, but she still expressed her gratitude. Wow, it's a mermaid. After looking down on Sanji, everyone turned their attention to Kami. Wow, I'm scared to death, there are so many people here. Kami screamed in horror and belatedly said to Luffy and the others, thank you for saving me. I could easily be eaten by sea beasts, almost more than 20 times. It's obvious that Kami's words are much more passionate. It's okay. Without waiting for anyone to answer, Sanji immediately took over the topic and said, what's your name, mermaid sister? My name is Kami, and I'm a kissing mermaid, Kami replied politely. Although she found it strange for the guy who saved him, she would still answer. So cute. Red heart. With his eyes shining, Sanji put his hands on his chest and gasped, oh, I'm going to die. Su Chen next to him shook his head and looked at Sanji speechlessly. Advertisement, it's useless to create such a good opportunity for him, he is so disappointing. However, even though he disliked Sanji, Su Chen's attention was still not on him. His gaze turned to the distance, at the hilarious, pitiful guy who looked exactly like Sanji on the wanted poster. To thank you for saving me, I'll treat you to takoyaki. Kami smiled, slowly accepting Sanji's performance. Takoyaki. I like it the most, nodding quickly, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement and his tongue stuck out with greed, as if he couldn't wait any longer. Really? That's 500 yuan per person? Eyes lit up, Kami said habitually. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and there was an indescribable awkwardness. I'm sorry, I've made it a habit. Kami was stunned for a moment, her face flushed as she continued, I'll contact Xiaoba right away, and I'll treat everyone to a meal then. Hachi? Nami seemed confused. Bulu. Hello, is this Xiaoba? I'm Kami. I'm so sorry we got separated just now. Where are you now? Kami didn't notice anything unusual about Nami. As soon as the Den Mushi came through, she started talking a lot, as if she was happy to meet Su Chen and his group. Huh? Isn't this Kami's voice? Ha. Lousy is not Xiaoba? There was a moment of silence before an excited voice came from the Den Mushi. Who are you? Where's Hachi? After hearing the voice on the other end, Kami became anxious. Ha. I'm the iron-faced man Dibaru, and I've already killed the guy Xiaoba. Particularly arrogant words came from Den Mushi. Not only that, there's a threat to Kami over there. Prepare to catch her and sell her. Impossible, Hachi will not be defeated by you. Kami yelled back loudly, not believing the voice on the Den Mushi at all. The next moment, there were sounds of fighting coming from over there. Then, an address was reported. The Den Den Mushi hung up. Chapter 205 Octopus Zauba, Hachi. Kami put down the Den Den Mushi worriedly. Don't worry, just go over and take a look. Smiling at Kami, Su Chen turned around and looked in the direction he had just been in and continued. Besides, Den Den Mushi only gave an address. Yoshi, for the takoyaki. Go ahead. Luffy cheered excitedly and seemed to like the takoyaki very much. How dare they kidnap the chef? That's an unforgivable crime. Everyone nodded together. Although they didn't know much about her, their intuition told them that Kami was not a bad person. Besides, didn't they see what Sanji looked like? He already looked angry. A long time. With the help of a school of fish summoned by Kami and Usopp at the helm. After the sudden attack of the airfish and the inexplicable retreat, everyone arrived at the sea 5,000 meters east of the Sabaody Archipelago Peninsula 44. This is the address that Den Den Mushi mentioned just now. A semicircular building appeared in front of everyone, looking like a randomly assembled residential area. There was silence all around, except for a dark figure hanging on the sea in the middle. Everyone looked carefully and found that the figure was not a human. His outline had 6 arms and his head looked like a starfish. Hey, Zauba, are you okay? The moment she saw the figure, Kami shouted out loudly. However, there was one thing that made Nami and the others feel a little strange. The figure hanging in the middle looked particularly familiar. I'm here, don't worry Kami, I'm fine, because of the Flying Fish Knights. Xiao Ba knew in advance that Luffy and others were coming. So the figure that everyone saw was the one he painted with octopus ink, but he obviously forgot that voice is also a criterion for recognizing people. This voice is indeed very familiar, coupled with that unique appearance. Zoro, who was wearing a plaid shirt, tilted his head and asked Nami, this should be correct, right? It's very suspicious, it should be him. With a slightly focused gaze, Nami observed Xiao Ba carefully. No need to guess, it's him. Touching Nami's head, Su Chen said softly, it's up to you whether to save her or not, Nami. It's really him, Luffy, Zoro and the others exclaimed. Looking at everyone's reactions, Robin was full of confusion and subconsciously asked, what? Advertisement, we know that guy. With a smile, Su Chen explained to the puzzled Robin and others. Nami's hometown was occupied by a group called StrawHat Pirates, and that guy was one of the cadres. I see. Enemies come together, enemies meet, nodding in realization, Frankie raised his left hand and said, watch me blow him away. Etc. No, Zauba is not a bad person, Kami shouted loudly while grabbing Frankie anxiously. Sanji sighed and motioned Frankie to wait and see what Nami had to say. It turns out that you are the one who made the takoyaki, Hachi. Before Nami could say anything, Luffy, who seemed to feel that he had been deceived, shouted at Hachi. Arlong's subordinate octopus Hachi. If we had known it was you, we would not have come to rescue you. But he immediately changed the subject, swallowed his saliva and said, but is your takoyaki really that delicious? This idiot. Crossing his arms over his chest, Zoro looked at Luffy and complained silently in his heart. Kami. This is a trap, don't come to rescue me. Looking at the performance of Luffy and the others, Xiao Ba was not surprised at all. After all, they did such abominable things to Nami in East Blue, tricking a child into drawing sea charts and trying to keep control over her. No, I'm here to save you, plop, Kami shouted loudly and jumped off the boat, followed by the starfish that looked like a glove. Next second, Kami and her gloves were grabbed right after she jumped off the boat. Ha ha ha, now we're going to make a fortune, you can't run away, Kami. There were waves of cheers, and those who caught Kami looked particularly excited. After all, Xiao Ba has been caught, so there will definitely be no one else to disturb them now. Damn it. Sister Kami is innocent. Sanji's eyes narrowed, and he said quickly, I'm going to save her. Etc. Taking a deep breath, Nami stopped Sanji and said, forget it, let's rescue Hachi as well. The mask fell off, and Dibaru's face appeared in front of everyone. The words he left behind were carried in the air. Advertisement coupled with its huge body that is not afraid of bullets, it brings a strong sense of fear to the Flying Fish Knights. He would never surrender, at least not when facing the Straw Hat crew and Sanji, he would never surrender even if he died. Brothers, prepare to fight, Kami's eyes were filled with admiration. The performance of Su Chen and others was beyond her expectations. Of course, she was stupid and didn't know that the bounty of Luffy and others had exceeded 1 billion. Everyone was frightened and said something in a daze. Under Kami's shocked gaze, all the powerful Flying Fish Knights in her heart fell down. A voice full of hatred came. Xiao Ba was nice to me before, he wouldn't hurt anyone. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Nami finished speaking, Luffy, who had been drooling for a long time, rushed out instantly. Everyone froze the moment they saw him, their eyes shifting back and forth between him and Sanji. Standing on the frozen sea, Su Chen couldn't help laughing, holding his stomach. Among them was an elegant figure, walking slowly on the turbulent sea, knocking out the knights one by one with a strange long staff. The flying sword energy and leg shadows filled the entire residential area. Why? As the petals fluttered, arms appeared out of thin air, leaving only the skeleton figure jumping around with the help of the arms, looking grotesque and terrifying. You guys are really going too far. Along with the explosion, the people with greedy smiles stretched out their arms and knocked down the figures one by one. The air vibrated and lightning flashed. Everyone looked at the extremely strong Dibaru with confusion on their faces. The surroundings fell silent, and everyone stared blankly at Dibaru's iconic face. After a while, the surroundings gradually calmed down. Puff. Ah. As the leader of the Flying Fish Knights, Dibaru, wearing an iron mask, climbed up bravely. Who is this guy? Too miserable. How could it be so miserable? Such great hatred? I have never seen such a thing before. Whoosh. Then. Sugoi, you guys are so awesome. No. No way. Chapter 206 Sanji's half-brother. Shut up. What are you laughing at? Sanji, who was the first to react, roared loudly and looked at Su Chen with a threatening look. Knowing that he was in the wrong, Su Chen covered his mouth, narrowed his eyes and waved at Sanji, indicating that he would not laugh anymore. Puff, as if infected by Su Chen, Nami and others also started laughing. With their eyes narrowed into slits, they covered their mouths tightly, leaving only Sanji with a particularly ugly expression. At the same time, they also imitated Su Chen and waved at Sanji. It means that he will never laugh again. Only Zoro laughed loudly without caring, and kept saying, S********* why cooked, or something like that. In the eyes of everyone, Dibaru has a face that can't be said to be completely similar to Sanji, but it can be said to be exactly the same. Well, no, it should be said that it looks exactly like Sanji's wanted poster, and even the wanted poster is completely drawn based on him. Ha ha ha, they look exactly like they were carved from the same mold. Zoro smiled, patted Sanji's shoulder and continued, perverted cook, is he your half-brother? Otherwise, how could they look so similar? Ha 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 ha. With Zoro's interruption, no one cared about Sanji's feelings anymore. They all laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Sanji, ouch, my tummy. Brook, who was laughing so hard that he almost choked, lay on the ground, pretending to hold a bone and continued, I can't take it anymore, I am dying of laughter, my stomach hurts, even though I don't have a stomach. Ha ha ha. Hiccup, it's really interesting that something like this could happen. Crack. Robin took out a camera with great cunning and found an angle to take a picture of Sanji and Dibaru together. Let alone encountering such a thing, you don't even dare to think about it. At this moment, the air is filled with joy. Only Dibaru stood up and stared at Sanji with great hatred. He shouted loudly. Blackfoot Sanji, I want you to pay with blood. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed over. Along the way, he kept talking about the changes that had taken place in his life because of the wanted order, and he wished he could eat his flesh and drink his blood. Sanji looked at Dibaru angrily, panting and cursing. Advertisement. I asterisk asterisk asterisk. You asterisk 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 asterisk. FK. As Dibaru got closer, Sanji's expression became more and more distorted, and his mood had reached an indescribable level. I thought back to when I first got the wanted warrant and the unbridled laughter of the green-haired guys around me. There was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. This guy is the culprit who caused him to be ridiculed. He was also the culprit that caused him to lose the admiration of so many young ladies. Taking a deep breath, Sanji tremblingly took out a cigarette from his arms and lit it. He was not afraid, but trembling with excitement. This time, he was finally going to get rid of the humiliation he had suffered since receiving the wanted warrant. Plastic. Kick. Wow. Ah. Bang. Bang 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 bang. The dense shadows of legs were like a violent storm, falling on Dibaru's face at an extremely fast speed. As Sanji kicked, an extremely happy expression appeared on his face. After a long time, Dibaru, who fainted at the first kick, fell from the air. Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth and his hands in his pockets, walked back to the crowd in a happy mood. Now he is just one word. Cool, brother. The members of the Flying Fish Knights who were lying on the ground saw Dibaru fall and climbed up tremblingly. How could they remain silent when their eldest brother was beaten? Seeing how strong they were, Frankie, Usopp and Chopper were so moved that they shed tears. These guys are so loyal. But Zoro didn't think too much about it, and knocked them down again with a few swipes. In fact, it's no wonder that Dibaru hates Sanji so much. The attempt to obtain Sanji's photo failed before, so his wanted poster was hand-drawn by someone. This kind of wanted warrant that looks similar but not quite the same shouldn't cause too many problems. But the world is full of wonders, and who would have known that there really was a person on this ocean who looked exactly like the one on the wanted poster hand-drawn. Dibaru can be said to have suffered an unexpected disaster. He became a scapegoat and was hunted down by various bounty hunters and marine. So no one killed him. Dibaru and his men left at a very fast speed. This is me, advertisement. Dibaru gave him a confused look. Suddenly, an idea came to me. Holding the mirror, he asked his men with tears of joy. Dibaru stopped and looked at the figure in the mirror with an incredible look on his face. This feeling is not pleasant. After getting a positive answer, he asked Luffy and others one by one, until everyone gave him a positive answer, and then he knelt in front of Sanji. Roll. This is your first time in this sea area, right? If you need any help, please let me know. Dibaru looked at Sanji with burning eyes and couldn't help but said, Brother, you guys are going to Sabaldi Archipelago, right? Or let me take you there, or I'll be sorry. Dibaru, who had recovered a little, woke up. Then, everyone got on the boat together. Okay. The first thing he did when he woke up was to lead his men to charge towards the crowd again, and it seemed like they were really going to fight to the death. Looking at his appearance, he no longer has the slightest desire to take action. So it's understandable that he has such a great hatred for Sanji. Looking at Luffy's expression, Hachi swallowed. No, you'll be doing us a big favor if you don't show up in front of us anymore. Not long after. Don't worry, big brother. We the Flying Fish Knights will be the support group of the Straw Hat crew from now on. Even Chopper, after he had almost finished laughing, took the medical kit and took the initiative to treat the members of the Flying Fish Knights. After giving Dibaru a complicated look, Sanji shook his head and turned around and said, "Let's go, now that we have rescued the people, we should continue sailing." So handsome. Don't worry, my takoyaki will definitely satisfy you. But he still nodded confidently and said to everyone. After everyone thought about these things, they felt a little guilty even though they didn't care much about the matter. Thank you. Thank you so much, I feel like I've been reborn. Oh right, takoyaki, is this really me? Sanji growled. Luffy looked straight at Hachi. Judging from his expression, if the takoyaki didn't satisfy him, Hachi would probably not end up well. Trembling all over and shedding tears, he said with great excitement. At this time, Nami took out her dressing mirror. D207 Jong Sabadi Archipelago. Half an hour later, Thousand Sunny's restaurant. Baji, 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 the noisy boat became quiet, with only the sound of chewing remaining. This is so delicious. Luffy stuffed handfuls of takoyaki into his mouth and kept chewing the food in his mouth. I can't stop. Why is this octopus so delicious? It's really good. How is this soup made? It tastes very rich. Sanji tasted it briefly and made a sound of admiration. Baji, baji, baji. Chopper and Usopp on the side didn't say anything, but just kept swallowing takoyaki. Oh, eat as much as you can, it's all free today. Xiao Ba continued cooking, smiling and saying to everyone gratefully, "This is to repay you for saving my life." How's it? Hey, Nami, how's it taste? Everyone was stunned by Hachi's question and turned to look at Nami who was sitting alone. Don't think that you can wipe out the past just like this. Nami snorted and answered after swallowing the food in his mouth. He didn't seem to be relieved. No, I didn't think so. I just wanted to ask how it tastes. Xiao Ba was so flustered that he didn't know what to do and quickly denied it. Very delicious. Puff. Looking at the helpless Xiao Ba, Nami burst out laughing and commented loudly. In fact, she didn't have that much hatred towards Xiao Ba. Compared to those fishmen back then, only Xiao Ba truly treated her as a companion, and he basically never did anything to harm others. Compared to Arlong and the others, Xiao Ba was considered kind. Eh, really? Great, just enjoy your meal. Seeing Nami smile, Xiao Ba breathed a sigh of relief and immediately started preparing food. The other side. Putting down the food box in his hand, Su Chen stood up and leaned against the edge of the sunny, quietly watching the crowd returning to their lively life. His eyes flickered, and there was something unexpectedly subtle in his heart. There was something he hadn't said. The previous plan to kidnap celestial dragons and force Marine to hand over Ace will probably not succeed. Advertisement in order to break the deadlock and enter the new world, Marine will not compromise. Maybe the world government will put pressure on Marine, but there are certain conflicts between Marine and the world government. At that time, the people chasing him will probably find ways to kill the kidnapped celestial dragons. Then they directly put the blame on the Straw Hat crew. Therefore, kidnapping celestial dragons is more about reducing the prestige of the world government and creating opportunities for the revolutionary army. This is also the reason why he could rescue Ace on his own, but dragged Luffy and the others along. As for Ace, he should still be in the deep sea prison. After Bear separated Luffy and the others, he prepared to go to the prison himself. With his strength. As long as you don't meet I.M., who is unknown and suspected of mastering the power of time. There was no place in this world he couldn't go. What are you thinking about? A cold voice came from the side. He tilted his head slightly and saw Robin wiping the corner of his mouth elegantly with a tissue. He looked at him thoughtfully, as if he had noticed that his recent behavior was a bit strange. Nothing. Are you full? His eyes flickered obscurely, and Su Chen asked back with a smile. Don't change the subject, you know what I'm asking. What I heard before was not just what you said, and we are companions, right? Robin still looked at Su Chen with an extremely serious expression. After taking a look at the people who were still indulging in the delicious food, Su Chen turned to look at this exceptionally intelligent woman. The figure moved and stood in front of Robin. He spoke in a barely perceptible voice. Previous plan. The pupils contracted and Robin's face turned a little pale. After a long time. That's how it is. After touching Robin's head in a complicated manner, Su Chen turned and walked towards Luffy and others. The takoyaki tasted really good, and he was ready to eat some more. Hey, Su Chen, come here, come quickly, this barbecue tastes even better, try it. Chopper held a pile of freshly baked takoyaki and greeted Su Chen enthusiastically. Brook, who was left with only bones, also had a look of admiration on his face, even though he had no face. Not far away, Zoro loosened his white fingers from the hilt of the knife. His eyes flickered without saying a word. He silently picked up the takoyaki again and began to eat very quietly. Advertisement he also heard. Happy times always pass quickly. Not long after, amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, huge mangrove trees appeared, with bubbles floating around them. It formed an extremely dreamy island. It's like a dream, like reality and like falsehood. The most amazing thing is that there are all kinds of creatures on these bubbles. Luffy even jumped onto a bubble out of curiosity and seemed very happy. This is the Sabaody Archipelago. Amid the curious and excited gazes of the crowd, Xiao Ba took the initiative to step forward and introduce the game to everyone. The island is made up of several large trees, the largest of which is the Alkaiman mangrove whose roots are floating above the sea, forming the Sabaody Archipelago. The biggest feature here is that the roots of the Yarki mangroves secrete special natural resin due to respiration. The resin expands because of the air and forms bubbles. This bubble is very tough and can be used for all sorts of things. Although it is divided into one region, the archipelago is divided into multiple areas, and there are towns and facilities on each tree. In short, this is a very dreamy island, wow. After listening to Hachi's introduction, golden light flashed in the eyes of Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp. It's a dreamy island, it sounds like an adventure island. The rest of the people were also excited, this place sounded really good. Ahem. Okay, let's split up and don't forget our plan. Su Chen walked forward and coughed twice, attracting everyone's attention, then said something with a smile on his face. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes flickering. This time, they're going to make some big news, but before that, they have to have some fun so that the Marines can relax their vigilance. Seeing that everyone seemed to have made plans in advance, Xiao Ba stopped talking. Finally, everyone went their separate ways according to their own preferences. Just like the original story, Sanji, Usopp, and Frankie stayed on the ship, while Zoro went out for a walk alone. All the remaining people walked around together, looking for opportunities to implement the plan immediately. Of course, Xiao Ba didn't know the plans of Su Chen and others. He still took them to find a suitable coding craftsman. Chapter 208 The upcoming plan. Not long after, under Xiao Ba's leadership, the group enjoyed the scenery of the Sabaody Archipelago along the way, while tirelessly cleaning up the raids by bounty hunters that appeared from time to time. Arrived at Peninsula 13 of Sabaody Archipelago. We're finally here, thank you all for your hard work, I'll treat you all to a drink later. Looking at the sign that appeared on the red tree, Xiao Ba finally breathed a sigh of relief. This place. Even he didn't dare to run around everywhere. After all, the people he dealt with were either extremely scary pirates, or the world government spy organizations or Marines. As a former member of the Sun Pirates, he didn't dare to reveal his identity. What's more, with Kami, a fishman who was being watched by the Celestial Dragon's scum, around, he was even more cautious. Are you looking for someone? Zalba. Luffy, who was having a lot of fun, came over to Hachi and asked with some confusion. Why do you ask? Hey, don't you want to code it? Luffy's reaction made Xiao Ba a little strange, and he couldn't help asking. Isn't your next stop the Fishman Island? No, Luffy seemed to want to say something, but his mouth was immediately covered by Nami next to him. Ah, yes, we are going to code the ship. Usopp quickly added as he watched Nami control Luffy. Then everyone nodded and looked at Xiao Ba with particularly sincere eyes. Although he was a little surprised by everyone's reactions, Xiao Ba didn't think much about it. He just thought that Luffy and the others were too excited, and then led everyone to the outside of a bar. Xiao Ba grabbed the handle without hesitation, opened the door and shouted inside. Really, Shaki, are you there? Welcome. What would you like to order? Ouch, Hachi. Everyone looked inside and saw a middle-aged woman in her 40s greeting Xiao Ba. She had short black hair, wore a spider cord top, had a cigarette in her mouth, and although she looked okay, she was holding a pirates in her hand and was blackmailing him. The picture is indescribably awkward. What are you doing? Advertisement looking at Shaki and then at the thing in her hand, Xiao Ba couldn't help but ask. Sit down and wait for a while, I'll come after I kill him. Oh, just take your time. Nodding, Xiao Ba led everyone inside. This is Shaki's old problem. If they don't see the bar sign, does that mean it's a rip-off bar? Not long after, Shaki threw out the pirates, who were only in their underwear, and greeted everyone enthusiastically. She prepared food and drinks that everyone liked. Not only that, she also carefully prepared marshmallows for Chopper, and immediately won Chopper's friendship. This made Luffy particularly surprised, and he kept saying that Shaki could do magic. Otherwise, how could she know everyone so well? Ha ha ha, I don't know magic. Amused by Luffy's words, Shaki explained, I just read your report, and it's full of your information. And as for magic, this guy is the only one who can do it. And your name is very similar to that guy's. Are you from the same place? Shaki changed the subject and looked at Su Chen meaningfully. Su Chen smiled knowingly but did not explain. Oh, so that's how it is. How boring. Luffy took a bite of the barbecue prepared by Shaki and looked quite disappointed. Shaki didn't care about Luffy's disappointment. He just pinched the cigarette thoughtfully with his hand, still looking at Su Chen with interest. You guys are probably here to look for Rayleigh. What a shame, he hasn't been back for half a year. And I heard that he sold himself. Sell yourself. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. What the hell is selling oneself? It's fine that there are innocent mermaids like Kami in the world, but there is actually someone who sells himself. Yes, so if you want to find him, go to the auction house or the slave yard. In the middle. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Shaki continued to speak to the crowd. According to the information I received, after you landed, Sabadi Archipelago became a wanted criminal with a bounty of over 100 million Baileys on him. Except for you, Straw Hat Boy, and the other 3 on your ship, there are 9. The remaining Luffy and his companions went to the amusement park with Kami as she expected, because they didn't need to go to the Fishman Island immediately. Inside the auction house's prison. Advertisement putting down the tea in his hand, Nami stood up and said something to Shaki with gratitude, then asked everyone to leave. Ah, there are still so many, the big show is about to begin. News of the mermaid auction began to spread throughout the Sabadi Archipelago. After stubbing out the cigarette that was almost finished, Shaki jokingly gave Chopper another marshmallow to calm him down. Wahahaha, what an interesting craftsman, uncle. I have a message for you. You have to be careful during this period. After hearing what Shaki said, Luffy showed a very interested expression. After a while, Kami was captured as expected. What's so surprising? You should know that the bounty on all of you is close to 1 billion. The pirates around the world who got the news about you were shocked. I see. Thank you for the information. Nami and Robin wanted to go shopping, so they made an appointment with everyone and took Su Chen away. He really likes this operation of selling himself. From the look of him, he didn't seem nervous at all about being a slave. And at this time, he used the magic pattern on his arm to convey a message to everyone, and then teleported towards the Sabadi Archipelago Peninsula #1 with Nami and Robin. Chopper's mouth opened in shock, he had never expected this island to be so dangerous. Maybe we can find him. Seeing that Su Chen had no intention of explaining his origins, Shaki had no choice but to tell him about Rayleigh's whereabouts. As he spoke, he broke free from the collar that bound him, kicked open the cell and walked out. A man with a black collar around his neck, long silver curly hair, glasses and a straight scar on his right eye was drinking wine leisurely. He is Pluton Rayleigh, how could such a small prison possibly hold him? Let's go to the auction house. Luffy and his group, who were looking for Rayleigh, were moving slowly towards the auction house. Huh, what a pity, there's no more wine. It has reached 13. After receiving the news, Su Chen, who was holding shopping bags in both hands, had a flash of eyes and put the things away in an instant. 6SL Chapter 209 Idiot Celestial Dragons Peninsula 1 of Sabadi Archipelago. Inside the auction house. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another human auction. Of course, I, Mr. Disco, will be the host again this time. Today, I have prepared some exceptionally high-quality products for you. You're in luck, because there is a super hot item today. I hope you can buy the products you like. A host wearing star-shaped glasses held the microphone and tried his best to stir up the enthusiasm inside the auction. Obviously, his words also aroused the enthusiasm of the crowd. The only people who can come here, apart from those who have a purpose, are the extremely vicious guys. Outside the auction house, at a hidden corner, the figures of Su Chen and the other 2 appeared instantly. Su Chen, is the plan ready to start? With some curiosity, Nami looked around and asked. Well, Kami was caught by human traffickers, and she will be auctioned here when the time comes. Nodding, Su Chen pointed to the auction house in front and continued, then the celestial dragons I mentioned will appear. I will kidnap them, and you guys rescue Kami and leave quickly. When the time is right, I will use the magic patterns on your bodies to inform you. What? Kami was arrested. Luffy, what are they doing? With so many people, can't they even protect Kami? Nami exclaimed. I never expected something like this to happen. It looked so prosperous before, but it turned out to be so chaotic. And that guy Luffy actually let Kami get captured. What are you eating? Without waiting for Su Chen to answer, everyone except Luffy and Zoro quickly came to the outside of the auction house. After a brief exchange of information, everyone walked into the auction house with sparkling eyes. As for Zoro and Luffy, I believe they should be able to arrive soon. Ha ha ha, it seems that the auction I hosted won unanimous praise from everyone. The host Mr. Disco seemed quite excited, except for the idiot who just bit his tongue to commit suicide. All the items in this auction were unexpectedly sold at high prices. Well, seeing how enthusiastic everyone is, please allow me to introduce the next popular product. It will definitely make you forget the unpleasantness just now. This is the super highlight of today. As he spoke, an object covered with white cloth was pushed up. At the same time, Su Chen and his group just happened to walk in from outside the door. Because they were exchanging information in front of the door, they came in a little late, just in time for Kami's auction. Advertisement, it appeared. It's Kami. His eyes fixed, Xiao Ba pointed at the huge piece of white cloth and said to everyone. He recognized this elusive figure at a glance. Don't panic, we will rescue her. After patting Xiao Ba on the shoulder to signal him to calm down, Su Chen glanced around. Well, quite a complete group of people. In addition to those supernovas, the celestial dragons he was waiting for were also there, still with their bloated bellies, which made people feel sick just by looking at them. I don't know why the world government goes to so much trouble to support these scum. Please look at this beautiful figure. I believe this is what many people dream of. No need for me to say more, please enjoy it. Mr. Disco held the microphone in one hand, whetted everyone's appetite, and then grabbed the white cloth and pulled it. He exerted force with his arms and the white cloth fell down instantly. Inside a round water tank, Kami's figure was moving slowly. Great. It's a mermaid. Merman auction. Celestial Dragons Charlos, a fat pig with resin bubbles, a plump face and a runny nose, widened his eyes in excitement. He never expected that the mermaid he had always dreamed of would be auctioned here. I'll offer 500 million. 500 million Baileys, ha. Mr. Disco exclaimed. He hasn't made an offer yet, but 500 million Baileys is beyond his expectations. Make a lot of money. The Honorable St. Charlos is offering 500 million Baileys. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? If not, it's a clean deal. Just when the host Mr. Disco was preparing to make a deal, a gentle yet slightly sarcastic voice sounded. I'll give you 500 million and 250 Baileys. Forehead. There was an uproar. Everyone in the auction house turned around in a daze and looked at the figure behind them. Su Chen was seen smiling, and when he saw everyone looking at him, he nodded calmly in response. In an instant, extremely noisy sounds rang out from all over the auction house. Is he crazy? How dare he snatch things from celestial dragons? I was horrified and broke out in a cold sweat. It was still a disdainful voice, and Su Chen's mouth curled up, revealing an extremely sarcastic smile. Advertisement. The disdainful voice sounded again, as if mocking his arrogance. Idiot. Charlos stopped moving in a daze and said something tremblingly. The expressions of the supernovas present changed drastically, especially Eustace Kid, whose face was distorted. And he is just a mortal, yet he dares to snatch things from him, the descendant of the creator. 1 billion and 250 Baileys. While everyone was discussing in the auction house, the fat pig Charles looked at Su Chen blankly. He never expected that someone would dare to snatch things from him. At the same time, a feeling of being stared at by a huge beast surged from the bottom of their hearts. He looks familiar. He seems to be from the Straw Hat Gang. 1,500 million and 250 Baileys. Except for Nami and his group, everyone else felt as if they were being pressed down by thick stone slabs, unable to move. And Nami and his group, at Su Chen's signal, have completely surrounded the auction house. No wonder. Those people are simply crazy. I heard that they even declared war on the world government. That's right. Let's go. We don't want to get involved in this mess. Crazy. Really crazy. In anger, he subconsciously prepared to draw his gun. Luffy and Zoro fell from the sky and landed in the middle of the crowd. 2 billion and 250 Baileys. I'll offer 1 billion Baileys. I have money. Why don't we run away? I have a feeling something big is going to happen here. Not only that, he only raised the price by 250 Baileys. This is simply an insult. Meanwhile, above the auction house, this feeling of being insulted filled Charlos with anger, but he was surprisingly afraid to take action. In this situation, he could only keep raising the price. Why, you want to pull out your gun? If you don't have money, get out. I'll give you 5 billion Baileys. I don't believe you have that much money. 5 billion and 250 Baileys, but you have to pay for it. As Su Chen finished speaking, magic power surged, and an extremely terrifying wave swept across the entire auction house. Damn Straw Hat crew, they really don't play by the rules at all. At the same time, 2 billion Baileys. They were filled with great fear, as if they would be swallowed up by something in the next second. 1.5 billion Baileys. Chapter 210. Kidnapping of Celestial Dragons. What do you want to do? As if he felt threatened, although he was still full of fear, Roseward, who had a long mustache and wore sunglasses, roared loudly. Get started. Crack. Boom. The first to take action was Nami, and a bolt from the blue instantly appeared inside the closed auction house. Streams of smoke and dust were splashed up and spread rapidly, completely covering the auction house. Amid the smoke and dust, everyone's figures disappeared in an instant. Then, before anyone could react, Luffy instantly jumped onto the auction table and released the locked kami. Because Su Chen used the magic pattern to notify that the neck shackles would explode. He grabbed the shackles without hesitation, recalling the hockey he had been practicing non-stop. His arms flashed with strange light, and after it was fully condensed, he pulled it hard. The shackles around Kami's neck broke in two in an instant. Bang! The shackles that Luffy casually threw away caused a powerful explosion, blowing away the auction house security guards who were swarming over. Zoro and the others also rushed out the moment Luffy attacked. Flying sword energy and leg shadows intertwined, accompanied by constant explosions and roars, and all the guys who wanted to stop Luffy fell to the ground. Damn it! You dare to steal my things! The fat pig Charlos roared angrily, not caring about any danger at this time. Bang! The bullet left the gun and flew towards Luffy at an extremely fast speed. Get out of the way, you idiot! Bang! Luffy dodged the bullet by slightly moving his body, then returned the punch without hesitation. Under the extremely horrified gaze of everyone, the fat pig Charlos flew backwards instantly. After knocking over countless stools, he fainted at the corner of the auction house. I'm sorry. I heard that if we beat that guy, the Marine Admiral will lead the warships to come. Luffy adjusted his straw hat nonchalantly and said to everyone present with a calm look, so, you're not going to run? Wow. The crowd ran towards the exit at a very fast speed, fearing that they would be implicated by these terrifying guys. Brother Charlos, not even father has ever hit him. Sha Lulia Palace, wearing sunglasses and covering her face with a silk scarf, looked at the unconscious Charlos in panic. Her face turned extremely pale. Advertisement. She was frightened by the terrifying aura just now, let alone now that such a thing is happening. A-hole. How dare you, a lowly person, hit my son? Roseward, who was wearing sunglasses, roared loudly, took out his pistol in great anger, aimed at Luffy and shouted. We are the descendants of the Creator. Do you know the consequences of attacking us? Bang! Before he finished his words, a figure appeared in front of him in an instant. Sanji aimed at the hand holding the pistol and kicked it hard. And the other side. Behind Sha Lulia, who was still in shock, Su Chen's figure quietly emerged. Run! They're actually attacking the celestial dragons. Something bad has happened. The celestial dragons have been beaten. The figures roared madly, but before they could leave, they were stopped by Nami and others. The flowing light and airflow enveloped the entire auction house at an extremely fast speed. The outer walls and roof disappeared instantly under this terrifying airflow. People inside could not get out, and people outside could not get in, let alone pass on news. Father, I'm coming to save you right now. Sha Lulia looked anxiously at Roseward, who was in danger. She shouted loudly. Guards, arrest them all. How dare they attack us? I will make them pay the price. An extremely angry voice spread throughout the auction house, which seemed to indicate that the celestial dragons were really going to get angry. Stop shouting. Haven't you noticed that all the guards present are lying down? An elegant and gentle voice came from behind her. Afterwards, Su Chen pressed her to the ground with one hand. Under the huge force, Sha Lulia had no room to resist at all. I now declare that you and your brother have been kidnapped. As for your father, I will let him go back, see how kind I am. He had planned to release Roseward a long time ago. After all, if Marine doesn't cooperate, there's at least someone working within the world government. It hurts. You damn pariah. Let me go. The extremely stupid words coming out of Sha Lulia's mouth made people laugh. It really surprises an old man like me that you have made it this far. A similar wave flashed through Luffy's body. Really? It just records that 3 celestial dragons were surrounded by a huge storm, during which a sound was heard, which seemed to be the celestial dragons being beaten. Advertisement. It's that brat again. They keep making trouble one after another. They're all the same. Sengoku was looking at the information he received with a serious expression. An adjutant in charge of delivering intelligence saluted and continued to speak to Sengoku. Among them, there are already 7 wanted criminals with bounties exceeding 100 million. As if he didn't understand Sengoku's actions at all, Kizaru stood up and instantly turned into a beam of light and disappeared. This is not the first time something like this has happened. Next second. Oh my, that's scary. Because Nami and the others immediately controlled the behavior of the entire scene, Sengoku did not receive much intelligence. An extremely domineering aura spread out, and very subtly fell on everyone except the Straw Hat crew and the supernova. Everyone looked at the old man strangely, while Xiao Ba shouted out in surprise. Also Eustace Kid and several of his companions, and Trafalgar Law and several of his companions. If that's the case, find a chance to kill the St. Roseward family. Forget it, let's see what their purpose is first. Wearing glasses, Sengoku covered his forehead in great distress. I suspect they want to use the celestial dragons to put pressure on the world government to let Portgas d'Ace go. At the same time, Holy Land Mariajoy, but no matter what, taking 3 celestial dragons hostage is an unprecedented crime. Apart from the dragon, strictly speaking, Ace can also be considered as Garp's family. We cannot rule out the possibility that other people may take action. Marshal, it is understood that except for the Straw Hat crew, Kizaru, all the people lay on the ground, seemingly having lost consciousness. It seemed like it was about to break out of the body. If that's the case, I'll go there. Sengoku didn't finish his words in the end, but just waved his hand to signal Kizaru to hurry up. Boo! On the huge auction table, a silver-haired old man walked out leisurely with a bottle of wine in his hand, and said to Luffy and the others with a smile. I've wanted to meet you for a long time, Monkey D. Luffy. After the adjutant finished speaking, the surroundings returned to silence again. Glancing at Kizaru, the only free person, Sengoku said distressedly, Kuzan and Sakazuki both have their own things to do now. Why don't you go over and see what those guys are up to? Don't fight with magician Su Chen unless you are absolutely sure. Chapter 211 Escape the View returns to the auction site in Sabaody Archipelago. At this time, Zoro and others looked at Rayleigh in surprise. This ability could make most people fall down instantly. It's very similar to the Conqueror's Haki that Su Chen mentioned before, or it should be. Who is this old man named Rayleigh? Wait, the name Rayleigh. Could it be the legendary Pirates King's deputy, Pluton Rayleigh? As if seeking recognition, everyone looked at each other blankly, and then got Su Chen's affirmation. Everyone gasped. Wow, this is the nth Pirates King companion they have met. Okay, don't think too much. Now that the people have been rescued, let's continue with our plan. Ignoring everyone's surprise, Su Chen condensed a rope to tie up the fat pig Charlos, who was knocked unconscious by Sha Lulia and Luffy, and waved his hand to signal Nami to disperse the storm. The moment the storm dissipated, outside, the anxious marine and curious residents were in an uproar. There was a long silence in the air. The next moment, all the residents scattered in fear. Oh no, the celestial dragons have been kidnapped. It's the legendary magician Su Chen. He kidnapped the celestial dragons. This is horrible. Doesn't he know the consequences of doing this? Run. Get out of here. The celestial dragons are in danger. The Marine Admiral will be dispatched immediately. After understanding the situation, countless people ran away at a very fast speed. At the same time, Luffy, Trafalgar Law, and Eustace Kid rushed out instantly. You 3, release the St. Roseward family immediately. A Marine colonel suppressed his fear and shouted to Luffy and the others, "The Marine Admiral will be here soon. I advise you to surrender immediately. Otherwise the consequences will be disastrous, supernovas." The man spoke more and more fluently, as if he had already seen Luffy and others being caught. "It seems that we are not only involved, but also regarded as accomplices." Trafalgar Law smiled and spread his hands nonchalantly. "As long as the Marine Admiral hasn't arrived, these Marines are just some easy to deal with guys. Advertisement, tisk, Straw Hat Luffy, your madness is well deserved." Smiling at Luffy, Eustace Kid looked cruelly at the Marines, "But I don't want to go against the Admiral, so I'll do you a favor. These guys are blocking my way out. I'll take care of them while I'm at it, don't worry." As soon as he finished speaking, Kid rushed towards Marine without hesitation. Seeing Kid's actions, Law and Luffy rushed out without hesitation. The three of them were all well-known pirates. The Marines that surrounded the auction were naturally no match for them. The battle was entirely a personal show by Luffy and the other two. The most entertaining one was Law. The Marines he knocked down looked extremely weird and distorted. "Luffy, stop playing. Tell them to stop, otherwise I can't guarantee the lives of these three guys from Roseward." With one hand slightly raised, above Su Chen, the Roseward family was tied up and suspended in the air. The roars and fighting around slowly stopped. After hearing Su Chen's words, everyone showed a look of horror. That was Saint Roseward. The descendant of the creator. I didn't expect that he would be tied up like a dead pig. But because of this, they did not dare to attack again. If they didn't believe that if they hurt the three holy men of Roseward, they would not be able to kill them even if they had several lives. Maybe his wife, sons and daughters would be beaten into slaves and become other people's playthings from then on. Huh, interesting, you guys are even braver than I thought. Turning his head slightly, Kid looked at Su Chen with a cold face, then turned back to look at Luffy and said, "Then let's say goodbye, Straw Hat. It's nice to meet you, if you can still survive. Next time I see you, I won't show mercy, well, but..." Luffy grinned and said with a wanton smile, "I will definitely become the king of pirates." "Ha ha ha, you are really interesting. Every time I say something like this on our route, someone always laughs. I will always kill those who laugh at me, but on the route ahead, those who don't have the courage to say this will surely die in the sea. For example, on a peninsula. Straw Hat Luffy knocked the celestial dragons away, and his crew, the magician Su Chen even kidnapped 3 celestial dragons." With a look of surprise on his face, Luffy exclaimed. "Not only that, almost every supernova team has received the intelligence." The colonel just now came up to an officer and asked in a low voice. "Commodore. What now?" Advertisement before the Marine who was hiding in the distance could react, Su Chen and others had completely disappeared from Peninsula No. 1. The most important thing is to ensure the safety of the 3 holy men of Roseward. This time it's not as simple as beating the celestial dragons. The actions of Luffy and others clearly show that they are preparing to kidnap the celestial dragons. After saying hello to Luffy, Law also chose to leave. Some intelligence during this period was also known by people with ulterior motives. All that was left was the auction house in ruins and the crowd that was stunned by Rayleigh. "What? Go report to the Commodore. The Straw Hat crew has disappeared. Let's meet in the new world." A slender man in white with the iconic 6 paths vertical lines on his forehead was sitting on a box, gently swinging his flowing golden hair. "See Gooey, are these 3 guys so useful? Disperse and let them go." Yes, it was Basil Hawkins, one of the 13 supernovas. At the same time, he was fortune-telling at this time, and didn't seem to be worried at all by the commotion caused by Luffy and his group. Things began to move in an unknown direction. The void in front of him kept flipping over tarot cards. In a short while, all the Marines that were visible disappeared from the vicinity. The Marine of Sabaody Archipelago launched a major search. The Commodore looked extremely unhappy and gave an order to the colonel. "Follow them from a distance and make sure they don't leave Sabaody Archipelago." After a flurry of panicked voices, the surroundings returned to silence again. Not long after. "Let's go. We need to find a hidden place to discuss what to do next." After looking at Kid and others who were going away, Su Chen gathered everyone around him. Remembering the appearance of Luffy and the others clearly, Kid quickly left with his crew. Slipped away right under the Marine's nose. For him, this was the first time to escape from the encirclement in this way. Under the gaze of Luffy and his group, the Marines surrounding them reluctantly gave way. "We'll talk about the rest after the Admiral arrives." Magic power surged, and strange patterns instantly concealed everyone's figures. Chapter 212 Pluton Rayleigh. "Shaki. I'm back." After taking an interesting look at the surrounding scene, Rayleigh pushed open the door of the rip-off bar. This guy actually possesses such a miraculous ability. Interesting. Much later, everyone got together at Shaki's rip-off bar. "What? You are actually the vice-captain of the Pirates King Roger." Luffy slammed the table and shouted loudly after realizing what was going on. Luffy was just busy showing off and fighting celestial dragons, and Zoro and the others just confirmed it tacitly, so Luffy was surprised that Rayleigh was the deputy of the Pirates King. Yes, I'm the deputy captain Silver Rayleigh, please give me your guidance." Sitting quietly at the bar, holding a glass of wine, Rayleigh looked quite calm. Everyone looked over with burning eyes. A legendary figure, the deputy of the Pirates King. What a magical thing this is. It feels like the legend has come true. It's so wonderful to think about it. Monkey D. Luffy, I've been hearing your name so many times lately. Rayleigh drank the drink in the glass in one gulp. He looked at the straw hat on Luffy's head and was filled with memories. He smiled gently and continued, I haven't seen this hat for a while. That kid Shanks should have given it to you. Quickly stuffing the meat into his mouth, Luffy asked in surprise. Hey, uncle, do you know Shanks? Of course, you should have seen Buggy on the East Blue. He and Shanks served as trainee crew members on our ship. And your hat is the one Roger once wore. At that time, he said that he met a little devil in East Blue, and he said something that surprised him. It was the same as what Roger said at the beginning, that he would definitely become the king of pirates, so he gave the captain's hat to the little devil. That person must be you. The not-so-loud sound spread all around, and everyone felt it was deafening. Luffy actually has some connections with the pirates' king Roger. After hearing this, everyone was stunned and speechless. How much did they not know about Luffy? Brooke, who was eating boiled beans at the side, recalled thoughtfully. A flash of inspiration, he seemed to have thought of something and murmured softly. Gold D. Roger. This name sounds familiar, maybe it's the name of a newcomer. Baji, Baji. Advertisement Brooke, who was left with only bones, ate the boiled beans with smacking sounds, as if he didn't care at all about the pirates' king Gold D. Roger who shocked the whole world. That's right, to him, Roger is just a newcomer, is that so, Shanks? Luffy touched the straw hat on his head in realization and continued to stuff meat into his mouth. Although the battle just now didn't last long, he still felt that he should eat something. Another bottle. Putting down the empty glass, Rayleigh took the bottle from the bar and continued to say to everyone, and you don't know, Roger turned himself in. What? Everyone exclaimed in unison. For them, the execution of Roger by pirates shocked the whole world. The Marine headquarters also announced beforehand that they had captured Roger. Yes, surrender. About 4 years before he was publicly approved, Roger contracted an incurable disease. No one can cure that disease. Even with Roger's physical condition, he can only endure the pain silently. Luckily, I met Crocus at the Twin Capes. Although he was the best doctor at the time, he could only alleviate Roger's pain, but could not completely cure him. But fortunately, in the 3rd year of getting him on board, we found Raftel. Finally, miraculously, we dominated the Grand Line. At this point, Rayleigh's voice was a little proud. Compared to them, they had also completed the achievement of sailing around the world and completely conquered the ocean. Crocus' brother. Hearing this familiar name, Brooke, who was eating boiled beans, was stunned for a moment, and immediately said loudly, the one from Twin Capes. I miss him so much. Raftel. The rest of the people were also filled with surprise and showed moved expressions. The pirates' king Roger had indeed been to Raftel, a place that the world calls the final place. This is the place they have been looking for. The great secret treasure and the truth that has been concealed in the world are all gathered there. At this moment, Robin stood up directly. She looked at Rayleigh anxiously and asked in an urgent tone, Uncle Rayleigh, I have a question. What exactly does the so-called Wool of D mean? The original historical text I saw on Sky Island had his name engraved on it. Why did he use that kind of writing? And what happened to the 100 years of blank history starting from 900? Advertisement. Do you know all of this? Yes, I know. We have arrived at Raftel and learned all the history. Rayleigh smiled gently, lowered her head and continued softly. But, young lady, shouldn't it be more meaningful for you to see the truth yourself? And if I really said so, is your voyage still meaningful? Of course, I can also tell you now that the answer you come up with may be different from ours. No, forget it. I want to continue sailing. Shaking his head, Robin suppressed his desire to get the truth. Perhaps, for her now, partners are more important. As for the historical text with Roger's name engraved on it, that's another person's story. This young man should know. With deep meaning, Rayleigh turned her gaze to Su Chen standing beside her. It seems that a few years ago, this mysterious magician once caused a big commotion in Wano Kuni. This meaningful look was noticed by everyone, and they all followed Rayleigh's gaze and looked at Su Chen, as if they understood something, and as if they understood nothing. After all, Su Chen has been hiding more than 1 or 2 things from them. Especially Sky Island. After understanding the situation afterwards, they found out that the people of Sky Island were completely cooperating with Su Chen to put on a show for them. This guy is basically considered a recognized god on Sky Island. He blinked his innocent eyes twice, and Su Chen felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Just talk. Why are you looking at him? Especially Sanji. What does that suspicious look mean? Can he cause another affair in Wano Kuni like he did in Sky Island? Good man. It looks like he's on a trip to the S************** island. It is still very necessary, and the rest of these guys, don't they think he hasn't cheated them for a long time, Paul? After training them, their tempers and courage have grown day by day, and they actually look at him with such eyes. Thinking of this, Su Chen pretended to be shy and adjusted the hat on his head, showing a simple smile to everyone. My heart trembled. Everyone quickly looked away. See. This iconic smile finally appears again. Chapter 213. 1 kick, 1 supernova. It was another crew member who used that kind of writing. As if aware of everyone's reaction, Rayleigh immediately explained, it has nothing to do with this guy. This is just the wisdom of an old man. Well, since you've been to Raftel, does the great secret treasure really exist? Not daring to look at Su Chen again, Usopp had to turn his gaze to Rayleigh. Suddenly, an idea flashed across his mind. He asked with great excitement, he couldn't wait to know the answer to this. Rayleigh smiled calmly, but before he could speak, he was interrupted by Luffy. Usopp, I don't want to know if there is a great secret treasure. We all risk our lives to go out to sea. Adventure is fun because of the unknown. If I knew the answer now, I would not be a pirate. After saying this with great determination, Luffy slammed the bar counter hard. It's obvious. For Luffy, the adventure process is as important as the answer. Yes, 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 I don't want to know about the great secret treasure. Ha ha ha, I have a disease that will kill me if I know the great secret treasure. Seeing Luffy's big reaction, Usopp waved his hands quickly. He instantly denied what he had said before. The whole place was silent and everyone nodded thoughtfully. Luffy was right, they had been through a lot of hardships along the way. P.S. Su Chen asked them to train despite the storm. Starving. P.S. No eating is allowed during training. How much frustration and suffering. P.S. Sneak attack on Su Chen led to his counterattack and he was killed. If they knew the end of the journey, what would be the point of their voyage? When will I be able to get back the pain I've endured? You might die. Besides, are you sure you can become the king of pirates and rule this sea? Rayleigh looked at Luffy and asked meaningfully. However, Luffy was not affected by him at all, and grinned nonchalantly. So what? It's just death. I have never thought about ruling. The freest person in this sea is the king of pirates. Rayleigh's pupils trembled as these bold and confident words came out. Luffy's originally short figure seemed to have become extremely huge. It seemed that someone had said the same thing many years ago. It seems like I saw Roger's shadow. Shanks didn't lie to him. This kid really looked very similar to Roger. Could it be that the person I concluded at the beginning was this little kid? Bang, bang, bang. Just then, there was a rhythmic knock on the door. Everyone fell silent instantly. Advertisement and inexplicable atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. If I remember correctly, they should be being hunted now. After all, the 3 celestial dragons are tied up nearby. Bang, bang, bang. The rhythmic knocking on the door continued. However, Su Chen unexpectedly smiled. Don't panic, they're ours. He stood up, explained, and then opened the door amid everyone's strange looks. Why is it him? Who is he? Do you know him? No one answered Luffy. Everyone stared at the figure outside the door in surprise, looking extremely unbelievable. My lord, Admiral Kizaru has landed on the island. The person who spoke was the Commodore who had just led the Marines to surround the auction house. His original identity, the captain of a certain squad of the Revolutionary Army. Meanwhile, Sabahati Archipelago. As the news spread, a large number of Marines gradually surrounded the entire island. A golden light fell from the sky and landed in front of Basil Hawkins. Kizaru's tall figure emerged from the golden light. Excuse me for a moment, I'm looking for a man named Zon Taomaru. After a moment's pause, Hawkins looked at Kizaru and shook his head. I don't know him, you can ask other people, it's such a headache. If I can't find him, then I'll have nothing to do. Seeing that Hawkins didn't cooperate, Kizaru touched his head, looking troubled. Basil Hawkins, speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by lightspeed? The long legs seemed to teleport. When no one reacted, he appeared next to Basil Hawkins' head. As if to make him see clearly, Kizaru deliberately slowed down before kicking him. When Basil Hawkins looked over, Kizaru's long kick instantly accelerated. Bang! The force exploded instantly, and smoke and dust flew everywhere. There was a strong vibration accompanying the explosion, and Basil Hawkins disappeared instantly. At the same time, the head of another pirate who was watching exploded instantly. Advertisement, oh, that's scary, he actually dodged it, this is really scary. With a sudden thought in his mind, a look of horror flashed across Kizaru's face, and then he pointed his finger casually. Boo! A yellow laser suddenly pierced through all the buildings on the road and shot straight at Basil Hawkins behind him. Boom! Under the huge explosion, another person in the distance was instantly burned and shouted loudly. Oh, it's so hot, it's so hot. Seeing this, Kizaru stopped his attack. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated, revealing the figure of Basil Hawkins. He looked a little embarrassed at this moment, with blood at the corner of his mouth. Several damaged scarecrows crawled out of his body and fell to the ground with a plop. Although the injury was quickly transferred, he was not completely immune to this kind of attack. Oh, so that's how it is. How scary. The wretched face twisted twice, and then a frightened expression appeared on his face. Bang, bang, bang. A man wearing headphones and black glasses, speaking in a slightly rapt tone, laughed twice, and used the power of his fruit to blow Kizaru's upper body into pieces. Ha ha ha, Marine Admiral is nothing more than that. I'll take my leave now. After laughing wildly, Skulikimon Apu walked away at an extremely fast speed. Do you really think he is stupid? He was just launching a sneak attack. If a real fight breaks out, he'll be killed in seconds. This is indeed the case. The next second, Kizaru instantly condensed his body, appeared in front of Skulikimon Apu who was escaping, and kicked out with a long leg in reverse. Bang! Boom! Skulikimon Apu's figure fell from the sky, and the huge impact force caused the surrounding buildings to collapse layer by layer. Withdraw. Seeing this scene, Yoroge and others instantly realized the gap between them and Admiral. Didn't you see Skulikimon Apu being killed instantly? When the enemy's strength is so different from yours, why don't you just run away and wait for death? Hey, you guys want to race against light? However, before they ran far, a light condensed before their eyes and Kizaru appeared again. Bang! It was still a simple and unpretentious kick. Under the tremendous force, the supernovas famous in the sea instantly fell to the ground and could not get up for a long time. In particular, he gave Basil Hawkins, who had just taken 2 of his attacks, special care to him. He even deliberately poked his eyes with his hands. He, Kizaru, has no vengeance. Chapter 214. The plan is underway. Blue. Hey, where are you, old man? Why didn't you contact me after you arrived on the island? Kizaru, who was about to deliver the final blow to Basil Hawkins, stopped, but the sudden ringing of Den Mushi saved his life. Hey, this is it. After yelling a few words at the wiretap Den Mushi in his hand and finding no response, Kizaru quickly switched to another Den Mushi. It's brother Sentamaru. Are you on the island now? What are you doing? We've already reached the island, right? A speechless sound came from the Den Mushi. Forget it, none of this is important now, old man, listen to me. The criminals have already scattered. Trafalgar Law and Eustace Kid are preparing to flee. As for Straw Hat Luffy and his gang, we have already found their tracks. The key now is that those 3 are still in their hands. Should we deal with the other fleeing people first, or should we engage the Straw Hat crew first? Oh, this is really a headache. Give me the location, but I'd better listen to their demands first. After thinking about it in distress, Kizaru's already wretched face looked even more wretched. Okay, old man, and at this time, inside Shaki's Rip-Off Tavern, the Commodore had already left. Because of the news just brought by the Commodore, everyone was in shock. Sanji's cigarette fell to the ground, the bottle in Zoro's hand was dripping, and even Chopper stopped eating marshmallows at this time. Everyone stared blankly at Su Chen, the originator of the plan. This guy actually managed to win over so many people without them realizing it. I never thought that Ace is actually Roger's son. After a long moment, Rayleigh sighed and took a sip of wine. This incident also shocked him. Roger actually left the child behind. They really had been kept in the dark for a long time. If it weren't for the appearance of Luffy and the others this time, after Ace was publicly tried, it would have been too late for them to save him even if they wanted to. But this time, it seems that these old guys don't need to show up. Oh, that's scary. At this moment, a golden light came from afar, revealing Kizaru's wrinkled and wretched face. Advertisement. He pushed the door open nonchalantly, glanced at everyone and said fearfully, I didn't expect you all have a relationship with the legendary Rayleigh. How scary. Kizaru. Everyone stood up at a very fast speed, with Sanji and Zoro standing in front of everyone in an instant. He looked at the newcomer with full vigilance. Beads of sweat appeared on the cheeks of the 2 men. They clearly felt the unfathomable depth of this man who was as powerful as Kuzan, the highest fighting force of the world government and one of the 3 admirals of the Marine. Even accurate. This person might make them more nervous than Kuzan whom they met before. Hey, don't be so serious, guys. Kizaru looked at Su Chen and Rayleigh, found a seat and sat down. I came here with good intentions. After all, you have captured 3 important people. It should be some unique demand. Patting Zoro and Sanji, Su Chen signaled to leave the matter to him. Looking at Kizaru's lazy appearance, he narrowed his eyes slightly and felt it thoughtfully. This guy who has always been teased for having a full salary and being kicked out of the 4 emperors seems to actually have something to say. Judging from perception, Kuzan should not be his opponent. Revolutionary Army? Subconsciously, Su Chen suddenly asked a question. After a moment of hesitation, Kizaru was full of doubts about Su Chen's words. What the hell is the Revolutionary Army? You wouldn't think he is an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army. Ahem. Nothing, although Su Chen explained immediately. But no one present was stupid. They instantly understood why Su Chen asked this. After everyone took a breath, they looked at Kizaru with a bit of strangeness in their eyes. If you really think about it, this guy's ambiguous justice. It is indeed somewhat similar to what an undercover agent would experience. This is really interesting. Could it be that the Revolutionary Army has gone undercover in the upper echelons of the Marine? Tell me, what are you going to do to release those 3 big shots? Seeing that everyone was beginning to think in the wrong way, Kizaru's mouth twitched and he quickly spoke. If we wait a little longer, who knows what else these guys will think of? Release Ace. Before Su Chen could speak, Luffy shouted loudly. Advertisement. Bang. Su Chen slapped his forehead in distress, his face full of speechlessness. Oh, this is what you asked for, but I can't do it. Kizaru was quite firm on this matter, before coming over. Sengoku had hinted at finding an opportunity to get rid of the captured celestial dragons, and the treatment of Ace had already been reported. The Marine is now on the verge of launching its attack. Maybe this deal was acceptable before, but now, unless Marine and world government are not prepared to save their faces, even if the sky falls, the punishment of Ace will not stop. Negotiations failed, and the captured Roseward family became angry because of the Straw Hat crew. A heroic sacrifice. Afterwards, Kizaru's eyes flickered, and his figure disappeared instantly after he finished speaking. A huge beam of light exploded at the place where he had just sat. Light waves flickered and heat waves swept across. Endless light and heat burst out instantly. Because Rayleigh and Su Chen were present, Kizaru used all his strength at the first move. The tavern held out for less than a second in the face of this sudden burst of energy, just like snow melting instantly in the sun. Well, this time Sengoku paid, so Kizaru looked particularly hardworking. In the distance, Rayleigh appeared out of the smoke with Shaki, who looked particularly unhappy. No one expected that Kizaru would attack without warning. Even Rayleigh just pulled Shaki to avoid the attack. As for Luffy and the others, he could only say that he could do nothing to help. However, with that guy around, there shouldn't be any big problems. Paw. Sure enough, the next second, amid the smoke and dust, bursts of applause rang out. Under a transparent dim light, everyone looked at Kizaru, who was farther away with gloomy faces. They are also quite disgusted with this kind of undeclared war. My goodness, is this the Marine Admiral? Su Chen stopped clapping, pointed at Roseward, who was in excruciating pain with only one arm left, and continued, "We won't take the blame for this. I recorded it." As for the remaining Sha Lulia and Charlos, they had already turned into pieces in the explosion just now. Well, Kizaru acted too quickly and he didn't have time to save him. It's not that they left a person alive on purpose to increase the conflict between the world government and the Marine. Chapter 215 Battle. Kizaru stared at the wailing Roseward with a grim expression, and his face became unusually serious. Screwed it, I didn't die completely. This job is a bit difficult, why not just run away? After thinking carefully about the consequences of turning around and leaving, Kizaru finally did not leave. After all, Sengoku gave the money, and if he really leaves this time, the embarrassment is the least of his worries. But what if his salary is deducted? It will be unbearable. Meanwhile, everyone was looking at Kizaru, whose expression kept changing and finally turned into a wretched one again. I can't help but feel ashamed. What the hell is this guy? Is this kind of wretched appearance really something a human being can have? Hey, don't take it so seriously, I was just playing a little joke on you guys. As soon as the words fell, huge figures appeared around. The leader was a huge figure carrying an axe. He wore a red bellyband with 3 Magatama patterns painted on it and was barefoot, making it difficult for everyone to tell whether he was a man or a woman. It was the man Kizaru had been looking for, Zon Taomaru. Old man, didn't you say you would come and take a look? Why did they start fighting? Rubbing his head in annoyance, Zon Taomaru sighed and continued, since you've already started, Straw Hat Boy, I advise you to surrender. Hey, brother Zon Taowen, these guys are quite scary. Spreading his hands innocently, Kizaru said it was not his fault. It was simply because Su Chen and the others were too terrifying, and it was just his body's stress response. While the two were talking, the surrounding pacifists and Marines had already surrounded Su Chen and the others. Not to mention people, even a fly can't fly out. Not far away, a fly was vaporized by a pacifist's laser. The orders that Zon Taowen gave them were perfectly executed by them. Make sure nothing can get out of here. Luffy, retreat first. Frowning and looking at the countless pacifists around him, Su Chen whispered something to everyone. The situation now is no longer the same as before. Although Luffy and his friends had become much stronger after his training, with this number of pacifists, it was inevitable that something would go wrong. And he had gotten what he wanted. The image of Kizaru's attack on the Roseward family just now had already been recorded by him using magic. As long as we leave here, the Revolutionary Army will naturally find a way to stir up conflict between Celestial Dragons and Marine. At that time, it will depend on whether the world government favors Marine or Celestial Dragons. As long as there is a flaw, there will naturally be an opportunity. Advertisement, don't even think about escaping. Zon Taomaru keenly noticed the movements of the crowd and immediately gave the order to chase the figures around him. Rays of light flashed, and a large number of pacifists opened their mouths wide. Golden lasers with a hint of white flew out instantly, and in the blink of an eye they hit the original positions of the crowd. Dust flew everywhere. Under the huge explosion, a large amount of soil exploded and sprayed all around. What a pity. Luffy and the others quickly changed their positions before the lasers hit them. I've said it before, they are no longer the same as they used to be. After going through so much, even Usopp has become several times stronger. Seeing everyone's quick reaction, Kizaru's eyes flashed and he kicked directly at Su Chen. When Su Chen saw Kizaru attacking, he nodded implicitly in one direction. Then he took out his magic wand, enlarged it, and hit Kizaru, who was rushing towards him. Magic power surged, and the layers of magic patterns expanded instantly. An extremely mysterious magic circle emerged from the magic wand and then shrank back. The luster like a sakura flower gradually spread from the arm to the magic wand. This blow, which was enhanced by several kinds of power, accurately hit Kizaru's long leg. Bang! There was an unparalleled collision between the wand and the long legs. At the point where the two intersected, the ground around them exploded inch by inch as if it had experienced a strong earthquake. Even the trunk of a mangrove not far away broke and fell down with a loud bang. Is this true? He actually blocked the old man. Swallowing stiffly, Zon Taowen looked at Su Chen in horror. I couldn't help feeling a little chilly in my heart. You have to know that there are very few people who can take Kizaru's light speed kick. Moreover, he just received news that none of the supernovas on the island could take a beating from the old man. The one who used a trick to transfer the damage doesn't count, because in the end that guy was defeated instantly anyway. Heavenly Cloud Sword. After feeling the dull pain in his leg, Kizaru quickly condensed a lightsaber in his hand. As expected of the guy who defeated Kuzan, if he doesn't take it more seriously, he will probably capsize in the gutter. Kizaru's thoughts changed quickly, and he slashed out fiercely the moment the lightsaber appeared. This moment, Su Chen's left hand was shining, super void expansion. Advertisement. The distance that seemed so close suddenly became so far away. An inexplicable mysterious aura surrounded them, and a huge magic circle flashed with unknown light, covering the entire island. The lightsaber moved towards Su Chen at an extremely slow speed. Dealing with Kizaru, the absolute authority in the field of speed, Su Chen used the space magic he had just learned. After all, the only thing that can exceed the speed of light is probably space. What is that? The people around stared at Kizaru blankly, and the voices seemed to become extremely far away. Looking at the huge magic circle in the sky, everyone felt like vomiting. Along with the dizziness, it seemed as if endless knowledge kept drilling into my mind. Next second, in everyone's sight, Su Chen moved behind Kizaru at a normal speed. Holding his wand high, he had an extremely cruel smile on his face. Smashed it down hard. Kizaru, who had been wearing a lewd smile, suddenly changed his expression. The power of the fruit was exerted to the ultimate level. His body instantly turned into a ball of light, and he narrowly avoided Su Chen's long-planned attack. But even so, a long strip of his clothes was torn off from his back. Moreover, it seemed that he had consumed a lot of physical strength after dodging the stick just now. His whole face was covered with cold sweat and he looked extremely embarrassed. With a sigh of regret, Su Chen removed the space magic surrounding him. As expected, it is one of the two most powerful magics. Perhaps because I haven't mastered it completely, the amount of magic power consumed is quite huge. There is only about half of the magic power left in my body. Perhaps once he has complete control and enough magic power, he can try to cross the dimensional world. Kizaru, after noticing the strange feeling around him, disappeared. His figure flashed. Disappeared and then reappeared. His clothes instantly looked brand new, as if he had taken some time to change them. All right. After all, he is an admiral and he still has to maintain his dignity. Of course, if he had enough money, I believe Admiral Kizaru would be happy to make himself look a little embarrassed. After all, making money is not shameful. Oh, that's scary. I almost died. The newbies nowadays are so scary. Nodding thoughtfully, Kizaru muttered a few words in fear. Yes, otherwise the marshal wouldn't have transferred me here again. A voice that was somewhat familiar to everyone was heard, and along with the biting cold, snowflakes slowly began to float in the sky. Not far away, Kuzan's figure slowly appeared. He glanced at Robin in annoyance, then stood next to Kizaru. Chapter 216. Forced to disperse. Go. We can't stay together now, let's all run away separately. The moment he saw Kuzan appear, Luffy shouted in anticipation. They had been defeated once before, so he knew that he was no match for the Marine Admiral at the moment. Then, Luffy observed for a while and rushed out in a certain direction. He has to give everyone a chance to escape. This is his unshirkable duty as the captain. After hearing Luffy's words, Zoro and Sanji each chose a direction and led everyone to break out. As combatants, they had to protect the auxiliary personnel whose combat effectiveness was not as strong. After seeing this, the others followed the person closest to them and fled. There is no time for them to hesitate at this time. They haven't fully grown up yet and don't stand much chance of winning against Admiral. Even Luffy, the strongest among them, is no match for Admiral, and the final outcome is nothing but defeat. Don't even think about escaping, old man. I'll leave the magician Su Chen to you. Sen Taomaru swung his giant axe and commanded the surrounding pacifists and marines to intercept Luffy and others. Hey, don't blame me. Ice Saber. As soon as he finished speaking, a shocking chill gushed out of Kuzan's mouth. A snow-white saber appeared in his hand. His figure flashed, and the saber in his hand chopped towards Su Chen from top to bottom. At the same time, a light flashed behind Su Chen. The rapid explosion of infinite light and heat is the center of the light. Kizaru showed that obscene expression. Crack! The wand intersects with the saber. After the violent collision, Su Chen's figure flipped in the air with a subtle posture, taking advantage of the recoil force, and landed just behind the attacking Kizaru. Super Light Reconstruction Copy Mirror. Sora Mirror World. He opened his left hand and pointed it at Kizaru, and a mysterious magic circle instantly spread out. A unique symbol appeared in the middle of the magic circle, with Kizaru's image clearly visible on it, and then it instantly exploded, turning into little bits of fluorescent light flying everywhere. At the same time, Kizaru's body exploded involuntarily the moment the symbol exploded. Next second, the rich magic power gathered together under the guidance of the magic circle. The surrounding scenery became distorted and confused, as if one had instantly entered a world of light. Everyone disappeared, and it seemed that only Kuzan and Kizaru, who had just condensed his body, were left in the world. Advertisement. Before they could wonder, beams of light came from all directions. The power of each beam is equivalent to the laser mentioned by the pacifist before. Although this beam does not pose much threat to Kuzan and the others, the beams of light attacking from the surroundings are simply countless. Outside, Su Chen showed a smug smile on his face as he looked at the disappearing Kuzan and Kizaru. Two super-level magics, you'll be skinned alive if you don't die. This is a deliberate plan. He knows the abilities of Kizaru and Kuzan. But what they know is just the tip of the iceberg. Old man, Looking back in horror, Zantaomaru exclaimed at the place where Kizaru and the other disappeared. That's the admiral, and most importantly, they were two admirals. Hiss, it seems that I am really old. In the distance, Rayleigh, who had witnessed everything, sighed. Suddenly, he felt hit. When he and Roger were traveling the world, he was able to compete with the admiral. No, they can still compete with each other now. However, Roger probably wouldn't be able to have the power to instantly eliminate two admirals. Is it that the current Marine is in a period of transition and the admiral is just a mere decoration? No, this only proves that the boy is too strong. After all, the Marines were suppressing the pirates, so it was impossible for the admirals to cheat. It was probably because Kuzan and Kizaru were careless. Just at this moment, a huge figure appeared, with the same appearance as the pacifist, but the difference was that he was holding a book in his hand. Without hesitation, he slapped Su Chen on the shoulder. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the extremely powerful Su Chen in their hearts disappeared in an instant. That guy, didn't Su Chen say that he was one of theirs? Before anyone could react, the huge figure of the bear appeared in front of Zoro again. If you were to travel, where would you go? A gentle questioning voice sounded. The bear didn't wait for Zoro to reply, and slapped him directly. Next second, Usopp, who fell behind, watched Zoro disappear in an instant after chopping down several pacifists. Zoro! Everyone exclaimed loudly. Damn it, what did you do to Su Chen and Zoro? Luffy roared, turning back in an instant and rushing towards the bear. After blocking the bear's sight, the group fled at an extremely fast speed. Advertisement Sanji's figure instantly overlapped with the bear. I'll stop him. Miss Nami, take them and leave, it hasn't landed yet. And others, Sanji. The figure that rushed out quickly was like a meteor, accompanied by air explosions and flames. The surroundings fell into silence, and Shang did not answer Zantaomaru's question. A hole. A very powerful kick. Luffy flew out backwards. The air exploded, and there was a sound like bubbles bursting. Boo, I will protect you. Although he couldn't see it, he could hear Su Chen's voice asking him not to take action. This is the time for the Shichibukai meeting. Logically speaking, he should not be here. Using force from his legs, Sanji broke free from the whirlwind controlled by Nami, turned around and fell from the air, rushing straight towards the bear. He just carried out what he had to do dully, Devil's Wind Kick, top-grade minced meat. However, even this is in vain. The bear who possessed the meatball fruit easily caught Luffy's attack and bounced it back twice as hard. His fruit had been developed to a certain conceptual level. The air was silent, and the flying figure disappeared in an instant. Then, whirlwinds appeared under her control. They clapped their hands and the two disappeared in an instant. Zantaomaru was fighting with Sanji, and asked loudly after seeing the bear appear. Let's go. Let's get out of here first. Nami gritted her teeth, looked at the bear with hatred, and shouted hoarsely, this matter will never be let go like this. Let's run for our lives first. The still calm bear just waved his hand lightly, and Sanji's figure flew backwards. Flames exploded, and his legs seemed to be on fire. As if teleporting, the huge body instantly appeared behind Brook and Usopp. Boo, bear. What are you doing here? The bear arrived first and gently slapped Sanji with one hand. But it's a pity. Rayleigh, who was far away, felt something in his heart and stopped instantly when he was about to attack. This time we will protect everyone. On his fist, streaks of light like petals flashed, and he smashed it hard into the bear's head. Advertisement chapter 217 ending. With tears in her eyes, Nami suppressed her sadness and did not look back. At this moment, everyone felt helpless deep down in their hearts. Bababobo and Shang didn't give everyone time to react. After dealing with Sanji, his figure flashed at an extremely fast speed. Under Luffy's extremely angry gaze, everyone disappeared under the bear's palm. Before Nami and Robin disappeared, they kept telling Luffy to run away quickly. Cough, ahem, what happened? I can't even save a companion. Luffy fell to his knees, tears welling up in his eyes even though he was always strong. We'll meet again, Monkey D. Luffy. A huge figure appeared in front of Luffy, and the bear said something in an imperceptible tone. Then, he placed his hand on Luffy's shoulder, whoosh. The surroundings became quiet again. Zantaomaru and Marine stared at the bear blankly, looking a little confused. Since then, the Straw Hat crew, which shook the sea and became famous, suffered unimaginable damage in the Sabaody archipelago. Ka. Bang, cracks appeared in the void, and exploded in the next second. Kuzan and Kizaru reappeared from where they had just disappeared. Now, their bodies were covered with scars and they looked seriously injured. Some rags were draped over their bodies and they looked extremely miserable. I was careless. I underestimated that guy. Kizaru, who was covered in wounds, let out a breath and looked around vigilantly. The strange thing is that Su Chen's figure has disappeared. Not only that, the Straw Hat crew has also completely disappeared. He searched again and again in disbelief, and Ultimate's observation haki swept every inch of the land. Indeed, except for Rayleigh and the Marine in the distance, Su Chen and his group had completely disappeared. If it were not for the traces of battle everywhere, they seemed as if they had never appeared at all. Where are the Straw Hat gang? Next second. Before Kizaru could react, the figures of Rayleigh and Shaki in the distance also disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. Not only that, the bear didn't explain anything. After leaving only a sentence that he would give an explanation to the world government, his figure disappeared in an instant. Good job. The only person at the scene was Roseward, who was still wailing. All finished running. Kizaru frowned in distress, making his already wretched face even uglier. Advertisement this time. I'm really going to have my salary deducted. Wrong. Since we haven't caught the Straw Hat Boy, we can just capture Kid or Law and his group who are present. Anyway, we are arresting people, so there is something we can do here. Besides, it's not impossible that this noisy guy accidentally died on the way to treatment. Glancing at Roseward, who hadn't stopped screaming at all, Kizaru's distressed face once again revealed an obscene smile. Maybe you can even get more salary by playing the victim. After all, he didn't believe that the world government would really fall out with Marine. Sabadi Archipelago, a hidden corner of the peninsula. Just now, why? Rayleigh was holding a bottle of wine and had some questions about what had just happened. Su Chen's figure unexpectedly appeared next to him. The bears are our people, so they are not in any danger. Silently recovering his magic power, Su Chen continued to explain calmly, with their current strength, it is too early to engage in a large-scale battle with the Marine. So, to avenge our missing compatriots, they will try their best to become stronger. I won't be able to protect them every time we travel, they need to grow up. After listening to Su Chen's explanation, Rayleigh nodded. Indicate that you understand. In this case, I, an old man, have to adjust my condition. It's been a long time since I last did it, the words fell. Rayleigh took a sip of wine and left in one direction with Shaki. Watching Rayleigh's figure slowly disappear, Su Chen's eyes flashed, and he also disappeared in another direction. At the same time, the Sabadi Archipelago is now in chaos, with fierce fighting between the Marines and pirates. Not only that, with the cooperation of the pacifists, the Marines searched the entire Sabadi Archipelago and cleared all the black areas under the pretext of searching for pirates. Tens of thousands of dark forces were arrested, which dealt a heavy blow to a certain flamingo force. Since then, human trafficking in the Sabadi Archipelago has almost disappeared. I believe the Celestial Dragons won't care about this, after all, they were attacked by Luffy and his crew. They probably won't dare to show up in Sabadi Archipelago again. The battle across the archipelago slowly ended as time went on, but in a few places, fierce fighting still continued. Supernovas such as Eustace Kid, Kira, Buggy Hawkins, X-Drake, Trafalgar Law, Skulikimon Apu, Jewelry Bonnie, Capone Beeg, Yorogue and others are still fighting stubbornly. They were considered to be innocent victims, after all, except for Kid and his group and Luo and his group. The rest were directly implicated while they were eating hot pot and singing songs. It's so unfair, no one is more wrong than them. However, even though they were supernovas, they were gradually defeated by the many pacifists and admirals. A few hours later, advertisement only 2 places in the Sabadi Archipelago are still under fighting. Captain, there are too many of them. Leave us alone and let's go. Among them, all the members of the Heart Pirates were seriously injured. After one of them repelled a Marine, he shouted loudly to Luo who had stopped most of the troops. Shut up, I brought you here and I will take you away. As if teleporting, Law appeared behind Kizaru. Kizaru's long legs kicked Law hard on the back from behind. Hearing this, Luo roared loudly, one move and it's seconds. Then he drew his sword, and a transparent hemispherical space instantly spread out. The light condensed, and a tall figure appeared not far away. Kizaru's iconic voice spread throughout the surroundings, indicating that they had lost the chance of escape. In front of the Admiral, he is not a pervert like Su Chen, and this time he really can't escape even if he has wings. At the same time, Kizaru's head shot up into the sky, as if it had been cut in two. Sure enough, in the next second, bang! At the same time, a large number of pacifists slowly appeared from a distance and surrounded the Heart Pirates group tightly. Now only Luo and Kid's group are left, the rest have been arrested. Room Slaughterhouse. Excuse me, have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? All the supernovas known as the worst generation were captured. Since then, success, such bland words came out of Kizaru's mouth. Facing an opponent that he could crush, he finally had the idea of having some fun. Fighting in the Sabadi Archipelago came to a complete halt after a few minutes. Captain of the Heart Pirates, Trafalgar Law. Oh no, except for the Straw Hat crew. Seeing Kizaru appear, Law showed a wry smile on his face. Cut. Oh, that's scary. After using the power of his fruit to cut a sneak-attacking Marine in half, Law took the time to reply. Well, this time I'm really in trouble, after a simple kick. Missed the hit. He was in charge of Luo, while Kuzan took the rest of the people to hunt down Kid. The remaining members of the Heart Pirates cheered. You retreat. While everyone was cheering, Luo's heart sank. The feeling just now was as if Kizaru's head had separated by itself. After spitting out large mouthfuls of blood, Luo's figure flew out in an instant, having lost the ability to resist. Puff. Chapter 218 The Disappearing Marine. Report. All the pirates causing trouble in Sabadi Archipelago have been arrested. Please give us the next order. A familiar-looking Commodore ran up to Kizaru, saluted, and loudly reported the current situation. Oh, what a pity. Glancing at Luo who had completely lost the ability to resist, Kizaru's wretched face showed a little distress. Let's arrest these guys first. I have to think about how to report it. Yes. The Commodore didn't seem to hear Kizaru's complaints and ordered someone to put sea-stone handcuffs on Law. With Kizaru's tacit consent, Law and his companions were taken away. Then, after taking Luo and his group away, the Commodore immediately headed towards Kuzan. After his operation, he finally escorted the pirates to the warship. Gradually replaced by his people, because they had just experienced a great battle, no one noticed anything wrong. After all, this Commodore has been in service for quite a long time. If he had not been required to garrison in Sabaody Archipelago for a long time, he would have been promoted to Rear Admiral with his achievements. If he is stronger, Vice Admiral is not impossible. After a long time, Kizaru and Kuzan who were waiting on the warship felt something was wrong. None of the captured pirates were escorted here, that's not all. Except for the marine they brought from the marine headquarters, the marine in the entire Sabaody Archipelago seemed to have disappeared. It's as if someone wiped them off the map, something happened. With a shudder in their hearts, Kuzan and Kizaru looked at each other. Looking at each other, the two understood each other's thoughts instantly. Kizaru endured the injuries and stood up to fly towards Sabaody Archipelago. As for Kuzan, he couldn't leave. There were so many warships and marines that he needed to stay for defense. In the distance, a secluded bay. After observing the situation on the warship, a large number of people chose to leave. A flash of light circled the archipelago several times at an extremely fast speed, and then returned to the warship. Now, apart from the normal residents, there is no pirate on the archipelago. Not only that, all the marines stationed in Sabaody Archipelago have also disappeared. This is very subtle. Who has the ability to lead so many people under the noses of two admirals? The most important thing is, where did all these marines and pirates go? Advertisement: an unknown island hundreds of kilometers away from the Sabaody Archipelago. There are strange and mysterious lines remaining on the ground, and as time goes by, these lines are slowly disappearing. A large number of people were sorting out the harvest in an orderly manner, and they had changed out of their marine uniforms. Wearing the uniforms of the Revolutionary Army, the Deputy General was standing in front of Su Chen, sharing intelligence. Although Su Chen has not yet joined the Revolutionary Army, those who have read the books brought by Wileys have long regarded him as the faith of the Revolutionary Army and respected him as a guide. Among them, the leader Long once said that if Su Chen was willing to join the Revolutionary Army, the position of Chief of General Staff belongs to him, and if necessary, it is not impossible for him to give up the position of leader. But unfortunately, Su Chen refused. In his words, these books were just a piece of cake. And he was not the one who wrote these books. How modest. How could there be someone in this world with more advanced ideas than this adult? Thank you so much. If you hadn't teleported us here, we would have suffered great losses if we wanted to leave. After the leader issued the order to gather the members, this matter troubled us for a long time. The Commodore showed gratitude on his face, saluted Su Chen and continued. With more than 10,000 permanent troops, it is impossible for us to disappear without a trace. Ah, it's nothing, just a little help. After responding with a smile, Su Chen thought for a moment and asked, what about those supernovas? How did you arrange them? The leader orders everyone to be released except X Drake. After thinking for a while, the Commodore directly stated the plan. According to our intelligence, X Drake is the captain of the Marine Headquarters Secret Special Force, SWORD. As an undercover agent sent by the Marine to infiltrate the pirates, the information he carries is extremely valuable. Su Chen nodded and said nothing more. He already knew about letting Supernova go, but X Drake must be in trouble. The consequences of being caught undercover, and use more time to explain. After thinking for a while, Su Chen said, I want to see Luo. Okay, please follow me. Without asking any questions, the Commodore took Su Chen directly to where Trafalgar Law was imprisoned. After opening the cell, the Commodore led the guards away for a distance. Leave space. Life. Restore. Advertisement. The palm flashing with green light gently patted Luo's body. Luo, who had been lying down with his eyes closed, suddenly jumped up. With red eyes, he kept sniffing something with his nose. The emptiness in his body made him want to eat something impatiently. With a wave of the hand, the food appeared with the tablecloth. Luo pounced on it instantly, and with red eyes he began to eat voraciously. For a moment, the only sound around was the sound of swallowing. After a long time, Luo's eyes gradually regained clarity. You are the boss, Su Chen. Seeing the smiling figure in front of him, Luo was extremely surprised. He remembered that he should have been knocked unconscious by Kizaru. Where was Kizaru? How come Su Chen came to see him? Well, I saved you. With some thoughtfulness, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Longevity surgery, an interesting fruit, but it doesn't have much use for him. After all, strictly speaking, he is now considered an immortal. Thank you. I'll repay you when I have the chance. Luo still didn't stop eating. No matter what, let's talk about it after he is full. Really? Then I'll be welcome. His eyes lit up. Su Chen came close to Luo and told him some of the things he knew. It was obvious that Luo's eyes gradually changed from calm to moved, and finally to shocked. After a long moment, he nodded firmly. He would repay the life-saving grace no matter what, and if he did as Su Chen said, there would be considerable benefits waiting for him. He was not a fool, so why not do it? Okay, since you agree, let's go after we finish eating. Nodding with satisfaction, Su Chen stood up and opened the sea-stone handcuffs on Luo's hands. This is an extra safeguard. All we have to do now is go to New World and meet the man who is said to be the strongest. Whitebeard, I have admired him for a long time. I wonder if he can kill Akainu directly after he recovers. While thinking, Su Chen's figure gradually became blurred and disappeared on this unknown island. Chapter 219 The Strongest Man in the World. Grand Line, New World, several huge pirate ships were moving quickly in a certain direction. In the center, a ship that looked like a whale was roaring. Boys, we're heading to the Marine headquarters, are you scared? Whitebeard's deep voice surrounded everyone. This heroic voice made it seem as if nothing in the world could scare him. With Daddy here, we're not afraid. With a unified roar, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates raised their swords. As one of the 4 emperors who dominate the New World, they dare to go to war with any enemy. Rescue Ace. Let those cowards have a taste of our power. Save Ace. Amid cheers, a slender figure slowly appeared above the main ship, Moby Dick. Who? An extremely terrifying aura rose into the sky the moment Su Chen appeared, and pressed straight towards Su Chen. At this critical moment, Su Chen who suddenly appeared was obviously regarded as an enemy. Don't be so nervous, I come here with good intentions. Following Whitebeard's wishes, Su Chen spread his hands to indicate that he had no intention of taking action. Magician Su Chen. Gulala, it turns out to be you, boy. Why are you looking for me? After seeing who was coming, Whitebeard smiled with relief and signaled Marco and the others to put down the weapons in their hands. Su Chen had sent someone to deliver the message before, so Whitebeard was actually prepared for his appearance. Tap tap, crisp footsteps sounded on the deck, and Su Chen walked in front of Whitebeard. He sat back gracefully. The deck was flashing green light, and a wooden stool was just enough to accommodate Su Chen who was sitting down. And between him and Whitebeard, a huge wine jar appeared. Everything seemed natural and elegant, as if everything was in his plan. Whitebeard watched Su Chen's actions with interest, and he was not in a hurry. This little guy has long been famous. Red Hair had discussed this with him before. Hawkeye did use his full strength at that time, so he can be considered to be on the same level as himself. Excuse me, Ace. He should be the son of the Pirates' King Roger. The extremely indifferent words echoed in everyone's ears, and some people looked at Su Chen in a daze. Advertisement there was no speaking for a long time. This news is really scary, after all, except for Whitebeard, Marco and a few others, no one else knew about this. What? What did he just say? Ace is the son of the Pirates' King Roger. How could that be? I've never heard him talk about it. Judging from the look on Dad's face, he should have known it a long time ago. Yeah, Captain Marco and Captain Joe's didn't seem surprised at all. After receiving the news, everyone immediately started discussing in a low voice. Especially the new members, they seemed to have never thought that the Pirates' King Roger would have a bloodline left behind. Quiet. A dull sound enveloped the entire place, and everyone fell silent instantly after hearing Whitebeard's voice. However, there was one person who still had a sinister look on his face, and that was the giant vortex spider Squar. Because the entire pirates group was wiped out by the Pirate King Roger, he hated Roger and felt deceived about the fact that Ace was Roger's son. But this time, Su Chen will not allow Akainu to instigate members of the Whitebeard Pirates to rebel. They need to know clearly who they're trying to save. What do you want to say? It was still an extremely heroic voice, as if what Su Chen had just said were all unimportant things. Controlling the wine jar, he poured himself a glass and then threw it directly to Whitebeard. A smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Try Sky Island wine. Glancing at the jar of wine in his hand, Whitebeard took a few sips nonchalantly. Count me in. Looking at Whitebeard's heroic attitude, Su Chen's smile became even brighter. Ace is Luffy's brother, so as the vice captain, I am here to form an alliance with you this time. As long as we follow my plan, both Ace and you will be able to escape unscathed. Ah, nice wine. With a sigh of admiration, Whitebeard grinned and said with great confidence. Boy, don't underestimate me. You know, lousy is Whitebeard. Did you get it, idiot? If you want to tell me what to do, you're 100 years too early? This battle must be fought. After all, if you want to gain a certain status, you must have the strength to show for it. The sky was instantly split into two. Everyone around had a stunned expression. Stopping his laughter, Whitebeard signaled Marco and the others to leave. Advertisement. In order not to take advantage of you, I will restore your hidden injuries from many years ago. The enlarged magic wand collided with Kusanokiri, one of the 12 supreme swords, causing a deafening sound. If you look closely, the two don't quite touch each other. Under the horrified gaze of Marco and others, tender buds of trees stretched out from the deck of the Moby Dick, and then grew into exceptionally green leaves. The flowing haki formed red lightning, which kept colliding with each other in the void. An inexplicable warmth enveloped everyone. I couldn't ask for more. As he finished speaking, he threw the bottle back at him. After his body recovers to its strongest state, he must not be too eager to fight with others. He raised the Kurigane Kiri in his hand, wrapped it with thick haki, and chopped it down fiercely at Su Chen. For this, I will use all my strength. Don't do that, or you will die. Want to form an alliance? Sure. An even more powerful and heroic aura rose into the sky, and the few people who had rushed towards Su Chen fell down instantly. An extremely brilliant light burst out from Su Chen's hand and then enveloped Whitebeard's entire body. I haven't felt this way for nearly 10 years, however, Marco and others did not take the time to feel this change. The air exploded and the airflow rolled. However, Su Chen has to show his strength to make him recognized. Forbidden fountain of life. Old man, although you are known as the strongest man in the world. Su Chen drank the wine in the glass and stood up, but don't underestimate the young people. A crack with no visible edge appeared in the clouds. A strong sense of security comes from within, as if I were back in my mother's arms. Well, it's strong enough to cause many tsunamis. In their eyes, this guy had no idea what he had done to their dad. Boy, I don't know how you did it, but thank you anyway. Sizzle, crack. When they discovered that Whitebeard was enveloped by the light, they immediately drew their weapons and surrounded Su Chen with full vigilance. The brilliant light disappeared, and Whitebeard's huge body appeared in front of everyone. Some of them were so impulsive that they rushed directly towards Su Chen. Clang. At this moment, he looked particularly energetic, and the obvious blood around his face became much lighter. Under the magic just now, his body functions returned to their strongest state. Gulala. Chapter 220 Luffy's Bizarre Adventure Grand Line, Calm Belt. 9 Snake Island. Today's 9 Snake Island looks particularly bustling. Call out. A ball of bear paw gas wrapped around a figure and fell rapidly from a very far distance. Bang. A huge handprint was imprinted on the soft ground, and Luffy woke up from his confusion. He had been flying in the sky for 3 days and 3 nights, and now he was glad that his flight without a destination had finally ended. However, when he thought of his other missing companions, his heart was filled with anxiety. I'm still alive, but it doesn't seem to be because I ate the devil fruit. I hope everyone feels the same way as me. After checking his body, Luffy confirmed that apart from being extremely hungry, his injuries were not serious. If everyone else was like him, then everyone would have survived. At this time, Luffy's brain, which didn't like to move, turned slightly. But it was only a few spins. After these spins, Luffy fainted because he accidentally ingested poisonous mushrooms, and his whole body was covered with the same mushrooms he had eaten before. Fortunately, the women of 9 Snake Island did not kill Luffy. After he was treated, he was thrown into prison naked. That man is awake. Let me see. No, I want to see it too. He moved. Look, there are no breasts at all. A strange, hard creature. Are all men like this? His hair is messy, he's very thin, and he looks very fragile. And he has 2 bags of mushrooms that can't be ripped off. Sugoi, write it down, he can really sleep. But I heard that he eats while sleeping, do you know? Is it that amazing? Write it down, a man can eat while sleeping. Countless women from 9 Snake Island gathered outside the prison, pointing and talking at Luffy who was slowly waking up. It was as if this was the first man they had ever seen, and well, it was indeed the first. Advertisement. Where am I? That's right, in Sabaody Archipelago, everyone was scattered. Luffy looked a little confused when he just woke up, but he quickly came to his senses. After realizing his situation, he stretched out his arm and snatched back the straw hat on a woman's head. This sudden change scared everyone. What on earth is his body made of? Men. Men's arms can stretch. I'm so scared. Write it down, it's so interesting. Hey, what's your name? A round-faced woman looked at Luffy excitedly and asked impatiently. My name is Luffy. With his hands on his hips, Luffy seemed to enjoy being asked his name. But the next second, he felt a chill in his body and realized that he was naked. Before you put on your clothes, can I ask what's in the 2 bags sewn onto your body? Margaret, who had short golden hair with the ends curled upwards, a slender figure and wore a miniskirt made of animal leather, pointed at 3 inches below Luffy's abdomen, seeming to be very curious. What exactly is that thing? After a while, after Luffy's unreliable explanation, everyone looked extremely shocked, thinking that the man actually had golden eggs growing on his body. To this end, they expressed their request from the bottom of their hearts. Can you take down the golden egg so that we can admire it? A-hole. Do you want to kill me? Idiot. Obviously, Luffy was shocked and speechless about the common-sense questions of these girls. Afterwards, Margaret, sensing Luffy's reluctance, gave Luffy the clothes she had made. As the most thoughtful girl on 9 Snake Island, she thoughtfully sewed lace for Luffy and there were several daisy-like flowers on his clothes. Luffy put on his clothes and yelled in silence. This also instantly changed everyone's attitude, and they believed that men and women are indeed not the same kind of people. In their eyes, Luffy, who was so ungrateful, was a heinous criminal. Although Luffy expressed his gratitude after realizing that it was they who saved him, Kikyo and other national warriors did not believe this belated gratitude at all. They all bent their bows and drew their arrows, aiming at Luffy and shooting. Seeing this, Luffy blasted open the cage without hesitation. I can't do anything. The color attached to the arrow just now should be the armament color. Luffy felt troubled when thinking about this. Advertisement. What fool would commit suicide just to escape? Ahem, I've gone off topic. I heard that you men all have the virus, otherwise how could you suddenly become fat? After Luffy had eaten and drunk his fill, he took Margaret and jumped off a cliff. But even so, she was still wary of Luffy. This guy must be seriously ill. Who knows what horrible things this strange guy will do? Margaret, still in shock, screamed twice and touched her body as if to make sure if she was really alive. A perfect demonstration of what it means to bark as you pass by, and every dog on the roadside will get slapped twice. After calming herself down, Margaret stood up, under the pursuit of the 9 Snake Island warriors. In his opinion, the girls here are abnormal. The arrows fell straight to the ground, creating big holes one after another. However, driven by his intuition, Luffy reached out and grabbed Margaret, then quickly ran away. I thought I was dead. Don't come near me. Such a horrible action frightened Margaret so much that her eyes turned white and she howled miserably. Feeling the whirring sound of the wind as she fell, she felt that she must be dreaming today. Luffy spread his hands to report that he really meant no harm. Seeing such a huge power, Luffy's heart moved. His body swelled up like a balloon, and the two of them were lucky enough to bounce on the ground and land safely. Having said that, after making sure she was still alive, she immediately pulled out a dagger from her waist and pointed it at Luffy with trembling hands. Just now, you got fatter? Right? Rubber balloon. There was chaos all along the way. Moreover, these people were his saviors, so he couldn't really fight with them. The moment it hit the ground, Luffy bit his thumb and blew hard. Don't come near me. Margaret held the dagger tightly. Only in this way could she feel a little safe. She snatched other people's barbecue, ate other people's lunch, and even reached out to grab a lollipop that Snake Princess brought back from other islands for the little girl to try. You can actually jump from such a high place. You are definitely not normal. Chapter 221 Snake Princess Boa Hancock. I don't have any virus. Putting his hands down, Luffy stood opposite Margaret and continued, as for the reason for getting fat, it's hard to explain. Just think that all men will suddenly get fat. Oh, by the way, is there anything in the pocket of those torn trousers I had earlier? With a flash of inspiration, Luffy suddenly remembered the life card he had made earlier. As long as that is there, the others can come together again. Seeing that Luffy didn't seem to have any intention of taking action, Margaret frowned, but still took out the piece of paper from her arms. Arigato. Luffy, who took the life paper, completely forgot that in addition to the life paper for positioning, the magic pattern engraved by Su Chen on his arm also had the same function. Now, if it's possible, I need a boat. After putting away the life paper, Luffy smiled brightly again and pleaded with Margaret. We don't know where we were sent to, but we will be reunited one day. I need a boat. Even if I'm alone, I'm going to save Ace. Ace? Margaret tilted her head, seeming a little confused. Well, he is my brother. Although I really want to reunite with my companions, I can only take a detour now. After hesitating for a moment, Luffy became extremely determined. Just going against the world, they have done it more than once. Looking at Luffy's extremely serious expression, Margaret lowered her head, hesitantly put down the dagger and said, it's useless. There is no boat here for you. And even if you get the boat, you can't leave it at all. This is the calm belt in the Grand Line. For some reason, she didn't have much hostility towards this guy. Calm belt? Margaret's words felt familiar to Luffy, as if he had heard this before. Forget it, since there is no boat, I will just build a raft. Luffy did what he said. He quickly made the raft and then sank it quickly. This action left Margaret confused. It was a long time before I remembered that I should save people. Phew, I have no obligation to help you. Also, can't men swim? Panting, Margaret twisted the wet cloak in her hands hard. She didn't have time to take off her clothes when she rescued the man just now. Damn, if only Frankie were here. Advertisement. Luffy lay on the ground, choking on a large mouthful of seawater and not wanting to move at all. It's really over now. I'm the one who's going to die. Why don't you run away? Putting on the wrung-out cloak, Margaret aimed the snake bow at Luffy again. Hey, stop it. Boom. Without waiting for Luffy to react, Margaret shot the arrow in her hand. Found it. The man from before. Kill him quickly, before Lady Snake comes back. At this moment, Kikyo and others were attracted by the sound of Margaret's bow and arrow and surrounded her directly. The moment they saw Luffy, they raised their bows and arrows. After long training, almost all the residents of 9 Snake Island have mastered Haki, and each of them can be considered a warrior. Luffy, who was unable to take direct action, was forced to jump up and down by them and could only passively escape further away. Chase him. Don't let him get away. We must get rid of him before Lady Snake comes back. At the same time, 3 kilometers away from 9 Snake Island, a warship and a pirate's ship were quietly docked. How dare you dock your ship right in the middle of where the Sea Kings gather? You're really brave. The short-haired woman named Lan stood at the front, looking at the flying squirrel with a mohawk hairstyle and a mustache of the same color on the warship, and said something in surprise. This is just a last resort, according to the agreement between the government and 9 Snakes. We are not allowed to enter the waters within 3 kilometers of the coast of 9 Snake Island, so we can only stop here and wait for you. The flying squirrel, who looked very calm, was slowly wiping his knife. A giant Sea Kings was lying next to the warship. He had just killed one. We've been waiting for you for a long time, the 9 Snakes Pirates. Sheathing his sword, Flying Squirrel continued speaking loudly. I am Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel of the Marine Headquarters, 7 Warlords of the Sea, Queen of Pirates, Boa Hancock, come out quickly. We are here to pick you up. The female warriors of 9 Snake Island looked at each other and said. Unfortunately, Lady Snake will not come out. He gave up his son, Ace. However, the Flying Squirrel's will is firm. but the marine under him may not be. After kicking a kitten away, the incredibly beautiful figure appeared in front of everyone. Advertisement: she has a high nose bridge, a small nose, and soft lips without a single wrinkle. After telling Hancock what he had planned, the flying squirrel kept his eyes on Hancock. Unless, this time it's a forced transfer order from the world government. Refusal means giving up the title of Shichibukai. Wow, I've never seen anyone willing to be robbed. After Hancock said what he wanted on the ship, the Marines excitedly rushed to the cabin and carried out a lot of supplies, and were about to move them to the ship of the 9 Snakes Pirates. Humph. The execution date is set for a week from today. Stop dreaming. But looking at their expressions, they seem to blame their superiors. After all, they should be quite willing to fall at the feet of the most beautiful woman in the world. Did you hear that? Boa Hancock, how rude, how dare you call Lady Snake like that? The sound of crisp footsteps rang out after the flying squirrel finished speaking, and a tall figure slowly walked out of the cabin. You are not a willful little girl. Do you think I will accept your unreasonable request? Now has come the critical moment. As long as the Empress can respond to the call, it doesn't matter if they suffer a little grievance or are talked about by others. You are such a rude person, you are not worthy to see me. Hancock's cold voice spread throughout the room, her eyes full of teasing. I lied to you last time. I don't want to participate in any war. She exudes an amazing temptation from head to toe, as if all the good things in the world can be found in her. We've answered this question many times. Look, the execution of Portgas Diaz, the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates, has been announced. It will be a public execution. The time and place have been set. The flying squirrel was startled and subconsciously retorted loudly. The flying squirrel's somewhat anxious voice sounded, waking up the Marines around him. What are you doing? Wake up. This guy who is known as the most beautiful woman in the world, if he is not careful, even he will suffer a great loss. Also, everything on your ship belongs to me. In Marineford Square, the Marine headquarters, Fire Fist Ace will die here. That's what a man is, so tasteless. She is 1.91 meters tall and has a great figure. Her long black hair is combed into a bun. She has deep blue eyes with slender and delicate corners, and her almond eyes reveal a hint of coldness. This is an open conspiracy. Even if Whitebeard knows there is a trap, he has to jump into it anyway. Looking at Lan and other soldiers in silence, the flying squirrel took out a roll of newspaper and threw it over. You guys are here after all. You are so rude. Tap, tap, tap. Chapter 222, The Charm of Snake Princess. So what? I like the title of Shichibukai very much, so please don't take it away. As for the world government, I hate it too. I don't want to take orders from anyone. Hancock jumped down from the huge snake head, and his slender fingers slowly stroked the delicate skin of his arm and slowly stopped in front of his lips. Everyone's eyes followed the slender fingers and stayed on Hancock's face. All I saw was endless charm and temptation beneath that pool of autumn water. How about this? The Marines who came to greet the king encountered a supernatural incident at sea. After turning into stone, the whole army was wiped out. With a slight frown, a gentle breeze blew the ends of Hancock's hair, and it seemed that an inexplicable fragrance slowly emerged. She's about to attack. Don't show any flaws. I've heard that ships attacked by the 9 Snakes Pirates will end up empty. Only some weird stone statues will be left on them. What? A sergeant broke out in a cold sweat and spoke seriously to his subordinates around him. The Marines around were so frightened that they swallowed their saliva repeatedly. This is too scary. Shut up. Don't disrupt the morale of the troops. The flying squirrel also had a serious look on his face, but as the highest officer here, he would not be scared by these little tricks. He immediately responded by saying, I've already said that, little girl's nonsense. That won't work with me. Raising his eyebrows and glancing at the flying squirrel with interest, Hancock was not shaken at all by his words. She tilted her head slightly and uttered softly, Do you know why? No matter what I do, whether I kick the kitten away, or twist off your ears, or kill someone and rob them, the whole world will forgive me. The reason is, this king is so beautiful. Ah, Lady Snake heart. Everyone on the perfumed serpent placed their hands on their chests, made hearts with their hands, and shouted with all their might. Hancock in this posture made their hearts beat violently. Beautiful, so beautiful. This kind of charm that transcends gender is so attractive that people can't help but become addicted to it. Advertisement, heart. I forgive you, because you are so beautiful. Not only that, all the Marines except the flying squirrel also had hearts in their eyes. There is no one in this world who can resist Hancock's charm, unless he is not a man. The guilt of being obsessed with me will harden your bodies. Marrow mellow. Making a heart shape with his hands, Hancock emitted pink rays that covered the entire warship. The next moment, all the Marines who were staring at Hancock in fascination froze instantly. Only the flying squirrel was kneeling on the ground, with a sharp dagger stuck in his hand. The blood couldn't stop flowing down. In order to avoid being petrified, he stabbed the back of his hand with a knife, forcibly diverting his attention through the pain. I see. But all your soldiers were infected, a commander without troops. Let your slender arms hang naturally at your sides. Hancock looked at the flying squirrel with a sense of pride, as if mocking Marine's overestimation of his own abilities. Tisk, just a bunch of idiots, but 0 and 1 are different. Pulling out the dagger, the flying squirrel looked at Hancock warily. Tramp. Without paying any attention to the flying squirrel that was left alone, Hancock asked his subordinates to move the supplies away and directly issued the order to return. As for this guy, let's spare his life for now. Boa Hancock, I won't return empty-handed. I'll wait until the deadline. If you don't show up in 2 days, it means the agreement is broken. The flying squirrel's dull voice sounded, foreshadowing his unwillingness. It's all up to you. Standing up and walking in front of Gloriosa, Hancock pointed at her with his right hand, put his left hand on his waist, slowly bent backwards nearly 90 degrees, glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and said. Gloriosa shouted loudly as she broke free from the guards who were holding her. Who do you think you are? Yes, so what if the country is destroyed? Doesn't Hancock deserve forgiveness? He grabbed Gloriosa's slightly pale hair and walked towards the window. Advertisement, but after all, she is Hancock, so everyone will forgive her even if this is the case. Throw her out. Now. Although the guards around her felt that something was wrong, once she showed a pitiful look, everyone stood on her side without hesitation. Because the 9 Snakes pirates had not returned for a while, everyone was particularly excited when Hancock and others returned with a full load this time. Your time ended long ago, the great emperor of Amazon Lily. Excuse me, Lady Snake. Wait, Snake Princess, what do you want to do? As the sound of the bells spread throughout the entire island, everyone spontaneously ran to the hidden port of 9 Snake Island. Because I am so beautiful, it seemed that she felt that in this way Snake Princess would listen to her and respond to the call of the world government. Yes, it's an invitation to war. Everyone stared at Hancock in a daze, with hearts gradually forming in their eyes. Afterwards, Hancock tricked Gloriosa again and threw her out without hesitation. Does this take her for an idiot? Seeing Hancock's answer, Gloriosa thought that today's matter should be settled. She said a lot of things and finally, in front of everyone, she used a divination trick that could rub people's IQ on the ground. Seeing that exaggerated action, Hancock felt a surge of anger in his heart. After receiving the news that Margaret and others were going to the jungle to catch monkeys, she sighed and sat on the chair made by her pet Salome. Glancing at Gloriosa, Hancock managed to reply. As the perfumed serpent slowly disappeared, Hancock's cold voice was heard in the air. Hancock returned to the palace with doubts and finally asked a question. The government ship is docked at sea. It's the ship that's here to greet you, right? Even if my whim leads to the destruction of the country, everyone will forgive me. How dare you give orders to the emperor's concubine? This is truly treasonous. Some people just want to throw her out, she is so annoying. Snake Lady is back. After all, some people were missing, and she could still feel it. An elderly man appeared in front of everyone and continued to speak in the surprised eyes of everyone. As everyone greeted him, Hancock seemed to notice something strange. Glorious. Chapter 223, Straight Man King Luffy. Not long after. A loud bell rang again, and at the same time, it was Hancock's announcement to prepare for the shower. Everyone quickly evacuated from the inner city. This is the legend of the 3 Gorgon sisters that has been circulating on the 9 Snake Island, and it is a consensus understood by everyone. It is rumored that the 3 Hancock sisters killed the Banshee who could turn people into stone. However, before she died, the Banshee left them with a curse, and the eyes of Gorgon grew on their backs. Anyone who sees it will instantly turn into stone and die. This is also why everyone chooses to leave when Hancock takes a shower. But this day, this traditional thing was broken. The monkey Luffy, who was being chased by Margaret and other national defenders, ran back to his previous village in desperation. Because he wanted to find a ship, he jumped towards the largest building without hesitation. Next second, the roof he thought was solid shattered in an instant. He couldn't help but fall into the bathtub. Surrounded by mist, a beautiful figure saw Luffy and slowly hid in the depths. Is this a bathhouse? That thing on your back, I think I've seen it somewhere. After Luffy stood firm, he immediately saw the dodging figure. After all, the room is so small, and although there is mist above the bathtub, the visibility is still quite good. Sister. Oni-sama. What happened? Hearing the noise, the 2 sisters Boa Marigold and Boa Sandersonia rushed in, and after seeing Luffy's appearance, they both showed surprised expressions. Who is he? Men. How can there be men in this country? After watching the 2 Sandersonia sisters come in, Hancock stood up, facing Luffy and retreated to the side of the 2 Sandersonia sisters. Even if she wanted him to see her front, she didn't want Luffy to see her back. What happened? Marigold put clothes on Hancock with extra care, her face full of solemnity. The back. He must have seen it. Hancock's face was gloomy and his voice carried a hint of murderous intent. After the words were spoken, the surroundings fell into silence for a long time. An astonishing murderous intent emerged all around. Then you can only die. Marigold held the weapon and was ready to attack. Why? I just looked at your back. Advertisement. Luffy took a step back, full of confusion. What you see is something we would rather die than have others see. A deep voice came out of Hancock's mouth. She raised her hands without hesitation to form a heart shape and continued with a cold look. Go to hell with what you saw. Marrow mellow. Pink rays enveloped Luffy's entire body, and he screamed in fear. After feeling himself up and down, Luffy was surprised to find that he was fine. Marrow mellow. Seeing that Luffy was not petrified, Hancock activated the ability of the fruit again in disbelief. Ah, 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 everyone had a confused expression on their face. Why wasn't he petrified? He wasn't even moved at all when he saw me bathing. A tone of great surprise came out of Hancock's mouth. This was the first time she had encountered such a strange thing since she ate the fruit. How is that possible, sister? No matter whether you are male or female, young or old, there is no one who is not obsessed with my sister. Marigold's face was covered with cold sweat. This was the first time she had seen such a horrific thing. I think the fear of death outweighs the evil thoughts. After thinking for a while, Sandersonia found a barely justifiable excuse and continued in a stiff tone. What a lucky and pathetic man. I actually got rid of my sister's charm because of this. What a mess, I just want to find an important person, goodbye. After confirming that he was fine, Luffy turned and ran. Bang! He just broke through the window and jumped down in front of everyone. This kind of high-altitude landing has become a common occurrence. Don't even think about escaping, I won't let you get away. Kiss the gun. Quickly following Luffy, Hancock touched his lips with his slender finger. A pink heart appeared and floated in the air. Then she pointed it with her index finger, narrowed her eyes slightly, aimed at Luffy like a pistol, and fired out. Bang! The sound of a bullet being fired was heard. Due to carelessness, Luffy was shot down from the air. This kind of shooting mixed with hockey is enough even if he eats what is apparently a rubber fruit. There is no way to be immune. Advertisement in the distance, members of the Nine Snakes Pirates led by Lan quickly chased after them. The 9 Snake Island pirates that followed tied up Luffy and captured him. It would be a shame not to eat such delicious barbecue. Seeing someone chasing him, Luffy ran away quickly. Watching Luffy running away quickly, Hancock shouted loudly to the people below. Barbecue. No, she still has some strength. Stop. Let me take another good look. Gloriosa was sitting in a restaurant, holding a newspaper and reading. She was full of emotion. However, Su Chen's long-term training was not in vain. Luffy twisted a little when he fell. Alas, the future of this country is really worrying. Stop right there. That man is an intruder. Gloriosa, who noticed that the barbecue had disappeared, looked at Luffy in surprise. He is an extremely dangerous and extremely reckless terrorist. Yes, as the previous emperor of Nine Snake Island. Many well-trained Nine Snake Island warriors suppressed their doubts and immediately followed the fleeing Luffy. During this time, Margaret, who had rushed back from the jungle, also followed. Catch him, Nine Snakes Pirates. His body instantly grabbed the distant building and bounced himself out. Although they were surprised that there was a man on the island, the Lady Snake, to whom they were loyal, had already said that this guy was an invader and must be captured immediately. I have to escape. This group of rude women seems even scarier than Nami. Surrounded by strong hockey, Luffy, who was not serious to begin with, was knocked to the ground. It's been a very eventful time. Luffy's figure quickly passed by and turned back 2 seconds later. Could this person be the Monkey D. Luffy who defeated the Celestial Dragons and then kidnapped 3 people to threaten the government as mentioned in the newspaper? At this critical moment, a male invader actually appeared on Nine Snake Island. This is really unheard of. Looking at the meat in front of Gloriosa, Luffy thought for a moment and then laughed, grabbed it and stuffed it into his mouth, then chewed it twice before turning around and running away. Found him. Her eyes moved back and forth between the newspaper and Luffy's face, seemingly filled with disbelief. It also says that before he disappeared, he simply killed the Celestial Dragons that had kidnapped him. Gloriosa stood up and saw Luffy running away. In desperation, she kicked him out. Whoosh. Chapter 224. Judgment on the duel field. Death penalty. Death penalty. Death penalty. Above the huge arena, the surrounding audiences roared in unison, making a deafening roar. This guy who broke into their country must not be let off easily. Damn it. Untie me. A hole. Sitting cross-legged on the arena, Luffy struggled hard, causing the wire snakes on his body to crackle, as if they would break in the next second. Quiet. A huge sound spread throughout the venue, and Hancock came out and sat on the chair prepared by his pet Salome. I'm asking you, man. What is your purpose and how did you enter this island? After everyone was quiet, she tilted her head back slightly, supported her head with her hands, and asked Luffy a question. I'm not sure either. I remember someone took me to the sky, and when I woke up, I was here. In response to Hancock's questioning, Luffy told him what he could remember. Don't lie. Don't try to get away with this nonsense. You must have some purpose. Hancock frowned slightly, showing some impatience. If you want a purpose, does it count as wanting a ship? Luffy's mouth widened, and he smiled at Hancock with a sunny look. It would be even better if you could send me there. Anyway, I want to leave here as soon as possible. If you were their leader, please, I want to go to sea. The whole audience was quiet for a moment, and then became excited. What nonsense are you talking about? Just as Lady Snake said, that man must be lying. There must be some agenda, so we won't be fooled. Kill him. Execute him. We must not let him go. His crime is unforgivable. Listening to the hostile shouts around her, Margaret felt a little guilty sitting in the audience. Recalling the time she spent with Luffy, she felt that he was not a bad person. If she had not picked up Luffy, he would not have died. Don't even think about leaving here alive. Your crime is unforgivable. Glancing at Luffy with great disdain, Hancock made the final decision. Please wait a moment. Lady Snake. Hearing Hancock's decision, Margaret clenched her fists and stood up instantly. Advertisement then, in front of everyone's surprised gazes, she jumped directly onto the arena and explained in a somewhat stiff tone. This person should not be a liar. Snake-sama, he is telling the truth. I don't think he is someone who can harm our country. Luffy looked at Margaret, who stood up and was filled with surprise. He just knew, how could there be no normal people in this country? Is it a national warrior? My name is Margaret? When he broke into our country where men are prohibited from entering, it was already a capital crime. Why are you protecting him? Hancock was a little confused when faced with Margaret's different opinion. I feel guilty for letting this person or that person come into our country. It's me. The audience suddenly became noisy. Margaret's remarks were simply rebellious. You have to know that this is a country where men are not allowed to enter. If it is true as Margaret said, she is breaking the law. The consequences will be unbearable. Sister Snake, there is a reason for this. Yes. When this man was found in the forest, he was covered in mushrooms. We thought he was from the village, so we brought him in. Stabby and Everlandra, who had the best relationship with Margaret, jumped out, knelt on the arena, and pleaded for Margaret in fear. The fact is just as they said, bringing Luffy here was an accident. But when he saw the pattern, in order to keep a secret, Hancock has decided to kill Luffy. However, due to Margaret's interruption, Hancock didn't want to simply kill Luffy. She wanted to torture him slowly. Thinking of this, Hancock stood up and walked to Margaret and the other two, and petrified them. What happened? I turned into stone. Why? Glancing at Luffy playfully, Hancock walked back slowly. Hey, what did you do to them? They are my saviors. Seeing Hancock's nonchalant attitude, Luffy's expression became particularly serious. If there is no resistance, what's the point? After sitting on the chair made of pets, Hancock ordered with cold eyes. Bring Bakula up, this is the warrior country, Amazon Lily. Sugoi. Remember this. This man can knock Bakula away with just one punch. All the expectant faces turned into expressions of extreme horror. Advertisement next second. Yes, they were punished because of you. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge black panther walked up from behind Luffy. In the audience, some residents who had come to their senses discussed the situation in shock, and one of them looked quite excited. As Hancock spoke, the black snake that bound Luffy slowly loosened. Do you know who you were commanding? Arena. Under the tremendous force, its ferocious body rolled rapidly in the air and smashed directly into the edge of the duel arena, creating cracks on the solid duel arena. Yes. Because I am so beautiful, wow, so powerful, you knocked Bakula down with just one strike. Bang. As the straight man of pirates, Luffy replied without understanding the romance. No, you really make me angry. Because restore them to their original state. You are so abnormal. For them, Lady Snake can never be wrong. The Black Panther, which looked extremely ferocious, was knocked away by a punch the moment it pounced on Luffy. This Black Panther's name is Bakula. It is a carnivorous beast that has been raised by our country's emperors for generations and is used for executions. No bones of any prisoner executed by Bakula will be left behind. Luffy lowered his fist with a gloomy face and shouted angrily. How can you still laugh so happily when your companions were turned into stone by that kind of woman? Haha, no matter what I do, I will be forgiven, if you must ask why. Flipping her hair, Hancock cast a wink at everyone below. You, too? Hearing Luffy's shout, the people around him came back to their senses and immediately loudly refuted Luffy. Lowering his head, Hancock looked at Luffy expectantly. Fight to the death with all your might. I will witness it all. Without stopping, Hancock slowly walked back to the top. A huge crash was heard, and he didn't use haki. In other words, he defeated Batura just by strength. Its extremely sharp teeth flashed with a cold light as it looked at Luffy, seemingly thinking about where to start. Ah, Lady Snake. Except for Luffy, everyone became like Sanji after seeing the beautiful woman. Chapter 225 Haki soaring into the sky. Hancock couldn't help but groan at the merciless and iron-like words. She covered her head and leaned limply on the seat made of her pet snake. She glanced at Luffy from the corner of her eye and whispered, how could this happen? There are actually men in the world who don't fall for me. Who? I will never allow him to stay in this world. Go, Marigold, Sandersonia, take that man's head. Yes, my sister. Whoosh. Upon hearing the order, the two Sandersonias jumped out instantly and landed on either side of Luffy. Amidst everyone's cheers, she transformed into two gigantic snakes. At the same time, a slender figure stealthily appeared at the edge of the duel arena. Strange waves enveloped him, and everyone subconsciously ignored him. It's a pity that I'm late. Su Chen smiled and looked at Luffy with amusement. What a pity. If only I had arrived when Luffy fell into the bathtub, I could have recorded Luffy's appearance at that time. I guess Sanji would have been drooling with envy. As the legendary most beautiful woman in the world, Luffy is really lucky in love. Glancing at Hancock at the highest point, Su Chen once again felt a deep sense of regret in his heart. After he formed an alliance with Whitebeard, he went to meet Nami and others who were scattered around the world. Luffy was the last one he saw. After listening to his description of the new world and his emotional appeal without any violence, everyone suppressed the urge to return to Sabaody Archipelago after ensuring that they were all safe. Choose to improve your own strength first. It is too early for them to fight against the strongest force in the world. But Luffy probably wouldn't listen to him, although he didn't plan to persuade him. That's his brother. Even if he died, he would go. Wait a minute. Luffy said something loudly to Sandersonia and the other two, and then without hesitation, he carried Margaret and the other two, who had turned into stone statues, off the duel stage. Everyone was stunned when they saw Luffy's actions. Is this man afraid that the aftermath of the battle will affect Margaret and the others? Well, I'll just defeat you anyway. Back on the dueling stage, Luffy flexed his wrist and looked extremely serious. Advertisement. His brows raised slightly. Hancock was a little surprised by Luffy's action. This guy doesn't take the death penalty seriously at all. Ha ha ha. What did that man just say? He wants to beat Sandersonia and the others. It's so funny, man, it's so funny. How funny. After hearing Luffy's words, the audience around him were stunned, holding their stomachs and laughing so hard that they couldn't speak. This strange man really knows how to make people happy. Luffy looked around, ignoring the ridicule from the people around him, and asked the two Sandersonia sisters. Is it okay to knock you guys down? Ha ha ha, no problem. Marigold wiped his eyes with a smile and reminded Luffy. Since you want to defeat us, remember not to fall into the ditch between the audience seats and the duel stage. There are extremely sharp spikes underneath. It's okay. Really? Then let's begin. Marigold waved the weapon in his hand, and a strange glow slowly spread over the weapon. Kill him. Marigold, Sandersonia, Hancock, standing at the highest point, waved his slender hand and issued the final order. He who has committed the crime of invading Daughter Island and insulting me shall be executed. Ha! Take that. Marigold raised the huge guando and slashed at Luffy fiercely. As the air exploded, Luffy narrowed his eyes slightly. The footsteps slightly turned and the figure flickered. After dodging Marigold's attacks several times in a row, he stepped directly on the guando. When the huge force directly pressed the blade to the ground, leaving cracks all over it and a cloud of dust splashed on the ground. How is this possible? Marigold pulled the guando twice vigorously, and found that he was completely unable to move, with a look of horror on his face. She didn't hold back, and the blade even had armament hockey attached to it. How could this man be so strong? Even if he used all his strength, there was no way he could stop him. Marigold, let me help you. Seeing that Luffy had the upper hand, Sandersonia rolled up its long tail and lashed out fiercely. The tail was covered by hockey, and the power was enough to break steel. That's not all. Her hair instantly turned into long green snakes, biting Luffy madly. Too slow. Advertisement shaking his head, Luffy stomped his legs hard to avoid the attack of the long tail and hair. Not only that, he was extremely keen on combat and instantly flew higher, kicking Marigold's fat waist hard with his right foot in slippers. After kicking her down, he turned around and punched Sandersonia on the head. Use your arms to exert force. Under the huge force, Sandersonia flew backwards. Luffy, who had already learned how to use the armament hockey, was no match for the two men from Sandersonia. You are no match for me. Let that damned guy change them back. Falling from the sky, Luffy did not chase after the two Sandersonias who flew out. He actually scolded me. At the highest point, Hancock bit his lips tightly, as if he was about to be angry to death. Kill that man. Now, I don't want to hear him say anything about me again. Damn it. Sister Sandersonia, are you okay? Marigold twisted his snake body and stood up. Luffy's kick instantly broke through her armament color with such a strong pressure. She had only experienced this on her sister Hancock. Ahem. I'm fine. Be careful, this guy is not an ordinary person. Sandersonia yelled, with a big bump on her head. She yelled in frustration. Use all your strength, let him have a taste of our power. Doesn't this person know that you shouldn't hit someone in the face? With its long tail curling, Sandersonia rolled up the petrified Margaret. Stop. What do you want to do? His eyes narrowed and Luffy shouted anxiously. Of course it's an execution. You're the only one who thinks this is just a duel. After Sandersonia replied, she slammed her tail hard on the ground. At this moment, Luffy's eyes widened, and the strange feeling in his heart made him feel uncomfortable. I told you to stop. Boo. Crack. Boom. The energy that had been brewing in the body suddenly rose into the sky, the air exploded, and the air currents rushed everywhere randomly. Each figure was stunned for a moment, after being washed away by this terrifying aura. They gave up thinking and fainted. At this time, Luffy saw Marigold and the other two in a daze. Margaret was rescued instantly. Chapter 226 End, Adventure on Nine Snake Island. Afterwards, the Marigold sisters exerted their full strength under Hancock's orders. If Luffy wins, she will release Margaret and the other two from petrification. Luffy understood what was said and stopped playing around, defeating the Marigold sisters with overwhelming force. It's no different from the original story. Sandersonia was affected by the flames on Marigold's body when she was defeated, causing her clothes to be burned and almost revealing the mark. Luffy, however, climbed onto her back at this moment, covering the mark with his body. This shocked Hancock deeply, but his long-standing fixed ideas made him somewhat hesitant to trust others. She subconsciously asked Luffy whether he would choose to restore Margaret and the others or leave by himself, thinking that a hypocritical man could act righteous as long as his own interests were not harmed. Perhaps all this is just Luffy's appearance, but the result was that Luffy chose to let them recover without hesitation. Everyone, including Hancock, was shocked that a man with such conqueror's haki would actually bow down to his benefactor. This action completely changed Hancock and the people of Nine Snake Island's view of Luffy. See here. At the corner of the arena, Su Chen smiled even more happily. He really is worthy of being their captain. No wonder he is so likable. Afterwards, Hancock freed Margaret and the other two from petrification and invited Luffy to go to Nine Snakes Castle. His eyes flickered and Su Chen chose not to follow. Now that we have confirmed that Luffy is fine, let him play for 2 more days. The time after that won't be so easy. But impel down, do you want to go and have a look? Remember Ace was executed early, and Luffy missed it in the end. After thinking about it, Su Chen still felt that he should go. The future helmsman said that Jinbei from the 4 Emperors is still in that prison. The figure flashed, and Su Chen's figure disappeared in an instant. Nine Snakes Castle, Hancock's boudoir. Why did you bring me here? Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Luffy suddenly had an idea and asked with shining eyes. Are you going to treat me to a meal after the battle? It should be meat. I love barbecue the most. Ah, no need to thank you, thank you. Sandersonia squatted down next to Luffy and expressed her gratitude with a smile. No need for that. Just eat barbecue. Advertisement. Luffy smiled implicitly and suggested that they talk about eating instead. Marigold nodded and thanked him gratefully. Although this is the case, if the mark on our backs is seen, we will not be able to stay in this country. So thank you so much. At this moment, Hancock's voice came from behind the curtain in front of Luffy. Come in, man. The voice was trembling slightly, as if he was biting his lips while speaking. Inside? Is there anything to eat in there? Luffy automatically thought of barbecue and opened the curtain with shining eyes. The scene inside disappointed him. Not only was there no food, but Hancock also took off all his clothes on purpose. Frowning, Hancock ignored Luffy's reaction. She turned her back to him and asked him to confirm whether the mark he saw was the one on her back. But it is obvious that what Luffy saw was the logo of the Sun Pirates on Zauba's head. Although it is very similar to the dragon hoof on Hancock's back, there are obvious differences. If you don't know him, just tell him everything. You are pirates, Monkey D. Luffy, am I right? Gloriosa appeared from somewhere holding a stack of newspapers. Yes, why do you know me? Luffy responded in confusion when he saw the old woman who had kicked him. Never mind that for now. A few days ago, this man and his companions defeated the celestial dragons in the Sabaody archipelago below the Holy Land and then kidnapped them, resulting in the death of 3 celestial dragons. He is the culprit. With their pupils trembling, Hancock and the other two stared at Luffy in disbelief. Did he actually kill the celestial dragons? After getting into such a disaster, he was able to escape from the hands of 2 admirals. 2 days after the incident, he showed up here so far away. It's really puzzling. Who on earth are you? Almost trembling, Marigold swallowed and asked fearfully. Such a terrifying person, and they were actually fighting with him just now. I told you, I was beaten. Jumping out from behind the curtain, Luffy continued with a smile. I don't even know where this place is. Besides, I have no regrets about what happened with the celestial dragons. Such a B*********** D deserves to die. Advertisement. Did you really attack the celestial dragons? Hancock's voice trembled a little, and he seemed to have lost all strength in his body and was trying to support himself with his hands. There seemed to be some expectation in her eyes. Looking forward to Luffy, answer her question affirmatively. There's really nothing to explain. Luffy did punch the fat pig away. There are actually such fools in this world. She couldn't help sobbing twice. Tears flowed from her cold eyes and slid down her snow-white cheeks. People like him are still not extinct. There's nothing much to say. Congratulations to Luffy for completely capturing the heart of the most beautiful woman in the world. After, Hancock completely let down his guard and told everything. After hearing this, Luffy's dislike for celestial dragons increased once again. For this reason, he also told Hancock what he wanted to do, such as making enemies with the world. They are no longer number 1. After hearing what Luffy said, Hancock decided to help Luffy go to the underwater prison. After an extremely grand banquet, Luffy, who was full and satisfied, was chased around everywhere by enthusiastic girls. At this time, Margaret saved Luffy and expressed her gratitude to him gently. Not long after, at the port of Nine Snake Island, Hancock arrived here, dressed neatly. Luffy, sitting on the giant snake, said goodbye to Margaret and the others. Because they wanted to rescue Ace as soon as possible, they set off early. Hancock packed up and let Luffy hide in her clothes, and took the flying squirrel vice admiral's ship to impel down. This scene made Su Chen, who was hiding in the dark, eat a mouthful of dog food. Plus Hancock's shy look. He admitted that at this moment he suddenly felt that besides magic, there might be other fun things in life. The world's most beautiful woman in love completely lost her previous coldness and indifference in front of Luffy. He has completely fallen into the look of a lovesick man. A few days later, the Flying Squirrel's warship arrived at the Tall Gate of Justice. It can be vaguely seen that Eni's lobby is now under active reconstruction. As the Gate of Justice opened, the prison that represented death and despair slowly appeared in front of everyone in the distance. A corner of the warship. A sly smile appeared on the face of a figure. Chapter 227 Preparation for War Grand Line, Marine Headquarters Marin Fendo. There are still more than 10 hours until the trial of Ace. In order to cope with this war, elite marines from all over the world gathered together. There were dozens or even hundreds of giant warships, more than 100,000 elite marines, a large number of generals and officers, as well as Marshal Sengoku who was in charge of the overall situation, Chief of Staff Suru, and Admirals Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji. And the 6 Shichibukai who were recruited. They formed a force that is almost the strongest in the world, all for the purpose of completely solving the problem of Whitebeard. Even with such fighting power, everyone looked solemn. You know, he is the strongest man in the world. If he hadn't been determined to dominate the world, he would have become the second king of pirates after Roger. No news yet? In the marshal's office, Sengoku asked a school officer with a serious face. There has been no news from the Whitebeard pirates since a few days ago, and all the surveillance ships sent out for surveillance have been wiped out. Now they're completely blind. Although he had made sufficient preparations, Sengoku still felt a little uneasy. The huge tsunami coming from the direction of the Whitebeard pirates a few days ago was really strange. He had only seen that kind of power when Whitebeard was at his peak. Report. Not yet. Upon hearing this, the officer saluted immediately. The sea area under our control is still peaceful. There is no trace of the Whitebeard pirates at all. It's as if they have completely disappeared. The corner of his eye twitched twice, and Sengoku's uneasiness became even more serious. Where's Garp? Report to the marshal. Vice Admiral Garp is on his way back from Impel Down. Phew. When he arrives, tell him to come see me right away. Knowing Garp's movements, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Garp didn't get into trouble, everything would be fine. Otherwise, this war is almost certain to end in failure. Yes, also, have all the Shichibukai arrived yet? Except for Empress Boa Hancock who is heading to Impel Down, everyone else has arrived. And I just received news that Empress Hancock has left Impel Down and is on her way here. Well, you go down first. Yes. The officer saluted and quickly left the office. After calculating the military strength, Sengoku frowned. Relaxed a little. Now, everything is ready, and what happens next will just be up to fate. Advertisement, Grand Line, the waterway to Marin Fendo. 5,000 meters below the sea, the huge Moby DK is sailing quickly. Behind it, a fleet of 47 pirates followed closely behind. Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, was checking Whitebeard's body with an incredulous look on his face. Although it had been confirmed more than once, this ability to completely restore other people's abilities. It's really incredible. Okay Marco, doesn't my body know itself? He smiled and asked Marco beside him to step back, with an extremely excited smile on Whitebeard's face. That kid is really good. Not only did he recover his body, but also when faced with his full strength attack, he took it with ease. It was really an incredible feeling. It's a pity that he is too powerful, otherwise he really wants to have another son. Another thing is, I don't know about those two guys Garp and Sengoku. Will you feel particularly surprised to see him fully recovered? Thinking of this, Whitebeard showed a slight smirk on his face. Okay. But Dad, if you're uncomfortable, you must tell me. After taking a regretful look at his father's body, Marco sighed and stood aside. He really wanted to continue watching. This kind of strange power is not something that devil fruit can bring. In the distance, the giant vortex spider Squar looked at the dark seabed outside the coating with a gloomy face. No one knew what he was thinking in his heart. He still couldn't understand why his father would hide it from them. Ace is the bloodline of the pirates King Roger. Squar, my silly son. Sighing, Whitebeard stood up and held Squar in his arms. Some things cannot be explained. But one thing is absolutely certain, he, Edward Newgate, deeply loves this family. Grand Line, Impel Down, in the silent 6th layer of eternal hell, a series of ethereal footsteps were heard. Tread, step, step. With light steps, Su Chen's figure slowly emerged from the void. In his hand, he held a strange dagger. If you look closely, there seems to be a long-lasting flame above the dagger, and the air around the flame is distorted in a way that is visibly visible to the naked eye. Thief, ha 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 ha. Hey, do you know me? Advertisement? But why did you save me? After a long time, he smiled again. That's right. I remember that you are now a member of the Straw Hat crew. It is not impossible for you to come and rescue his brother. With a turn of his eyes, Su Chen walked to the outside of Teach's cell and said to him with a smile. Reach out and cut the chain directly with the dagger. Perhaps because of the special care he received, he looked particularly embarrassed. And the cell right next to him. Naturally, the purpose is to attract the attention of the whole world. Even though he was locked up here, his mentality remained unchanged. He was wearing an embroidered yukata and Japanese wooden clogs, had a short, thick black beard on his chin, and a lightning-like scar at the corner of his left eye. If Ace was rescued directly by him or Luffy, the Summit War would not be so easy to fight. Really? Thank you for the compliment. You are, Magician Su Chen? Crocodile was looking at Su Chen with a gloomy face. Ha 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 ha, long time no see, Magician. Jinbei saw the figure of the person coming and was filled with surprise. Seemingly a little confused, Jinbei stood up and thought for a moment, then suddenly realized. Seeing Su Chen's gaze, Marshal D. Teach, who was deep in the cell next to him, burst into laughter. It's not that easy to accomplish. With a grin on his face, Su Chen carefully looked at this chivalrous sea knight. But I seem to be late. Ace, has he been taken away? If you can, I'd be grateful. Looking at the familiar dagger in Su Chen's hand, Teach's pupils shrank and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. Or rather, this was part of the plan. This man's name is so famous that everyone knows him, except in some areas where information is blocked. Nothing, just think of me as being bored. With a wry smile, Jinbei sighed. It would be abnormal for such a famous magician not to know this. Do you want me to save you? Are you here to rescue Ace? Without answering Jinbei directly, Su Chen looked towards the prison on the other side. He didn't seem surprised at all that Ace was taken away. He smiled reservedly, seeming a little embarrassed. Chapter 228 The Eve of Judgment Teach's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. This flexible attitude speaks volumes about the depth of his mind. Those who achieve great things do not pay attention to trivial matters. As long as he can achieve the ultimate goal, he can trust and accept everything that is beneficial to him. Even though Su Chen almost killed him in the beginning, he can still hold back the hatred in his heart. Choose the path that is most beneficial to him. Perhaps, this is why he can become the 4 emperors. Unfortunately, I don't need your gratitude. As soon as the words came out, Su Chen's voice was still full of smiles, and he continued with a twinkling look in his eyes. After all, even if you don't need my help, I believe you have a way to leave here. That's a pity. Teach slowly withdrew his smile and retreated deeper into the cell. Ace. I'm here to save you. At this moment, Luffy rushed directly to the 6th floor with the help of Emporio Ivankov. Although he was defeated by Mazarin on the 4th floor, his long-term training, coupled with Emporio Ivankov's treatment, made him faster than in the original book. But unfortunately, Ace was taken away early. Su Chen, was Ace really taken away? Although he was very happy to meet Su Chen here, Luffy knew in his heart that the most important thing now was to find Ace. At this time, Luffy thought for a long time. Since Su Chen is still alive, it means that the other partners should be fine. Well, I've only been here a short time. When I got here, Ace had already been taken away. Nodding, Su Chen signaled Luffy not to worry, he should be taken to the marine headquarters now, so next, I will take you away from here first. After saying that, Su Chen gestured for everyone to gather around him. Wait a minute. If you want to leave here, take me with you. I will help you, as long as you let me go. During the war, I will temporarily obey your orders. Crocodile stood up with a gloomy face, facing the hope of escape and the interest in this war. He had no choice but to swallow his pride and bow his head. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled implicitly. It's a deal. With a tap of the magic wand in his hand, the cell opened automatically. Let us out too. We'll help too. Yeah, aren't you guys going to save Ace? Our powers will be of great help too. Advertisement waves of shouting were heard from the surrounding prisons. However, what made Su Chen feel regretful was that those guys in the deepest part didn't make a sound at all, and it seemed that they had no intention of getting out at all. He stretched out his hand, his eyes gleaming. A huge amount of magic power gathered in his hands and then spread out instantly. Puff. Bang. 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 Most of the people who spoke fell down instantly, with blood gushing out of their mouths and noses. Su Chen still felt a little reluctant before he finished killing them. He just killed most of the guys who ate the devil fruit. This interesting power is better spread across the sea than staying in this prison. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, mysterious patterns instantly spread under Su Chen's feet. Next second, the scene in front of everyone's eyes flashed and appeared on a warship docked and impelled down. After Su Chen and others disappeared, a tall, strong man with a broad chin and a cigar in his mouth slowly walked out. In his hand, a long knife was oozing blood. Reigns Shiryu, a person who was as famous as Magellan and impelled down. Because of his cruelty and bloodlust, he often killed prisoners for no reason for fun and was imprisoned. This time, because Luffy and Buggy made a big fuss and impelled down, he cleverly had someone release him. He swung the famous sword Lei Yu in his hand, and the chains of the cell broke instantly. He threw in a key. Get started. The moment he saw where he was, Crocodile took action instantly. Before the surrounding marines could react, sand and gravel instantly enveloped them. At the same time, Jinbei jumped into the sea instantly. Waves of sea currents rose up into the sky, destroying the artillery batteries on the surrounding warships one after another. The rest of the people also used their own methods to throw the marines on the warship into the sea. Wait for us. At this time, Buggy unexpectedly appeared above the first floor of Impelled Down. He led many pirates and rushed out at an extremely fast speed. I don't know how he broke through Magellan. Not only did he get out on his own, but he also brought so many pirates with him. Advertisement, ha ha ha. Yo-hoo. We escaped. Buggy, who led everyone on board, was surprised to get close to Luffy, and everyone cheered at this moment. This was a prison that no one had ever escaped from, but this time they succeeded in breaking out. Don't be too happy. We have to set sail now. Jinbei jumped out from the bottom of the sea and landed behind the rudder. Being familiar with the ocean currents, he was a natural helmsman. Don't even think about running, at this time. Magellan in the monitoring room gritted his teeth, looked hatefully at the people who suddenly appeared on the warship, and pressed the button to close the gate of justice without hesitation. This unsolvable way of moving was completely beyond his expectations. And there's Buggy the Clown and his gang behind. He actually took advantage of the opportunity when he was distracted by the turmoil on the 6th floor to escape from prison. This was simply a great shame and humiliation. As long as they are not allowed to leave the gate of justice, everything can still be salvaged. Not good. Look, the gate of justice is about to close. A sharp-eyed pirate loudly reminded everyone. His face was filled with horror. Yes, now is not the time to be happy. As long as we don't leave the range of the Gate of Justice, we cannot be considered to have reached the safe area. It's over. If the door is closed, we will all die here. I knew it wouldn't be that easy to leave. This is impelled down. Seeing the door slowly closing, everyone's faces turned extremely ugly. Judging from the speed at which the door closed, it was obviously not something they could catch up with. It's okay, just keep going. After saying this, Su Chen, with his eyes slightly narrowed, lay down on a recliner on the warship. At this moment, he was holding a cup of black tea in his hand, looking at everyone with a very relaxed attitude, not taking this matter to heart at all. This damn elegance is truly fascinating. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Yes, with this adult here, they don't need to worry at all. At this time, Magellan hurriedly came out of the monitoring room and rushed to the bottom of the prison. News just came in that the former guard, Shiryu of Changyu, has released most of the pirates on the 6th floor. At this moment, they were rushing upwards madly. The leader is still Blackbeard Teach and his gang. And most importantly, those guys deep in the 6th floor seem to have been released intentionally by Shiryu. Chapter 229 Marine Headquarters at this time, Marin Fenduo. There are still 3 hours left before departure. Ace, looking disheveled, was being escorted to the execution platform. Photographers from all over the world flocked to the scene, influenced by certain Den Mushi news, and anxiously awaited the next development of the situation. What they have to do is to convey all the truth to the world. Look, Fire Fist Ace is being brought up. The execution is about to begin. Look, the 3 admirals and the remaining Shichibukai have all appeared. The scene changed and Ace was bed on the high position. His body was in a kneeling position, his head lowered in a state of embarrassment. He seemed to be thinking about something, but also seemed to have given up struggling. At the bottom of the platform, the 3 admirals were sitting quietly on special chairs, watching the whole scene calmly. It seemed that Kuzan and Kizaru had recovered quite well. At least there is no visible difference on the outside. And further down, there are densely packed artillery positions. Among them, there are a large number of elite marines, and further ahead, there are a large number of generals and officers. Shichibukai was placed in front of the army to withstand the strongest first wave of impact. Tap, tap, tap. Firm footsteps sounded, and Sengoku glanced back at Garp and said, "That's it, don't forget who you are, I'm going to tell you everything. It's up to you. I'm going down now." His pupils flickered, Garp clenched his fists, and walked towards the position of the crane below. And Sengoku said nothing more, turning around and walking up to the platform that restrained Ace. Then come Den Mushi. Yes, after taking a quick look around the room, Sengoku took a deep breath and turned on the radio Den Mushi. I have something to announce, regarding the significance of Portgas D. Ace's execution today. Everyone present was stunned for a moment, their eyes fixed on Sengoku's straight body. Ace, tell me your father's name. Sengoku's voice was transmitted throughout the room through the phone, but such a question obviously made people confused, and everyone looked bewildered. At this point, is it still necessary to ask this question? Advertisement, my father is Whitebeard, wrong. That's right, it can only be him, no one else. Faced with this question, Ace refuted it without hesitation. To him, the only real father is Whitebeard. There is an island called Bartelila in South Blue. According to the information passed to you by CP9, we took great pains to find the island. We investigated all the newborns and their mothers, but still found nothing. That's no wonder. Your birth was the result of your mother's life. It can be said that it was the product of her great efforts. This deceived our eyes. No, it deceived the eyes of the whole world. At this point, Sengoku's face showed a hint of admiration. That woman went beyond our imagination. Her strong desire to protect her child made her spend 20 months carrying the child in her belly. While she was underneath you, she finally ran out of energy and died on the spot. Ace's pupils vibrated and his brows furrowed. When this sad memory was mentioned again, he unexpectedly felt sad. Therefore, Ace deeply doubted whether his birth was necessary. Does this world really welcome him? 1 year and 3 months after your father's roar, a child who inherited the world's most evil bloodline was born. That child is you, Portgas D. Ace. You can't possibly not know. Your father, it's the Pirates King Gold D. Roger. There was an uproar. Whether it's Marine who's in Marinefin, or everyone who's in front of the Den Mushi image. They all looked at the kneeling figure in shock, full of disbelief. Hey, interesting. Doflamingo's glasses flashed, and he laughed thoughtfully. It's a pity that the guy was arrested. Hancock next to him also looked back in surprise. She also didn't expect that Ace wasn't Luffy's biological brother, she thought. There was some silence for a while, until everyone absorbed the news. Sengoku raised the Den Mushi and continued his story. About 2 years ago, when you sailed across the sea with your mother's surname. We have already noticed. Roger's bloodline has not been completely cut off. Advertisement, but Whitebeard, who realized the same thing as us, wanted to train you to be the next king of pirates. He even brought the son of his former rival to his ship. Even Sengoku hadn't expected this. No, I came on board to help my dad become the king of pirates. You're the only one who thinks so. Before Ace could even finish his words, Sengoku interrupted him immediately. In fact, the reason we haven't taken any rash actions is because you have always been protected by Whitebeard. As he said this, Sengoku glanced at Garp obliquely. He lied. If it weren't for that phone call to Marine headquarters, they would not have arrested Ace. After all, Garp's opinion matters a lot, even if most people don't realize it. But if you are allowed to grow, your talent will eventually allow you to reach the top of the Pirates era, so taking your head here today is of great significance. Even if things continue to evolve, even if we continue to be enemies with Whitebeard, we will do whatever it takes, even if it means an all-out war with Whitebeard. For justice, all the Marines present shouted in unison. It seems that all this is for the justice in my heart. At this moment, the fighting spirit of all the Marines was unprecedented and completely united. Report. A large fleet has appeared on the sea ahead. The officer in charge of alert issued a warning, but before he could finish, a huge shadow appeared under the sea surface in the bay in front of the port of Marinfendo. Boom. The huge vibration caused the waves to surge, and the surrounding seawater spread in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Some of the unlucky warships were hit directly onto the island by the sudden waves. Everyone stared blankly at the bay in the middle. 4 huge sailboats suddenly appeared, which were as big as warships. The Whitebeard pirates, who had been well prepared, were looking at the Marines around them with a grim smile on their faces. At the same time, the bow of the Moby Dick, a man holding a dagger and with a crescent-shaped white beard on his face, looked at the platform where Ace was standing with a burning gaze. His son is over there, waiting for him to save him. Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world, this time it was for his son. Not hesitating to go into all-out war with the Marine. Chapter 230 Top Battle. Gulala, my beloved son, are you okay? Seeing Ace's embarrassed look, especially the surprised looks of Sengoku and others beside him, Newgate laughed wildly. Dad. Tears welled up in Ace's eyes. Although he knew they would come, he really didn't want to implicate others. Gulala, Sengoku, it's been a while since we last met. How about giving you a meeting gift? With a smile on his face, Newgate stretched out his hands and waved them out fiercely. Crack. Ka. Countless cracks spread rapidly in all directions, starting from his fists. At the same time, the sea within 10 kilometers of Marinfen was instantly turbulent, and an invisible wave from bottom to top set off a tsunami that was hundreds of meters high. Most importantly, the wall of water formed by this tsunami is not just one. With each wave after another, the overwhelming tsunami hit Marinfendo, who was in the center. He is known as the strongest man in the world, and the title is well deserved. This force, which is like a natural disaster, is simply not something that ordinary people can withstand. What happened? What did that man do? The sea level is starting to drop. There's no other movement for now. Stay alert. Yes. The warships on the sea were the first to discover the commotion caused by Whitebeard, and they all showed shock on their faces, but the next second, a rear admiral calmed them down. As expected of the most elite part of the Marine, the first thing they do when encountering something is to keep their subordinates calm. It would have been better if he hid the things on his body that represented the Revolutionary Army more secretly. Dad. Everyone, it was me who ignored the advice and ran out on my own. Why don't you just let me fend for myself? After seeing his father's actions, Ace was silent for a while, then recalled his past experiences and shouted loudly. It's me. I acted on my own and ended up like this. No. I asked you to go. With a slight frown on his face, Newgate took on the responsibility without hesitation. It's a lie. His pupils shrank. After hearing what his father said, Ace loudly retorted. Don't lie, you clearly stopped me at that time. I asked you to go, right, Marco? Newgate smiled and seemed to believe what he said, and even asked Marco next to him a question. Advertisement, yeah, I heard that too, as Marco, who had been on board for a long time, naturally knew what his father meant. You've suffered a lot, Ace. But as a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, you should know the fate of those who hurt our friends. No one will survive. We're going to rescue you right now, Ace. Boom. The tsunami caused by Newgate just now finally arrived when Marco finished speaking. What is that? Sir, what do we do now? On the warships, countless soldiers looked at the tsunami coming from afar in horror and cried out in fear. Faced with this kind of power, no one can remain calm. Such a horrific natural disaster is simply not something they can resist. But when they turned their eyes to the rear admiral, they gradually quieted down. The rear admiral who had asked them to remain calm just now did not seem to be panicked at all by the coming tsunami. His indifferent expression seemed as if the tsunami was nothing more than that. Of course, since the superiors are not afraid, why should they be afraid? No one saw it. The hands under the rear admiral's cloak were shaking madly. Foo. What kind of power is this? It's worthy of being a legendary monster. At the same time, the bespectacled host and Doflamingo standing in front of the Marines laughed. Even as a celestial dragon, he was amazed by this power. Call. Seeing the tsunami coming from all directions, feeling his body having recovered, he jumped directly into the sky the next moment. Surrounded by frost, snowflakes slowly began to float in the sky. 2 ice crystal thorns flashing blue light shot out to both sides instantly. Ice Age. The bone-chilling cold merged into the seawater after a moment. Hundreds of millions of tons of seawater solidified in an instant, and the area within 10 miles of Marinfendo turned into a world of ice and snow. This is the power of Admiral. Whitebeard is not only a mobile scourge. The same goes for them. Aokiji. You're quite interesting, kid. Glancing at Kuzan with appreciation, Newgate had a smile on his face. Countless ice and frost spread instantly, and the entire bay froze. Falling down doesn't mean he's defeated immediately. After all, he's still one of the 3 admirals. Advertisement Aokiji did not answer Newgate. After dealing with the tsunamis on both sides, he attacked Newgate directly. Hey, are you going to take action? Ha ha ha, that's very thoughtful. Ice crystal spears shot out instantly, and the air became even colder. But now is not the time to worry about these things. Since he has appeared, we naturally have to respond. Sengoku, who was the first to react, waved his hand without hesitation and gave the order to attack. The flames bloomed quietly like fireworks in the majestic marine headquarters. As soon as he finished speaking, the black knife in Hawkeye's hand instantly slashed down, and an incomparable huge sword energy flew out. Its power was so strong that everything along the way was split into 2 halves. The Whitebeard captains who couldn't help themselves first, led the pirates and began to charge towards the platform where Ace was. 2 thorn spears. Fight back. Although it was surprising that Newgate emerged from the bottom of the sea, it did cause him to miscalculate, and judging from the movement he made just now, he always felt a little uneasy. The black knife was unsheathed, and Hawkeye stared at Whitebeard in the distance with narrowed eyes. The smile on his face faded, and Newgate threw another punch. The air was full of cracks, as if the space was shattered at this moment. Come on, everyone. Let those cowards in Marine know how powerful we, the Whitebeard pirates, are. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst everyone's surprised gazes, he stood at the front. Fire. I just want to test the gap between us and that man. He wants to adopt a son again. Ka ka ka. The attacking ice crystal spear and Aokiji shattered under this powerful force, turning into a large pile of broken ice that fell from the air. Waves of artillery shells instantly flooded the entire sky. Destroy the Moby DK. The 2 sides fired at each other, and the sound of artillery was deafening. The sword energy rushed straight towards Whitebeard. The Whitebeard pirates were not to be trifled with either, and they immediately retaliated in the direction of the shells. His skills are so wonderful and natural. Then, Aokiji appeared again. In an instant, the artillery batteries deployed in the square and dozens of warships opened fire at the same time. Clang. Doflamingo, who was standing next to Hawkeye, brightened his eyes and said something in surprise. Chapter 231. Excellent officers appear on the battlefield. Bang. A deafening sound rang out, and the terrifying sword energy stopped in front of Whitebeard. Yohu. As the captain of the 3rd squad of the Whitebeard pirates, there is a reason why Joe is called the Diamond Shield. After eating the shining fruit, he can even withstand Hawkeye's slash. It is not easy to break through his defense unless he is distracted. He just exerted force with his arms, and the huge sword energy was forcibly changed in direction. Flying towards the endless sky. Wow, that's so scary. Seeing Whitebeard still smiling nonchalantly, Kizaru could no longer sit still. Because 3 celestial dragons died in Sabaldi Archipelago, he was deducted a full month's salary. This was even though he was fighting hard. If I don't take action now, what will I do if someone reports me for slacking off? He doesn't want his salary to be deducted again. Yashikani no Magatama. I saw a flash of light all around him and his figure instantly appeared in the sky. Countless dazzling light bombs fell like meteors. However, the moment he made his move, Little Mago, who had been staying behind Newgate, flew out instantly. 2 wings burning with blue flames carried him into the sky and turned into a giant bird wrapped in unknown flames. After blocking the falling light bullet, he appeared in front of Kizaru. How scary. Kizaru seemed a little surprised and smiled obscenely. They actually blocked them all, the Whitebeard pirates. As soon as he finished speaking, Marco kicked him out. Bang. With a swift kick, Kizaru flew away and slammed hard to the ground. Floating in the air, Marco said handsomely, "How can I let you disturb my dad right after I come up here? It's the captain of the 1st squad of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco." Everyone was stunned for a moment and took a breath. This guy actually kicked the admiral away. When the smoke cleared, Kizaru walked out unharmed. As the Flashman who ate the obscene fruit, how could he be defeated so easily? At most, it's just a little dust on your body. Go ahead, save Ace.
Advertisement. Seeing their captain's power, the morale of the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates soared, and they rushed to the platform where Ace was with great excitement.
They're just admirals. Can't you see that 2 admirals are already at a disadvantage? Shoot. Let these damn pirates know what it means to have a military force that can suppress the world. On the Marine side, a staff officer served as a temporary battlefield commander. He drew his saber and loudly gave the order to the Marines around him to shoot. Led by the revolutionary soldiers in the Marine, the surrounding Marines quickly carried out the order. As the Revolutionary Army's backup hidden in the Marine headquarters, he naturally also studied the books given by Su Chen. Naturally, I know how to deal with it at this time. Marine is not their enemy. Even if they overthrow the world government, the next step will be to completely destroy the pirates. If they can eliminate as many as possible, they will naturally eliminate as many as possible. Bang, bang, bang. The sky was filled with deafening gunfire and bullets flying. Although these did not pose any threat to the captains of Grandmaster Hockey, for those who were not so Grandmaster, encountering this kind of barrage-like attack was like encountering a calamity. This is the difference between elite troops and pirates. The army needs to follow orders, otherwise, what's the difference between us and those guys who have no discipline? Quick! Crossfire support. Before the formal contact, consume as much of these pirates' manpower as possible. On the warship in the port, the rear admiral also drew his saber and issued an order for support. This kind of fire suppression can be easily identified as coming from a colleague. He certainly knows how to cooperate in order to cause the most effective damage. Yes. Because the rear admiral remained calm in the face of the tsunami, all the marines obeyed the order wholeheartedly. At least at this moment, they showed absolute obedience to the rear admiral. Sengoku, who was at the highest point, looked down at the battle below with a hint of surprise on his face. Has the military quality of their marines reached this level? Captain. Their firepower is too strong. The overwhelming firepower was so fierce that the Whitebeard pirates had lost 20% of their men before they even made formal contact with the marine. Not to mention rescuing Ace, it's even a question whether they can escape alive. It sounds good to be passionate, but it can't stop bullets. Xiao Zi shouted angrily, "Despicable marine. If you stand behind me, I will give them a big beating." He lifted up an extremely huge piece of ice and smashed it hard into the front where the firepower was the most intense. Go. Save Ace. Go. Advertisement under the cover of the huge ice block, the members of the Whitebeard pirates resolutely rushed towards the marine. Draw your sword. Fight the pirates. Several usually inconspicuous officers gradually took over the command of the battlefield with their excellent command abilities. The next moment, the battlefield suddenly became white-hot. Just a contact, blood spurted out, and countless people fell to the ground. Such a tragic scene was a heavy blow to the marines who looked down on the pirates. They thought that they were just blessed by the weapons, and these pirates were not weak at all. Moreover, their individual strength is actually slightly better by 10%. The weak people would have died under the overwhelming firepower just now. Kill. Destroy them. Kill all these damn pirates, for justice. Kill. Kill all these hypocritical marines. The deafening shouts of killing rose into the sky, and the endless sky seemed to be tinged with blood. Bright red blood splattered on the snow-white ice surface, dotted with countless pink flowers. Gradually, these blood-colored flowers connected into one piece, completely dyeing the ice surface. At every moment, a figure would fall down instantly. The eyes of those fighting were red, the people watching frowned. The battlefield was like a meat grinder, reaping the lives of both camps. Really? If we all go out, who will guard this place? Glancing at Aokiji and Kizaru, Akainu stood up, a thick flame bursting out of his right fist, and smoke and heat waves swept across the sky. Great eruption. He aimed at the huge ice block and punched it directly. Like the power of a volcanic eruption, the huge iceberg melted instantly in just a few seconds. The remaining lava fell towards the pirates. Don't be afraid, charge to the square. Kill. Staring at the magma that looked like a meteorite, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates roared loudly. Don't even think about it. Stop them. Faced with the Whitebeard pirates' outbreak, Marines showed no fear and fought back fiercely. Chapter 232 War. Boom. Huge footsteps sounded, and the battlefield shook. Behind the battle, the huge Vice Admiral started to move at this moment. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the giant Vice Admiral with a huge stature quickly came in front of Newgate. He exerted force with his arms, and the weapon in his hand swept the air and smashed down hard at Newgate. The air exploded and airwaves flew. With such a large size, even without any skills, its power is enough to crush mountains. Interesting. Newgate looked up, an interested smile on his face. He suddenly clenched his right fist, and without hesitation, he swung out a punch, hitting the attacking weapon hard. Boom. Crack. The sound of glass breaking suddenly rang out, and endless vibrations spread along the weapon. The giant Vice Admiral's hand shook, and the weapon shattered instantly. Then Newgate's arm shook slightly. Crack. The void shattered once again, and a powerful force pulled the giant Vice Admiral to one side and he fell. The giant Vice Admiral, whose face turned pale, tried his best to steady his body, but it was in vain. There were very few people in this world who could escape from Newgate. With a loud bang, the giant Vice Admiral fell down instantly. Its head was just at the angle that Newgate could blast out easily. Gulala. An extremely heroic laugh sounded, and Newgate punched down. Crack. The fist containing terrifying force hit Vice Admiral's head right on top. Under the force, his head instantly hit the ice surface, blood splattered, his eyes turned white, and he had lost consciousness. The battlefield was silent for a few seconds, then an unimaginable war broke out again. As the strongest man in the world, the Vice Admiral Marine had expected Newgate to be able to take out the giant so easily. Besides, there are people in our camp who can deal with him. Kill. The shouts and cries of killing were deafening, and the cruelty of the war was beyond everyone's expectations. Not only the Marines but also the pirates suffered extremely heavy casualties. Every second, someone was bleeding and then falling to the ground screaming. But even so, no one backed down. This is a life and death battle. Whoever retreats loses. Advertisement. Hoo-hoo, Brother Ace, I'm coming to rescue you. A figure even taller than the giant appeared. As the descendant of Oz, Little Oz's body was several times larger than that of the giant Vice Admiral. He just roared angrily, picked up the frozen sailboat and smashed it out. Under such a fierce attack, the blockaded bay finally opened up. Quick. Oz has opened the hole, follow him into the square. Great, everyone, hurry up, kill, the marine is retreating. Countless pirates shouted angrily. Once this stalemate was broken, it would easily trigger a chain reaction. The marine might be defeated because of this flaw. Cross-cover retreat. Return to the square and reorganize the formation. Strong generals, stay behind to cover our retreat. No matter what happens, retreat back to the bay in 3 minutes. No, we must not let the pirates enter the square. This is the best option, obey orders, yes. Several new marine stars quickly arranged their tactics, and some veteran vice admirals wanted to do things their own way. However, it was immediately refuted. For some reason, they finally obeyed the order. Perhaps this is the charm of precise command. In this short period of time, they actually began to admire these generals who seemed inconspicuous at ordinary times. Oz, you are such a reckless fellow. Glancing at the marine's quick reaction, Newgate immediately spoke up to stop Oz's charge. You're too big. Dying in vain is not the same as being brave. Dad, don't stop me. I want to save him, even if it's just 1 minute earlier. I want to rescue Brother Ace as soon as possible. Oz paused, his eyes fixed on the platform where Ace was standing. After he finished speaking, he walked firmly towards the port on the bay. There was a little silence. Newgate said loudly to the others, I understand. You are responsible for the aftermath and cover Oz's attack. Yes. After hearing their father's order, the others responded immediately. But the next moment, Newgate's pupils shrank. With a cute gas like bear paw, Oz's figure fell down instantly. Oz. On the high platform, Ace shouted anxiously as he watched the huge hat he had knitted himself fall down. Countless amounts of blood gushed out and formed a stream flowing slowly on the ice. With just one move, Oz, whose size was several times that of the giant, could hardly get up. Crack. Advertisement. Large mouthfuls of blood spurted out, and the flamingo's body disappeared instantly after being hit head-on by the impact. Marco. With such a huge movement, they always felt something was wrong. Whitebeard, can he still use such a powerful force now? Not to mention Doflamingo, even Sengoku and others subconsciously frowned. He realized that this guy Whitebeard had somehow recovered to his best condition. A punch thrown in anger, with unparalleled power. Be careful. The strongest man in the world is angry. With a turn of his hand, extremely terrifying waves gathered on the blade, and he chopped it out directly. Silk threads were flying, and an inexplicable aura was surrounding them. Sons, cover your brothers, it's just a convenient target. Follow me to rescue Ace. Why was nothing wrong when the bear attacked just now? On the platform, Sengoku's face changed drastically and he roared. After the roar, Newgate jumped directly off the bow and landed on the ice. A big pit appeared in the square, followed by a loud noise. Doflamingo lay in the pit in a daze, looking at the sky blankly. As the most unpredictable Doflamingo, when he saw Oz's huge body, he couldn't resist the desire to attack. Foo. This is so interesting. Puff, bang. The void exploded and everything around it collapsed. It's far away. The giant vortex spider Squar, who had already understood Ace's identity, had bright eyes and looked at Newgate with admiration. He chopped hundreds or even thousands of marines to pieces with one sword. He is the strongest man in the world, so terrifying. Newgate laughed wildly, then the Kongyanchi in his right hand shook instantly and swung forward violently. Without the assistance of Top Hockey, his huge body was in the eyes of Top Masters. Newgate, who had fully recovered, could no longer bear it and punched Doflamingo. A straight crack spread out, and everyone within the attack range flew backwards instantly. Bang! Gulala! An extremely heroic roar sounded. Clear, it cut directly towards Oz's right leg. Don't even think about it. Chapter 233. Death or life. Do it, Akainu. Take advantage of Newgate's attack to destroy their foothold. From the high platform, Sengoku gave him the order in the calmest manner. At the same time, an iron wall rose up in the bay, and the Den Mushi that was broadcasting the war live was instantly cut off. Although he didn't understand why the giant vortex spider Squar didn't take action, he couldn't wait that long now. He had to make sure that Whitebeard had recovered to his peak condition. These little tricks are completely useless now. What's behind that? It looks exactly like the tyrant bear, but why doesn't it look human? Don't worry about it, just follow Daddy's lead. Kill. Save Ace. The sudden change made the Whitebeard Pirates group full of confusion, but the moment they saw their father, they became resolute again. What are you afraid of? With Daddy here, these are just Marines' tricks. I've said it before, these pirates don't deserve to die. Meteor volcano. The magma surged and the smoke boiled. Akainu's arm turned into a large ball of flowing magma under his control, and the surrounding air seemed to be boiling. Next second, amid everyone's horrified gazes, Akainu punched the air. Large masses of lava flew into the clouds. Then we saw countless meteor-like magma falling towards the earth. Boom. The bay was suddenly covered by a meteor volcano as big as a mountain. Wherever it passed, even the marines that had not yet retreated to the square were severely damaged. After the meteors in the sky disappeared, the ice surface of the entire bay broke, leaving only a few places to stand. Countless casualties. Akainu takes action, so terrifying. Compared to Aokiji's ice, Kizaru's flash, Akainu's lava is more explosive and its attacks are more fierce. Interesting lava kid, so cruel. Newgate's eyes narrowed slightly as he focused his gaze. This guy even included his own people in his attack range. He is indeed more ruthless than the average marine. Of course, this only surprised him slightly. They died for what they deserved, all for justice. Whitebeard, today is the day you die. As he spoke, Akainu launched an attack. The terrifying magma erupted, and wherever it passed, lava rolled, the air boiled, and everything turned into a lava world. It's so terrifying that it's enough to scare someone to death. Facing this man who was known as the strongest man in the world, he punched him without hesitation. Advertisement, that's it? Boy, the word justice is not that simple. I will teach you to respect the elders. Hearing Akainu's speech, Newgate grinned, an inexplicable glow appeared on his arm, and he punched Akainu's fist without hesitation. Crack. The void was covered with cracks, as if the space was broken. An inexplicable force was pulling everything around. The next second, the two intersected. Bang! Lava gushed out, debris flew everywhere, and everything in front of Newgate was shattered. Feeling the huge power coming from his arm, Akainu was shocked and his face suddenly changed. Caw-caw, the sound of broken bones was heard, and seeing that the situation was not good, Akainu immediately flew backwards with the force. Dog bites Red Lotus. After spinning in the air to relieve the force, Akainu endured the extremely terrifying shock force, condensed his armed color, and punched out again. The magma is rolling and the endless smoke is surging. The next moment, a huge magma dog head collided head-on with Newgate's arm. Crack. Under the extremely terrifying vibration, the huge magma dog head shattered and turned into useless pieces of stone that fell into the sea. How is that possible? Akainu Admiral actually lost in a head-on confrontation. Monster. Whitebeard is a monster. Many Marines were shocked, their faces full of disbelief. Skyshock Sword. Conqueror's covering, extremely terrifying power is concentrated on the blade. Newgate swung his knife fiercely. Facing Akainu who was somewhat off balance, the battle-hardened warrior would certainly not miss such a good opportunity. Crack. Along with the sound of the void shattering, Akainu's figure directly broke through the rising iron wall and flew back, landing heavily under the platform. Puff. A large mouthful of blood spurted out. As the high-end force on the battlefield, Akainu was the first to be injured. Mighty. Ha 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 ha, did you see that? Dad is invincible? Brothers, kill. Dad has opened the way. Go ahead, brothers. Kill all those hypocritical Marines. Shocked all over, seeing their father's mighty performance, the pirates were inspired and their morale was boosted. Advertisement taking advantage of the gap in the iron wall, they stepped into the square. In contrast, the Marine camp is in a slump. All three admirals are at a disadvantage. Do they still have hope? Kill. If we were found to be undercover agents, we would probably be eaten alive by those people. As the Revolutionary Army's backup, how could they not know the consequences of showing their strength this time? Sir, but what happens after the war? If it's okay, reuse it. They are so ashamed. He raised his slightly bent saber and charged towards the Whitebeard pirates. But do they really stand up to scrutiny? Today is a life and death battle. Good fellow. This time, the bloodiness is heart-wrenching. Therefore, faking death and escaping is the best option. Sengoku, known as the resourceful general, will definitely investigate their origins thoroughly. A bunch of cowards. If it weren't for the extremely united atmosphere of the Whitebeard pirates, the pirates would have fled in such a simple situation. Next to him, another Marine smiled and pierced his abdomen with a saber, stabbing the pirates who had shot him in the carotid artery from behind. Several school officers who were previously overwhelmed by the pirates appeared in a hidden corner of Marin Fendo. A Marine with only one arm left bit off the throat of a pirate with his mouth while grinning. Think about your families, think about the people who are suffering, think about what you are carrying. Kill. After he finished speaking, several officers took the lead. Looking at the figure being overwhelmed by the numerous pirates, everyone in the Marine camp felt an inexplicable sadness in their hearts. Collided again with the pirates who were full of excitement and disdain. What followed was endless anger. Marine is filled with anger and sadness. Three extremely uniform roars represented the anger of the Marine camp. The generals from before stood up again and shouted loudly to everyone. Kill. For justice, for those who cannot fight. Because of their cowardice, during the war they were useful to the Marine. This is not the time to join the Marines. Such penultimate command capabilities have long shown that they have problems. Kill. Such outstanding officers actually chose to sacrifice themselves in order to inspire their fighting spirit. Chapter 234 Go. Luffy, Ace. At this moment, a loud shout was heard in the air. Luffy? Hearing this extremely familiar voice, Ace on the execution platform subconsciously looked up, his pupils trembling, looking at the figure falling from the sky in disbelief. Nani. Garp, who had been keeping his head down, opened his mouth and his eyes almost popped out. The funniest thing was his nose. He couldn't help but let a drop of snot flow out, and he looked full of panic. Damn. Why is this guy here? Luffy. Immediately afterwards, Garp covered his head with his hands and felt an indescribable pain. Commonly known as a buzzing head. Garp, look what you've done. On the dais, the bespectacled Sengoku shouted angrily. This guy and his whole family are not easy to deal with. The incident in Sabaody Archipelago happened not long ago, and now they have appeared on this battlefield that affects the world without stopping. What exactly does this family want to do? If it weren't for the trust they had established over the years, he would have thought that Garp had done it on purpose. Calm down, Garp. He, who was standing by, saw Garp's look and quickly pulled him. If she didn't take action, Garp would probably rush out. The current scene is too complicated. Those guys who aroused the fighting spirit of all Marines are not right at first glance, the forces involved in this war. Maybe it's not just Marine and pirates, who. After taking a few quick breaths, Garp suppressed the urge to attack. Now, he absolutely cannot take action. Garp was tortured by the justice on his back and the pressure from his family. He seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. And below the execution platform, Akainu slowly stood up. His gaze was fixed on the man in the straw hat in the middle of the night, his eyes were cold. That guy. The son of a dragon, right? He caused such a big fuss, so he must be eliminated. On the other side, Aokiji looked at the familiar figure with a distressed expression. The fact that Garp's grandson is a big headache alone, not to mention that guy should have arrived after the Straw Hat Boy showed up. Advertisement all of a sudden, the other side had a world-class force. If you want to prevent Ace from being rescued, it would be difficult to think about it. Kizaru was stunned and glanced at the bear who refused the final transformation for some reason. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face, Gulala. Looking at Luffy who landed not far away, Newgate laughed a few times. This guy is just as Ace said, but why is it only him? Where did that guy go? With his eyes flickering and returning to his peak state, Newgate didn't care about these things. Boy, that straw hat. Looks a lot like the one Red Hair used to wear. Uncle, do you know Shanks? He asked me to keep this? Luffy smiled and pressed down the straw hat on his head, his eyes fixed on Ace on the platform. He still had some good feelings towards Ace as captain. Are you here to save your brother? That's right? Hearing Luffy's unhesitating words, Newgate paused suddenly on the Kurigane Kiri in his hand. An extremely terrifying aura rose into the sky and pressed straight towards Luffy. The wind blows back. Unspeakable terror weighed heavily on everyone. As an emperor who roamed the seas, Newgate's conquerors was absolutely at the top of the world. One can imagine how powerful he was when he used this ability. The entire battlefield was shaking, and all the fighting almost stopped subconsciously. His eyes were dull, and his focus automatically focused on Newgate. Along with the momentum, Newgate asked directly, "You should know who your opponent is. With your current strength, you might lose your life. Don't talk too much, you don't need to worry about it." What was extremely surprising was that Luffy let the strong wind blow through the corners of his clothes, and his expression did not change at all as he shouted back, "I know you want to be the king of pirates, right? But I will be the king of pirates, not bad, boy, but if you hold me back, I won't let you go." With a curled corner of his mouth, Newgate's eyes showed a hint of appreciation. Kill. If they didn't seize such a good opportunity, they would be really stupid. Kill. Luffy didn't say a word this time, and just rushed towards the execution platform. Advertisement after yelling, he quickly took out a special Den Den Mushi. This guy is fearless and really looks like that guy, Gold D. Roger. At the same time, from the sound of it, the battle over there was not far from the man who answered him. As the world's largest and most heavily guarded deep-sea prison, if it were really lost, the consequences would be simply devastating. The approaching pirates were blocked head-on, and their belief that the marine was exhausted seemed like an illusion. A special Den Den Mushi ringtone sounded, and soon after, several figures quickly crossed the sky. Whoosh! In just a moment, Sengoku's expression turned ugly. Mariajoy is a sacred place located on the red line. The corner of Sengoku's mouth twitched at the highest point, as if he understood something. He took a deep breath and glared at Garp fiercely. You have to know that among those imprisoned there are many old rivals from when he was young. Those who were unable to avoid him were quickly knocked down by him. Garp. Now everyone is in shock, and Luffy actually rushed to the front of the battle line. Most importantly, some people in the marine lineup intentionally or unintentionally avoided fighting with Luffy. The pirates who reacted followed Luffy. If all these people escaped, would the Marines still be able to easily subdue them after the war with Whitebeard? Damn it. Maybe in the next moment, Impel Down will be completely lost. Dang dang dang. After hesitating for a few seconds, he pressed it directly. Impel Down, is something wrong? The impact of this incident is no less than this battle. Thinking of this, Sengoku roared and said to Garp in a very serious tone, "In the name of justice, I demand that you stop Newgate." There were intermittent responses coming from the Den Den Mushi. Prison level 6. There are few survivors due to unknown reasons. Also, Blackbeard Teach, with the help of former Warden Shiryu, is leading his subordinates to fight us. It seemed that at this moment, Marine's overall strength had dropped significantly. This strange behavior made the entire battlefield indescribably weird. Sengoku took out a Den Den Mushi, answered the call and then shouted loudly at the other end. Report to the Marshal. Several people led by Straw Hat Boy, Ivankov, and Buggy the Clown let a considerable number of criminals go free during Impel Down. Chapter 235 Garp's Action. Garp clenched his fists tightly and walked out slowly, breathing heavily. Amid the expectant gazes of many Marines, he resolutely met Newgate. In the end, between justice and family affection, whether for the persistence of so many years or for the original intention in his heart, Garp still made the final decision. If anyone can stop Newgate who has returned to his peak, Among the many Marines, there is only one, and that is Garp, who destroyed the Rock's pirate together with Roger. His strength is enough to go head-to-head with Newgate. Boom! An extremely violent punch was thrown out, directly hitting Kong Yunki, who was held by Newgate. There is a slight distance between the two. The extremely deep hockey brought extremely powerful force. In the middle of the two intersections, cracks appeared in the void and blood-red lightning collided madly. The wind swept in and the air exploded. At this moment, the sky is divided into two colors. Formed two distinct parts. This expression, which was completely different from Akainu's, greatly inspired Marines' fighting spirit. Their camp also has the power to confront the pirates head-on. In this battle, who can say that he will win until the end? Kill. Accompanied by roars, the intensity of the battlefield increased again. Gulala, good boy, Garp, you gave me a great gift. An extremely heroic voice sounded, and Newgate's face was full of surprise. This old fellow of his generation actually had the same strength as before. To be more precise, he was now more sophisticated in using his strength. This kind of top figure who combines skills and strength is the reason for his excitement. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too boring if he was the only one at the peak? Cover Daddy. Split the battlefield. Dad is excited. Marco, who was in the air, keenly noticed the changes in his father and immediately decided to stay away from the battlefield. It is not easy to determine the winner in such a contest of peak power. The most important thing is that the aftermath of this peak competition is also fatal to a considerable number of pirates. At the same time, the Marine camp also made corresponding changes. The two sides tacitly left a large area and started fighting again in the rest of the area. Advertisement, bang. Crack. In just a moment, Newgate and Garp had exchanged no less than 100 moves. The deafening sound rang in everyone's ears like thunder, the air was boiling, the figures of the two seemed to turn into a shadow, and continuous air explosions were heard in the air. This monstrous confrontation attracted everyone's attention. Their minds were no longer on the battle, they only wanted to know who the winner of this battle would be. Logically speaking, this is the best time to save people. Luffy also showed his smartness for the first time in a long time. He took the key he got from Hancock and quietly approached the platform. Oh, that's scary. Kizaru, with a wretched look on his face, appeared instantly, looking at the stealthy figure of Pirates King Luffy and said, I actually let you sneak up to this extent, it's really too dangerous. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand quickly. The light condensed, and infinite light and heat gathered on his index finger. Oh, that's scary. Imitating Kizaru's tone, a sinister laugh sounded from behind him. You actually discovered Luffy, who finally got smart for once. This is really too dangerous. His heart tightened, and the voice coming from behind almost scared Kizaru to death. He didn't even have time to fire the laser in his hand. He instantly turned into a beam of light and flew away into the distance. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect someone would fall for it a second time. Super light reconstruction copy scenery. A very familiar voice was heard. Kizaru felt his body begin to lose control and an extremely ugly expression appeared on his wretched face. Here we go again. The next second, an extremely mysterious magic circle spread. Kizaru's body instantly exploded, forming a ball of rich golden light. Su Chen, who was holding the ball of light, turned his eyes and his figure instantly appeared above Malin Fendo. Yashikani no Magatama. The photonized light ball exploded and turned into countless dazzling light bullets. Under the extremely horrified gaze of everyone, the densely packed light bullets fell towards the square like falling meteors. At the same time, the huge ball of light in Su Chen's hand was also consumed. The next moment, Kizaru's figure appeared in the distance, and he looked at the barrage of bullets falling from the sky with an extremely awkward expression. Bang, bang, bang. Countless explosions sounded, and dense smoke and dust filled the entire square. Frowning, Su Chen unexpectedly discovered that the light bullet he controlled Kizaru to release did not achieve the desired effect. For some reason, these light bullets hit the open space very accurately, and except for some unlucky guys affected by the explosion, almost no one was injured. The light bullet with this kind of outline is so crooked. Advertisement, get started. The moment Sengoku saw Su Chen, he immediately gave the order to execute him. At this time, the fighting power is obviously almost equal. If we wait any longer, who knows who will appear. Ace. Seeing the executioners on both sides start to take action, Luffy roared anxiously. Call. 2 streaks of sand instantly hit the executioner. Crocodile looked at Su Chen with displeasure. This guy actually ordered him not to attack Whitebeard for the time being, making it seem like he was a moron. He is not a fool. Only a crazy person would provoke Whitebeard now, he is sick. Deal with them. Akainu looked coldly and said to Aokiji beside him. His eyes were fixed on Luffy and the others in front of him, full of murderous intent. At the same time, the fallen Kizaru also flew back quickly. The 3 admirals, the pillars of the Marine headquarters, gathered together again. Don't try to stop me. Second gear. Invisible smoke filled the air, and with the surge of energy and blood, Luffy's figure disappeared in an instant. Bang! Without any warning, dense fist shadows smashed out fiercely, and a deep layer of armed color covered the arms. Facing 3 admirals who brought him huge pressure. Luffy didn't back down at all and used all his strength in his first attack. But unfortunately, as one of the 3 admirals who has been through many battles, Luffy still has a lot to learn. Elementalization in advance has such a trump card. The three admirals didn't even move, dodging all of Luffy's attacks with calm eyes. Great eruption. Akainu, who had the strongest murderous intention, raised his right fist and smashed it out hard. Ice Setsuna. The magic power was highly concentrated, the air stopped flowing instantly, and everything around stagnated instantly. A magic wand flashing with strange patterns hit Akainu's right arm. There was no frills at all, just a simple, clean and neat blow. Boom. Akainu's figure disappeared instantly. The extremely terrifying cold air formed a long airflow in the void, and Akainu's figure fell on the building behind. A thick ice layer of several thousand meters was formed. Chapter 236 Ace, I'm here to save you at the same time. Jozu activated his shining impact, smashing Aokiji who was attacking Luffy. And Marco swept Kizaru away at an extremely fast speed. Except for Sengoku who was still on the platform, most of the combat forces of the Marine headquarters were completely tied down. Dark Hound. An extremely terrifying heatwave hit, beneath the thick layer of ice. A ball of boiling fire was boiling like magma, lava was rolling, and heatwaves were across the sky. A huge hole was created in the huge ice layer. In anger, Akainu attacked with all his strength, and everything around him seemed to have entered a magma hell. Everything was melting and then formed a red dog. Everything that swept this person away rushed towards Su Chen's position. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Su Chen was still a little surprised. In terms of attack power alone, Akainu's skills are indeed the most powerful among the three admirals. Besides, this guy's physique seems a bit outrageous. The attack just now only made him cough up blood, and it seemed that the injury was not serious. Empty mirror reverse. As he pondered, magic power surge. A mysterious magic circle appeared, and the magic wand in Su Chen's hand drew a mark in the air. A transparent mirror reflecting the surrounding scene appeared in midair. Next second, a rolling heat wave hit, and the dark hound shot by Akainu directly poured into the mirror. Immediately afterwards, a fist emitting fiery red magma hit Akainu directly in the face. Confused, he was knocked into the ground by his own punch. Sengoku's pupils shrank and his heart tightened as he stood on the platform. The current situation is not good. If it continues like this, the situation will be completely reversed. Luffy, go. He appeared behind Luffy with a smirk, stuffed a dagger into his arms, and then threw him directly onto the platform. On the way to the platform, a pink-haired Marine recruit was looking at Luffy in confusion. Bang. A simple rubber bullet hit Kobe's face just as he was about to shave. All I can say is that it is better to receive the ball well than to hit it well. The future Marine Admiral, now deserter Ochaku, was knocked unconscious. Then, Luffy, who knocked Kobe unconscious, flew towards the platform without hesitation, attracting the attention of everyone present. Can he succeed? Boom. At this moment, a loud noise was heard in the center of the battlefield. Advertisement. After the two figures collided, they stood on both sides of the square. Invisible cracks spread from the place of the last collision and gradually spread to the entire square. There were several fist marks and knife scars on Garp's body. Several black bruises appeared on Newgate's body, and one of his eyes seemed to be a little swollen. Gulala. Happy. Newgate simply stuck the Kusukume Kiri into the ground next to him and made a pose with both hands. The next moment, an extremely concentrated conquerors entangled and emerge. The transparent sphere surrounds the fist. Crack. The void vibrated and dense cracks spread towards Garp. The space is like a broken mirror, everything is collapsing and shattering. Bang, bang, bang. Garp's figure was like a lone boat in a storm, swaying in the countless waves. The large buildings behind him shattered after emitting painful groans. Waves of dust were splashed up and spread everywhere. With a flickering look at Ace, Garp took a deep breath and gathered his strength in his fists. The extremely deep armament color seemed to attract light, and the surrounding scene suddenly darkened. An even more excited smile appeared on Newgate's face in a flash. The two fists clashed and the space shattered. A loud explosion sounded in everyone's ears. Most of the people present lost their hearing in an instant, and many reflections appeared in their eyes. After a few seconds, a tall figure flew out backwards. Dad. All the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were shocked. They couldn't believe that the invincible Dad in their hearts was actually knocked away. No, Dad did it on purpose. Marco, the calmest one, immediately noticed something was wrong. He loudly reminded everyone, only to see that the direction his father was flying backwards was exactly the platform where Ace was. Don't even think about it, old fox. Sengoku, who was in charge of the overall situation, immediately discovered something was wrong and instantly turned into a tall golden Buddha. Bang. A loud bang sounded from the high platform. The platform, which was only built temporarily, collapsed instantly. Newgate directly knocked Sengoku off the platform. This sudden change was beyond everyone's expectations. Not only did it deceive Marine, but even the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were kept in the dark. In everyone's eyes. Fire. Advertisement. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates cheered excitedly. Gulala. But so what? Even if that's the case, then there was a bright flash of fire. They cannot afford to lose this man, for the sake of justice and people's expectations. Far away. Garp looked at Ace, who had escaped from trouble, his eyes full of complexity. Great. Ace is rescued. A series of shackles fell from the air, hitting the ground with a crisp sound. They absolutely must keep them here. Yohu. After taking the dagger from Luffy's hand, he spun his body and a long burning column instantly shot towards the ground. Luffy, leave this to me. Newgate's heroic laughter rang out, and he and Sengoku appeared in front of everyone one after another. After seeing Ace being rescued, the old guy was actually a little angry. The marines that were surrounding them were thrown backwards by the horrible heatwave. Flame command. Pillar of fire. Hancock looked at Luffy shyly, his eyes full of longing. He, Ace, I'm here to save you. If Ace was rescued so easily, Marine's face would be completely humiliated. Straw Hat Boy, well done. The flames of the cross exploded instantly, and Ace appeared in front of everyone with a smile on his face, holding Luffy's hand tightly. This was also the reason why he did not immediately follow Newgate when he flew backwards. Countless marines surrounded them. But now, in addition to these emotions, he actually felt a little relieved that Ace was really rescued. Luffy smiled nonchalantly. Ace was his brother, so what was wrong with him coming to save him? You've always been like this, Luffy, you never listened to me. Don't panic. Aim at where they landed. He wants to leave Newgate, is there anyone who can keep him here? The air was boiling and the heat was rolling. Besides, he rescued Ace. Not only that, the guys who ran out of Impel Down in the distance also burst into tears after seeing Luffy rescue Ace. Among them, Ivankov had tears in his eyes and kept saying that he was worthy of being the son of Dragon. Strictly speaking, he failed to stop Newgate, and he should have been angry and ashamed. It seems that she has already thought about the next thing to do after leaving here safely, which is to hold a grand wedding with Luffy. Dad is so awesome, as expected, Dad is always invincible. Chapter 237 You become stronger, Luffy. Don't even think about leaving. This is the era for us old guys. It should have ended long ago. Sengoku clasped his hands together, and an unparalleled wave appeared in the palm of his hand. The next moment, an extremely terrifying shockwave instantly hit, aiming directly at Newgate's fast-moving figure. Today's plans have almost all failed, and there is only one way to save the situation. That is, to keep Whitebeard here forever. Newgate, who was moving quickly, stopped, turned around with narrowed eyes and looked at Sengoku quietly. He slightly charged the Kusagano Kiri in his hand and chopped it directly towards Sengoku. Its ferocity. It was even worse than when he fought with Garp. I never dreamed that there would be a day when you would save me. Thank you, Luffy. Falling from the air, Ace looked warily at the marines surrounding him again, and Luffy said gently. He. We also have to thank Uncle Whitebeard and his friends for their help. He also contributed a lot in the end. Luffy narrowed his eyes and replied with a grin. In addition to Su Chen, the cover of Whitebeard and others also helped a lot in rescuing Ace this time. After all, most of the marines' combat power was held back by them. Don't think you're saved. This is your execution ground. Fire. The marines around were filled with anger after the words fell. Countless bullets swarmed in. If these two people really escaped, then what would their plan be this time? A farce? Fire Fist. Second gear, Jet Seal. With extremely skillful coordination, the surrounding marines screamed one after another. Luffy and Ace cut a bloody path at an extremely fast speed and advanced towards the main force of the Whitebeard pirates. As long as they join up with the main force, there will be basically no obstacles for them to leave here. Looking at the cooperation between these two people, Su Chen felt that he was a little redundant. Is this what brothers are like? Even though they haven't seen each other for many years, even though they have been apart for a long time, they still trust each other without reservation. He turned his back to the other person without hesitation, which is really enviable. What a skillful teamwork. Clear the way for Ace and his brother. Kill. The cheering Whitebeard pirates stopped and looked at Ace and Luffy. They chose to move forward without hesitation. Only by moving forward could they rescue Ace and the others completely. Advertisement, don't even think about it. We can't let them escape. Kill the Straw Hat Boy and Ace. We haven't lost yet. For justice, kill. Marine, who stayed around Ace and Luffy, gritted his teeth and tried desperately to stop the two from escaping. Garp. At this moment, a roar came from the direction of the execution platform, and the somewhat embarrassed Sengoku was filled with anger. That old guy. How long do you want to stay in a daze? Oh, damn you Whitebeard, how dare you lie to me, take my punch. Garp's eyes lit up when he realized it later, and his face showed an extremely exaggerated anger. Judging from the curve of his mouth, well, he was probably laughing out of anger. This undoubtedly expressed his anger at Newgate for rescuing Ace. Bang. Being attacked from both sides by Sengoku and Garp, even Newgate could hardly bear it. Even Roger, who was in his prime back then, would have had to flee if he met these two people. Now, because my sons are still in danger, even though scars gradually appeared on his body and blood slowly flowed from the corners of his mouth, Newgate did not think about running away. He wanted to give his children. Cut off the rear. You've gotten stronger, Luffy. Ace looked at his seemingly grown-up brother with satisfaction. He thought of many things at once. After thousands of words, he finally said just one simple sentence. Perhaps, nothing else matters, as long as he is safe, that is the best. Hey, one day, I will surpass you, Luffy, still heartless, simply replied that he was too lazy to think too much. As long as Ace is safe, crack, countless frosts spread, and after getting rid of Jose's entanglement, Aokiji stood in front of Ace and Luffy. Not only that, Kizaru in the distance retaliated and kicked Marco away. Kill Ace right here, or leave Whitebeard behind. Idiot. That's my son. Beside him, Sengoku had a cold expression and his tone sounded a little dull. Advertisement, Garp, you gave him a chance to adjust. Garp frowned, feeling displeased with Newgate, who was distracted by the battle. Ah, it's okay. The old guy. His body is no longer strong enough to support him to walk out of here. A wall of fire comparable to the iceberg released by Aokiji swept out, destroying everything in its path. Under the shocked gazes of everyone around them, Ace and Aokiji actually fought on equal terms. It turned into frozen soil covered with frost. Everything was freezing and everything stopped. Newgate. Sengoku nodded in understanding and said no more. The huge iceberg collided with the wall of fire, and countless streams of steam boiled. Giving Sengoku a perfunctory glance, Garp explained lightly. In the blink of an eye, the skill flashed back. A huge iceberg flew out in an instant, passing wherever it went. Aokiji put his hands in his pockets, his body a little dirty and his face serious. Puff, sizzle, sizzle. Newgate, who was under siege, had blood at the corner of his mouth and a relieved smile on his face. Even if he dies now, it doesn't matter. Judging from the fight with Aokiji, Ace is now capable of standing on his own just in terms of the power of the fruit. The air exploded, everything was boiling, everything was burning. Even though he is known as the strongest man in the world, his body is just like that of an ordinary person and will die. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand, and a thick layer of frost spread. Snowflakes floated in the sky, and an astonishing chill swept in all directions. Mirror fire flame. The moment Aokiji made his move, Ace immediately made Luffy take a few steps back. A huge flame danced wildly on his right arm. The air became extremely dry at this moment. Under the rolling flames, the ground was so dry the cracks appeared. Ice Cube, Pheasant Mouth, a dark fist knocked him away fiercely. Now that Ace is free of the seastone handcuffs, they can only implement Plan B. At this moment, we can't even see tomorrow's sun, and you still say that one day we will never be able to escape from here. Even the air seemed to freeze as the iceberg moved. Take down Whitebeard. This was their original plan, to let Portgas d'Ace go when things became impossible. With the Admiral and Vice Admiral now gathered as elites, it would be impossible for the Whitebeard pirates to leave safely without leaving something behind. Facing the siege from the two of them, Whitebeard, who had recovered to his peak form, was now seriously injured. Chapter 238 I am a remnant of the old times, Gulala. Sengoku. Why are you so angry? Whitebeard controlled his body while flying backwards in the air, and laughed wildly after landing. Dad. Marco and others looked at Newgate's somewhat embarrassed figure and showed worried expressions. Although Dad's body has recovered, it is impossible for him to be completely fine after being besieged by two legendary figures for such a long time. Besides, these two people are the kind of people that even Roger would run away if he saw them. Pirates Admiral Golden Lion fell into their hands. Gulala. We have accomplished our goal. It is meaningless to stay here any longer. Listen up, Whitebeard pirates. With a smile on his face, Newgate turned his back to Marco and the others, looked at Sengoku and Garp who were gradually approaching, and said calmly, now, give the captain's final orders. He eventually grew old, although he recovered because of Su Chen. But facing the siege of Sengoku and Garp, he still felt his life slowly slipping away. And judging from the looks of those two old guys, they obviously had no intention of letting him go. If that was the case, he would use his own lives to open a way for his sons to leave. Isn't this a matter of course? Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates group was stunned, and then shouted loudly. Dad, don't say such unlucky things, we are going back to the New World together. Yeah, we can definitely leave together, Dad. After Ace dealt with the Marines that were besieging him, he also shouted anxiously. Let's say goodbye here, Ace, take them back to the New World alive. As he spoke, Newgate slightly bent his body and stretched his arms backwards to pose, I am a remnant of the old times, and a new era has no ship to carry me. Let's go, guys, crack. An extremely strong shock enveloped the entire Marinefenduo. At this moment, the sky and the ground shook at the same time, and the sound of the void shattering was deafening. Smoke and dust rose into the sky along with the vibration. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, Marin burned and countless cracks appeared. Su Chen, who was not far away, focused his eyes and a light of space magic bloomed from his hands. He was a little hesitant. If he took action now, he would undoubtedly put himself in danger. Advertisement, didn't you see that Aokiji confronted Ace for a moment and then came over with Kizaru to keep an eye on him? If he took action, Akainu, who had just crawled out of the ground, would probably follow suit. Facing the siege of 3 admirals alone, although he really wanted to try. But what if it flips over? The consequence at that time might be that everyone present would have to be buried together. Coupled with the 5 old guys who were inadvertently sensed, the combat power of both sides has been overturned. Even if he prepared a backup plan and Rayleigh, Long and others came out, the most they could achieve was a standoff. Besides, this guy Newgate really intends to sacrifice himself. No, Daddy. A large number of pirates fell to their knees in shock, looking at their determined father. Tears welled up in their eyes. Has this journey finally come to an end? Withdraw. As the Emperor's vice captain, Marco acted decisively, wiped his eyes, and took a deep look at his father. Gave orders decisively. They can't bring any obstacles to Dad. There are so many brothers here, we must get them out first. Beasta and others finally accepted Newgate's final order. They could no longer make any sacrifices. If I continue to procrastinate, I will bring shame to my father who has made up his mind. They have to return to the new world alive. Stop them. Kill as many as you can. Kill them. These pirates deserve to die. Seeing the Whitebeard pirates retreat, the Marines chased after them, and some with hot tempers rushed directly towards Whitebeard. So what if he is the strongest man in the world? He is still seriously injured. If a person is killed, he will die. Isn't this a matter of course? Get out of my way. Am I qualified to be your father? But the captain is like that. There is nothing we can do about it. It's okay, just move aside. Some Marines looked at Akainu with admiration and asked worriedly. Advertisement at that time, he lost miserably. Admiral Sakazuki, are you okay? This sentence is indeed powerful. With the corners of his mouth raised, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Of course. Tears slid down Ace's cheeks and dripped onto the ground in Marinfendo. Facing Newgate's question, he thought of the first time he met his father. Akainu, with blood on the corner of his mouth, stood up again and again. Although he had been ordered to keep an eye on Su Chen, he absolutely could not tolerate watching the Whitebeard pirates retreat. This kind of family love that Ace has never felt before brings spiritual salvation and recognition of his own identity. From then on, he traveled the seas bearing the name Whitebeard. In the thick flames, Newgate slowly turned around and looked at Ace. Ace, let me ask you a question. Hearing Akainu's words, some pirates couldn't help but look back. Do you really think you can escape? That's wishful thinking. He took off his hat and dusted it off, then tidied his hair and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Akainu spread his hands in a particularly pretentious manner and continued indifferently. After all, Whitebeard is just a loser from the last era. He has only one father, and that is Edward Newgate. Ace stopped in his tracks instantly, the dagger on his waist bursting with amazing heat. With murderous eyes, he turned back to look at Akainu and said coldly, "Loser, take back what you said just now." No need to say more. After dealing with the Marines around him, he fell to his knees. Don't listen to him. If you stop now, you'll play into his hands. That's why he got on his father's boat. Dad, thank you for taking care of me for so long. When faced with such a pure soldier, their ideas may be different, but that doesn't mean they hate him. Look, the breaking point has arrived. Some of the lagging pirates fell down one after another, which also attracted the attention of the other retreating pirates. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw out a lava fist.
What? Of course, there were also some smart people who saw through Akainu's plan at a glance and warned everyone loudly. Shedding hot tears, Ace turned around and began to retreat with the crowd. He didn't dare look back, because he was afraid that he would not be able to help but stay with his father. A large amount of flames surged from Ace's arms as he burst into tears. A huge wall of flames enveloped both him and Whitebeard. After attracting the attention of Ace and others, Akainu began to tactically taunt. They ran away as soon as they rescued Fire Fist Ace. The Whitebeard pirates are really a bunch of cowards. Chapter 239 Shocking Fire Fist. Hey, stop it, Ace, don't stop. Let him say what he wants. Several pirates who were on good terms with Ace quickly tried to persuade them, saying that if they stopped now, they would fall into Akainu's trap.
He's insulting Dad. Ace broke free from the hands around him without hesitation. The anger in his heart was rising. Take it back. I will never take it back. Akainu tilted his head slightly to glance at Ace, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I'm right, Whitebeard is just a coward. Your father, Gold D. Roger, conquered the Grand Line and sacrificed his life to open the door to a new era called the Age of Pirates. As a Marine, it's a little inappropriate for me to say this, but he does deserve the title of King of Pirates. How does Whitebeard compare to him? Does the man known as the strongest man in the world have the courage to fight Roger to the death? You're hiding in a safe place, leading a large group of people and becoming the king of the mountain. That's enough, right? It's almost making me laugh out loud. He bowed down to Roger when he was alive. Even after Roger died, he couldn't become a true king. In other words, he could never be better than Roger. He is a perpetual loser. This is Whitebeard. Is there anything I said wrong? Looking at the flames emerging from Ace's body, Akainu felt particularly proud. What is a brave and resourceful Marine? If you want to get involved in this business, is it useful just to be able to fight? You need power and background. With the support of the world government's greatest power and background, and the fact that he is both a good fighter and intelligent, who else could be the next Marine Marshal if not him? Is it Kizaru who always clocks in on time? Or is it Aokiji who is always lazy? No kidding. He was totally prepared. After completing this mission, you will have great military merit. With the support of 5 elders, it doesn't matter if everyone plays him. Therefore, we must strike while the iron is hot and get rid of that kid with revolutionary blood. Perhaps such merit would be enough for him to be promoted directly. Besides, these pirates deserve to be put to death. If you think about it carefully, he is really pitiful. Akainu sighed pretentiously, as if he felt sorry for Whitebeard. Being called, Dad, by a bunch of little bastards, playing such a farce on the ship. Advertisement, just shut up. Ace had a gloomy face and walked back with his right hand on the dagger. I have ruled the sea for decades, but I have not been able to claim the throne and have accomplished nothing. Even though I could have left here on my own, I was forced to stay here desperately because of you scum. Dying to protect you. What an empty life. Akainu didn't care about Ace's words and continued to summarize Whitebeard's life. To him, these pirates are so funny. Just a few simple words from them would make them turn back and give their lives. Isn't this a manifestation of his wisdom besides strength? Shut up. The tone was filled with endless anger and murderous intent. Ace, with flames all over his body, stood not far from Akainu, accompanied by the constant advice of the Whitebeard pirates. Dad gave us the motivation to live, how could you possibly know how great he was? If a person doesn't follow the right path, there is no value in living. You scum, you have no reason to live at all. Shut up. Whitebeard died as a loser, which is really suitable for his identity as a scum manager. Whitebeard is the great pirates who created this era. This era is called Whitebeard. Fire fist. The air boiled, and a huge flame enveloped Ace's entire body. Then he formed a flaming fist and blasted it directly at Akainu. During this process, Su Chen's right hand was slightly placed behind his back and changed twice very subtly. A magical power that was enough to activate 2 super-level magics disappeared in an instant. You like to talk nonsense, right? I hope his mouth won't be broken. The orange flame that originally enveloped Ace's entire body underwent an astonishing change. An infinite amount of heat exploded instantly, and the entire flame began to change from yellow-white to cyan blue. Endless heat energy ignited the air, and everyone within a certain range felt difficulty breathing. The sweat that had just appeared evaporated in an instant and disappeared as a wisp of green smoke. That's not all. Their clothes and hair also smelled burnt, as if they would catch fire in the next second. Akainu's pupils trembled, although he was surprised. But the arrow has been shot and now it is too late for him to regret. Advertisement, Dark Hound. The power in his body surged, and countless magma gathered together. A red lava fist shaped like a red dog bit Ace's fist fiercely. Boom. An indescribable collision occurred instantly, accompanied by the sound of matter evaporating. A terrifying heat spread throughout the entire Marin Fento, and more than half of the Marines and pirates jumped into the sea frantically. They were the unlucky ones who didn't have time to use hockey to protect their clothes. The rest of the people also had horrified expressions on their faces, as if they had seen some incredible scene. In the middle of the fistfight between Akainu and Ace, a deep pit several dozen meters wide appeared, and the surface of the pit was covered with a layer of transparent glass-like substance. As for Akainu, he was dozens of meters away from the deep pit at this time, and he looked as if he had just escaped from a sea of fire. Most of his clothes were burned, and most of his skin exposed to the air was burned. The right arm of Dark Hound that was blasted away had a quarter of its forearm muscle obviously gone. The other half, Ace, was also dozens of meters away from the pit. He looked at his arm with an expression of disbelief, as if he hadn't expected it either. His punch actually made Admiral look like that, you know, he was prepared to break his arm. Admiral Sakazuki. Some Marines reacted and cried out in disbelief. The pirates also stopped staring blankly, their eyes filled with disbelief and joy. Well done, Ace, ha ha ha, great news. I never thought Ace would become so strong. Brothers, follow your Ace and fight back. We are going to take Dad back to New World. I have to say, the camaraderie of the Whitebeard pirates is truly astounding. It's not that they didn't know that saving Ace would lead to their death, nor were they unaware of the consequences of starting a war with Marine. But, so what? You know, Ace is their family. With a smile on his lips, Su Chen slowly took out a Den Den Mushi. As he expected, although Akainu reacted quickly, the preconceived impression was not eliminated so quickly. He was seriously injured due to his carelessness. And now, it's his turn to perform. Chapter 240 Things I Want to Say but Dare Not Say. Hello, hello, can you hear me? Through the Den Den Mushi, a gentle voice enveloped the entire Marin Fendo. At the same time, Su Chen's handsome face appeared in the video Den Den Mushi of Sabaody Archipelago. Kill. Take Dad with you and leave, follow Ace and fight back. Fight. We must not let them disturb Vice Admiral Garp and Marshal Sengoku. Kill. He frowned slightly, then relaxed his brows instantly, and a simple smile appeared on Su Chen's face. It was obvious that although both parties present were somewhat confused about what Su Chen was trying to do, they had no intention of stopping. Quiet. Ruwan's magic power surged rapidly, turning into an extremely terrifying momentum that spread instantly. With Su Chen as the center, the huge pressure instantly crushed most of the people. This is such a terrifying aura, it has surpassed rocks. Sengoku, who was in a fighting state, fixed his eyes, exchanged glances with Garp, and instantly moved away from Newgate. What's going on? What does he want to do? As the person in the Marine lineup who has the most contact with Su Chen, Kuzan looked at the smile on Su Chen's face. I couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Luffy was also confused. He didn't like thinking and was full of doubts. What does he want to do? Is he going to help Ace rescue Uncle Whitebeard? Luffy's eyes lit up when he thought of this. That's right, as long as they cooperate, it's not impossible to take Uncle Whitebeard away with them. Ahem. Pirates and Marines fighting each other. My name is Su Chen. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Chen smiled and began to talk to Den Den Mushi. Well, where do I start? Oh yeah, let's start from when I came into this world. I remember my first stop in this world was the Uncertainty Terminal of East Blue. It has been 8 years since then. During that time, I worked as a bounty hunter, went to Sky Island, and visited Wano Kuni. I returned to East Blue a few months ago and became a pirate traveling around the world at Luffy's invitation. During this time, I have been thinking about some issues. What kind of world is this? Advertisement? Why did the Great Pirates era emerge? Why did so many people want to become pirates? And why, despite such heavy oppression, most people did not think of resisting? There are answers to all of this, and most people actually know the answers. Speaking of this, Su Chen's face was full of ridicule and disdain. It's ridiculous, just because of the so-called descendants of the Creator, those parasites of the world, the disgusting and despicable celestial dragons. As soon as the words fell, the already broken Malin Fenwo instantly quieted down. Not only that, it was also relayed via Den Den Mushi. What Su Chen said instantly reached the Sabaody archipelago, and then spread to the entire world through the channels of many reporters. Is it possible? As the Marine Marshal, Sengoku's face changed drastically. He seemed to have thought of something, and this uneasy feeling surged out from the bottom of his heart. Subconsciously, he wanted to take action, listen to what he has to say. But the next second, his clenched fist was stopped by Garp with a complicated expression. You? Seemingly in disbelief, Sengoku gave Garp a long look. What is justice, and what is evil? With the corner of his mouth raised, Su Chen glanced at Sengoku and continued. This is actually a question worth pondering. It has been 800 years since the establishment of the world government, and it has always been adhering to the slavery social system of the old era. Those celestial dragons claim to be the world's nobility and descendants of the Creator. It is a ridiculous privilege to distinguish between people based on their bloodline. All of this is built on the Marine, who holds the name of justice and the unfathomable world government. Under the oppression of such a powerful military force. How many dare to speak out, and how many dare to resist? The word justice that Marine carries, the blade forged in the name of justice, in some cases becomes a weapon for celestial dragons, oh no, maggots to oppress civilians. Don't you think this is a particularly ridiculous thing? Su Chen's face became even more disdainful. If you think about it carefully, this ghost world is really ridiculous. As a young man born in a peaceful era, although a little poor and a little ordinary, at least in some aspects, his hometown brought him unexpected fairness. And what is this pirate's world like? Freedom, dream, ambition. Advertisement, what it boils down to is just an excuse for civilians to find no way out. Maybe there are people who pursue their dreams, like Luffy. Maybe there are people who have ambitions, like Teach. But such people are a very small minority among the very small minority. I'm not saying this to whitewash the pirates. I want you to understand that a considerable number of people become pirates because of the oppression of the world government, or in other words, those maggots. That kind of contempt, arrogance, and superiority that comes from blood. It is fully displayed on them. Just by touching history, people and animals were killed. Just by going out, they were kidnapped and sold at auction to become slaves. Just by walking on the road, they committed a serious crime and died. It's disgusting. What a sad world this is under the rule of those maggots. After glancing at all the people with complicated expressions, Su Chen's voice became a little heavy. Countless people's faces changed drastically. Whether people were lying or standing, everyone at the scene looked at Su Chen with shocked eyes. That man actually dared to list the sins of celestial dragons head on. Shut up. Sin is sin. Marine's justice, how can a pirate like you possibly understand it? Akainu, who was seriously injured, had red eyes and an indescribable feeling of humiliation made him feel uncomfortable all over. He felt that the justice he had always upheld was being trampled upon by Su Chen. And the Sabaody archipelago. The people watching the execution could no longer suppress their excitement and began to discuss it frantically. He's right. My wife was kidnapped by celestial dragons while we were shopping. That's right. My child was also shot and killed because he ran into the street where celestial dragons passed by. He was only 8 years old. That man is right. Marine is the blade of celestial dragons. Although there are people among them who protect the interests of civilians, as long as celestial dragons are involved, they will become celestial dragons' puppets. Puppets used by celestial dragons to oppress us. The word justice seemed to be somewhat overshadowed by the oppression of celestial dragons. Revolutionary Army headquarters, under a huge screen. A young man with wavy blonde hair looked at the transmitted images with an extremely excited expression on his face. Not far from him, a black-haired lady stood there quietly, her eyes seemed a little red. Chapter 241. Can you explain it to me? The scene returns to Marin Fendo. Hearing Akainu's words, Su Chen's eyes lit up and he immediately said. Sakazuki, right? I admit that what you said makes some sense. This sentence obviously made everyone feel confused. Wasn't he just saying that Marine was not worthy of the word justice? As if sensing everyone's confusion, he continued to explain. I already knew it before in Sabaody archipelago. Although Marines sometimes become the blades of those maggots. But what Admiral Kizaru did change my mind. Shut up. Sengoku's expression changed drastically. He already understood what Su Chen was trying to do. Everyone, please look at this. Completely ignoring Sengoku's roar, Su Chen instantly had the scene of Sabaody archipelago in his hand. In full view of everyone, a handsome golden light transformed into Kizaru's figure. Negotiated with Su Chen and others, and then rejected the proposal. Then there was an extremely cool speech, and celestial dragons died heroically, telling everyone what a Marine Admiral is. Even the seriously injured Akainu began to look at the usually lazy Kizaru with a new respect. That's not all. Afterwards, Roseward, who had been protected by Su Chen, was clearly not dead, but the final report that Marine submitted to the world government stated that 3 celestial dragons had died heroically together. As long as you are not stupid, you should understand what happened next. Even the members of the Whitebeard Pirates had strange expressions on their faces. I believe it. How could I not believe it? Marine actually killed celestial dragons in secret, and this is just what was recorded. Who knows what's going on in the dark? I dare not think about it. I really dare not think about it. Marine has lived up to the word justice that they bear. Even the Marine camp, many soldiers in the middle and lower levels showed excitement on their faces, looking at Kizaru with eyes full of admiration. This is right. Marines should be like this. For the sake of justice, what does it matter if it's celestial dragons? If you commit a crime, you will die. In contrast, Kizaru looked as if he had eaten shit. But he couldn't say anything. Saying the video is fake. Doesn't this directly admit that Marine is celestial dragon's dog? Or just admit that this video is real? Then the world government will definitely turn against Marine immediately. Advertisement, Bulu Bulu Bulu. The Den Den Mushi rang and Sengoku took it out from his arms with a distressed look on his face. As expected, there were bursts of roars coming from the Den Den Mushi side. The most amazing thing was that they actually threatened to cancel Marine's number if he didn't give an explanation. Now everyone in Marinfendo will be wanted. Sengoku hung up the Den Den Mushi with a grim look on his face and stared at Su Chen. As if wanting to eat him in one bite. During this time, he glanced at Kizaru thoughtfully. Kizaru was so frightened that his hair stood on end, and he felt an urge to join the Revolutionary Army. Magician Su Chen, do you know the consequences of what you did today? Sengoku clenched his fists and shouted loudly with a gloomy expression. No one spoke, as if waiting for Su Chen's answer. Ha ha ha, of course I know. The righteous Marine is dissatisfied with the evil of the world government, but for some reason he cannot confront it head-on, so he can only exercise justice in secret. As a member of the Sabaody Archipelago incident, I have an obligation to make the facts public. With an extremely honest smile on his face, Su Chen answered Sengoku's question with a smile. Then have you ever thought that what you did today will put you at the center of public attention? You may not even have a chance to walk out of here today. Sengoku's eyes flickered and he spoke in a cold tone. He suddenly realized that perhaps Su Chen's threat was even greater than that of the already elderly Whitebeard. After all, he possesses world-class power at such a young age. If he is given more time to grow, perhaps the world government will really be overthrown. Ah, perhaps. But some things always require a guy who is not afraid of death. Su Chen spread his hands without comment, acting quite indifferent. He had not yet met someone who could keep him. Of course, Luffy's invitation doesn't count. Really? You can try, Marshal Sengoku. This long-planned punch hit Akainu's burned head hard. Used iron body which is only applicable to Garp, crack. In that case, then you should stay with Newgate. Advertisement. During this time, Akainu gritted his teeth and gave up the fight with Ace, and immediately rushed towards Garp. Since it was impossible to do anything, he wanted to besiege Whitebeard together with Garp. Call. Signal him to go first and he will follow. Except, of course, that Aokiji was having some trouble in pursuit. Just like that, like a drama. At this time, Malinfundwo was divided into 2 battlefields. Most of the others evacuated the central area, leaving the entire battlefield. Now they are not even qualified to participate in this world-class competition. Except for a few elites such as Marco, the Whitebeard Pirates successfully retreated to the bay. Kizaru is no longer smiling, he looks particularly complicated now. Their retreat went quite smoothly. The void exploded, and countless cracks began to spread with the fist as the center. His gigantic body was glowing with divine light, and he slapped out fiercely with one hand. Aokiji took over Akainu's position and was responsible for chasing the pirates. The Shichibukai on the periphery are still paddling. A huge light bloomed in Su Chen's hands, during which time he also took the time to comfort Luffy. Although he did not have Su Chen's magical power, Ace still fought Aokiji on equal terms with the power of the fruit. Because of Su Chen's speech just now, most of Marine's attention is now drawn to it. In this situation, Akainu had no time to use the early elementalization. He used all his strength to hit a dark hound at Newgate's abdomen and attached Haki to his body. He was already seriously injured and completely lost consciousness. The words fell. Garp and Akainu besieged Newgate, while Sengoku and Kizaru besieged Su Chen. A huge impact erupted instantly, and Sengoku's figure appeared in front of Su Chen as if teleported. The next moment, Lava Kid, you're still far away. Covering the movement of a large number of Whitebeard Pirates members towards the bay. He wanted to go all out to prove himself, but was also afraid of being kicked when he was down after this battle. A loud roar was heard, and Newgate had blood on the corner of his mouth. After taking a punch from Garp with his back, he gathered the power of the fruit in his right hand, added Haki, and smashed towards Akainu fiercely. A huge wave flashed by, as if the space was shattered. Akainu's figure flew backwards, and countless blood splattered everywhere along the way. So he just stood not far away, taking the time to shoot lasers at Su Chen from time to time. Seeing his absent-minded look, it was obvious that he had no intention of using his full strength. Chapter 242 teaches death. Puff, a lot of blood dripped. Newgate's body shook violently, and the punch that Akainu threw before he fainted pierced his waist and abdomen. Thief, ha 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 ha. Long time no see, Dad. Looks like I came at the perfect time. Teach walked out of the dilapidated Marine headquarters. At this moment, he looked quite disheveled, with wounds of various sizes on his body that had not yet fully healed. Behind him, Shiryu and others followed closely in his footsteps. Shiryu. You be asterisk 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 D. How's Magellan? How's impelled down? The moment he saw Shiryu, Sengoku stopped attacking Su Chen and turned to stare at Blackbeard and his group with anger. Although he had received news of Impel Down's accident a long time ago, he did not expect that things would have reached this point. Even the warden has left Impel Down, and it seems that he has formed an alliance with Blackbeard. Marshal Sengoku, Shiryu, with a cold look in his eyes and a cigar in his mouth, responded calmly. If you want to know the details, you can confirm it yourself later. Anyway, I want to join forces with these guys. Please give me more advice in the future. These things don't matter. Teach. Newgate followed with his fist, surrounded by endless vibration force. After slightly aiming it in Teach's direction, he smashed it out without hesitation. Crack. A sound of void shattering was heard, and then the circular shockwave instantly grew larger. The force compressed to the ultimate level plowed the ground with a crushing tendency. The air vibrated and huge clouds of dust filled the air. The few remaining buildings in Marin Fendo were completely destroyed in this earthquake. Now there is no need to think about rebuilding. After this battle, the Marine headquarters can be relocated. It's really scary. There's no mercy at all. Pushing away the rock that was pressing on him, Teach walked out almost unscathed. At the last moment, he absorbed the vibration force that was attacking him. Apart from looking a little embarrassed, it was not a big deal. As expected, except for that guy with strange abilities, the abilities of Dark Fruit are almost unsolvable. You're the only one who's unworthy of being my son, Teach. After taking a short breath, Newgate suppressed the discomfort in his abdomen and continued, You violated the only iron rule on my ship. You killed your companions. I will use your life to make up for the last wish of Captain Thatch of the 4th team. After the words fell, Newgate took a breath again. Advertisement. It seems that the injury he just suffered was quite serious. Garp silently unclenched his fists at this time. There were not many old guys of the same era. It would be quite regrettable if you couldn't do what you wanted to do in the end. Dad, Marco and others who had not left yet were in tears. It seemed that his father's body could no longer hold on, and Ace, who had sent the others back to the boat, broke free from Aokiji's entanglement and ran back desperately. No matter what the final outcome is, he wants to witness his father's demise. Teach, let's end this. With his back to the crowd, Newgate did not look back and held Kong Yunchi tightly. The ultimate cause of the war was this ambitious guy. Just what I want. As soon as he finished speaking, endless black smoke gushed out of Teach's hands. This black smoke, which looked extremely evil, rose into the sky, dyeing a large area of the sky black. He wanted to show his father that the fruits of his hard work were enough to support him to reach the pinnacle of this world. Dark Cave Road. The arm fell suddenly, and huge black smoke instantly merged into the ground. The rapidly spreading black smoke covered a large area of the ground, and with the strong gravitational force, everything was sinking. Thief, ha 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 ha. This is the power of the fruit I got after killing Thatch. The strongest power, Dark Fruit. Looking at Newgate, who was frowning slightly, Teach laughed wildly. In this land shrouded in darkness, all abilities will be ineffective. Even the man known as the strongest man in the world will not have the slightest ability to resist. What's more, this man has experienced such a long war. Already seriously injured. Thief, ha 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 ha. I say, Dad, although I once sincerely admired and worshipped you. Teach was quite excited to see the man he once admired. But you are already old. Why don't you dedicate your last moments as a father to your dear son? He finally found the most suitable opportunity. As long as he gets that ability, he can ascend the throne of the 4 emperors. After that, just follow the plan. The King of Pirates will also be in his pocket, and in the end, he may even be able to conquer the world. Joy Boy, the 3 ancient weapons, and the truth about the historical text. As a member of the D-Clan, he is also qualified. Bang. A dull punch was thrown out fiercely. This complex look became extremely firm. Advertisement, spare me. Dad, stop it, Dad. One foot stepped firmly on Teach's hand, and with the other, he pressed it with the handle of Kusukamokiri. You are arrogant and thoughtless. This is your weakness. A headless corpse was slowly sliding toward the bottom of the sea. Teach was quite proud of himself as he looked at the punch he had caught. Teach's body was pinned down tightly. The transparent vibrating force appeared again, accompanied by a hockey full of murderous intent, and his entire right hand turned completely black. His right fist directly grasped Teach's head in his hand, and Newgate sighed in a complicated manner. How's it going, Dad? My darkness can even absorb the power of the devil fruit and invalidate it, which means you can no longer cause vibrations. Ah, it hurts so much. The next moment. People like Poison Q, who had followed Blackbeard for some time, were also full of doubts about life. Thief, ha ha ha. Dark water, crack. At this time, everyone felt relieved when they saw Blackbeard gaining the upper hand. Kurogiri flashed with black light and cut a fierce wound on Teach's body. What the hell? Didn't the captain say that Whitebeard was already vulnerable? Teach fell down, holding his wound and rolling on the ground in pain. Bang. Bang. A very cool way to resolve the situation. The square of Marinfendo was completely divided into two sections, and it could be vaguely seen that the entire island seemed to be divided into two halves after this. Clang. But Teach's journey ended in Marinfendo. Are you really going to kill me? Bang. The bet was right? People's dreams will never end. Enduring the pain in his body, Teach begged for mercy to Newgate miserably. I am your son. As he expected, his father is old. Faced with the provocation from Teach, Newgate did not waver at all and proved his position with his actions. Looking at Teach with a complicated look, he seemed to recall something. This sudden change made Shiryu stunned. It seemed that he had never expected that the person he was about to follow was so vulnerable. He almost turned around and left. Chapter 243. The End of the Blackbeard Pirates. Teach, my son. Looking at the fallen body in silence, Newgate spat out a mouthful of blood. A full-strength blow is a farewell to your own child. How great it would be if there was no fruit. Perhaps Thatch would not die. Perhaps Teach would not reveal his ambition. Perhaps this war that should not have been fought would not have happened. Maybe he could still call Teach son. People's dreams will never end. Teach's signature laugh seemed to ring in his ears, and Su Chen on the other side of the battlefield became a little serious. Really, I can't feel any resentment towards it. Dying for a dream is such a romantic thing. Following the vibration, Marinfendo fell into silence. At this time, even Marco and the others didn't say anything, they just looked at the fallen body quietly. All the things Teach had done before, at this moment he lost his life. All dispersed. He was once their brother. Ah, is that guy dead? On the ship in the bay, Luffy placed his hand on his straw hat. What a joke. Marshal D. Teach. You liar. In contrast, Q and others were roaring hysterically. Didn't they come out of Impelled Down just to become one of the 4 emperors and chase the title of Pirates King? What a shame, looks like we need to disband right here. After saying this mercilessly, Shiryu turned around and left. As a man of the same type as Teach, he certainly knows when to give up. Don't even think about leaving, Shiryu. Shockwave. Without hesitation, Sengoku led the Marines to attack Shiryu and others. These criminals from Impelled Down, like Whitebeard and others, must not be let go. You must be kidding. The most important thing now is Whitebeard. Kill him quickly. Shiryu was particularly surprised by Sengoku's sudden attack. Logically speaking, the threat from Whitebeard is what Marine should be most concerned about this time. How long are you going to wait? The show is over. If you don't fight, I'll leave. Su Chen showed a simple smile on his face again, and asked about the 5 auras he sensed in the distance. A long time. There was no change in the aura sensed, and it seemed that they had no intention of showing up. Advertisement, how boring. Turning his gaze away, Su Chen curled his lips. These old guys, they won't show up unless they have a plan to win. They're getting more cowardly as they get older. Kizaru's eyes flashed when he saw this scene. After a little thought, his body turned into a golden light and kicked towards Su Chen at an extremely fast speed. The air vibrated wherever he passed. Bang! Glancing at the wand in confusion, Su Chen looked at Kizaru who was flying out thoughtfully. Is this guy now acting blatantly? Since no one is stopping him, if he doesn't run now, when will he run? Ice Age. A bone-chilling breath hit instantly, freezing a large area of the ground into ice. A hint of impatience appeared on Su Chen's face. Although he knew that this was his own fault, he still felt a little uncomfortable. After all, who wants to be harassed all the time? The other side. The remnants of Blackbeard and others have reached a life or death situation. The people who were originally gathered together only because of Teach's ambition lost the will to fight the moment he died, and all they thought about was how to leave Marinfendo. Under such circumstances, he was besieged by vice admirals including Sengoku and Flying Squirrel. They are already in danger. Just surrender, Shiryu. The golden palm slapped down, and the shockwave exploded instantly. In order to capture Shiryu and other jailbreakers as soon as possible, Sengoku used all his strength. Puff. Large mouthfuls of blood gushed out. Shiryu held the sword with both hands, trying his best to parry the attack from Sengoku. But it was obvious that although he was strong, he could not hold on facing the siege of Sengoku and others. It's really scary, running out of Impelled Down, but you revealed your flaws. Kizaru, who was knocked away by Su Chen, was heading towards Shiryu and others. Although he wanted to put on another show, he changed his mind and thought that if he caught Shiryu and others, he could earn more credit. Since there is a possibility of being pushed out as a scapegoat, but if the merits are great enough. It's not so easy to make him a scapegoat, accompanied by sound. A wave of light shot out and instantly pierced through Shiryu's body. Next second, Kizaru took out handcuffs with an extremely obscene smile and handcuffed Shiryu directly. As if to show off, he smiled at Sengoku imitating Su Chen's smile, and his figure flashed repeatedly. In less than a minute, Q and others were completely taken down by him. Advertisement. Well, he is worthy of being called a shining man. Although he ate the wretched fruit, his speed is still quite fast. Admiral Borsellino is mighty, long live the Marine. I knew that Admiral Borsellino's laziness was just an act, he is the Marine's hope. Justice will prevail, Chase, don't let the pirates leave. A large number of Marines cheered, they were very satisfied with Kizaru's performance. Whether it is the doves or the hawks brought out by Kainu. Everyone was cheering for Borsellino at this time. At this moment, Kizaru has won the support of most Marines. If Sengoku chooses to step down at this time, there is no doubt that the position of the next Marine Marshal will be Borsellino. Glancing at Kizaru awkwardly, Sengoku took a deep breath and suppressed his intention to beat him up. Just calm down and kill the celestial dragons. If you look into it, it was probably him who gave the order. Although this guy was not handled well, the cohesion of Marine has greatly increased now. As for the celestial dragons, let the next Marine Marshal take care of it. Newgate, do you want to cry? You're like this, I really don't even want to punch you. Acting extremely surprised, Garp slowly walked up to Newgate and picked his nose in a particularly mocking manner. With a raised eyebrow, a tic-tac-toe pattern appeared above Newgate's head. Well, how about you cry and we'll let you go? Garp glanced at the booger he had taken out, looked around, and wiped it directly on Newgate's cloak. A few more tic-tac-toes appeared, and a murderous aura surged in Newgate's heart. Damn, I understand. You said you were shy, right? Everyone listen up. Everyone turn around, no recording. Let the strongest man in the world cry. Bang. There was a loud bang from Garp's forehead. Unable to bear it any longer, Newgate punched Garp on the head. Ha ha ha, you were the one who started it. Take that, fistbone. After wiping the blood from his head, Garp retaliated with a punch. Sorry, old friend, I'm afraid you really will have to stay this time. A thought silently flashed through Garp's mind, and the hockey on his fist became even more solemn. The air exploded instantly, and the deep black fist seemed to attract light. The most advanced armed color was displayed to the fullest on Garp's fist. Bang, bang, bang. The two pairs of fists collided rapidly, and a muffled explosion was heard instantly. The compressed air was like a cannonball, shooting out in all directions as the two pairs of fists collided. Advertisement Chapter 244 The Great Pirates, Edward Newgate. Bang. Crack. The collision of fists became more intense. Along with the large amount of sword energy flying out, the surrounding air pressure began to rise rapidly, followed by a deafening thunder, and the square of Marin Fendo collapsed again. Newgate narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze fixed on Garp. This guy is no different from before. He's like crazy when he starts fighting, no wonder Roger is chased all over the world by him. Guys on the same level are going crazy, but it was a very tricky thing. If he hadn't felt that he was really going to die soon, he would have chosen to leave long ago. And Garp also looked at Newgate with burning eyes. Their strength is at the top of the world, so naturally their punches and kicks are not fancy. Their way of fighting is, you punch me and I punch you back. Besides, there are only a few old guys left from that time, so there won't be many fights left to fight in the future. Basically, each battle like this will be one less battle to fight, so Garp is quite excited now. In a short period of time, the two had already fought for more than several hundred moves. Marin Fendo's vibrations became more and more frequent, as if it was about to sink to the bottom of the sea. Ha 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 ha, what a joy, Newgate, let me see you off for the last time. The huge wave spread out instantly, and then quickly condensed on Garp's fists. This pair of fists is what Garp is most proud of. In order to flatten Green Pepper's head, he broke 8 mountains. Later, he chased Roger all over the world with this pair of fists. Now, he wants to use these fists to send Newgate off. Gulala. If you can, give it a try. The extremely heroic laughter rang out again, and it seemed that nothing could shake Newgate except his family. What a joke, he is known as the strongest man in the world. The most important thing is that his sons are watching behind him. Even if he dies, he has to die standing. Bang. The sound of breaking bones was heard, and the two fists collided again. At the same time, some broken bones were accompanied by blood, desperately scattering in all directions, but even so, the two of them seemed to be completely unconscious and there was an extremely fierce collision. Such an extremely cruel collision made everyone frown, because the scene was too horrifying, and everyone couldn't help but exclaim, monster. Gulala. Happy. Advertisement Newgate's voice was a little rough, but he still kept his heroic spirit. What a pleasure. You old man are dying and you're still restless. Garp's eyes showed some madness, and he punched Newgate hard in the chest. The terrifying power contained in it caused a dent in his chest, and the two figures separated in an instant. Ahem. After 2 violent coughs, large mouthfuls of blood spurted out of Newgate's mouth. Crack. The sound of the void shattering was heard, and a terrifying airwave erupted instantly. Holding his breath, Newgate instantly appeared in front of Garp and punched him back fiercely. The fist containing the force of vibration hit Garp's waist hard. This punch almost broke his kidney. FK. Damn Whitebeard, where the hell are you hitting? With an angry roar, Garp touched his waist and rushed towards Newgate again. This time, his attacks became more brutal and cunning. Like an antelope hanging from a horn, the attack becomes difficult to defend against, with each punch more powerful than the previous one. This tsunami-like attack made Newgate's whole body seem to be splashed with blood. Before long, the bodies of the two were completely dyed blood red. Bang! The air exploded and the void shook. Newgate's left hand tightly grasped Garp's right hand that was hitting his chest. His right hand clenched the Kusukon Kree that cut into Garp's waist to support his body that was about to fall. Ahem. Garp, I'm dying. A weak cough sounded, and Newgate's mouth was bloody, and he slowly smiled.
Yeah, I knew that a long time ago. Garp retracted his fist with some depression, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, squeezed out Kong Yunchi with force, glanced at the injury on Newgate's body, turned around and walked towards the Marine lineup.
The word justice behind him seemed to be shining. Guys from that era, from today on, there will be one less. Dad. Marco and the others looked at Newgate with his back to them, and they couldn't stop the tears in their eyes. With the corners of his mouth raised slightly, Newgate did not look back. He looked at Su Chen, then looked at Luffy in the bay. Finally, he moved his gaze to Sengoku. Advertisement. Sengoku, maybe Roger and we are wrong. They had already felt that the aura of that tall man had completely disappeared. Sengoku's expression changed drastically and he roared angrily. And facing Ace, who beat Akainu back with one punch, the mid and low-level Marines were not stupid enough to start a pursuit on their own. Dad. Even though he had completely lost his breath, his body remained strong and did not fall down. He kowtowed hard to his father, but it's a pity. The not-so-loud sound echoed in everyone's ears, and Newgate's face showed a smile of great anticipation. This battle started to save Ace, on the way of retreat. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, one of the 4 emperors who once dominated the sea and a great pirate who was once compared to the Pirate King Roger, has completely stopped his journey. However, after taking a look at the dagger on his waist, Ace shook his head without hesitation. One Piece is real. A cold wind blew past, raising clouds of dust. Almost all the top brass acquiesced to the departure of the remaining Whitebeard personnel. At last, completely lost its vitality, he asked Ace if he needed support for Su Chen. UB ********** D. Someone will find it, that day will come. Since then, Marco and the others fell to their knees, tears streaming down their faces. Withdraw. A layer of unique magical light is quietly flickering, and a faint breath is slowly growing stronger under the protection of the light. Seeing that smile on Newgate's face, Sengoku's expression changed drastically. What the world government has always feared may be the ultimate secret, but the person who will drag the whole world into a huge war may not be the one predicted. Newgate could no longer hear his roar, and he used up his last bit of strength to shout out that the great secret treasure existed. He stood there quietly, like a majestic mountain. With Whitebeard's death, Akainu's coma, Aokiji's confusion, and Kizaru's slacking off, the story gradually came to an end. No matter how hard you try to cover it up, the final treasure will eventually be revealed, and the world will be turned upside down at that time. What no one knew was that inside Newgate's body, the pupils shrank. These heroic words, tinged with laughter, spread throughout Marinfenduo, and then gradually spread throughout the world through the relay of Den Den Mushi. The sound of the wind was like crying, quietly lifting the cloak behind Newgate. Marco and the others took the body of their father and started to retreat with Ace. Chapter 245 Give me a face, Fistbone. A straight punch came from the sky, and a large hole several dozen meters across appeared on the ground in an instant. If Su Chen hadn't subconsciously used teleportation, this punch would have only caused minor injuries at best. 2 thorn spears. The wind howled, freezing the air with a biting chill. The extremely terrifying cold condensed into 2 spears, which shot directly towards the place where Su Chen appeared. After observing for this period of time, although Su Chen has many skills and magical powers, his combat habits have gradually been tested out by Kuzan and others. So the 2 spears had already appeared in front of him by the time Su Chen reacted. Bang! Ka ka ka! There was a loud bang of objects colliding, and then a large piece of ice froze the entire ground. The spear shot out and carried Su Chen's body flying backwards in an instant, and stabbed heavily into the ground. Next second, the huge golden Buddha transformed by Sengoku fell from the sky and slammed heavily into the thick ice. Bang! Ice chips flying, the spreading cold air seemed to freeze the air, and bits of light shone through the misty cold air, reflecting a small pool of blood-red broken ice on the ground. With blood at the corner of his mouth, Su Chen's figure appeared in the air above Malinfendo. Good job. It was only Garp and Sengoku who besieged Whitebeard, but they just used all their weapons against him. What does that mean? Do you think so highly of him? Also, why the hell did Ace and the others just run away? Can he ask for a do-over? You revealed your flaws. An obscene voice came from above, and Kizaru twisted his mouth with a sarcastic tone. Light speed kick. Bang. The square that had been burned to pieces by Marin was once again filled with a loud noise, and Su Chen was lying in the pit with a dazed look on his face. Look at the sky quietly. At this moment, he suddenly thought of his previous smug look. It can be said that how handsome he was then, how miserable he is now. Ahem. After standing up and brushing off the dust on his body, Su Chen spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with his teeth. Unhappy. He is really unhappy now. Why does he get beaten for pretending, while others look cool for pretending? Where are his teammates? Save them. Advertisement. Magician Su Chen, just surrender. Sengoku regained his human form and silently walked to a place not far from Su Chen and stopped. I just said that I will leave you and Newgate together, so give up struggling. This is the Marine headquarters. Around them, Kuzan and others also gathered around silently. Facing this guy Su Chen, they were full of complicated feelings. Logically speaking, What Su Chen did was what they had always wanted to do, and Marine's power also increased greatly because of him. But the consequence of this is that the rift between the world government and the Marine has become more obvious. It can even be said that if there is no explanation, the Marine will probably have to undergo a major change. The justice that had persisted for so long was served, and the Marine was brought under the control of the Celestial Dragons. This is also something they don't want to see. Therefore, capturing Su Chen was the unanimous idea of all of them. Oh, of course I know this is the Marine headquarters. After taking a breath and relaxing his hands and feet, Su Chen said to Sengoku with a simple and honest look on his face. But, are you really sure you can defeat me? Oh, can you still get away from us? Sengoku's eyes flickered, a hint of curiosity in his voice. The current situation is basically clear. Su Chen can't just disappear in an instant. So, it's not impossible to listen to Su Chen's words. Bullshit. Get started. Just as Su Chen was about to say something, Sengoku roared and slapped him. This sudden shout scared Su Chen. His figure flashed slightly, and countless magic circles spread out instantly. Under the light pollution, Sengoku and others narrowed their eyes slightly. Bang! A glowing magic wand appeared from the void behind Kizaru. Kizaru, floating in the air, fell down instantly, and his face landed on the slap from Sengoku with extreme precision. Bang! Ouch! After letting out a scream, the innocent Kizaru was blown away with a big bump on the back of his head. In the sky, Su Chen smiled wickedly. Let that wretched flashman kick him, and lo and behold, he was the first one to suffer. The smile faded, quickly dodged Garp's flying punch. This time, Su Chen deliberately teleported a distance in the sky again. His eyes rolled, and a bad idea came to his mind. Su Chen's hands glowed with unparalleled brilliance, and he gently chanted to everyone below. One bag of rice can support several floors, one bag of rice can support 2 floors. The overlapping magic circles gradually spread, and the entire sky of Marinfendo was completely covered. What is that? The Marine below looked at Su Chen's actions and took a breath. Advertisement such a big commotion was obviously some kind of large-scale attack, and most importantly, from the range we can see now, it is obvious that it has exceeded the entire Marinfendo. Let's go. I remember the last time Su Chen used this, he sank half of Guy Island. Above the boats in the bay, Luffy showed a fearful expression on his face, and quickly reminded Ace and others beside him. Walk. Without hesitation, Marco gave the order to leave. Although Su Chen has not boarded the ship yet, now is obviously not the time to worry about this. If they don't leave, they might be buried with Marinfendo. Kizaru. Interrupt him. Sengoku, whose face had already turned pale, roared loudly. Not only that, he instantly clasped his hands together, and an extremely powerful shockwave instantly surged out. The air vibrated and the shockwave instantly broke the sound barrier. Next second, as Kizaru released the Yasukani no Magatama upwards, the shockwave landed heavily on the expanding magic circle. Explosions sounded quickly, and ripples spread instantly, as if hit by a bomb. The magic circle shook violently several times and flew upwards. Who gave you a bag of rice? It's spicy. Celestial magic, meteor fall. An extremely deep voice sounded, and a meteorite with a diameter of 10 kilometers emerged from the magic circle. It fell as Su Chen swung his arms. Their faces turned pale and a large number of Marines collapsed to the ground. They are dead. They didn't die in the battle just now, but they will die in the aftermath of the battle. Clang. A sound of sword rang out into the sky, and just when most of the Marines were in despair, the falling meteorite was completely shattered by an astonishing sword energy. Then a well-proportioned man with red hair and 3 scars appeared in front of everyone. Red hair. The moment he saw the man, Sengoku instantly became alert. The current Marine cannot withstand a major war for the time being. Although Whitebeard was left behind, the corresponding Marine also lost a large number of elite troops. If we fight with red hair again, the consequences will be disastrous. Everyone stopped what they were doing, quietly waiting for Shank's next move. And Su Chen also slowly fell from the air. Redhead, what is your purpose? Sengoku asked in a serious tone. I'm here, to end this war. As soon as he finished speaking, figures appeared behind Shanks. Then he raised his sword heroically, and Conquerors soared into the sky, saying loudly to everyone. Can you please give me some face and stop it? If there are still people who haven't made enough noise, come on, we will be your opponents. Chapter 246. And the words fell. Marinfendo fell into silence for a long time. Neither the Marine nor the Shichibukai said anything at this time. Ming Jie, who was the most active, also fell into silence for a long time. After being severely beaten, he was no longer willing to be the first to stand out. These 4 emperors are all old bastards. They're very strong but pretend to be weak. Whitebeard's punch almost knocked his kidney out. However, Sengoku and others thought of the large number of Marines who had sacrificed today. It was obviously difficult to capture Su Chen directly now. Without an explanation, even if Celestial Dragons swallowed their anger, it would be difficult for the world government not to make things difficult for Marine later. You know, this concealed killing of 3 Celestial Dragons. It is something those old guys absolutely cannot tolerate. But there is one thing. If the strength of Marine has not declined too seriously, those old guys will have to think twice before making any moves against Marine. So, a truce may also be an option. The most important thing is that Su Chen's attacks seem to be large-scale. The Marine who is still staying in Marin Fendo can't stand such a commotion. Haha, that's it. I don't care anyway. By the way, Shanks, do you want to go meet Luffy? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth nonchalantly, Su Chen endured the discomfort in his chest and asked, pretending to be indifferent. Ah, Luffy? After a moment's hesitation, Shanks shook his head. It's not time for us to meet yet. Okay, I'll take my leave now. After saying hello to Shanks, Su Chen disappeared instantly. After everyone breathed a sigh of relief, his head popped out of the void again, and he said to Kizaru, who looked wretched, "By the way, Admiral Borsalino. Revolutionary Dragon, I am very optimistic about you." Afterwards, Su Chen's figure completely disappeared in the ruins of Marinfando. Kizaru was stunned and blinked innocently. After a long time, he was sure that Su Chen had really left. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, red hair came, otherwise we would have suffered a lot of losses. The most important thing is the identity of the redhead. He is the only one who can intervene between the Marine and the pirates. If other people dare to come, the situation will only escalate. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Sengoku announced loudly. Gentlemen, the war is over. Although Ace managed to escape, we are left with one of the 4 emperors, the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. This battle dealt a heavy blow to the pirates and will play a significant role in our future plans. Cheer up. The purpose of the war has been achieved. This war was started by Fire Fist Ace, with the goal of gaining an opportunity to enter the New World. It ended with the death of Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Among them, the elite Marines suffered more than 50% casualties, and a small number of penultimate commanding generals were sacrificed. As a result of the battle, more than 70% of the pirates brought by the Whitebeard pirates stayed in Marineford forever, and Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, was declared dead. Blackbeard, one of the masterminds of the Impel Down jailbreak, died, and all the jailbreaks he brought with him were arrested. Such results are enough to shock the world. After cleaning up the mess, there were almost no obstacles to advancing into the New World. Great. Finally. It's over. In a corner, Kobe, who had just woken up from a coma, cheered heartily. If Su Chen and his men hadn't fought to the sky, he would have almost run out to persuade the Marine to stop the war. It's great to be alive, and Aokiji and Kizaru also breathed a sigh of relief. It's better to end it like this, at least we don't have to suffer any more losses. Marine, what you need most now is to rest and recuperate. But there was one person who didn't give Shanks any face at all. Shaw. X. Why? Why are you here? Buggy was flying in the air and was caught in a trap. Unexpectedly, Shanks appeared. Hey, it's Buggy. Time flies so fast. It's been a long time since we last met. Turning back, looking at Buggy in surprise, Shanks greeted him with a smile on his face and an exclamatory tone. Buggy never saw him again after they separated in Logue Town. What are you talking about? It's been a long time. Facing Shanks' response, Buggy seemed very unhappy. He grabbed Shanks' collar and shouted loudly in front of everyone's surprised eyes. Don't forget, I still hate you. What do you mean? Those who can move, go help the medical staff. We can't allow any more casualties on this battlefield. You know, he learned the sea battle from Rayleigh after eating the devil fruit. Ah, that reaction again. I've been so mad at you before. Advertisement. A large number of people who were concerned about this incident took to the streets and cheered wildly. Yes, oh, I know, don't be angry anymore. With his extremely powerful attitude, he defeated the Whitebeard pirates and all the pirates under his command, and took the life of Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors and the strongest man in the world. The entire battlefield operated in an orderly manner. They are an army that truly cares about the people. Shut up. Do you want to die? Hurry up and save them. This is not something that little people like us can think about. Marine finally breathed a sigh of relief when everyone had completely evacuated Marin Fendo. Among them is Trafalgar Law. Shanks used the pacification skill on Buggy, and then used a treasure map as a price to make Buggy, who was about to become Shichibukai and was one of the 4 emperors in the future, let him go. After saying this, Buggy's voice seemed to become choked. Someone come. Admiral Sakazuki needs medical attention. I don't know. Admiral Kuzan and Admiral Borsalino were almost uninjured. Could it be that? At the same time, for them, Marine has gotten rid of its past image after being strongly whitewashed by Su Chen's video. Garp shouted commands to the Marine who had not fallen yet. He aimed at Shanks and started gesturing up and down. Don't be stupid. If you hadn't talked to me at that time, I wouldn't have lost the treasure map, and I wouldn't have become Demon Fruit Power. As he spoke, Buggy pulled out several daggers from his arms. After all, pirates are pirates, and no one knows whether they will fight back. After some hesitation, he commanded the submarine to catch up with Marco and others. It's completely useless. After a brief polish, Marine unilaterally declared that they had won an absolute victory in the war. Den Mushi around the world began broadcasting the outcome of the war. How could he be injured so badly? He is one of the 3 admirals. I see. Quick. Prioritize the seriously injured. Even though he was also seriously injured, he still chose to let medical personnel rescue the rest of the Marines first. I don't care whether you were here to end the war or for some other reason. I am happy to have a fight with you now. Afterwards, Red Hair led everyone to evacuate Marinfendo. The supernovas that had been watching for a long time also moved towards the new world after uttering their own exclamations.